Anti ebyo bimu ku bintu ebijja okutuyamba okukulaakulanya ebitundu eby'omu Katanga. Ekyokubiri nga wadde tukyali mu kulwanyisa ekirwadde ekya COVID-19, musaanye mumanye nti Katanga ono asangibwa wakati w'omu kibuga ekya Kampala, anti n'olwo tusaanye okukola buli ekisoboka okulaba nga tukulaakulanya Katanga. Olwo nno ng'obudde bugenzegenze, naffe nno ku lw'okutya okungi bwe twamaliriza omulimu guno twasimbula ne tuddayo ku Smart 24 TV Driving Business.
Tubadde mu bitundu eby'omu Katanga naye mu biseera ebya bulijjo ku streets ez'enjawulo nga ku luno oluguudo lw'Emulago lwe tuliko business zibeera nga zitambulira ddala bulungi, abantu babeera baweererako ddala, taxi ziba zitambula kuviira ddala mu bitundu eby'enjawulo. Naye wetwogerera kati nga COVID-19 ayongedde okusensera eggwanga lyattu lya Uganda, wetwogerera kati abantu batono ddala, era wenjogerera kati olabira ddala street oluguudo lw'Endiko lwe luguudo lw'Emulago oluviira ddala Ewandege nga lugenderera ddala Kamwokya, Ntinda, Bukoto. Tekuli bantu. Ki ekireetedde ddala kino? Anti omukulembeze wa Uganda yayisa ebiragiro n'agamba nti kasaziwerera ddala ssaawa emu ey'ekiro teri Munnayuganda yenna yeetaaga kuba ng'atambula. Bw'oba osangiddwa mu katale olina kusula mu katale, bw'oba osangiddwa mu Katanga olina kusula mu Katanga, bw'oba osangiddwa Wandegeya olina kusula Wandegeya. Ebyo bye tusobodde okuvumbula mu bitundu eby'omu Katanga. Embeera z'abantu muzirabye, ebyenfuna by'abantu mubirabye, engeri gye baddukanyamu bizinesi ez'enjawulo mu bitundu eby'omu Katanga mubirabye. Tetugenda kukoma wano, twegatteko mu episode esukka ku eno. Nange muzzukulu wa Lusimbi Fred Makubya ku Smart 24 Television TV y'omusuubuzi eyajja okukyusa obulamu bw'abasuubuzi.
Smart 24 Driving Business. Smart 24 Driving Business.
Manya gange nze Kabuguza Kurothum nga nviiridde mu Lufla Women's Group nga tukwasaganya ebyemikono, okulunda ne bakery n'okufumba ku mikolo. Eri mu myaka 6 apparently. Naye nga ffe tujja tujoininga bwe batyo. Ekirowoozo ky'okutandika Lufla Women's Group kyayita through our head chairperson yakitandikawo ng'ayagala okuyamba emiti emito n'abakyala abatudde waka abatalina bye bakola. Mu kyo ng'ayita mu byemikono, mu kufumba n'ebirala okulonda. Ne tutandika kati nga buli omu akola ekyo kyayinamu obuki obukugu obumanyirivu. Bwe tutandika bali 20 naye kigenze kikula ne kituuka kati wekyogerera kiri mu 30+. Omuntu ayagala okwegatako okubeera member akola ebintu bisatu wammanga. Ekisooka aleeta ID ye, ekyokubiri n'asasula membership fee, ekyokusatu ne bamuwa t-shirt. Membership fee ya $200. Olunaku olwaleero tubadde tuli mu kubeekinga cakes oba okufumba cake nga mukyo tuyinamu kati mu group eyo twetematemamu ebibinja, buli kibinja kirina kye kikwasaganya. Waliwo ekibinja nga kiruka, ne wabeerawo ekibinja nga kifumba, ne wabeerawo abakyala abakulukulu nga bo batambula mu kufumba ne catering ku mikolo. Ekityo abalala ne babeera balunzi ba nkoko. Kati leero tuli mu kubeekinga cakes. Tubeekinga bu queen cakes ne tubeekinga ne cakes ennene. Olw'okuba leero tewabaddewo cakes nnene zibadde ziweddewo, kati tuli ku buno obutini. Bwe tufuna orders ku maduuka ag'enjawulo ababa babwagadde bukeeke nga tuba supplyinga nga tubukola nga tubaweerezaako. Kati naffe ffennyini twatandikawo akaduuka akaffe we tuteeka ebimu ku bintu byaffe bye tukola mu Grow Capital. Simumanyi bulungi naye nga kyensuubira teyali mungiko cause abantu babajjanga waka, abantu abaali tebakola. Capital eyatandika yali wa mitwalo nga 5 era ng'ava mu eyo membership fee gye bakola gye baleeta bamemba nga wakugula materials ezikola cakes n'ezikola crafts. Twatandika naye ebisigadde tugenze tubyongeramu okusinziira ku biki bye tukola ne tutunda ne tujjako ka profit ne tusigazaawo akongera okugula ebintu ebirala. Bwe tuba tutandika keeki ezo za njawulo, tuyina ebika bya keeke bingi naye kati zino keeke ze bayita queen cakes oba bukeeke obusookerwako. Kati bukeeke buno obusookerwako bwe tuba tugenda okubukola tufuna materials nga tufuna eŋŋano, that is wheat, ne tufuna margarine yabeera nga blue band oba omuzigo, ne tufuna sugar sukaali, ne tufuna baking powder ekizimbulukusa, ne tufuna ebyo byebimu ku bye tukozesa ne tutandika process okumixinga okubakinga. Kati bwe tuba tumaliriza eyo process ey'okubeera nga tugatagatta ebirungo ebyo bikole kiri ekigenda ofuuka cake, nga tufuna emikebe gyaffe mwe tuteeka. Emikebe egyo tugisiiga bulungi nnyo ne tufuna essigiri yaffe kuba tukyali ku local means, tetunafuna bintu biri high. Kati ne tufuna essigiri yaffe ne tuteekako amanda, ne tufuna esepiki yaffe. Kati esepiki tebeera empty, bw'ebeera empty tesobola kufumba bino bintu. Ate era tebeeramu bintu ng'amazzi koze era nago tegasobola kukola kufumba, gaba gajja kwemixinga mu biri bye tukola bye tufumba. Tukozesa ekintu nga kiri solid, kale nga kiri oba azenne buwungawunga bwe kityo kye tukozesa ne tuteekamu ne tulaba nga ekiri better okukozesa ekisobola okuholdinga that heat musenyu. Kati ne tukozesa omusenyu ne tuguteekamu mu sepiki ne tuguhiitingako first okusobola okuteekamu ebintu byaffe bino nga tebyonooneka ku ntandikwa. Kati bwe guhiitinga ne tuteekamu obukebe bwaffe obwo bwe tukoze bwe tutaddemu cakes, bwe tutaddemu oba ensaano eri gye twamixinze ne tubuteekamu. Bwe tubusaamu ne tubuteekako ne tubuwa time busooke buzimbulukuke buveeyo wansi. Bwe bumala okuzimbuluka okukola ekyo kye twetaaga nga tuteekayo n'omuliro waggulu ku bwo nga tulaba nti butukaganye n'omutindo ogwo oguli ku market wide okubeera nga buteekebwa ku maduuka. Kati cake nga yo mu lulimi olulala abala baguyita omugaati omuzungu, tegusobola kukola ekyo kigufuula mugaati muzungu nga temuli kizimbulukusa. Olina okuteekamu ku kizimbulukusa akatono nekisobola okuzimba okweta okukola ekyo ekirungi. Tusiteekamu ne ku buwoowoowoowo okuwoomesa. Kati waliwo enkola ennyangu eri loko, osobola okukwata tampeko, ekikopo kyaffe ekiri tampeko eweyinga like yiyo tugirinawo ekola jimpe this one, kino ekikopo. Kati kino ekikopo kyenkanankana, kino kiri 500 grams. Kakati bwe mba ngenda kukola eŋŋano eri mu kikopo kino eyenkanankana grams zino nga kwempimira engano ya kino ekikopo kwembalansingira ne margarine wange gwe ngenda okukozesa naye level y'ekikopo kino si ye margarine gwe nkozesa bwe mankozesa kino ekikopo ky'engano though kino ekikopo kiri ku ngano engano eweyinga lesser than margarine kati mba nyina okukola ebikopo nga 3 ebya kino okutuukagana n'ekyo kye neetaaga okukola ne nkola ebikopo 3 ebya margarine ebya wheat eby'engano ebikopo 3 nenteekamu margarine ekikopo kino kimu nenteekamu amagi 10 nenteekamu sukaali era ekikopo kino kimu cause kino sukaali ali heavier than wheat nenteekamu ne sukaali ekikopo kimu nendeeta ne mixes zange endala zemba njagala okwongeramu oba flavors oba kiki ekirala kati ebyo bye bitandika omulimu guno ogw'oku baking cakes gusinzira katale ke tulina ne season ndoza ke katale oba bye bimu simanyi kati ekyo wabeerawo season nga tezitambula nnyo ne wabeerawo season nga zitambula nnyo naye buno obutini bo tebuyina season bo bubeera ku daily market bo kasita buggwayo ku dduuka we tubutundira nga tukola obulala tekitutwalira nti oba buweddewo mu lunaku oba buweddewo mu wiiki oba buweddewo butya bo as long as bukoze eki buweddewo n'ababu ordalinga bwe baba ba ordalinze oba nga abakyayina bwe bityo bo tubukola okusinzira bwe bityo naye ziri ennene tuzikola occasionally bwe tuba tufunye orders lwe tuzikola tuteekako ku dduuka okudemonstrating abantu okulaba nti tubikola tuteekawo ko samples like 2 kati abantu kwe basinzira okuordalinga ze tofolomya kati ku basis ze tukolerako buli lwe tuba tukoze tukola dozens nga 10 bwe tutyo kati kyeyongerako okusinzira ku bwetaavu keno omuntu ng'aze ogigula ebeera ya 10 ku dduuka naye bwe tuba tutundira mu dazini eba ya 7 manya ng'eba ya 8 mu dazini buli keeki tuba tugimuweeredde ku 8 bwekyo tusiba mu dozens mu kaveera tusiba mu dozens tutandikira ku mutwalo ogumu kitundu kakeeka akasookerwako unfortunately tetusobodde kaleeta gye kali ku dduuka kati like this kano kakola keeke ey' 15,000 ne tugi icinga bulungi netuuka ku mutindo kati kano kakola yagumu kitundu okebiri tulinawo n'eminene mpe giri eminene kwata guno tugu pricing okusinziira ku kiki kye tugenda okukoleramu kuba tukola different types of cakes tukolayo cakes ezili soft then netukolayo cakes ezitali soft kati kisinzira ku kika kya cake gye tugenda okukola nyinza omulalo gumu guzanga guli ku 5,000 ate omulala n'agutwala ku 10,000 kisinzira ku kiki kyakoze eki kyatutte kati kino kitabo bana aba graduation kati byo tubikolera muno ebya graduation kati omuntu order ja orderlinze oba ja pressinze bwagamba nti njagala kitabo we go for this bwagamba njagala ki ordinary shape nga tunoonyamu ezo shapes like round mutima ka square bwe bityo ne sente zakoze eki zakugambye ajja nagamba njagala yesatu no choosing according to sente zakoze eki zakugambye bwe bityo zidiffaringa ku gundi kideke prices zidiffaringa nga bwolaba kino eno eri easier to make than this bwemba nkola kino obwangu bwenkozesa ku kino si bwenkozesa ne ku kino n'ekyokubiri ono omunenemu ku ono quantity egenda muno nyingi kwegenda muno bibiri byanjawulo
manya agange nze Susan Nakayiza nze chairperson Katogo zone ku kyalo kino kwe tuli era nze chairperson wa Kyosimbonaanya group nga tukola amanda ga kasasiro tulwanyisa obutonde bw'ensi nga tukozesa kya tumuyita kasasiro tukozesa kasasiro yenna gwe tukozesa ne tukola mugana amanda era gatukoledde tusomesa abakyala gurupu yaffe tusomesa abakyala ekintu kino bakyagadde nnyo era kibasanyusizza kubanga bayiza okusevinga essente ze basevinga amanda gano gaaka gamala kusigirya essaawa 4 bwebanga ogataddeko tukozesa kasasiro nga tulwanyisa obutonde bw'ensi tetwagala kuddayo bantu kutema miti nga twagala abantu bamanye amanda ga kasasiro gano nga galina omugaso ne kasasiro okumanya nti alina omugaso era gwe tukolamu gano amanda nga twatandika abakyala twali abakyala 5 ne tugenda ne tusoma eyenansana ne tujja ne tusomesa abakyala era abakyala eno Paris yonna tugenda tugisomesa era olwaleero tubadde mu zone ya St Francis nga tusomesa abakyala okukola amanda ga kasasiro era pipa yaffe bakuba temugirabyewo wano twagitutte mu St Francis nga tubayigiriza engeri gy'olina okuwokya kasasiro okusobola okumukolamu amanda tenyente kasasiro gwe tukola ne tumwokya ne tutabula amanda tutabula obuwunga bwa muwogo ne tukwasa ne kasasiro obuwunga bwa muwogo buno yenkwaso ekwasa ku kasasiro ku manda gaffe aga kasasiro bizinensi yaffe kale bw'obanga ogitandiseewo engeri gye tusomesa abakyala nga yaggwa byekolera bizinensi teyeetaaga nnyo ssente nnyingi naye kati engeri omulimu gye tukuguseemu twagala masiini ezo baziseera kyagala nga tukoze eki tukwasaganyizza bulungi ne tufuna ssente kuba masiini esembayo obutono ndowooza egula emitwalo 8 ey'emikisinga ng'ogize kyoyo n'omusa n'omuteekamu n'otabula ne tubeera ne pipa ziri ezokya ezo pipa zigula emitwalo 5 naye ffe tusima ekinnya wansi ne tuteekamu amabaati ne twokyeramu kasasiro waffe nga tetulina pipa naye bwe tuba tufunye nga tusobola okufuna ssente ezo tusobola okugula epipa ne tuba nga tukozesa ezo sinensi eno etandika na ssente si nnyingi oteekamu bwongo kubanga kasasiro tukuŋŋaanya kasasiro buli nsawo ya kasasiro buli memba asobola okugenda nga mu community tuyisaamu ekizindaalo mpozi ekizindaalo kyekirimu kyekyessente nnyingi oyinza okigula emitwalo 20 ekyo kye tuyitamu nga tugamba abantu okuba nga bakuŋŋaanya kasasiro naye nga ffe kasasiro bammemba bamukuŋŋaanya tugenda okukola amanda gano nga ssente tezigenzeemu nnyingi bwongo bw'oteekamu n'osobola okukuŋŋaanya kasasiro ng'ate obukoowu bwokka challenges kwe kusomesa abantu okumanya nti kasasiro wa mugaso mpozi n'enkuba ng'etonnye naye nga ssente entono nnyo ezitandika n'otandika okukola pulojekiti y'amanda eno kasasiro yenna asinga tumukozesa okuleka oyo atakola ki avunda gwe tutakozesa naye kasasiro yenna tumukozesa mpozi n'obwo obucupa bwo tubutunda ku sikulapu naye ono kasasiro omulala yenna tumukozesa tujjamu obwo obuveera tubujjamu tubulondamu ne tumusootinga ne tumujjamu ebyo ng'obuveera obwo obukutiya bwe butyo naye ebirala byonna bipapula saaninko bikuta bya bikajjo bikuta bya kasooli ebyo byonna tubyokya emmere evunze eyo emmere yo nga yasigaddewo eyo gye tusootingamu naye nga buli kimu kyonna ebikuta by'obumonde tubikozesa kubanga byo tubyanika ne bikala okuleka ebyo ebikuta bya ffene ebyo bye tujjamu kuba byo bivunda buli kasasiro yavunda tumusootingamu ne tumujjamu naye omulala yenna asigadde tumukozesa kasasiro oyo tumukuŋŋaanya ne tumuleeta ne tumwanika ate olina omwanika nga womwanika wayonjo tomwanika wansi mu ttaka omwanika ku buveera oba ku matundubaali tuba n'amatundubaali oba tolina matundubaali twanika ku buveera obwo nga bw'obulaba bwe twanikako tomwanika mu ttaka kubanga kasasiro olina omukola nga muyonjo bw'obikola nga bikyafu amanda ago era gakola ki tegaba magumu tetuteekamu ttaka tugattamu bbumba tetuteekamu ttaka lino tuteekamu bbumba ne tumukuŋŋaanya ne tumwanika bw'amala okukala bwe tuba tugenda nga tumwokya bwe tuba tugenda omwokya tumusootinga tujjamu obuveera obucupacupa obwagendeddemu ne tumujjamu nga tubisootinga ebyo tubijjamu bye tutayagala kwokya ne tuteekawo oli omulamu gwe twagala ne tutandika okwokya ne tumussa mu pipa oba tutadde mu pipa oba tusimye ekinnya tutaddemu amabaati ne tumwokya bwe tumala okumwokya twokya olunaku lulamba luba lwakwokya olunaku lulamba. Olunaku olwokubiri luba lwa kukuŋŋunta kyawaffe oyo nga tumaze okumwokya tumukuŋŋu ne tutandika okupima. Tupima bbaafu, tupima ebbaafu 2 ne tukozesa kilo y'akawunga ka muwogo. Tuteekamu ebbumba ebikopo 3 ne tutabula amanda ne tukola amanda gaffe. Ebbaafu ezo zivaamu kati ago amanda bwe ganaaba gakaze mujja kuvaamu ebbaafu 2 n'ekitundu. Kati ago galaba twakoze ebbaafu 3, tukoze ebbaafu 3 era mujja kuvaamu ebbaafu 3 n'ekitundu buli lyanda. Tupima amanda ago tugapima ku kiro. Tupima kiro erimu amanda 16 15. Buli kiro tugitunda nusu 15. Era tugatunda naddala abamemba abo abalunda enkoko, abookya enkoko, abafumba emmere, aba woteeri, amanda gabakolera bulungi nnyo.
Kilo eno gy'opima eba erimu amanda ameka?
Ebeeramu amanda 16, 17 bwe gatyo. Bwe tuba nga twakoze manene gabeera 15, bwe tuba nga twakoze matonotono gano bwe gati gaba amanda 16, 17 kiro.
Kati amanda gano gatwala bbanga ki omuntu nga gafumbisa okwawukanako n'amanda ga bulijjo?
Amanda gano galwako ku ssigiri. Kyekyawukanako ku manda gano aga bulijjo. Galwako ku ssigiri. Gamalako essaawa nga 2 oba 3 nga lyaka. Ate ne libeerawo nga lizikidde wayitawo essaawa nga 6 ogenda okutakulamu bwoti mu ssigiri nga era eryanda likyalimu likyayaka.
Kati amanda gano osobola okugazikiza oba nedda?
Tosobola gazikiza ogaleka kubanga oteekako ku ssigiri n'oseetinga byonna by'ogenda okufumba. Bw'ogazikiza gaba gasaanawo gonna, tegazikizibwa. Bw'ogateekako ku ssigiri n'ofumba byonna paka lw'omaliriza okufumba.
Kati abantu bemukubiriza okubeera nga bakozesa amanda gano mubasomesa batya okubeera nga bagakozesa naye nga bagakuumira wala kubanga eryanda lyetazikiza bw'oba osembye dikozesa kiro paka ku makya.
Era tulina essigiri zaffe ezo oziraba ze tutundira nako nga tulaga abakyala okuba nga baba n'essigiri ezo. Amanda gali bw'ogakuma mu ssigiri omwo terivaamu, libeera omwo paka lweyaka ssigiri neggwekerera neggwawo naye nga togagjeeko kugazikiza.
Eryanda likwatira mu ssigiri nga
libeera muli tulina n'eryo eddene litwagala okukolera eri honeycomb lyo lituuzaamu olisuulamu ne libeeramu n'olikuma ne lyaka paka lwe liggwako.
Kati ngenze nendaba nga mwenna abasinga amanda temwambadde oba gloves oba ki tekirina ngeri gikikosa mu bulamu bwammwe?
Kale amasanda ago gatera okutukwata naye kati twagamanyira naye nga gloves zo tubeera nazo. Naddala wano nga twokya olina okuba ne gloves kuba pipa ziba zookya. Olina okuba ng'oyambadde gloves ng'otaddeko n'obuntu ku nnyindo. Nandawula leetako ku buntu bwaffe bwe tuteeka ku nnyindo babulabe. Tuteekako ku nnyindo nga twokya era bwe tuba tukuŋŋunta tussaako ku nnyindo ne tuteekako. Obuzibu bwe tusanga mu mulimu gwaffe guno nkuba nabutaba mpozi na ssente zimala kuba kiba twetaaga amatundubaali, epipa ezimala, ebyuma, naddala ebyuma ebyo ebikola kubanga amanda tugakozesa ngalo. Twagala tufuneyo ebyuma. Bwe buzibu bwaffe bwe tulina n'enkuba naye nga tetulina buzibu bwonna mu manda ago twagamanyira buli bakyalo balaba asobola n'oku.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Over 200 associations here in Uganda is subscribing to what we call the Private Sector Foundation. Njagala okubaaniza basse bani banyabo abakatwegattako. This time round, of course, tugenda kuba torch mu olugendo lwa Private Sector Foundation mu Uganda. Of course, tukyali mu kirwadde ekya COVID-19 situation. Batambudde batya ebizibu abasuubuzi bye bayitamu. Of course, associations zetwogerako zitandikibwako nga aba Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, aba Uganda Manufacturers Association, to of course ne other different bodies that nga ne Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Abo bonna of course begatiramu mukago guno ogwa the Private Sector Foundation. Tugenda kuba tukuba torch era negatiddwako the Executive Director of Private Sector Foundation omwami Francis Kisirinya idinsanyusa okulaba. Buuza kuba tulaba tuyokotandike.
Abatulaba eyo yonna gye muli mbalamusiza nnyo, mwebale nnyo gye mutuusaako engalo.
Njagala tutandike tumanyi nti olugendo lw'okulaakulanya eggwanga si lwa muntu omu wabula mubeeramu abantu bangi. Njagala okumanya Private Sector Foundation tutambudde tutya mu myaka gino eno gye tubadde mu nsiika y'okulaakulanya eggwanga.
Private Sector Foundation yagunjibwawo mu 1995 nga yagunjibwawo bannamakolero bannaffe abatambuzanga banka ebiseera ebyo, abalimi, abainsuwa n'ebyo bitongole byali bingiko byali biweranga 11 mu 1995 era ng'ekyatugunjisaawo kyali nti eggwanga lyaffe lyali lisazeewo okugenda mu nkola eyitibwa liberalization, enkola eyajja gavumenti mu kukola business. Emirimu gyonna egikolebwa business ne giba nga gikolebwa private sector. N'olwekyo waliwo obwetaavu okulaba nti wabeerawo ekitongole ekisobola okukumaakuma abakola business aba private sector okulaba nti baweereza bulungi eggwanga era ne balikulembera bulungi mu byenfuna okulaba nti likulaakulana okutuuka nga weriri. Kyensuubira nti eyo yonna gy'oli oteeka okuba nga oli musanyufu era oli mukakafu nti omulimu ogwo bannaffe abakola business bagukoze bulungi. Mukimanyi bulungi nti ebiseera ebyemabegako ebintu ebimu tebyabangawo. Sukaali abanga wakusimba layini, amafuta oluusi ga layini, bw'onooba oyagala essimu myaka na myaka ng'otaddeyo application toyina n'ebintu ebirala bingi. Naye kibaddewo okuva lwe twagunjibwawo oba okuva gavumenti lwe yatandika enkola ya liberalization, ebintu ebyo bigenze bivuunukibwa. Kakati omulimu ogwatuteekesaawo ogusinga obunene kwe kukumaakuma ba business kubanga nga bakola emirimu gyabwe basanga okusoomoozebwa kungi. Katugambe nga ku by'omusolo, katugambe nga mu byenteekateeka y'amateeka, katugambe nga mu nkola eza buli ngeri. N'olwekyo omulimu gwaffe kukuŋŋaanya na kumanya biki ebinyigiriza mu abakola business ne tubifuna ne tubyekenneenya ne tubikolako okunoonyereza, ate bwe tumaliza okubikolako okunoonyereza ne tukolamu bye tuyita position paper oba bye tusuubira ebiteeso bye tuyinza okuteesa ne gavumenti, era ebiteeso ebyo tubitwala mu gavumenti ne twogera nayo. Era kya mukisa mulungi nnyo nti ffe Private Sector Foundation tuyina record nti ebiteeso bye tuwa gavumenti katugambe mu kukola budget omwaka gavumenti etwala kumpi ebitundu 80 ku buli 100. N'olwekyo tubadde bankizo nnyo mu kulaba nti enkulaakulana y'eggwanga mu Uganda ng'ekulemberwa Private Sector Foundation ennyikizibwa okutuuka wano we tuli.
Tumanyi nti ebyafaayo bitulaze nti over 2000 associations ziri under private sector. Omulabi waffe yandiyagadde okumanya ze ziriwo ezo ezimu ku zo eziri under your umbrella as Private Sector Foundation.
Ekisookerako ddala ekyawamu kwe kugamba nti bw'obanga okola business obanga olinakyo ng'ofuna ssente naye nga tosasula cheeke ya gavumenti, tolina musaala gwa gavumenti, obeera wa private sector era oli member waffe.
Otegeeza ki bw'obanga tosasula cheeke ya gavumenti?
Bw'oba toli mukozi wa gavumenti kitegeeza nti oteeka okuba ng'olina omulimu gw'okola ogugwo ogwa bwannannyini, oba oteeka okuba ng'olina gy'okola kampuni ey'obwannannyini. Kakati ffenna tetusobola kubeera bamemba ba PSFU kinoomu nedda. So kye tukola twagunjaawo enkola ey'okubanga bammemba ba private sector foundation babeera associations ezo, era bwe twogerera tuli mu bikumi na bikumi ebya associations bammemba baffe. Katugambe nga Uganda Manufacturers Association member, National Farmers Association member, Uganda Bankers Association member, Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association member, Uganda Insurance Association member, n'abalala bangi nnyo 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 nnyo. Naye ng'ekikulu gwali yatulaba kimanye nti private sector foundation kitongole kyo, bw'obeera ng'olina ekitongole mwe weegattira, katugambe Kampala State Traders Association, manya nti ng'oyitira mu Kampala State Traders Association oli member wa private sector. Bw'obeera member wa Uganda Farmers Association oli member wa private sector. N'olwekyo kino kitongole kyammwe.
So oli bw'aba yandyagadde okubeera member atandika atya okulaba nga joininga private sector foundation?
Ekisooka olina okubeera nga mulina ekitongole kyammwe association, kati ne mutuula mu lukiiko lwa board yammwe oba olukiiko olufuzi lwonna lwe muyina ne muyisa ekiteeso nti mwagala kuyingira private sector foundation. Tuyina ebibinja bisatu by'oyinza okubeera member. Ekisooka oyinza okujja nga member owa association naye nga association ezikuzeemu ezimazeewo ebbanga. So waliwo ekibinja ekyo kimu. Waliwo association ezikyali ento, osobola nazo okujja nga member wa association ezikyali ento. Ate bw'obeera nga oli company naggwadda, company nene, osuubulira oba otunda emirimu gyo giri mu mawanga agasukka mulimu, naawe osobola okujja wano. Bw'obanga tosuubulira mu mawanga agasukka mulimu, oyagala kubeera member wa PSFU, then olina okubanga emisolo gyo gy'osasula mu gavumenti gisukka mu biliyoni 2 omwaka. Kati awo n'olyoka obeera member. So bwe muyisa ekiteeso ekyo mukitwala mu kuwandiisizo by'amakampuni mu Uganda Registration Services Bureau, ne bakikubako stampu. Bakikubako stampu n'olyoka okireeta wano. Kati bw'okireeta wano ne tukuwa empapula z'ojjuzaamu nnyangu nnyo, tezikaluubiriza. Mwe baani kikye musuubira mu PSFU, ba board member mwe be baani, mwe ba member mwe bali bameka. Kakati n'otuwa okusabako okwo ne tukuyitamu era ne tukuwa okuddibwamu. Kati bwe tukuwa okuddibwamu wabeerawo ebisale ebisasulwa bitonotono, kubanga bw'omanyi era association zino okubeera member obeerako akantu k'oteekayo. So bwe tukuyisa ne tukusaba n'osasula akasente ako n'olyoka otandika okubeera member, n'ofuna emiganyulo gyonna egy'okubeera member wa private sector foundation.
Katune ensonga enkulu ezimu ku president bwe yali aggulawo lockdown, yatuwa weeks ndoza zaalinganga 2 okulaba nga twetereza. Mu weeks ezo 2 yali atusuubira nti abasuubuzi bajja kuba bagguddewo ate bateekebwe mu nkola ebyo byasaba. Tujjukira ndowooza a week after wali wamu n'abakulu abawangalira mu kibiina ekya Kampala City Traders Association nga mulambula ekibuga Kampala. Ripooti ki gye wafuna mu basuubuzi nti n'abalabi bandyagadde okugimanya?
Ekisookera ddala njagala okwebaza nnyo bammemba baffe abaakasiita okubanga mwakola omulimu munene nnyo era mukoze omulimu munene nnyo okukunga bannakampala naddala abasuubuzi bammemba bammwe ab'amaduuka okulaba nti bafaayo okukwata amateeka g'ebyobusawo ku COVID. Bw'oyita mu kibuga olunaku lwe nayitayo nasanga nga abantu abali mu maduuka masks muzambadde, mwina we munaabira engalo, mwina akagwa ku maduuka gammwe, mu maduuka gammwe tegali mu mujjuzo, era n'ebintu ebirala ebyetaagisa nga mubiina era nga bisobola okulabibwa. Bannaffe abali mu arcade nammwe kumpi mwali muli kyekimu. Ekyo kintu kyatusanyusa nnyo nga ffe aba private sector foundation okulaba nti ffe obweyamo bwe twawa president nti bannange tuggule tujja kwefuga, tujja kukubiriza bannaffe, mwasobola okubukwata obulungi. Twakisanyukira nnyo era mbakakasa nti mwongere okukola ekyo kitwetaaga, kuba twetaaga obulamu. Tojja kusuubula ng'ofudde. Ekyokubiri ne bw'oba tofudde n'omala olwala, obulwadde gye buggweera nga ne bizinensi kumpi bugisaanyizzaawo. So tewaali kyogenda kufuna na kimu mu kugezaako butakwata amateeka ga COVID. Tobuzaabuzibwa, oba akakookolo owulira nti kakalubiriza kateekeko, funa aweekuusivu kale okaddirizeemuko Katonda osse ku mpewo okazzeeko ng'oli mu bantu. Togezaako kukola kintu kyonna kigenda kuteeka bulamu mu matigga, kubanga bwe nkugambye bw'olwala obujjanjabi bwa nsente empitirivu buyinza okukuleka nga oli mu mbeera nzibu. N'olwekyo mwebale nnyo, naye okusoomooza kwe twasanga okw'amaanyi mu kutalaga Kampala kweko okw'abannaffe nabo abakola emirimu naye nga tebali mu bitongole ebiri organized nga Kasiita. Benjogerako be bannaffe abatundira ku nguudo, era oluguudo
tubayite ba vendors,
oluguudo olwo lwa non-motorized NMT twalutambula, naye munnange oluguudo lwonna kumpi katale, buli woyita mulimu ebintu ebiri mu luguudo. N'olwekyo ne kiba nga kireetawo omujjuzo, amaduuka gali bulungi n'omujjuzo muyitirivu muki mu makubo. Omujjuzo ogwo tegwatusanyusa era tegulaga kituufu ku bantu abafaayo okwetangira COVID ono. N'olwekyo ensonga eyo twagyogerako n'abakulembera ekibuga ne tubategeeza okulaba engeri gye bakisaliramu amagezi. Kansuubire nti ekiragiro kya pulezidenti kyeyateekawo nga aggulawo yagamba nti ebitundu ebyo ebirimu abantu omugotteko omungi katugambe nga mu nguudo babe nga bafunirwa awantu awalala we bakolera, kuba nabo balina okukola babeerewo. Naye olw'okwetaasa olw'embeera eriwo kano mu kaseera kano akazibu bagira bakolera awalala, tusobole okusooka okutaasa obulamu bw'abantu. So abakola bizinesi nabasanyukira nnyo olw'ensonga eyo, era singa tweyongera bwe tutyo nkakasa bulungi nti tetujja kwongera kufiirwa abantu, tetujja kwongera kufiirwa bizinesi zaffe. Ku kizibu tetwongerako kizibu kirala, oba oli awo n'okutuggalawo bayinza obutatuggalawo, naye tuyina okulaba nti ebintu byetubikola. Tulinamu era byetwasanga kaŋŋambe nga mu arcade ezimu gavumenti yali ezirambudde ng'ezimu ezikkiriza okukola endala tezikkiriza kukola. Ekintu ekyo nakyo kyatwenyamiza nnyo olw'ensonga nti kati ng'abantu abajja okusuubula agenda n'asanga edduuka n'aga nti lyerino landi namugamba nti mpa ssente bwe ziti tandika okukolera awo, n'atandika emirimu. Aba layisinsi okuva mu state council naye bajja ne bakwata ki ssente za layisinsi. Naye kati bw'otuuka n'ogalawo n'ogamba nti ekizimbe tekituuka bisaanyizo byakuggulawo, ng'ebintu ebyo olumu si buvunaanyizibwa bwa mupangisa, kitwenyamiza nnyo nti bannaffe abamu bagenda kukosebwa olw'obutasobola kukola. N'olwekyo nsaba awo bonna bekikwatako bannaffe bannannyini bizimbe, nammwe muli bammemba baffe, tubakubira omulanga, tubasaba mutuukirize amateeka, ebiragiro gavumenti byesabye mubituukirize, abasuubuzi basobole okuddamu batandike okukola. Nammwe kijja kubakaluubiriza nnyo okugamba nti babawe essente ez'obupangisa nga babadde tebakola. N'olwekyo tukikoleko mangu, tuleme kwefiiriza ffenna.
Misaidi bw'okoona ku nsonga ez'abapangisa, okoonera ddala ku nsonga eziri ku mitima gy'Abannayuganda. Ezimu ku nsonga ezigenda ddala maaso mu kibuga Kampala kati z'ensonga ez'abapangisa n'abalandiroodi. Abasinga bagamba nti osanga senga etteeka lya Landlord and Tenants Bill President yalaitaddeko omukono lyandiyambye okugonjoola ensonga ezifaananako bwe ziti, n'okuba nti abantu bavudde mu COVID situation tebakola, but of course bannannyini bizimbe beetaaga ssente zaabwe. Ensonga eno olowooza, in your opinion, tuyinza kugigonjoola tutya kulaba nti sayidi zonna zifuna obwenkanya?
Ebizibu ebikalubiriza enkola y'emirimu mu Uganda bwe butabeerawo nkola nnungamu eyeesigamiddwa ku mateeka. So etteeka eryo erya Tenants ne Landlords Bill eryateesebwako ba landlord, neriteesebwako ba tenanti, neriteesebwako ba member ba parliament, neriyisibwa, ffe twali tusuubira nti oba oli awo kwe kwali okukkaanya kw'aba tenant ne ba landlord engeri gye bayinza okukolagana namu okugenda mu maaso. Naye kyamukisa mu bintu n'okutuusa kati terina bakuyisibwa. etteeka eryo tusuubira nti lyali badde liyisibwa era tusaba His Excellency bwabeerawo nga mulimu ensonga zeweetaaga okuddamu okwetegereza kyali badde kirungi bannayuganda bekikwatako ne bongera okuzekkeneenya etteeka ne liyisibwa ne wabeerawo enteekateeka ennuŋŋamu egobererwa abannannyini bizimbe n'abapangisa kijja kuyamba nnyo mu nkola y'emirimu mu kibuga kyensuubira nti singa ekyo kyaliwo etteeka eryo nga lyali lizze oba oli awo ebyo tulabye mu kiseera kino ekya covid byali badde bigonjoolwa etteeka eri.
Oyogeddeko ku nsonga ey'okuba nti ebimu ku bintu era pulezidenti byakoonako mu speech ye ndowooza nga aggulawo eggwanga mu lockdown eno ze ssente ezayisibwa mu banka emu za miliyoni ezikunukkiriza mu 2 ekikumi zijja kuva Ministry of Finance n'endala zive mu financial institutions zino. Abantu bo abamu bagamba ssente zino tebannazifuna oba n'obukwakkulizo obuli ku ssente zino okuzifuna bungi. Simanyi woyinza kutuyamba kulambula ku nsonga eno?
Kituufu ssente zino tezinnaba kutandika kugabibwa era ne Minister wa Finance kyensuubira akikonyeeko olwaleero nyina wempulidde enteekateeka yo tennaba kuggwa. Ani anaafuna ssente zino bw'onooba ozifunye kiki onoozikozesa banaazikuwa ku miwendo gyenkana ki weetaaga omusingo oba teweetaaga onoogenda mu banka ki onoogenda mu banka ki byonna tebinnaba kuggwa bulungi. Naye nga kyempuliddeko minisita kyayogeddeko ku makya ategeezezza nti ensimbi zino zijja kuweebwa mmwe aba bizinensi ezikozesa abakozi wakati wa 5 n'50. Bwe mpulidde ayogera newandibadde tekinnaggwa oba oli awakyaliyo okuteesa okugenda mu maaso kyensuubira nti bwekunaba kuwedde tujja kuba tufunye okwanjulirwa tujja kwanjulirwa ffenna engeri gye tunaafunamu ssente ezo naye tezinnaba kuggwa. Mbadde mbasaba mugumiikirize bannaffe aba private sector abasuubira okufuna ssente zino naye ate era nsabe gavumenti nti munnange bw'olwennya ate oluusi tekirabika bulungi mbasaba mwanguyeeko tumanye enteekateeka zeetaagamu ebintu bingi ne tusambisambyeko kuba pulezidenti yali awadde wiiki 2 kyensuubira kati tuyingiddeyo 3 n'olwekyo tusambisambyeko tulabe nti tumaliriza bannaffe abagoyeddwa nnyo covid bafune okuyambibwa amangu. Tetwali agadde nnyo ssente we zaali jjidde ng'eyali badde ku kitanda ate kati bagamba nti ssaawa yakuze.
Ne strings obukwakkulizo obuli ku ssente zino maybe gwe ziyinza okufevaringa as ed naye memba wo wawuzi yona atandikibwako n'abalala bonna obuzibu buyinza okuba ne ku strings attached obukwakkulizo obuli ku ssente zino.
Ekikulu tetunnaba kumanya bukwakkulizo obuli ku ssente ezo obukkiriziganyiddwako tetunnaba kubumanya n'olwekyo tunaba nga tutegedde tujja kuba nga tufuna omukisa okuboogerako naye era tuweereddwa omukisa nga Private Sector Foundation okwetaba mu nkiiko ezigenda mu maaso naye ebintu ebimu tubyogeddeko tubikkaanyizaako. Kyensuubira nti ensawo eno ejja kufevalinga omuntu akola bizinesi eya bulijjo kyetugezaako okulwana nti kibaawo naye era batutegeezezza nti tulina okwegenderera ne tulaba nti bwe tuba nga enkola ezo zitegekebwa ssente ezo eziba zikuweereddwa zirina omukisa okukomawo kuba waliwo munno azirinze muliraano awo gwe bakuwa kozesa omyawo ziyambe muliraano awo bwe tujja okusobola okuyambagana n'olwekyo bannaffe aba business community mwenna bammemba baffe mbasaba n'obuwombeefu nti ssente ezo bwe muzifuna muzikozese bulungi bannaffe muzikozese bulungi zikomewo ate twongere okufuna ssente twongere okugaziya ensawo tomanya tuyinza okutandikira mu mbeera eno netufuna banka yaba business tetulina banka yaba business eno eyinza okubeera nga chance naye chance eyo okubeera chance ejja kuva mu ngeri gyetunakozesa zino ezisoose okutuweebwa n'olwekyo mbasaba mufeeyo muzikozese bulungi waliwo kyetuwulira ennaku zino oba mu nti aba business abamu abakola business bagamba nti ate bannange mulimu ebintu ffe bye tutamanyidde katugambe ng'okukuuma ebitabo okuwandiika kino n'ekiri si kyangu nnyo era abamu temukikola naye abakikola mbeebaza naye abatakikola mbasaba mufune mutandike okukola ekintu ekyo kuba munnange business bw'obanga onoogikola nga ojja kukolagana n'abantu abalala balina bintu ebyetaaga okulaba mu biwandiiko.
Mr. Idi Katumulemu katono Katumulemu basibali banyabo bwe tukomawo of course tukyakubaganya birowoozo ku nsonga as a business of course with the executive director of the Private Sector Foundation Mr. Francis Kisirinya nga tukomyewo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
kale njagala okwebaza basibone banyabo kuba nti mutwegaseeko of course tukyakuba torch mu nsi ey'ebyobusuubuzi. Tulina executive director of the private sector foundation omwami Francis Kisirinya gwe tulina okutunuulira ensonga enkulu. Mr. Idi, njagala tutanye ensonga zino. Of course abantu bangi bafiiriddwa emirimu bammemba bo. Simanyi teekateeka as private sector ze tulina ku nsonga ez'abaganda baffe abafiiriddwa emirimu as a result of ekirwadde kino ekya COVID-19.
Tusaaliddwa nnyo bannaffe bangi nnyo, bizinesi zammwe nga ziregeye, abamu bakozi bammwe, mikwano gyammwe bafiiriddwa emirimu gyabwe. Kibi nnyo era tusuubira nti kiina kye kiyigiriza eggwanga lyattu lino naddala gavumenti era naffe abakola emirimu. Naye nga ffe private sector foundation ebimu ku bintu bye tubadde tugezaako okwogera ne gavumenti n'okwogera nammwe kwe kulaba nti tugunjaawo enkola eziyambayambako. Lwaki tufunye ebizibu kampuni zaffe? Ekisooka covid yajja tetumuyitanga, naye ne gavumenti teyitanga covid. Covid yava gye yava akubye ensi yonna. N'olwekyo waliwo ebize. Ekisooka okumwetangira okozesa ssente, masiki, sanitizer, social distance n'ebigenderako. Ekyokubiri gye tusuubula, gye tujje raw materials, gye tukola kino na kiri, nabo balina ekizibu kyekimu. Emiwendo gikoze eki giri gyekanami. Emiwendo egitambuza ebintu nakyo gyekanamye. Katugambe tukimanyi bulungi nnyo nti kati okuva e Mombasa okujja e Kampala ebbanga emabega lyabanga twaleeteranga container yatuukiranga wano mu nnaku 4, ne kati emala wiiki 2 olw'okubeera nti olwa road block ono akebera kino test here, testinga kino, testinga kiri. Ezo buli ebbanga lwe lyeyongera ssente nnyingi. N'olwekyo ssente ze mukozesa mu kukola emirimu gyammwe zeeyongedde, si kirungi. Ekyokubiri, abantu bakasitoma bammwe bemuguza nabo bakendedde olw'ensonga nti nabo badde tebakola. Gino miggalo, kampuni tekyakola nga bwe yakolanga. Abadde atunda ebintu nga 10 buli lunaku, kati atunda piisi 3, naye ku ezo zaafunye kwajja okusasula abakozi, kwasasula amasanyalaze, kwasasula amazzi, kwagula sitooko, buli kimu kitambula kasente katono nnyo kaabasigazizza. N'olwekyo ogenda okulaba nti kikaluubiriza nnyo era kireese obuzibu bungi nnyo mu makampuni agasinga obungi. Ffe kye tulowooza nti ebintu ebimu ebyalikoleddwa nga gavumenti, ekimu ku byo kwe kulaba nti yateekawo enkola ey'okulaba nti ssente ze tusasula katugambe nga mu banka, loans ezo zibeera restructured. Kirungi nnyo, naye loan ezo zigenda kutuuka, programu eyo egenda kuggwako mu September omwaka guno, naye ate programu eyo yateekebwa mu restructuring eyasooka kati yakubiri. Kitegeeza nti twalibadde twongezaayo. Kiyambe aba business bano akasente akatono kano ke bafuna kabenga tekaliiko misoso mingi. Omusoso ogw'okusasula loan gubenga gukola ki? Nga guteekeddwa ebbali, basigaze akasente akatono kabenga katambuza ebintu ebirala. Ekirala kye tusuubira kyalibadde nti n'ebintu ebirala nga emisolo egirina okusasulwa nagyo gyongezebwayo ku bintu ebimu, si ku buli musolo, ku bintu ebimu gibenga bane gavumenti.
Oyogera ku misolo gino 15 egyatandika mu mbalirire eno.
Kaakati emisolo egyo obuzibu bwe gyaleeta nti bwe tumala okufuna ebizibu bya covid emiwendo ne girinnya, ate ne gavumenti nayo neeyongeza emiwendo mu kuyita mu kwongeza emisolo. Kuba kiraba kati bw'oteeka amafuta siringi 10 ku buli liita, amafuta ge tukozesa okukola bizinesi, ekitegeeza byokozesa mu bizinesi birinnya. Kati n'ofuna problemu eyo. Ekyokubiri, gavumenti neekwata neeyongeza emisolo ku bintu bye twalikozesezza mu kiseera kino okulaba nti tusobola okutambuza bizinesi yaffe, wadde ndi ku muggalo, wadde sikyasobola genda China, wadde sikyasobola kukola kino n'ekiri, naye nsobola okukozesa internet. Nsobola okutimba ebintu byange ku internet. Nsobola okukola order mu internet. Nsobola okukola kino nakiri ku internet. naye ate kati noyongezaako omusolo gwe bayisa ogw exercise ebitundu 12 ku 100 kitegeeza nti bando zafuuka za sente nyingi. Kati bando bwe zafuuka eza sente nyingi kitegeeza nakyo kyongeza ku bungi bwa sente z'okozesa mu bizinensi. Olaba nti akasente kosigazawo okukola ebirala kagenda kakendeera. Kati ebyo byonna tebiyambye. Mu kiseera kino ffe twali tulowooza nti gavumenti yalyongeza misolo. Si byo byokka, tutunulira bannaffe abali mu plastic baleeta omusolo ku raw material ava mu plastic. Kyatwenyamiza nnyo kubanga tukimanyi bulungi nnyo nti ebimu ku bintu byetu promotinga nga Uganda kwe kulaba nti tukendeeza ebintu byetu importing.
Oli mu Buy Uganda Build Uganda policy.
Kakati bw'okwata ate n'oteeka omusolo ku raw material ekolebwamu ebyo kitegeeza nti ebigenda okukolebwa wano mu Uganda bigenda kulinnya ssente. Kati bwe birinnya ssente ate ebivu ebyo bisobola okubeera kugira ku ssente entono. Kati kitegeeza nti gana amakolero n'obutale obutono obubadde buliwo bujja kunafuwa.
Waliwo n'omusolo ogwa 5% kilogram oguli ku bano baganda baffe aba textiles.
Yes. Kakati ebyo byonna tebiyamba. Era nga omusolo omulala oguliwo era ogutayamba era oguli mu kiti ekyo gwe musolo ogwa textiles. Era mu nkola y'emu waliwo enteekateeka okulaba nti bwe twongeza omusolo ku ngoye eziva ebweru kitegeeza nti zisobola okukendeerako okujja. Kati kagaapo ako akaba kazzeewo mu market ate bannaffe nze naawe alina ekyalaani nsobola okutunga engoye zino nemba nga nkola ki nga ntunza bannayuganda kigunjawo emirimu era kitambuza ssente ne zisaasaana. Naye ekizibu ekyajjawo kyali kimu nti ekyakkirizibwa nti omusolo ogwo gwongerweko ebitundu 10 byokka okuva ku bitundu 25 ku buli 100 okutuuka ku bitundu 35 ku buli 100. Kyekyo ekyakkirizibwa. Naye ate omusolo gwagenda okuvaayo nga bateeseeko nti kakati ku ngoye eziva ebweru ojja tuwa ebitundu 35 ku 100 oba $3.5 ku buli kiro.
Ekinyigiriza
nenga ku byombi ekisinga obunene gwe guba omusolo.
Kituufu.
Singa bakalculatinga nga 10% ekuwa $2,000,000 naye ate nga $3.5 per kilo ekuwa $1,10,000 omusolo guba gwa $1,10,000. Kakati ekireese obuzibu nti n'ekyali kigendererwa kyonna kivulugiddwa. Kati okukola emirimu mu kusuubula engoye kiringa kibonerezo ekitagendererwa. N'olwekyo ffe tuwadde gavumenti amagezi nti emisolo ekisooka omusolo ogwa internet ebitundu 12 ku buli 100 gutunulwemu bwe kiba kisoboka gukendeere oba guveewo. Omusolo gwa plastika ebitundu biringa 2 n'ekitundu ku buli 100 nagwo guveewo. Omusolo ogwa textile izino $3 n'ekitundu guveewo tusigaze 3.5. Kakati ekyo kijja kubanga kiwootwawo
waliwo n'ogwabapangisa
ogwerero ne tubanga gitubadde tukola tebikola ki
waliwo ne rento
kwegamba byonna bw'obizingazinga awamu kitegeeza nti tekyali wadde kirungi nga tunyigiriziddwa okulinnya kw'emiwendo okuva mu bintu ebirala ate ne gavumenti nayo neeyongezaako emisolo ebintu byonna ne birinnyira kumu. So omuntu wa bulijjo asigala nga anyigirizibwa kinene wadde tumanyi bulungi nnyo nti gavumenti yeetaaga ssente kubanga naye ate era tugyetaaga mu twetaaga egula vaccine etugeme twetaaga eteeka amalwaliro eddagala mu malwaliro twetaaga ekole kino ekole kiri ebyo byonna tubimanyi bulungi. Naye kye tuteesa kiri nti wabeerewo okuyamba bizinensi obutagwa kuba bwe zinaafa ne zigwa okuzizza engulu si kyangu sente ziba nnyingi nnyo. N'olwekyo wadde byonna weebiri era twongedde ntusaba gavumenti nti ebyo byonna bikoze yes oba n'emisolo gino ojja kugitunulamu naye n'ekirala kyolina okutunulamu kwe kulaba nti oteekawo otaddewo ensawo eya small business fund ne biliyoni 2 zinaatuuka kuba meka.
So twetaaga okutunamu
twetaaga okwongerayo.
Tumalize ne baganda ffe abakyali mu ggalo abantu abali mabaala abasinga kufe tuyinza okuba tetugendayo naye ekitugana kuboogerako because that's another source bwe bajja ssente. Abasinga twabalayo ku mawulire ag'enjawulo abamu badevelopinze endwadde bali mu looni tebakyakola of course n'amasomero. Abantu abo tuyinza bayamba tutya?
Bannaffe abakyali ku muggalo tubasaasira nnyo era muyita mu kusoomooza okusukkiridde. Weewuunye obiizaawo otya obulamu nga tokola. Tetugenda kumpi mu myaka 2 guno omwezi ogulawo mu March 12 oli mu Nakatemba oli muyimbi
olina bbaala
tokola bannange. Ekiseera ekyo ekintu ekyo n'amasomero nago kyakusoomooza nnyo ate nga abasinga naddala b'amasomero muteese ssente nnyingi nnyo mu byetaagisa amasomero okugenda mu maaso. Solooni ziri bwe ziti amabanka gongera buli lukya okubasaba okusasula ssente naddala interest ezo nga temukola. Bannaye ekintu ekyo si kirungi nnyo naye kyembadde nsaba bannaffe bonna abanyigiriziddwa ensonga eyo ffe kye tusabe gavumenti kiri kimu nti wabeerewo ensawo eyamba abantu bano bonna. Amasomero gabeereko bwe gagenda gayambibweko ku kasente akakola ki akagayamba obutasaanawo. Ab'amawoteeri kyekimu, aba bizinesi za entertainment bizinesi zaabwe zibeere nga ziyambibwa okulaba nti teziggwawo. Ekintu ekyo kyetaagisa nnyo naye nga tukyalinda ekyo okukolebwa gavumenti. Tubadde tusaba bannaffe abali mu mirimu gino bw'obanga osobodde okuyiiyaayo ekintu ekirala ky'oyinza okugira ng'okola kyaliyambye nnyo 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 nnyo. Mpulira ennaku zino nti abamu musobola okukola entertainment nga mukozesa emitimbagano
online.
Bwe kiba nga musobola okukikola mukikole kijja kutuyamba era kijja kubayamba. Naye ne gavumenti erina omulimu ogwayo. Katugambe ebintu ebitera nnyo okutambulira ku social media omusolo tugogeddeko naye ne Facebook teggulwangawo. Facebook eyali badde eggulwawo eyambeko abantu abanyigiriziddwa nnyo mu kiseera kino.
Toza tusibula abatula Mr. Eddie ku lwakadde.
Webale nnyo bale ddala ssebo. Abatulaba mwenna gye muli nsanse nnyo okubeera ku Smart TV. Bulijjo njagala nnyo okwogerako nammwe naye webale nnyo ssebo okumpa omukisa olwaleero luno. Mbakubiriza yonna gye muli nti bannaye temuggwamu maanyi. Eno ensi gye mulaba Uganda nsi ya byewuunyo. Covid we yatukubira bwati ate we twafunira abainvestinga ssente z'amafuta bagenda kuteeka obuwumbi 22 obwa $, mu Uganda. N'obuwumbi 20 bw'oba oyagala okubutegeera manya ebyobugagga bino byonna bya Uganda bw'obiteeka awamu oba byonna byonna bye tukola omwaka bye bayita GDP bibalirirwamu obuwumbi 37. Sente ezigenda okujja olw'amafuta ziri obuwumbi 22. Kitegeeza nti kumpi bitundu 60 ku bugagga bwe tubadde tulina ku bintu bye tukola omwaka. So business emikisa egigenda okubeera awo miyitirivu. Mbadde mbasaba mutunulire emikisa.
Twetegeke tutya olwo?
Twetegeke bazze batuyigiriza amateeka gakoleddwa. Bakoze batubuulidde bwe bakuyita genda wewandiise osobole okusupplyinga genda omanye ebyetaagisa bwewandiise. Bajja kubayita bababuulire engeri y'okufunamu sente ezo okufunamu bizinensi ezo. Ekyokubiri obulimi. Abantu bajja kulya oba tuli baladde oba nedda. Bw'oba olina bw'osobola okulima lima. Ab'emmwanyi ate mmwe mulina bulungi nnyo kuba akatale akatale keyongera bweyongezi ne ssente eza buli kiro y'emmwanyi nazo zeeyongera olwokubeera nti bannaffe ba Brazil bafunyeemu ekizibu n'olwekyo okumala emyaka ng'ebiri okuva kati emmwanyi zijja kuba nga ziri mu bbeeyi ya waggulu. N'olwekyo tukozese emikisa egyo tulabe nti tuva mu covid atulesa atuyujiza nnyo ne tusobola okudda engulu ate ne twongera okukulaakulana nga tugenda mu maaso. Naye teweerabira, olina okunaaba mu ngalo, olina okwambala akakookolo, olina okwewa tonsemberera social distancing, olina okukola buli kyonna ekyetaagisa okulaba nti okwatibwa covid. Kiri mu mikono gyo munnange. Onookola ekyo naawe n'okola ekyo n'oli n'akola ekyo, buli omu n'akola ekyo, ffenna tujja kwesanga nga tufunye kye tuyita hard immunity. Ekyo ekirala bwe babayita okujja okugemebwa bannange bino ebyokugamba abazungu bano batukola bati tebatwagaliza, tuwuliriza ebyo byonna genda bakugemenyi. Singa twali bakufa kugema twali badde tetutuukankana wano, olwazaalibwa ne bakugema wafa
okyali mulamu.
Kati kiki ekigenda okutta olwaleero? Ebyo pokopoko temuwuliriza, mugende babageme.
Mr. Francis Kisirinya neyanza sebo neyanzege namwe abatulabo tebutambudde, of course ne executive director wa Private Sector Foundation. Tumanyi nti yeno Apex body etwala bannamakolero abasinga mu ggwanga lya Uganda bwe bandyagadde okuba memba ensonga oziwulidde. Naye gambe ebisembyeyo n'aba mu ngalo, teekako mask, gondera ebiragiro ya Ministry of Health, tujja kusobola okulwanyisa ekirwadde ekya COVID-19. Nze Fred Makubuya ndi muzzukulu wa Lusimbi.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
State round dress. Again, olaba. Eno bagita round dress. Ngasi ya mavunya. Libwati nga olaba. Round naye ya plain. Tena mavunya. Naye walo endala ebera na mavunya. Naye eno terina mavunya. So, tusala bwenti. Osoka kumeja kuva ku shoulder paka ku waist nafuna side joyagala nopima bust n'opima ne waist. Naye measurement ya bust yekuwa size ya kuzinga ngoye. Ozinga engoye according to size ya bust. Opima bust to opima customer 38 oba 38 kata 38 ogenda kukomola kiteteeyi divide by 4 gabana mirundi 4 38 kati osobola okufuna tape measure bwati olukoba 38 eri bwenti soko gabana emirundi 2 zinga tape measure oba olukoba ofune half ya 38 ye 19 omala kufuna 19 damu zinga tape measure oba olukoba oteke ku 19 ofune half ya 19 ojja kufuna 9 kitundu omala kufuna 9 kitundu yongera inch 2 allowance ya kutunga kati 2 ne 19 obera meka 11 kale 19 ogabana mirundi 2 obera 9 kitundu 9 kitundu plus 2 11 ne kitundu which is 11 and a half kati yeno kuva eno paka eno 11 and a half ye 11 ne kitundu kati nozinga ngoyi 11 ne kitundu mala kuzinga 11 ne kitundu ojja kupima obuwanvu ya bust length ya dress mu luzungu bagita bust length ye kuva eno shoulder paka waist kuva ku shoulder paka waist ye bust length nopima bust length katono bust length tuwapimye 16 n'ekitundu nga wano togibala eno bagita selvage togibala kubanga oba omaze kutunga kano kajja kulabuka wano munda kati 16 n'ekitundu ye bust length y'omuntu ayambala bust 38 medium size omuntu waba muwanvu nnyo oteka 17 maximum 17 and a half 17 kitundu tesuka 17 kitundu eyo kiteteeyi nga terina kisipi musipi banga ya mavunya abeera ne musipi naye kiteteeyi waba erimu musipi bust length egendako waggulu nga 15 kubanga kali musipi egenda kuyongera inchi nga 2 ate notene musipi after that nopima armhole medium size 9 nopima neck width egenda kubeera round twatadde 3 n'ekitundu oteka 3 from 3 to 4 waba neck egenda kubeera wide nnyo bagita off shoulder oteka 4 and a half 4 n'ekitundu kitegeeza neck eyo ejja kubeera wano bweti eri off shoulder kisinzira ku customer kyayagala naye no neck si ya wide nnyo twatadde 3 kitundu neck length twatadde 6 kitundu si mpanvu nnyo omuntu waba ayagala mpanvu nnyo osobola okuteeka 8 waba ayagala neck ng'eri high oteeka 4 naye eno eri 3 and a half by 6 and a half wano ku bulago wanga omuntu tali straight bwati shoulder y'omuntu ekirira wansi kati wano tenkana wano tobolaba wano twagilowarinze ne a half inch wano gireka nga bweri wano ogilowaringa by half inch so that oba omaze kutonga ekirira bwenti nga bulaba ekirira bwenti tebera bwenti olaba gawo ekirira bwenti ekirira bwenti atogenda kukomola sobola okupininga nokubeera na pini bwati oba oli mutunzi noteekako pini tandika kukomola engoye ogiteekako mukono bwati eno bulago eno armhole eno shoulder eno waist ndi mukukomola round neck eno armhole nakabunga round bulungi round eno evaayo bulungi kati eri ye waist teyenkana bust sobolaba omuntu wano munene wano mutini figure ngejjayo bulungi eri twagikendeza ne inch emu ku waist kati kuva wano bust nokirira wansi malawo wano naye nogikomola ate eno part ya mu maaso nga wolaba this is front part kati okozesa eno part ya mu maaso okukomola part ya mabega oba omaze kuzinga kitenge kyo bwati odamu onoyongerako kubanga part ya mabega beera nene kusinga mu maaso part ya mabega erimu allowance ya zipa oba omaze kuyongerako jayo eno bwati noteeka waggulu weno ng'eri nene kusinga eno waba nene nnyo ogikendezako katono ogiyongerawo naye making sure wano eri 1.5 inch ya zip wano waggulu naye ogirekako nga 1/4 inch wanga behind oba amabega w'omuntu nga olaba omuntu wano esinga wano so line eno nga olaba tena kuyenkana bwenti ey'amabega ena okusingako mu maaso nga olaba eno saati kati ya mu maaso ekirirako wansi mabega esigala ng'eri wano si wano bwenti kati noteeka wano 1/4 inch 1.5 kati behind neck oba mabega kisinzira ku customer kyayagala waliwo omulala ayagala neck ng'eri back show kati ng'eno eri wansi waliwo abalala bayagala neck eri waggulu kati eno tegenda kubeera ng'eno eno egenda kubeerako waggulu kubanga eno almost eyengana mu maaso just katono so mabega nuli mu maaso tuwapimye 6.5 mukaga kitundu kati mabega sobola okuteeka 4 inchi 4 inchi 4 kati eno 1.5 inch oba inchi emu n'ekitundu osooka okujja wano straight notandikako kukavinga kuva wano totandikira wano tandikira wano kubanga neck egenda kutandikira eno bwati eno tobaala kubanga eno ya zip leta wano bere straight tandikira wano bwenti okole round yo ng'ogenda kusinkana eri waggulu 1/4 inch eri toweerabira erina okubeerayo eyo quarter inch. Wano kyekimu eri kyekimu, njawulo just wano zi ne neck ne shoulder. Kati osobola okujjayo pin eri noddamu n'opiningira ddala n'okwata ng'eri wamu. Wange nesobola okuseerera ate negweri. Kati tugenda kukomola, osobola okutandikira wano. Jjukira nkugambye wano erina kubeera straight. Notandikira ku carving awo nogenda paka waggulu. Bino tusobola okufuna walala okujjako ku Smart 24 bye babikola bino. Ne batunoonya paka wano paka ku kyalo Kasengeje Wakiso. This is eno ya quarter inch. Kati wano okirira nga wano esingako eri. Olina okubeera perfect nnyo oba okomola. Wano olina okwenkana ne wano kyekimu. Kati eno paati y'amabega eno mu maaso. Woba omaze paati ya mu maaso olina okudabulinga. Eno olina okubeera bubiri neno bubiri. Kati tugenda kukomola endala ya mu maaso, endala y'amabega. Eno piisi namba ya kitenge akojjayo just ya mu maaso n'okomola endala using the same measurement. No ku making sure toyonoona material. Kati eri tofaayo, togijjaako, oyinza okuteeka just eri wange eyinza okubeera munda. Eno osala kyekimu, okozesa eri kati no interfacing or inner facing egenda kubeera munda ya ngoye, so that waggulu wa ngoye erina kubeera double, naye wansi osobola okuteekawo kale endala ng'eri plain. Ate eno erina kubeera bubiri, ate n'ojjayo eno naye n'okomola endala. Okozesa eno n'oteeka wano. Kakati woba olaba material tekumala nnyo, yange mala naye nkulagirira just oba olaba material ng'entono ng'eri ya munda tetuka eno tofaayo, kubanga eri egenda kubeera munda nga olaba wano yadde tetuse wano, gwekomola paati emu etuke wano, eri endala kagenda kubeera munda. Sometimes oyinza okukomola nga material temala nogamba ate nkole ntya. So wano neck erina okwenkana, oyinza okukoza speed naye omakinga sure oli perfect. Wano omakinga sure wenkana bulungi. Kati eno ye original, eno y'amabega kati wano tetuse bulungi naye egenda kubeera munda. Oba omaze komola mukono osobola okukozesa ya mukono. Kati mukono egendera ne armhole. Armhole ebadde 9 naye mu 9 oba ogaatako a half inch eri gyetwaleka mu maaso on behind part, kitegeeza armhole eno egenda kubeera 10. Kitegeeza mukono okomola 10. Mukono kisinzirako buwanvu eri 6. Mukono oba egenda kubeera 6 yongera inch nga emu kitundu eyakuzinga wansi ne kutunga waggulu. Kitegeeza ogenda kuteeka 7.5 piece of chalk, 7.5 eri 1 anya kuchoka yange. Obuwanvu ya mukono egenda kubeera 6. Kati 6 yongera inch emu n'ekitundu yakuzinga eri wansi n'okutunga waggulu. Eno gireke kati oba ogizinga omakinga sure nti eno plain part eno kubeera munda. 7 kitundu wano 10 mara kupima eno 10 7 kitundu. Kati wano pima inch 3 oba 2 kitundu kuva eno paka eno pima inch 3. Wano sobola okumakinga inch emu. Lwaki twapime wano 3 wano emu? Wano tugenda kuloweringa bwati. Wano eno inch ya kutunga kati oba oloweringa okavinga paka wano si paka eri paka eno wati. Osobola okukozesa dot nojja noteeka bwati paka wano. Osobola okumakingira ddala kati wano negenda eri. Eno ye inch gyogenda okukozesa ya kutunga. Togenda eri koma wano paka allowance. Wano wansi bagiyita sleeve width. Sleeve width sinzira ku customer kyayagala. Katono ayagala 12 12 gabana mirundi 2 ebeera 6 yongera allowance endala nga inch emu n'ekitundu oba inch emu. Kati tugenda kuteeka 7 kitundu. Wano omala kutunga kagenda kubeera 6. Eno yo size ya customer 12. Kati eno allowance ya kutunga kyoba olaba twatadde 7 kitundu. Kati omala kutunga omakinga sure nti opima 6. Kati eno 7 kitundu ena kukwatagana n'eri 10 waggulu. Kati eno mukono ejja wano bwenti nejja bwenti. Wato ogenda okukomola mukono bwati ngeri plain naye mukono waba yamavunya ebeerako yanjawulo. Wano egenda waggulu. Waba mukono yakuzingazinga nga ya gomasi nga wolaba eno wati. Wano tebeera wati eni eri egenda waggulu naye eno plain. Naye okozesa eno yakukomola endala. Oteeka eno nokomola mukono endala wadde topimye okozesa eno. Otamala obudde nokozesa eno. Kati eno mukono 2 naye mukono eno kubeera buna kubanga olina okudaabulinga mukono si kutunga nogizinga nga saati no kutunga kuteka lining endala munda bwoba material temala osobola okuteka plain ya black naye oba olina material mala komola buna odabulinge zona katugenda komola okekereza material making sure nti ozinga yenkana mukono toteka bwati oteke mukono wakati atoko omole kubanga enagenda kubeera wasted so nogizinga ngeyenkana mukono twala time hiyo oba okomola topapa customer takuwa pressure wanga osobola kweyonona engoye oba opapye so nkozesa ziri mukono yakomola endala kataba obusatu sigaza kamu omuntu ayinza kusanga nga okomoda emikono nyingi nga buli buna onokudabulinga mukono making sure nti eno lining eno kubeera munda okozesa zino ng'eriko ne selvage ebeera mukono kati eno kubeera buna omala kukomola kwata wano osala wano ka V kati ka V eno mu technical term yaffe ya tailoring ogiyita asset AUSSET asset kitegeeza a shaped section introduced into a garment to allow freedom of movement. Kati bwoba omaze kati ekiteeteeyi tomaze paati yawakulu ewedde ogenda kukomola paati ya wansi ogenda kukomola paati ya wansi bagiyita skirt section. Skirt section tandikira wano paka wansi sinzira ku size customer gyayagala oba yagala etuuka wansi oba ku vivi akati oba okomola skirt section tugenda kukola kye bayita subtraction. Full length oba buwanvu ya kiteeteeyi eri 38 38 kati 38 ogenda gigyako 16 ya bust length eno yawaggulu wanga full dress etandikira wano paka wansi kati eno twamaze kukomola 38 38 jako eno jako 16 kato calculatinga nosanga answer gyoyagala osobola okukozesa tape measure oba simu no subtractinga nkoze bubi ebintu byange natefunanya kale 38 38 ye obuwanvu ya kiteeteeyi 38 ojjaako Esther yogera nawe ojjaako 16 sigala 22 kitegeeza wano skirt section agenda kubeera 22 ati west yono eri 32 divided by 2 eri 16 kati wano twagala 16 wano onokumakinga kiwa nti wano 16 baba eno 16 nokubako line oyinza okukomola nga eri dabo naye twagala kulaba nga eneyo method eri simple nnyo ne beginner isobola okukola ki okuyiga omala kupima wano 16 pima 16 kati ku 16 eyo jukira kuliko n'allowance wano inchi ng'emu kati bwoba omaze kupima 16 gende wano 1 inch 1 inch 1 inch ozireeta wano n'erinya waggulu wano nayo gireeta n'erinya waggulu round oba kaavu kati west yo ine kubeera bwati nogipima waba temala odaamu nodipinga noyongerako wansi wa line bwati nokirira wansi oba omaze kati twagala 22 skirt section 22 kati 22 tekako allowance gyogenda kujoininga wano ne wansi tekako inch B eyo 24 pima wano neyo 24 oba omaze kupima no 24 pima wakati naye 24 oba omaze genda ku side naye opime 24 kati kuva eno paka eno kuwenkana kuva eno paka eno si kuva eno tandikira wano ate si ku line wano wakati ena kuyenkana ne wano enkana ne wano kubanga egenda kubeera bwati round wano 24 wano 24 neeri 24 ekitegeeza ogenda kuba line eno ekwatagana n'eno eno naye ekwatagana n'eri kati osobola okuleeta line waba tosobola twapimye wano 24 sembezako tape measure bwati makinge ne wano osembeze tape measure makinge side deri naye sembezako tape measure makinge jukira negenda kukwatagana neno ne wano sembeza tape measure omakinge oba omaze teka ka dot. After that kwata makasi gisale eno ye west yaffe wansi yako ogoberera mark gy'otaddemu obeera nene wansi oba olaba nza obutafuna meeza ng'emala n'okuteeka wansi kati eno ye skirt section oba omaze ddamu oteeke wansi gizinge bwati awo oleka allowance yakutunga wanga wano ogenda kujoininga eno togenda gikwatamu omala kuteeka bwati kati eyo gigyemu kitegeeza ekuwadde direction nungi eno eri westero gijjamu making sure eyenkana kati oba ogizinze emirundi ebiri osobola n'okukomola ng'eri bwati naye eri method eri simple nnyo kati eno ye skirt section yaffe oba otadde wansi bwati ye round nga teri yamavunya jjukira ebeera eri waggulu bwati round yako nga eri bwati n'oteeka eri waggulu kati okukomola kiwe ebeera bwati jjukira eno genda kubeera bwati kiteeteeyi kyaffe kati ziri allowance yakutunga genda kubeera bwati kati kyosooka okutunga sooka kujoininga interface kweno paati ya waggulu nojoininga zona omala nogata wano awofuna full dress ononya 38 ogituminga bulungi eno yamunda enkane bulungi newabweru 38 okuleeta chok nomakinga 19 makinga 19 bweri kitegeeza 19 emirundi ebiri ya 38 kati amuhoa makinga kiwangani eri 9 mudamu nogitwininga bulungi niwajjukira wagitunga eri waggulu eyinza okukenderako makinga kiwa eri 9 nogitwininga bulungi eno bagiyita twining nga tonaba kujoininga wano notekako mark ogula eyo wano naye nokuna bulungi ena okubeera 9 jukira target yaffe amuholo ate twagala 9 wano naye noteka mark nogitwininga bulungi nogitwininga bulungi kati wano twagala 32 omakinga 32 wegenda okukoma notekako kamaaka maaka eyo osobola okuteeka nemakansi wuuzi wegenda okuyita oba omaze ate n'omukono Mikono zino kwata no joininga bulungi. Oba otunga making sure nti the selvage black obere munda eme kulabuka wabweru. Ozi customer we yagala ngerenga design. Ozo mkono gata lining ne mikono eno naye oba otunga zino obera munda. Nola kujoininga atubuze wede munda enda kutetenda ne yange etaga ngo maze kulya mmere olina amaanyi. Mala kutunga pata side emu okubewuzi eriyo munda yokuba line waggulu geno eri bwenti ekabwenti ate eriyo mukono guno si mukono. Kira mukono era bwenti ate eno ye munda yowabweru mukono era bwenti nga teri line waggulu wange gaya saati ngeno yange manyi byabakazi nakubeera smart n'okusinga yafe abasajja. Eno wadde tekute bulungi naye munda yokubawuzi naye mukono ne munda kubalayi aliyo munda. Oba omaze jukira oba omaze kutunga bwa nokubalayi eriya munda esika eriya wabweru kyoba olaba wano kavuddeyo kateeno ogijjeemu ogisala agisala kikwata oba osobola okuba line eyo eno ozenkana bulungi. Oba omaze kati ogenda kuteeka mukono ogenda kufikisinga mukono kati lwaki natadde eno mark manyi buli omu alina method ye yakufikisinga mukono kati yange ogiteeka bwenti ne simple way nga kyangu nnyo nga waba nkuyigiriza otegera mangu. Kati wano kwata eno mukono gizinge bulungi naye wano giteeke maaki kabaddeyo naye tebadde tevuddeyo bulungi. Kwata mukono kwata eno maaki naye eri maaki giteeke wamu. Mukono wetandikira wano si wano ku line kyoba olaba paasi yange eri wano teri wano ku line. Kati nze ntandikira bwenti kutunga side emu bawe ne mukono egenze bwente katosobola okutya nga oli mukuyiga nti ne mukono ngenda kutunga ntya mukono agenze bwente armhole eri bwente naye bagenda kutambulira wamu kati oba otunga ogisika bwente tokola bwente wama ogisika mpola mpola olinga kutestiering ya motoka iraba ogireta wano mpola mpola paka eno pata jakusinkana neeno totunga bwente demoyo okutunga demoyo stitch ogireta mpola iraba kati ziri wamu kati bado otidde buwereyo oba omaze tuusa tandikira awo kati jukira mukono eri bwenti kati oba otunga ogireta mpola mpola laba kati mukono guno eri wano enekuta eno kubanga njagala nga ndaba eri ogireta mpola ogireta mpola paka ng'otuusa awo oba omaze ogitwininge bulungi nga buli kimu kiri ku line eri smart and neat awo bakuwadde kukola bibuuzo practicals omusomesa ng'ali mu kumakinga asobola n'okumakinga wano awo oba omaze mikono eri bweti kata otandise kulaba ekifaananyi kya engoye etandise kuvaayo oba omaze teeka eno wansi jukira eri maaki naye weeri kati neeri mukono waba teriiko ogiteeka naye eno weeri ogiteeka eno onoonya eri maaki noteeka eno n'okutandika eri osobola olaba kukola bwotyo naye ko omuntu atandika kuyiga atandikira eno kati nze oba njagala kutandikira eri nkwata bwenti negitambuza mukono negitambuza netandikira eno kutunga naye ekyo kijja kutawana bwetandika wano tandika kutunga mukono eri bwente kati neeno emikono watandikidde wano wakati eno eri bwati kati eno neeno anakubeera wano naye mukono tunula eri naye amawole tunula eri oba otunga ogisika mpola ogireeta mpola bwatyo ogireeta mpola tokola force mpola olaba kati ziri wamu oba omaze eri bwati nodamu notandika awo wakati eno ye mukono katokwata eno bwati nga mukono eno ogireta mpola oba otunga ogireta mpola tokozesa force nga oba okozesa force kajja kuzingazinga eri etekako mavunya ogireta mpola olaba kati ziri wamu oba omaze kati olaba engoye etandise kuvaayo mpola omaze genda kujoiniza kati wano tuwagambe nti sleeve width eri 12 kati 12 genda kugina 12 tutegeza ina kubeera 6 kati okumukaaga yoteka line ye jagoja tojabu tomaobe uyinza ogisiba bulungi making sure nti zino line eri wamu kwata otunga nokirira paka wansi kata ogitwininga bulungi twininga bulungi kati side eno left hand side wano kagenda kubeera zipu ejja kubeera mabega ne wano beere zipu oba oyagadde oba toyagala oteeka just mabega wokka kati oba otadde wano zipu ekitegeeza zipu yamabega genda kukoma eno ku line kati ogenda kuteeka zipu endala side zeeno opeko blind zipu awo waggulu ya black kati wano naye opima 6 mukaaga kubanga sleeve width eri 12 pima 6 ni 6 kutunga paka wanga zip egenda kutanda paka esale line paka wansi katono katokozesa blind nubayita blind zip yenungi nonyo ku kiteteeyi kubanga egenda kutandikira eno esale line egenda paka wansi kati blind eno munda yako obwero yewano katoteka wano bwenti nogisumulula noteka ku line enyini eri toteka wano oba toteka wano teka wano otunge kati eno blind okwata wano bwendi okwata bwendi kubanga ye ezinze bwendi kati onoko ogikwata notunga kumpi nezipu yenyini nga etunula eri totunga wano wabweru tunga wano kumpi ate totunga ku zipu kubanga waba otunze ku zipu tegenda kutambula tunga ku mabbali lekako inch katono wogenda okukozesa yakujoininga wansi oba omaze gisibe paka wakati awo otwala eri waka oba omaze tunga side eri olekako ka inch katono wansi yakujoininga wansi oba otusawo bwate soko gisumulula omalawo waggulu omalawo paka ku layini enyini oba omaze ogizipinga ogitaninga oba nogikyusa kati blind zip otewebeera uzo gisala oba omaze kati ogenda kujoininga paati ya wansi ne paati ya waggulu kati onoonya paati ya wansi tugenda kujoininga sawa paati ya wansi eyo ino paati ya wansi genda kubeera wano bwati kati eno gipima bulungi ina kubeera 32 Sharon Moyo making sure it's 32 kama nojikendeza kwa katono
Rayo kumasikiwa.
Waliwo zino eno nezire zezire.
Omaze?
Waliwo zino na zino.
Zino nezekitego.
Ziri zamme.
Zonna ebeeyi emulukono.
Lwaki muzikuzaawo? Jakunsuubuuzaako. Eza.
Omaze? Kati eno zi omala kugolola olaba ngoye ezo ng'oziddeyo bulungi wange eno pasi yegigyako
Smart 24, driving business. Smart24, Driving Business.
The Ministry of Health has issued an order giving local governments until the end of this month to vaccinate all teachers and students above the age of 18. According to a circular addressed to all local governments and signed by the Director General of Health Services, Dr. Henry Mwebesa, dated September 7th, vaccination of teachers and students in tertiary institutions aged 18 and above needs to be carried out with haste, since this will determine when learning institutions can be reopened. The circular comes following a high-level meeting attended by President Yoweri Museveni and officials from the National COVID-19 Task Force. During the meeting, education and health officials presented plans for the possible reopening of schools. Last month, the Health Ministry prioritized the vaccination of teachers by ring-fencing 300,000 Sinovac COVID-19 vaccines to carry out vaccination among this priority group that has been reporting low vaccination uptake since March this year. However, figures from the Health Ministry show that only 237,930 teachers and support staff, representing 43% of the targeted 550,000 people in this group, have received one dose of the vaccine. Only 88,825 teachers have been fully vaccinated. Following the low uptake of the vaccine, Mwebesa is now urging all COVID-19 district task forces to prioritize the vaccination of 18-year-olds and above. According to Mwebesa, the low uptake of the COVID-19 vaccine has been caused by a series of issues, which include long distances to designated vaccination sites. Records from the Health Ministry show that the uptake of the vaccines upcountry is still low, despite several efforts set up by the Health Ministry. According to data from the EpiVac information system, 106 districts had vaccinated less than 70% of their targeted audience.
Prime Minister Robin Nabbanja has terminated a 1.8 billion shilling contract for the construction of a 42-kilometer road in Kyengegwa district over shoddy works. The road, which connects from Kakabara sub-county in Kyengegwa district to Nabigola in Mubende, was constructed under the Development Response to Displacement Impact project. The program under the Office of the Prime Minister is intended to support refugee hosting communities. During the tour of the Development Response to Displacement Impact projects in Kyengegwa district on Saturday, Kyengegwa district leaders told Nabbanja that the contractor, Pekasa Contractors, was supposed to complete the works in September, but the road has not been completed 6 months after signing of the contract. Nabbanja also faulted the leaders for not supervising government projects which have given room to shoddy work. Nabbanja furthermore said she will send a team of engineers from her office to take measurements of the road and also test the quality of maram used on the road. She added that if they do not meet the expected standards, the contractor and supervisor of the projects will be apprehended. The managing director of Pekasa, the owners of the contract, George Sande, declined to comment on the delays. The issue of shoddy works, he said, according to the bills of quantities, the carriageway of the road is supposed to be 4.5 meters, while the width is 7 meters, which the district officials are against. Hilary Onek, Minister for Relief, Disaster Preparedness and Refugees, said that his office has received reports of procurement irregularities committed by district officials implementing DRDIP projects. He said that the officials demand 10% of the money before they award the contracts.
Uganda has received a consignment of more than 1.6 million doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, thanks to a donation by the United States government. The Ugandan government had earlier announced that the Pfizer vaccine will be used to inoculate school-going children as one of the measures to prepare them for the reopening of schools. The educational institutions have been largely closed since last year, as the country battled the disease that spreads across the world like wildfire. This is the second consignment of COVID-19 vaccines that the Biden administration has sent to Uganda. The first, which arrived on September 6th, comprised of 647,080 doses of Moderna, bringing the total donation from the United States to 2,321,350 COVID-19 vaccine doses. Since the pandemic began, the United States has provided approximately $111 million, nearly 400 billion shillings to Uganda in direct assistance, specifically to respond to COVID-19. In support of Uganda's national vaccine rollout, the United States has provided technical and financial support in data management, risk communication, health worker training, strengthening the supply chain, and increasing cold storage capacity, enabling vaccine uptake across Uganda. The United States is donating vaccines to the world and is the leading financial donor to COVAX. The US government contributed $2 billion to Gavi in March, which supported procurement and delivery of COVID-19 vaccine through COVAX. In July, the US provided an additional $2 billion to Gavi that will help fill the gap in COVAX's vaccine supply. The Parliamentary Committee on Education has approved a 529 billion shillings loan for the Ministry of Education to construct schools in several sub-counties. According to the ministry, 116 schools will be constructed, out of which 84 schools will be in non-refugee hosting districts, while 32 new schools in the refugee hosting districts. At least 61 existing schools in the refugee hosting districts will also be expanded. Of the total funding of $150 million, $90 million is a loan and a grant of $60 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank. The committee, chaired by Cuthbert Abigaba, the MP Chibale County, also cleared the Uganda People's Defence Forces Engineering Brigade to construct the schools, but with strict adherence to the law. As the committee considered its reports on Monday, members expressed mixed concerns over the clearance that was given to the Engineering Brigade by President Museveni. According to Busia Municipality MP Geoffrey Macho, the recommendation that the UPDF Engineering Brigade be allowed to construct the schools as long as they follow the law does not hold, saying that other contractors should be considered.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
UAP Old Mutual Foundation has launched a new financial literacy program designed to reach an estimated 1 million young people and expand economic and social opportunities for youth in Kenya. The foundation has done this following a partnership with Shujaz Inc. Corporation, the network of social ventures behind East Africa's biggest youth brand, Shujaz, to launch the initiative, which will connect young people with the skills and support they need to start businesses, work opportunities for their peers, and take control of their financial futures. Young people participating in the program will access peer-to-peer online training in key financial skills, including saving, investing, budgeting, and debt management, which are crucial for their financial success at the personal and entrepreneurship level. Speaking during the partnership signing ceremony, Apollon Joronge, the managing director of Faulu Microfinance Bank, said that the initiative's main aim is to connect youth with the skills and support they need to start and scale their businesses and manage their financial lives. Joronge also said that UAP Old Mutual Group was keen on promoting financial inclusion in Kenya, crucial to attaining the Global Sustainable Development Goals. Financial inclusion is a long-term process which involves empowering youth with financial skills as a critical step toward achieving financial inclusion, as the youth form the majority of the population. The national debt increased by 3%.
Smart 24, driving business.
The national debt increased by $3.9 billion in 1 year as the government is implementing infrastructure projects and improving provision of social services. According to the Bank of Tanzania's monthly economic review, the debt stood at $33.7 billion at the end of July this year, having increased by $3.9 billion from July 2020. External debt comprising of the public and private sector amounted to $25.96 billion at the end of July 2021 and accounted for 77% of the national debt. The debt stock represented an increase of $436.8 million from the preceding month and $2.76 billion from July 2020. The profile of external debt by borrower category remained broadly unchanged, with debt owed by the central government accounting for 77.7%, the Bank of Tanzania stated. According to the Central Bank of Tanzania, transport and telecommunication activities accounted for more than a quarter of outstanding external debt associated with ongoing mega infrastructure projects, followed by social welfare and education, as well as energy and mining. On the other hand, the government domestic debt amounted to 17.8 trillion shillings at the end of July 2021, a decrease of 1.12 trillion from June 2021 and an increase of 2.7 trillion shillings from the corresponding period in 2020. Kenya had expected to extend a debt repayment moratorium from bilateral lenders, including China, which started in January 2021, by another 6 months to December 2021, taking it from making payments of nearly 50 billion Kenyan shillings to Beijing lenders. Chinese lenders, especially Exim Bank, were uncomfortable with Kenya's push for extension of the debt service suspension with rich nations, prompting delays in disbursements to projects funded by Chinese financiers. This forced Nairobi to drop its push for the debt repayment holiday extension by China for fear of straining relations with Kenya's biggest bilateral creditor. The International Monetary Fund is expected to play a role in shaping policy that would require the government to implement tough conditions across many sectors. The conditions are tied to the fund's multi-billion shilling loan facilities to Kenya, where money flows straight into the budget to top up the public purse. Kenya sought an extension of the debt relief from G20 countries to December, paying additional savings of 39 billion Kenyan shillings. Dr. Sirima says response to Kenya's request for G20 relief has been positive. While China is a G20 member and a signatory to the deal, a large proportion of its loans to Kenya has been made on a commercial basis by government agencies, quasi-public corporations, and by state-owned banks such as China Development Bank and Exim Bank of China. President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration has largely taken loans from China since 2014 to build roads, bridges, power plants, and the standard gauge railway. The terms of China's loan deals with developing countries are unusually secretive and require borrowers to prioritize repayment to Chinese state-owned banks ahead of other creditors. A cache of such contracts was revealed in an earlier report by Reuters. The CEO said in an interview that food deliveries Uber makes in Europe are typically carried on scooters and bikes, so it prioritized cars for its green ambitions. In a manifest organized by European City Network Police and backed by Uber, e-sector operator Lime, air taxi company Lilian, and several others, they called for Europe to bring forward zero emissions targets for mobility to 2035. The European Union has previously said it aims to be carbon neutral by 2050. William Toltz, Executive Director of Transport and Environment and Advocacy Group, said the manifesto reflects a good level of ambition, but added that he thought transportation inside major cities be emission-free by 2025 and that the regulators should impose rules mandating food delivery be emissions-free. There has also been issues for mobility companies pursuing greener businesses as Uber and Lyft incorporates 2030 deadline to transition entirely to electric vehicles in North America, and Europe has come with a tentative and incomplete approach that trailed broad adoption of electric vehicles in the US's passenger fleet. Some of the companies have adopted faster timelines to decarbonize parts of their businesses, such as Uber and Lime, which target 2030 to achieve the net zero emissions on part or all of their businesses. In 2020, Uber reported that its total emissions stood at more than 3 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, as Lime's disclosure excluded Scope 3 emissions, which are emissions that come from its value chain and are likely the biggest portion of its total.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, Driving Business.
The closure of schools has had far-reaching impacts on the socio-economic well-being of the country and has had underlying effects that have widened a gap between students from the richer families and those from the poor families. According to Dorothy Chimuli, the expert from the sector of higher education, the nature of education in Uganda is still based on the traditional way of dispersing knowledge because most of the students are still based in the rural areas, which has actually created a gap whereby those from the privileged families are actually getting online facilities at the expense of the poor ones.
And most of it is because the majority of our pupils, of our students are still rural-based. And to be able to transform the education sector today and to be able to embrace the current trends, there are certain aspects of the holistic national program that have to be transformed. Give an example. You find that most people in the central, or let me say in the urban centers, are studying online. Most schools in the urban centers, non-schools, we are talking of Green Hill, we are talking of Kaboja Junior School, primary, are studying online. But many pupils and students in the rural area cannot afford these facilities, majorly because the government has a role to play. We are talking about electricity. You get it? There is the rural electricity transformation, rural electrification agency that is in place. But to what extent have they gone deep down in the villages to make sure that these people access power? You get it? And even if they have gone, I'll give an example. I also come from a village. They put the pole, the power is there. But how many people can afford the cost of power from that pole to their households? Not many, because of the income levels of most of our citizens.
Poverty has greatly killed the transformation process in the education sector in Uganda, which has made it difficult for most of the pupils and students in the rural areas to continue with education because of issues of money to facilitate their online studies.
Killing the transformation process. Why? Because COVID has taught us that you don't have to be physically present to move forward, but you must embrace the digital world. You must embrace and engage the digital space. But you find that the majority of the pupils cannot embrace, have even probably not heard about it, and yet they must be involved in this transformation process. So as a country, to be able to redirect the direction, to be able to redirect the education sector, there is so much that's at play that must be addressed to make sure that all citizens are on board. And one of the things that shows that it is lacking, students are studying online in Kampala, isn't it? But when schools open, all that is put aside and say, begin again. Instead of moving forward, they are taking us backwards. And why is that so? Because they do not want to leave the rural behind. We all sit for the same national exams. So what I think needs to be done is that we must be serious, for starters, seriousness and commitment to transform. And secondly, what does the world need? Like I had mentioned earlier, we must learn to specialize. And specialization doesn't start at university. We are wasting so many years living in the 1900 education. You get it? And yet the world is not static in the 1900 ways of doing things. So we must revisit what the world has in store for us today and prepare for that right from a very young age, such that by the time the generations are ushered into the future, they are adequately prepared and adequately knowledgeable to compete fairly with the rest of the global.
With the economic changes prevailing in the world, the education system in Uganda should quickly adopt to enriching the young ones into technology right off from childhood so as to keep up with the e-commerce competition, and this should be addressed by the government setting up platforms that will ease internet use in schools. The National COVID-19 Task Force is expected to reconvene this week to discuss the new dates for the reopening of schools after putting into consideration the proposals of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta.
Smart 24, driving business.
partnered with Danish Industries, and they're supporting us in this noble cause. And this is the first engagement with our members, part of them, due to COVID-19. And as the UMA, we're going to extend this far beyond just these few members that were here today to ensure that going forward, they look out for initiatives that will ensure business continuity. And this is in regard to the environment in which they work, to ensure that if they're going to introduce new products, how will they ensure that this won't affect the livelihood? For instance, from the fumes that come out of that, the pollution and all that, how are they going to mitigate it? The investments are really high, that's for sure, but the partnerships we've had with like the DI, they're actually willing to link our members to even other companies that have done the same in those other countries that can help us start somewhere and even invest together with them.
The Sustainable Development Goals are a global call to action to end poverty, protect the Earth's environment and climate, and ensure that people everywhere can enjoy peace and prosperity. These are the goals the UN is working on in Uganda. On top of that, the Uganda Manufacturers Association has partnered with Danish International to promote sustainable development goals and responsible business conduct. Speaking to Smart 24 TV, Lydia Tusimi, the communications officer at Uganda Manufacturers Association, this partnership is aiming at extending more knowledge to Uganda's manufacturers as well as sustainable manufacturing processes.
And this is aimed at extending knowledge to our different manufacturers on how they can implement these initiatives into their businesses. And the idea behind is to ensure that we have sustainable manufacturing going forward. That how will they ensure that their businesses will be able to continue to survive even after them, while looking at the environment and considering other elements that ensure business sustainability.
Uganda has a substantial trading potential and opportunities in her domestic, regional and international markets. However, most traders in Uganda, especially the indigenous small and medium-scale entrepreneurs, find it hard to sustain their business, for it is costly. However, Tusimi urged the business fraternity to first appreciate the benefits that comes in the long run.
Definitely, it does. And what we are pushing out as the UMA is for companies to first appreciate the benefits, the underlying benefits. The initial costs may be high, but if you looked at the long term, there'll be more benefits for business sustainability, because if you looked at where the world is heading right now, businesses need to be responsible enough for the communities and for the livelihoods in which they live in.
We are so much into business ethics, business sustainability, and trying to ensure that we have best practices. This is not only for us as a company to gain from, but it is to ensure that we are protecting the consumer. We are investing money for value, for the good of the country, but as well, if you want to operate with international bodies according to the best acceptable practices of the world, you know very well we have standards, we have ethics, so you need to invest into how best you can promote this. It is costly in the short run, but in the long run, it yields results. And it's better to do the right things right first.
Responsible business conduct is everything to SMEs, even if they see it wrongly as financial constraining. Access to market is linked to image. Unlike large enterprises, SMEs can't invest large sums in managing their brand. Their image is based on a day-to-day behavior, so behaving responsibly is the key to surviving and thriving your business.
With responsible business conduct and business ethics, is we actually seen as a mindset. It means that you do what is expected of you, both as an employee and you do the right thing. That means that you need to comply with national and international laws, specific requirements for your industry, and internal codes and policies.
Pedison Mumbere, Smart 24. The Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ramadhani Ngowi, has assured Ugandans in the diaspora that the government has no intention of taking over or even taxing unclaimed balances in the bank accounts or mobile money accounts. Ngowi was addressing members of Ugandan North American Association about misleading media reports that the government plans to tax depositors' idle cash on dormant bank accounts under the National Payment System Act. He said that rumors that money is needed by the government to pay its debts are false, and that Uganda is among the few sub-Saharan African countries with a sustainable debt portfolio. According to Ngowi, the existing legal framework is meant to protect remittance of cash from abroad. Ngowi encouraged Ugandans in the diaspora to come and invest at home and take advantage of available opportunities. He explained that the legal framework which manages the financial system was designed to protect the money owners. The move has also prompted the Uganda Bankers Association to issue a statement describing the media report as misleading and works contrary to the efforts being made towards driving financial inclusion.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Omulimu gw'embaawo gwe gumu ku mirimu egiyimirizaawo Abannayuganda abakunukkiriza 230 mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Buli muntu yenna mu ggwanga oba mwavu oba mugagga alina ekintu ekibajje mu maka ge. Olwaleero omukalazi ono nga ye ssenkulu wa budget furniture wano mu bitundu eby'omu Ndeeba atulambululidde mu bikulu ebikwata ku mulimu gw'okubajja. Mukalazi agamba nti omuntu yenna eyandyagadde okuteeka ssente mu mulimu guno ogw'okubajja alina okumanya n'okuba n'obumanyirivu mulimu guno.
Yingira omulimu gwa furniture bw'obanga tobadde mubazzi nga tewagusoma olina okusooka n'omanya kiki ennyini ky'oyagala, oba oyagala kubeera ku ddaala ki, oba oyagala furniture wo afaanana atya, oyagala kubeera ku mutindo kika ki, ky'olina okusooka okumanya. Ekintu ky'ogenda okufulumya oyagala kibeere ku mutindo ki, mutindo gw'abantu bonna oba mutindo ng'olina tageti, olina abantu b'otagetinze. Oyagala mutindo nga gwakutwala furniture bweru oba ng'agenda kukoma wano. Ky'olina okusooka okumanya ng'ogenda okuyingirira omulimu gw'okubajja oba furniture. Ekiddako olina okuba ng'olina capital ng'awera okuyingirira okubajja. Ekyokubiri olina okumanya baani abagenda okukolera furniture era ogenda kubajjawa. Ekyo kyakubiri. Ekyokusatu olina okumanya mashini z'ogenda okukozesa zigenda kufaanana zitya, oyagala zifaanana zitya okusinziira ku mutindo gw'oyagala. Byebimatalinga mu furniture.
Mukalazi agamba nti nga omuntu yenna yandyetaaza okwenyigira mulimu guno alina okumanya n'okuba n'obumanyirivu mulimu guno. Omulimu gw'embaawo gwe mulimu ogufuna ennyo ddala, naye olina okukakasa nti ebintu by'okola biri ku mutindo.
Gufunira ddala gutya gufuna okusinzira ku quality gyoba ofulumiza ekintu nga buli kasitoma naakirabako ajja kiraba nga kirungi gogufuna okujjako kusomozebwa takubulamu olina okuba nga olina emiti emikalu wata olina emiti mikalu era tojja kukola mutindo kuba okubajja guba muti mukalu si kirala kyonna omuti omukalu gwe gukola okubajja oguna mubisi jabitwalayo myezi 3 myezi 4 nga byatise kasitoma ajja kuyita ate obiddemu ogenda kufiirwa sente.
Naye Owaaye bwe tutuuka ku nkola ya Bobo, mukalazi agamba nti enkola ya Bobo ku ludda lw'ababazi ebayambye nnyo kuba kati ebintu ebitali ku mutindo tebikyava bweru.
Ensonga ya Uganda Build Uganda nungi kuba kati okuva gavumenti yateekawo Bobo ne saw restriction kubaleeta ebibajja okuva ebweru kati tuli yaddeko kati ebintu bitambulako okusinzira lulinga byali bitambula kuba kati luli bali batuleetedde nnyo ebipapula mu ggwanga lyaffe tukyasobola kufuna kibajje kirungi ebaleeta byonna bya bipapula binyiga bunyizi leka tusobola okukola ekibajje kyaffe ne kibanga kirabikako obulungi okusinzira ku mutindo wetuba tuseetenze.
Ababazi b'ebintu by'omu nnyumba be bantu ensangi zino abatesigika nti bw'omuwa omulimu mu January agamba komawo mu February ate bw'otuukayo mu bbanga lyagambye osanga tannamaliriza mulimu gwo olwo ekiddirira okusigagana bitogi. Mukalazi agamba nti kino kiva ku butaba na ssente zitandika wamu n'okuba nga ebitandika omulimu tebibeeraawo ate nga tasobola kugoba mulimu. Mukalazi agamba nti kino kiva ku butaba na ssente zitandika wamu n'okuba nga ebitandika omulimu guno tebiriiwo. Mukalazi yeebaza ekitongole kya Uzia okumukwata ku mukono n'atuuka kati wano waali. Era mukalazi akubiriza abaffere abeekwese mulimu guno okuguwa ekitiibwa kubanga mulimu mulungi nnyo nnyini ddala.
Oli agenda n'agamba nti ekibajje kyo ngenda kimala mwezi gumu naye ng'embaawo agenda bugenzi kuzigula kuzaanika kuzikaza alyoka akukolere kati awo obulimba we buva naye singa obanga olina embaawo enkalu mu mwezi gumu ebbanga lyabakuwadde oba osobola okimaliriza. N'ekyalenyi gye tuyina embaawo za bbeeyi bw'oba olina capital entono nga ffe abatandika ba small scale industries tusobola ku affordinga kugula mbaawo ezo kuzitereka awo kubeera awo kubanga ogula loole y'embaawo emu ogigula obukadde 4 bukadde 6 si bangi nnyo abakisobola ate nga tetuyina bagagga bagamba nti nno baffe tuinvestinge mu kazi embaawo. Abagagga bonna abasinga bagenda mu bintu birala kubanga okuinvestinga mu kazi embaawo kitwalamu obudde bungi.
Okuva edda nedda abantu abamu baali bamanyi okukola craft kuba kutwala budde, abamu nga bamanyi okukola craft kuba kwejalabya. Ensangi zino abantu abamu balowooza nti omuntu okuba ne bizinesi ennene olina kuba n'ekifo kinene oba ne capital mungi. Tukuleetedde omukyala Nakabuye Agnes, omukozi wa craft ng'akolera mu kifo kitono nnyo ate ng'atambuza bulungi bizinensi ye.
Ngera omulimu guno ngumazeemu emyaka 3. Emyaka 3 nina ebintu ebyenjawulo byenkola nga nduka ensawo eno y'emu ku crochet nga tukozesa ofuna ekidonde nga kino n'ogiruka olukisa mpiso eno gye bayita crochet n'oba nga bw'omala ogiruka design yonna gy'oba oyagadde n'ofunayo endala gy'ojambaza efaananako bweti. Bwe mmala ogiruka bweti n'enjambazaako ku eno. Zino zo nzigula nga already ntunge bweti. Kati bwe njifuna nga ntunge we mmala otunga n'enjambaza. Kati we mmala okujambaza nsobola okulekako emikono gino oba nenkyusa nenduka omukono nga guno.
Naye owaye abamu balowooza nti craft yeetaaga biwuma okugyamu ky'oyagala, naye osobola okukozesa emikono gyo.
Mba nkozesa beads nenkozesa eno goozi, kati era nayo yakwambaza kuno. Wabeerawo sizes ez'enjawulo ng'ebimu ku bintu bye mba neetaaga makansi okuba nga nsala bye mba nkola nga goozi eno yennyini nemba nga ebyo bye nkozesa.
Nakabuye agenze maaso nga kubiriza abakyala okukola ennyo, obutalera ngalo n'obutalinda za kameeza.
Abakyala bannange abali eyo, nze kyennyinza obbakubiriza bannaye tuyina okukola. N'abaami olumu bakoowa akameeza, naye aba ayagala omuntu nabo ng'amuyambako. Bannaye kye mbasaba tube nga tukola, n'ewaka osobola okukolerawo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Ng'enjogera y'ensangi zino bw'egamba nti okuyiga tekuggwaayo, kitongole eky'abannamakolero kikola buli ekisoboka okwongera okubangula bannamakolero ku ngeri gye bayinza okuddukanyamu bizinensi zaabwe wamu n'ebitundu mwe bakolera, wadde nga balaba batunuulira nsimbi zokka, naye embeera mwe bakolera n'okuuma obutonde kikulu nnyo.
Ebirala ebiri mu Sustainable Development Goals bye bayinza otandika nabyo nga tebyetaaze ssente, kati ng'okulabirira abakozi nti weewaawo ssente zibeeramu naye ate si nnyingi nnyo, okulaba nti bw'aba nga abakozi balina gender balance, nti okurecruiting okwo kyekintu ekiteetaagisa nnyo investment, naye nga kyetaaga okuteekawo policy egamba nti waneeno twagala representation y'abakyala ebitundutundu oba 5-5, ti abasajja 5 abakazi 5.
Eri munnamakolero yenna addukanya business mu ggwanga lya Uganda. Lydia Tusime ayogerera ekitongole kya Uganda Manufacturers Association gamba nti ssente kikulu nnyo kuzitunuulira, naye ate imala wabula n'embeera omuntu mwakolera kikulu nnyo. Tusime agamba nti ekintu ekikolebwa bwe kiba nga si kya mutindo kikosa obutonde n'ebitundu mwe tukolera. Mwesigwa Jason ono omukozi mu kitongole ekya Roofings agamba nti omutindo naye kikulu nnyo mu buli mbeera yonna.
Omuntu okubeera n'empisa mu ngeri gy'okolamu bizinesi yo, waliwo ey'obusuubuzi naye waliwo naye neyaffe ey'amakolero, okulaba nga ofulumya ekyuma nga kiri ku mutindo ogwa Uganda, kiri ku mutindo ogwa East Africa, naddala ffe tukolera nnyo ku mutindo oguli ku international standard, kwegamba ogw'ensi yonna. nga British Standard oba Japanese Standard ebyuma byaffe bye tukola.
Omulimu gwonna nga gunaakulaakulana kikulu nnyo okuuma omutindo wamu n'obutakosa ebitundu mwe tukolera. Kibiina kya WUMA kikyali nnyo mu kaweefube ow'okubangula bannamakolero ngeri gye bayinza okuddukanya mu bizinensi mu ggwanga erya Uganda.
Tujjukira emabega ng'omukulembeze w'eggwanga His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni yavaayo naggala amasomero oluvannyuma lw'ekirwadde ekirumima amawuggwe COVID-19 okwerinsa enkuli mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Era kubanga amasomero agamu gali tegeeteeseteese bulungi okusobola okulwanyisa ekirwadde. Naye wetwogerera ebbanga liweze nga amasomero gaggalwa. Olunaku olwaleero bwe twogeddeko n'omukugu omu mu byenjigiriza mukyala Dorothy Kimuli ono nga mugezi w'ekitongole kya Uganda Technology and Management University agamba nti ebyenjigiriza by'eggwanga byandibadde bikyusibwa ng'omuntu asobola okusomera wonna.
Okuyigirizibwa mu Uganda mu kaseera kano yeetaaga okukyusaamu kubanga tukyasomesa mu ngeri ey'edda ate ensi yo esigala egenda maaso. Ate abayigirizwa be tusomesa tetubeesomeseza wabula tubasomeseza ensi. N'olw'ensonga eyo Uganda tulina okukyusa engeri gye tusomesaamu abaana baffe. Tulina okukyusa ebintu bye twali tukola edda ebitasobola bye twali tukola edda tekitegeeza nti tulina bikola leero. Programu nti waliwo engeri gye bagenda mu kibiina ekyo okusoma newankubadde omusomesa taliwo nga naye bonna bakola ki basoma. Zezo enkyukakyuka ze tulina okukola ki okukyusaamu.
Dorothy Kimuli agamba nti wetutuuse omuntu yeetaaga obuteetaaga kugenda mu kibiina wabula okusomera wonna.
Nti nno mu kaseera kano toteekwa kugenda mu kibiina okusoma. Osobola okusoma yonna gy'oli. Naye olw'embeera ya Uganda olwaleero ye ensonga ku lwaki COVID esigadde etuzza mabega ate nga abalala bagenda mu maaso. Kino nja kigeraageranya n'abasomi abatali mu kibuga, abasomi abali wabweru w'ekibuga abatalina masannyalaze.
Kimuli agamba nti gavumenti yeetaaga okwenyigira mu byenjigiriza okwongera okubunyisa amasannyalaze mu bitundu byonna n'okusaasaanya intaneti. Era agamba senga twali tweteeseteese ekimala tetwandituuse na wano.
Nti nno amasannyalaze newankubadde waliwo kye bakola era tulaba nti nno waliwo kye bakola. Balina okwongeramu amaanyi okulaba nti nno amasannyalaze gatuuka yonna gye galina okutuuka, abasomi basobole okufuna ebyetaagisa. Intaneti yeetaaga amasannyalaze. Tosobola kukozesa intaneti nga tolina masannyalaze. Waliwo ebintu ng'amasomero singa tusobola okugajjuza ne computers. Internet yeetaaga computers. Abasomi basobola okugakozesa okusoma mu January nti essomero zitandike. Naye singa twali twateeka enteekateeka mu ntandikwa bulungi nnyo, twandibadde tetulinda January, twandibadde tugenda mu maaso kubanga ensi endala zonna zigenda mu maaso, ensi endala zonna zisoma. Tuli mu kaseera nga abaana bonna bakula, abawala bali kula, naye ng'ate okusoma kukyagaanye kati tuli mu myaka 2.
Wetwogerera kati ebyenjigiriza by'eggwanga Uganda bikyali mu muggalo nga ekiddako teryakimanyi okuggyako okulindirira okwogera kw'omukulembeze w'eggwanga. Abaana emitwalo 15 be bakyakonkomalidde ewaka olw'omuggalo. Mukisa Eddie, Smart 24 TV.
Smart 24, driving business.
Kale President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akawungezi kola tumusubira okubanga agenda kuba ayogerako eri eggwanga namwe abagala okubanga mubangula mulimu ogwembaawo byemu ku bintu byetwaletedde enkyawonako lwaliro mbaniriza nate basebo ne bannyabo musibye mutya njagala okwebaza Katonda nate abakuumi nze Fred Makubuya ndi muzukulu wa Walusimbi nzize twongere okutunuulira ensonga enkulu ezigenda ddala maaso mu ggwanga program Uganda tukole mwe tubeerawo nitunuulira ensonga enkulu ezikutte ku bulamu bw'Abannayuganda tusuubira nti business y'emu ku mpagi eyimirizaawo eggwanga lyattu erya Uganda. Kale katandike ate namwe abandyagadde okubanga mwenogera kasente egimu ku mirimu egigenda okutuyamba okutuwa kasente gw'omulimu ogwembaawo bwe twayogeddeko n'omukugu mwami Mukalazi ono nno omulimu guno agumazeemu emyaka egikunukkiriza mu 2 ng'ayambibwako ekitongole ekya Uganda Small Scale Industries Association yatutotodde nti omulimu guno ogwembaawo mulimu gw'amaanyi nnyo era yatukubiriza nti mwe abandyagadde okubanga mwenyigira mu okufaanako bwe muti ebisaanizo bino wammanga. Yayongedde n'otutegeeza nti mukaweefube ka gavumenti okuteekawo ensonga eya bubu gye tuyise mu lunyanyembe Buy Uganda Build Uganda erina kyamaanyi nnyo kyebayambye era kibalowooza nti kino senga kigendera ddala maaso embeera senga egenda ddala maaso okuba bweti eggwanga lyattu Uganda ligenda kubeera eggwanga eryeyagaza. Mwe abagala okubangula katutandike n'engeri gye tuyinza okulaba nga twenogeramu kasente nga tuyita mulimu guno eno ogwa furniture nga mu lunyanyembe bwe tukiyita.
Omulimu gw'embaawo gwe gumu ku mirimu egiyimirizaawo Abannayuganda abakunukkiriza 2,300 mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Buli muntu yenna mu ggwanga oba mwavu oba mugagga alina ekintu ekibajje mu maka ge. Olwaleero Mukalazi ono nga ye ssenkulu wa budget furniture wano mu bitundu eby'omu Ndeeba atulambululidde mu bikulu ebikwata ku mulimu gw'okubajja. Mukalazi agamba nti omuntu yenna eyandyagadde okuteeka ssente mu mulimu guno ogw'okubajja alina okumanya n'okuba n'obumanyirivu mulimu guno.
Yingira omulimu gwa furniture bw'obanga tobadde mubazzi nga tewagusoma olina okusooka n'omanya kiki ennyini kyoyagala oyagala kubeera ku ddaala ki oba oyagala furniture wo afaanana atya oyagala kubeera ku mutindo kikaaki kyolina okusooka okumanya ekintu kyogenda okufulumya oyagala kibeere ku mutindo ki mutindo gw'abantu bonna oba mutindo ng'olina tageti olina abantu b'otagetinze oyagala mutindo nga gwakutwala furniture bweru oba ng'agenda kukoma wano kyolina okusooka okumanya ng'ogenda okuyingirira omulimu gw'okubajja oba furniture. Ekiddako olina okuba nga olina capital ng'awera okuyingirira okubajja. Ekyokubiri olina okumanya baani abagenda okukolera furniture era ogenda kubajjawa. Ekyo kyakubiri. Ekyokusatu olina okumanya mashini z'ogenda okukozesa zigenda kufaanana zitya oyagala zifaanana zitya okusinziira ku mutindo gw'oyagala byebimatalinga mu furniture.
Mukalazi agamba nti nga omuntu yenna yandyetaaza okwenyigira mulimu guno alina okumanya n'okuba n'obumanyirivu mulimu guno. Omulimu gw'embaawo gwe mulimu ogufuna ennyo ddala naye olina okukakasa nti ebintu by'okola biri ku mutindo.
Gufunira ddala gutya gufuna okusinziira ku quality gy'oba ofulumiza ekintu nga buli kasitoma n'akirabako ajja kiraba nga kirungi ng'ogufuna okujjako kusomozebwa tekubulamu olina okuba nga olina emiti emikalu ate olina emiti mikalu era tojja kukola mutindo kuba okubajja guba muti mukalu si kirala kyonna omuti omukalu gwe gukola okubajja oguna mubisi jja bitwalayo myezi 3 myezi 4 nga byatise kasitoma ajja kuyita ate obiddemu etola ogenda kufiirwa senga.
Naye owaaye bwe tutuuka ku nkola ya bubu Mukalazi agamba nti enkola ya bubu ku ludda lw'ababazi ebayambye nnyo kuba kati ebintu ebitali ku mutindo tebikyava bweru.
Ensonga ya Buy Uganda Build Uganda nungi kuba kati okuba gavumenti yateekawo bubu ne saw restriction kubaleta ebibajja okuva ebweru kati tuli yaddeko kati ebintu bitambulako okusinzira olinga byali bitambula kuba kati luli bali batuleetedde nnyo ebipapula mu ggwanga lyaffe tukyasobola kufuna kibajje kirungi ebaleeta byonna bya bipapula binyiga bunyizi leka tusobola okukola ekibajje kyaffe ne kibanga kirabikako obulungi okusinzira ku mutindo gwe tuba tuseetenze.
Ababazi b'ebintu by'omu nnyumba be bantu ensangi zino abatasigika nti bw'omuwa omulimu mu January agamba komawo mu February ate bw'otuukayo mu bbanga lyagambye osanga tannamaliriza mulimu gwo olwo ekiddirira okusigagana bitogi. Mukalazi agamba nti kino kiva ku butaba na ssente zitandika wamu n'okubanga ebitandika omulimu tebibeeraawo ate nga tasobola kugoba mulimu. Mukalazi agamba nti kino kiva ku butaba na ssente zitandika wamu n'okubanga ebitandika omulimu guno tebiriiwo. Mukalazi yeebaza ekitongole kya Uzia okumukwata ku mukono n'atuuka kati wano waali. Era mukalazi akubiriza abafere abeekwese mulimu guno okuguwa ekitiibwa kubanga mulimu mulungi nnyo nnyini ddala.
Oli agenda n'agamba nti ekibajje kyo ngenda kimala mwezi gumu naye ng'embaawo agenda bugenzi kuzigula kuzaanika kuzikaza alyoka akukolere kati awo obulimba we buva naye singa obanga olina embaawo enkalu mu mwezi gumu ebbanga lyabakuwadde oba osobola okimaliriza. N'ekyalenge nala gye tuyina embaawo za bbeeyi bw'oba olina kapita entono ngaffe abatandika ba small scale industries tetusobola ku affordinga kugula mbaawo ezo kuzitereka awo kubeera awo kubanga okugula loole y'embaawo emu ogigula obukadde 4 bukadde 6 si bangi nnyo abakisobola ate nga tetuyina bagagga bagamba nti nno baffe tuinvestinge mu kazi embaawo. Abagagga bonna abasinga bagenda mu bintu birala kubanga okuinvestinga mu kazi embaawo kitwalamu obudde bungi kutandika.
Kale ndowooza basomere banyabo engeri gye muyinza okwenogera mu kasente nga muyita mulimu ogw'embaawo ate mulina kyamaanyi kye muyize of course ku mulimu ogufaananako bwe gutyo. Of course bravo mwami Mukalazi okusobola okulaba nga oddukanya emirimu egifaananako bwe gityo. Twongera of course okubakubiriza abasomere banyabo nti makyazi tusaba gavumenti etuyambe naye buvunaanyizibwa bwaffe okusobola okulaba nga tukola bye tulina okukola okusobola okulaba nga twejja mu bwavu. So emirimu egifaananako bwe gityo emirimu egy'emikono emirimu egyongera ettaffaali ku ggwanga erya Uganda n'Abannayuganda abasinga bonna gy'emirimu gye tulina okuba nga twettanira newankubadde abasinga mugiyisaamu amaaso mulowooza mirimu gy'abataasoma. Kale nga tumaliriza ensonga z'embaawo ate katulabe ku bannamakolero abalala bo banogera ku ssente nga bakozesa emirimu egy'emikono gye twabaddeko eyo nga tutambula twongera okunoonyereza ku nsonga ezikwata ku bizinesi gye twagwiridde ku mukyala Nakabugo ono nno essente ezimuyamba okuddukanya obulamu bwe azijja mu mirimu egy'engalo. Era mukyala Nakabuyo ono yategeezezza nti omulimu guno ogw'okukola ebintu eby'emikono agumazeemu emyaka egikunukiriza mu 3 era nga alina waatuuse. Katulabe emboozi eno.
Okuva edda nedda abantu abamu baali bamanyi okukola craft kuba kutwala budde, abamu nga bamanyi okukola craft kuba kwejalabya. Ensangi zino abantu abamu balowooza nti omuntu okuba ne bizinesi ennene olina kuba n'ekifo kinene oba ne kapito mungi. Tukuleetedde omukyala Nakabuye Agnes, omukozi wa craft ng'akolera mu kifo kitono nnyo ate ng'atambuza bulungi bizinensi ye.
Ng'era omulimu guno ngumazeemu emyaka 3. Emyaka 3 nina ebintu ebyenjawulo byenkola nga nduka ensawo eno y'emu ku crochet nga tukozesa ofuna ekidonde nga kino n'ogiruka olukisa mpiso eno gye bayita crochet n'oba nga bw'omala ogiruka dizayini yonna gy'oba oyagadde n'ofunayo endala gy'ojambaza efaananako bweti. Bwe mmala ogiruka bweti n'enjambazaako ku eno. Zino zo nzigula nga already ntunge bweti. Kati bwe njifuna nga ntunge we mmala otunga n'enjambaza. Kati we mmala okujambaza nsobola okulekako emikono gino oba nenkyusa nenduka omukono nga guno.
Naye owaye abamu balowooza nti craft yeetaaga biwuma okugyamu kyoyagala, naye osobola okukozesa emikono gyo.
Mba nkozesa beads nenkozesa eno goozi, kati era nayo yakwambaza kuno. Wabeerawo sizes ez'enjawulo ng'ebimu ku bintu bye mba neetaaga makansi okuba nga nsala bye mba nkola nga goozi eno yennyini nemba nga ebyo bye nkozesa.
Nakabuye agenze maaso nga kubiriza abakyala okukola ennyo obutalera ngalo n'obutalinda za kameeza.
Abakyala bannange abali eyo nze kyennyinza obbakubiriza bannaye tuyina okukola. N'abaami olumu bakoowa akameeza naye aba ayagala omuntu nabo ng'amuyambako. Bannaye kyembasaba tube nga tukola n'ewaka osobola okukolerawo.
Kale ate katuyingire ensonga ez'ebyenjigiriza. Abakugu bavuddeyo kale basaba ne banyaba tukatuyingire ensonga ez'ebyenjigiriza. Of course onako lwaleero tusuubira omukulembeze gwanga His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni okubanga ayogerako eri eggwanga. Ebintu bingi bimusuubirwa kubanga wagenda okwogerebwa ebitongole ebiwerako ddala bikyali mu lockdown. Ebimu ku ebyo ge makanisa ate n'ebimu ku ebyo oba n'ebirala z'ensonga ez'amasomero. Abasomesa bavuddeyo ne boogera ebintu ebiwerako ddala of course mu kaweefube ow'okusaba gavumenti esobole okubanga eggulawo. Bwe twayogeddeko omu ku mukugu mu nsonga ez'ebyenjigiriza yategeeza nti COVID-19 alina bingi byatusomeseza era ebimu ku byo nti gavumenti erina okubanga yeeteeseteese okusobola okulaba nti egaziya ebintu nga internet ebigenda okuyamba ate ensonga z'ebyenjigiriza okutambula. N'ebirala of course abakugu bye bavuddeyo nga balabula kwe kuba nti kati COVID-19 watuusizza tetuyinza kuba nti ate tetusobola kubanga tetulina kubeera mu bibiina okusobola okulaba nga tusoma wabula tusobola okubeera mu bitundu ebyenjawulo ne tusobola okulaba nga ate ensonga z'ebyenjigiriza zitambula. Katulabe ensonga eno.
Tujjukira emabega ng'omukulembeze w'eggwanga His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni yavaayo naggala amasomero oluvannyuma lw'ekirwadde kirumima mawuggwe COVID-19 okwerinsa enkuli mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Era kubanga amasomero agamu gali tegeeteeseteese bulungi okusobola okulwanyisa ekirwadde. Naye wetwogerera ebbanga liweze nga amasomero gaggalwa. Olunaku olwaleero bwe twogeddeko n'omukugu omu mu byenjigiriza mukyala Dorothy Kimuli ono nga mwogezi w'ekitongole kya Uganda Technology and Management University agamba nti ebyenjigiriza by'eggwanga byandibadde bikyusibwa ng'omuntu asobola okusomera wonna.
Okuyigirizibwa mu Uganda mu kaseera kano yeetaaga okukyusaamu kubanga tukyasomesa mu ngeri ey'edda ate ensi yo esigala egenda maaso. Ate abayigirizwa be tusomesa tetubeesomeseza wabula tubasomeseza ensi. N'olw'ensonga eyo Uganda tulina okukyusa engeri gye tusomesaamu abaana baffe. Tulina okukyusa ebintu bye twali tukola edda ebitasobola bye twali tukola edda tekitegeeza nti tulina bikola leero. Programu nti waliwo engeri gye bagenda mu kibiina ekyo okusoma newankubadde omusomesa taliwo nga naye bonna bakola ki basoma. Zezo enkyukakyuka ze tulina okukola ki okukyusaamu.
Dorothy Kimuli agamba nti wetutuuse omuntu yeetaaga obuteetaaga kugenda mu kibiina wabula okusomera wonna.
Nti nno mu kaseera kano
Smart 24, driving business.
That less people should die or nobody should die at all. That was the reason. And as you can see, the figures are here. The infections are now in a month 124 cases countrywide. Previously, when we had that big surge, there were 1,445 cases. This monthly or daily? Daily, the average daily. 124 every day. Now, case confirmed instead of 1,445. And the death are 6 per day instead of 57 per day. As of 22nd September 2021, the country had registered a total of 122,502 confirmed cases and 3,135 deaths. Additionally, the current admissions stand at 340 in both public and private facilities. People who are in hospitals are now 340. And we remember when we had these very high cases, there was no space in the hospitals because all the beds were full. But now you hear that because of the tough measures we took, now only 340 people are in hospital at one time. That means we have got spare capacity of beds because now we have got more than 4,000 beds. So when we were, and by that, the other time when we had people were crying, they had no space in government hospitals. They had to go to private hospitals which were overcharging them. It was because the number was higher than the 4,000 beds. But here you are now with 340 people in hospital in both public and private facilities. I don't know what they are looking for in private facilities because the government has got capacity to cater for them. According to these figures, 272 are in public hospitals. Oh, 66, okay, I can understand now. 272 are in public hospitals, 66 are in the prisons. So the only people in private hospitals are 2. That's good. That means that people are not squandering money over health. Now, of these 340, 144, which is 38%, are in severe and critical category. Now, I would like the staff to show you the curve, how the whole thing has come from the beginning to today. Show us that curve, please. There you are. On my left, this side, that's where the whole problem started. March last year. And you see it remained flat, 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 flat until November and December, that's when it came up. Because you remember, November, December, we had rebels, people who were opposing us. We were telling people, please, don't congregate. You remember that was during the elections. And some other prophets were saying, no, congregate. There's no problem. Museveni is a dictator. He's stopping you from democratically infecting one another. So, people listened to the false prophets. Banabi, Abobulimba. And that November, buli muntu yena chichasiga chichakungula. Whatever you sow, that's what you reap. So there you have the figures. Then we shouted after the elections. But it was coming down because you remember we even cancelled campaigns in Kampala and Wakiso. Yes. I was advised that if you have campaigns in Kampala, although I was using indirect campaigns, consulting only leaders, but I was advised by these experts, please don't, even that indirect, that meeting of leaders, don't do it. Just speak on the radio. So, because of those measures, and arresting some of the troublemakers, because you remember we had to stop them from what they were doing. From after the end of December, started coming down, and for February, March, April, it was almost zero. Almost zero. And you can imagine that, put the graph again, please. You can imagine that from March 20th to 21st May this year, a year and 2 months, the people who died were only 340 or something like that. In 1 year and 2 months of big trouble. But because of the false prophets, people didn't listen to us. So, there you are. That big mountain you see, that Rwenzori, that's what happened in June. Up. And you remember that's when we had to come in and say, please, lock down now. You remember? Lockdown. And because of the lockdown, by July, even the end of June, by 21st June, it was coming down. This 21st is 21st is the day when you monitor what? Okay. Huh? Okay. Oh, the first case was, so you used 21st. Okay. That they used the 21st day as a landmark, because that was the first day when we had the first case in March last year. So by 21st July, because of the serious lockdown we carried out, the graph came down. So the following the previous wave, Can remove the graph now. Following the previous wave, the current national COVID-19 response strategy now focuses on the following interventions. Number one, vaccination. Because you remember, when the whole thing started, we were telling you that we are taking some measures. Actually, this disease is not really as dangerous as some of the other diseases, if people listen, because from the beginning we had a very strong hope of getting a vaccine, and quickly, which was not the case with AIDS. It's now almost 40 years with AIDS, no vaccine. But here, people were saying, no, this one we shall get a vaccine. So during that time when we were saying, please don't die now. Other safety measures are coming, including vaccine and maybe even cure. That's what we are telling you. Don't die, please. Begging people. Don't die. Just be patient. Stay at home. Solutions are coming. Because this was a virus which people thought could be fought more easily than some of the others. So now, as we speak, what we are telling you, if people had not disobeyed in May and April, we would have had only one wave. The one of the other rebels of November, and when people were campaigning, we were saying, don't campaign, don't hold rallies. They were saying, we are dictators, we are stopping people from gathering. So even that hike, the one of November, was not necessary. It could have been avoided. Because some of the countries like Australia and New Zealand, I keep watching the TV there, they have not had many cases, I think. Of course, they are isolated, they are very far from other countries. So, we could have avoided the first wave, we could have avoided the second wave. And avoid in order to wait for a solution. A solution which is a number of solutions. So that you can resume your normal life. And what are the solutions? Number one, vaccination. In record time, the world now has got vaccines. Not one, not two, a number of them. Government continues to carry out extensive mobilization of COVID-19 vaccines. But by these people who are writing my speech, they write in their own language, which is fantastic. So when you hear mobilization, don't think that they are holding rallies or what. What they mean by mobilization is gathering, that we are continuing to gather. But for them, they call it mobilization. I'm reading the experts' speech, but I'm putting on my few words. So the government continues to carry out extensive efforts of acquiring and gathering vaccines. That's what they call mobilization. Vaccines, and by the end of December 2021, we expect about 12 million doses as shown below. Pfizer, 1.6 million. That one is already received. We have received it. 1.6 million. We received them on the 20th of September, a few days ago. Moderna, 647,000 received on the 6th of September 2021. These two are from the USA. We thank our friends in the US. From France, we are expecting, we have received AstraZeneca, 500,000, 22nd of September, which was like yesterday. Tonight. These are coming tonight. Belgium send us another AstraZeneca, 344,000. Again tonight. China, Sinovac, 700,000, 30th of September, in a few days. USA, Pfizer again, 3.4 something million, end of October. Johnson & Johnson, 1.2 million, end of October 2021. Sinopharm, China, 2 million, end of September. Another AstraZeneca batch from COVAX. COVAX is an international coalition. 1 million, mid-October 2021. Ireland is sending us 350,000, mid-October 2021. Belgium, Johnson & Johnson, 100,000, end of November. So, by end of November, we shall have received almost 12 million vaccines. Now, these vaccines are two types. There is the one of Johnson & Johnson, the 1.2 million. That one is one dose. You get one dose and it's finished. So this one will cover 1.2 million people. The others, they need 2. So if you have got 10 million of these, that means you will cover 5 million people. So these vaccines here will cover more than 6 million people. Johnson & Johnson will cover 1.2 million. The others, 10 million of them will cover 5. Now, as of now, we have 2.2 million doses of vaccines available at the national medical stores out of the 12 million doses expected by the end of December. So the 2 million we have here are part of the 12 million. But they don't include the ones who have already vaccinated. Because we have already vaccinated how many? How many doses have we received? Already used now? We have already received 1.3 million, which means, because that one is mainly 2.2, so that means 600,000 people fully vaccinated already behind, including myself. So I'm not in the, and Mama, So I'm not in the queue for the 12 million. Unless they want to give me a booster, which they keep talking about. They are talking of boosters. In regard to the vaccination strategy, the following are being undertaken. Scaling up vaccination for all the eligible Ugandans aged 18 years and above, approximately 22 million. So, I will explain that later. So, according to the present strategy, we want to vaccinate everybody above 18 years old. And these ones are 22 million. But within the 22 million, we prioritize the vaccination of the 4.8 million priority population. Why are they priority? Not because they are better human beings. No, don't say that. Oh, why do you priority? Why? I'm also a human being. Not that they are better human beings. No, but they happen to belong to different categories, which are more exposed. Who are these 4.8 million? Health workers. Although some of them have some issues, but really the medical service must be commended. The medical service of Uganda must be commended because they have really fought. Some of us fought our own wars. But these ones have these ones have fought their own war. This war they have fought for us because they are always risking their lives. In many parts of the world, health workers have died, especially in some of these big countries. They have died, a lot of them. Even here, I think next time when I come, I will be able to give you figures about the health workers who have died because they are on the front line of the war. So therefore, although we are aiming at vaccinating 22 million, we must start with some people who are near the fire or who have got some special reasons. So health workers, teachers, you remember we want to open schools. We want to open schools. But in order to open schools, you must deal with the teachers and the staff who work in the schools, the adults. The reason we start with the teachers is because according to the behavior of this disease, even when children get infected, they don't become very sick. Sometimes they don't get sick at all. Sometimes even if they get sick, they get cured. Even some of my staff here were infected. But some of them didn't even have symptoms. Very few had symptoms, but we never lost anybody here. We never lost anybody. Because of their carelessness, we were telling them, the ones in the press, those are veterans. They have been infected, they are veterans of infection, the press ones. Even some of the people, even the ones in our kitchen and household staff, they got infected. But none of them got very sick. Some did not even get symptoms. So the young people, seem to have been able to cope with this disease better. That's why, therefore, we say that if you want to open schools, start with the teachers, the adults, and also the other people who are working in the school system, the bursars, those adults working in the schools. Then security personnel. Oh, those ones are in trouble because they are on the road stopping borders. That's how they get exposed. Operating in the field for UPDF. So those must be vaccinated, the security personnel. Elderly or 50 years and above, those ones are the ones who are vulnerable. And when you hear people, even here, many of the people have died, these 3,000, many of them are these elderly, middle-aged, even not very elderly, middle-aged. We've lost some. I know somebody who was 49 who died. Then those below 50 years, but with comorbidities. They have got, he's below 50, but he has got diabetes. I don't know about these sickle cells. How is it? Is it very vulnerable? Sickle cells, blood pressure, HIV. Now those ones are 330,000. No. The ones of comorbidities are my people here don't give the numbers, but the 330,000 are students in post-secondary institutions aged 18 years and above. The comorbidities are 500,000. So these ones total 4.8 million. We are aiming at vaccinating 22 million. Why? Because they are above the age of 18. But within that, we are starting with the 4.8 million. Why? Some are health workers, they are on the front line. Others are teachers, they are on the front line because they are dealing with so many young people. The children will kill the teacher. They will kill their teachers. They will kill their teachers. And we don't want the children to kill their teachers. And we don't want the children to kill their parents. You see, the children, they get infected. Either they don't get sick, or even if they get sick, they survive. But they go home, kill the parents and the grandparents. Here in the school, they kill the teachers. So, what are you doing? So that's why we are saying we shall vaccinate the 22 million. But let's start with the 4.8 million. Who are the 4.8 million? The health workers, the teachers, the security personnel. These ones on the road all the time. The elderly people above 50 years. And the students in schools who are above 18. And these are the ones in the post-secondary, not the ones of the secondary. Post-secondary, there are 330,000. Therefore, I now direct with immediate effect that all other diseases, cows, you know cows? Don't think they are cows, the other cows. These are CAOS, Chief Administrative Officers. DHOs, don't confuse them with DHL. There was also a system. These are district health officers. Must carry out intensive mobilization for all eligible priority groups to go for vaccination. They should in addition ensure that no vaccines are wasted or left to expire. Because now there's a problem that the vaccines may expire because they are sitting there in the districts, and the other disease, I don't know what he's doing, he's sitting there, driving around in the district headquarters, and then the cow, the cow is also cow there, and the DHO. So this is not acceptable. If any vaccine expires in your area, I will deal with you. I will dismiss you. If you are a DC, I will dismiss you. If you are DHO, I will dismiss you. If you are this other one, cow, even the cow. People, we want to open up. People are crying to open up. The method for opening up is there, but you don't use it. And you are in charge of that area. You will be dismissed. I don't know whether I will find out how many vaccines, how many doses are on the verge of expiring. Do you have the number? You can tell me before the end of the meeting. So, therefore, our strategy now, because the other time we were saying, you know what we were telling you, don't congregate. All that continues. Don't congregate. Sanitize yourself. Sanitize documents. Put on masks. That one continues, even now. But in addition, we are now adding vaccination. So let the vaccinations be used so that these 4.8 million people are vaccinated, the vulnerable. Then secondly, surveillance. In order to prevent the third wave and the importation or the emergence of new variants in the country, I directed the Minister of Health to enhance surveillance at the airport and all the 53 land ports of entry. These people are using the word ports, but don't think it is Nyambuchiro. Don't think it is Omwaro. By port they mean entry point. Because there is no Mwaro at Busia, there is no Mwaro at Marava. So don't when you hear port, say, oh, port. Here they mean entry point, which could be airport, could be land border point. There are a few landing sites also, like Jinja. So enhanced surveillance at the airport and all the 53 land ports of entry. Government will establish testing facilities at the airport and all land border points of entry. In the interim, not more than 2 weeks, the private laboratories will continue to test the incoming travelers, because we are phasing down the private, because the private had become very expensive, $65 for testing. We are now going to test at $30 by the government people, but because of setting up and preparing, we have tried to allow the private to be there for another 2 weeks, so that they don't go away and leave a vacuum. Now, secondly, the UPDF and Civil Aviation Authority will support the Ministry of Health to complete the modification necessary for installation of the testing facilities and to carry out the surveillance processes. The UPDF engineering brigade is going to build shelters for these government testing units at the airport, but maybe also at other places. 3, carry out regular and systematic genomic sequencing to detect new variants, locally emerging and imported. Genomic is to discover the clans of these viruses, because they keep changing. That's how you had the Indian variant, this other one, Delta, this one, which one? So that's what they call it, genomic, to obunya, the genes of the internal structure of these viruses. So our people at the virus center are studying always. Work with the Ministry of Education and Sports, support head teachers to carry out surveillance and early reporting of suspected cases in schools to the district and city task forces. Now, in the past, some teachers were hiding this disease. Something happens and he hides because he doesn't want the school to be closed. This is a very serious offense. If we discover this, you will be in trouble. I think I even saw some amendment of the laws to amend the laws to send people to jail for hiding pandemics or spreading them. Or I don't know how far that law has gone. We passed it in the cabinet, or I saw the document somewhere. Next week, yes. But for now, I will have to use even the existing law to deal with anybody who hides sick children in schools. Report. Report where we are going now with more vaccination. The closing of schools, which have already opened, may no longer be necessary, because if we vaccinate the teachers, we vaccinate the school workers, the adults, the sweepers, the secretaries, then we vaccinate the adults at home, the 50 years and above, the parents and grandparents, and we vaccinate the diabetes ones in the homes. Then there's no need to close the school, because the danger is that the children As I said at the beginning, first they were killing the teachers. And in some of these European countries, teachers, I saw teachers dying before the schools were closed. And then they go home and they kill the parents and the grandparents. But with the vaccination, that instability would no longer be there. So therefore, hiding is not necessary. Hiding is not necessary. You should report immediately. Then follow up the use of rapid antigen self-tests with World Health Organization, and once approved, inform the Ministry of Education and Sports to consider their use in schools. This rapid way, if it is approved, it can be used in schools. Now, number 3, the safe reopening of sectors under lockdown. For safe lifting of restrictions, the National Task Force usually considers a number of factors such as risk of transmission in that sector, vulnerability of individuals and overall economic impact, and overall economic impact. This is further guided by the following: scientific evidence-based approach for safe and sustainable reopening in a phased manner. Number 2, enforcement of SOPs by the sector in line with the COVID-19 statutory instrument. Number 3, increased awareness by the sector of the risks and adherence to SOPs. I'm aware of the limitations of the current Public Health Act. Cabinet will fast-track its amendment to facilitate the enforcement of SOPs and include, among others, the on-spot and court fines of those who fail to adhere to SOPs. So in the new proposed law, first the punishments will be stronger, but also the method of administering the punishments will change. You can be fined on the spot. In this regard, the National Task Force has reviewed the sectors that were pending lifting of restrictions, and I now direct as follows. A, places of worship. The places of worship can now open under the following conditions. Number 1, limit the number of worshippers at any one time to not more than 200, provided the place of worship can ensure physical distancing of 2 meters on either side and adequate aeration, adequate air. 2, there must be strict adherence to all SOPs at all times, i.e. hand washing, use of alcohol-based sanitizer. Now, and please don't waste my time, because I heard that some people don't want to hear the word alcohol. That when you are religious, when you hear alcohol, I don't know what happens. I am a teetotaler. I don't drink alcohol, but alcohol for when we were in the schools at Ntare, there was something called methylated spirit. What was that methylated spirit for sanitizing or for what? Methylated spirit. At Ntare, long ago. What was it for? For lighting or for cleaning or what? For lighting. Oh, so that is the spirit. And ethanol, we are using it in vehicles. We use ethanol in vehicles. So please stop in Runyankore we call it obhabe, to get lost in things which are not. Alcohol can be used positively. After the alcohol is used, wine is used for communion. So here we are talking of alcohol-based sanitizers, because that alcohol kills virus, kills bacteria. It is a cleaner. So when we say SOPs, alcohol-based, please don't mix it up and say that it is religion and so on. Temperature monitoring and consistent wearing of face masks by all congregants, including the choir and the preachers. All of them must put on masks. The preacher and the choir. Here I'm not using the mask because I'm very far from all these people. And there are very few people around. That's why I'm not putting in the mask. No congregation for worship after curfew hours. No night worship. The 200 persons limit, physical distancing, and all other SOPs should be respected even during special occasions, e.g. weddings, funeral services, confirmation time for confirmation. Then partner with the government to communicate and mobilize the population for vaccination and other control measures. Weddings, burials, and other social events. The number of persons attending these events can now increase to 200 under strict observance of SOPs. Casinos, gaming, betting shops, and gyms. The casinos, gaming, betting shops, and gyms can now operate during the day and close by 6 p.m. The various local governments, cities, and Kampala Capital City Authority, working with the National Gaming and Lottery Board, must inspect the various betting outlets for suitability and adherence to SOPs before opening. Concerts, disco halls, performing artists, and beaches. These tend to congregate large numbers and are difficult to control. With the level of vaccination still low, I direct that this remains closed until at least the 4.8 million priority population is vaccinated. And as you saw, we are targeting end of December to have vaccinated, to have used the 12 million vaccines, which as we saw, would have vaccinated 6 million people. 6 million people, without including the 600,000 that are already vaccinated or on the way being vaccinated. So by the end of December, I think we should have covered about 7 million people. We who are already vaccinated, the 6 million who will be vaccinated with these 12 million vaccines, the Johnson 1.2 million, that one Keta is 111, then the remaining 10, they cover 5 million, 2, plus the ones already vaccinated. So that once we vaccinate the 4.8 million, then the concerts can start. Bars are high-risk areas where individuals have no sobriety to observe the SOPs. Because the Wanyankole say, wabuzo muri Oruyiko. Oruyiko is the stick which the Wanyankole used to mingle millet, the one with the flat end, and Oruyiko. Now, if you ask a herdsman, the one who was looking after cows in the bush, where is the Oruyiko? He was not in the house. He doesn't know where the Oruyiko is. So you cannot go to a bar and you expect soberness. That I went to a bar and I found people were sober. They were social distancing and they were putting on masks. The bar is opposite of sobriety. Because even walking is a problem. The Wanyankole call it okharuza. You find somebody talking alone. So the bars, because of that problem, they will be considered for reopening when the 4.8 million priority population is vaccinated. The same end of December, when we have vaccinated the 6 or so million people, then we can then they can go, even if they are staggering in the and maybe we should vaccinate those barmaids, and all those should be part of these priorities. Cinema and Vanda, this should remain closed as the local cinema halls are areas of immense crowding and mostly have poor aeration and are designed to have artificial ventilation systems. That's why here I don't have any air conditioning. I don't allow any air conditioning. Because in Europe, it was found that air conditioning is the one which was circulating the virus. Curfew. Restriction of movement of persons at the night time is key to the enforcement of other preventive health measures. Curfew remains at 7 p.m. up to 5:30 a.m. But the borders should always stop movement by 6 p.m. Weekly markets, Komera, Obtare, these are open door settings, and currently transmission rates are low in some areas. These can be opened with strict adherence to SOPs and the curfew hours except for current hotspot districts: Soroti, Kampala, Karungu, Kabare, Kumi, Tororo, Guru, Noya, and Yumbe. So in other words, the weekly markets can open in other areas and they observe the social distancing, the masks, in all the other areas except in Soroti, Kampala, Kalungu, Kabare, Kumi, Tororo, Guru, Noya, and Yumbe. The RDCs, the RPCs, DPCs, DSOs, GSOs should enforce adherence to SOPs. The Minister for Health should follow up the hotspot districts and review their situation for safe reopening of the weekly markets after 2 weeks. Reopening of schools. Infections in children below 18 years are often mild and they recover quickly. However, many of the 15 million learners are day scholars who, once infected, go back home and infect their parents and grandparents that may subsequently die. This was observed during the second wave. To avoid a similar scenario, the National Task Force on several occasions considered conditions for safe reopening of schools, which included vaccination of teachers, vaccination of non-teaching staff, vaccinating the 330,000 students aged 18 years and above, plus all the other priority population. In other words, the 4.8 million or 7 million to be vaccinated, so that once that one is done, then we can open the schools. I saw some people, I cannot believe why people really, I don't know whether it is, I saw some people arguing the schools. Yeah, but the main problem, no, I even heard somebody saying, why do you keep children from going to school, and yet for them they don't get sick, even if they are infected? They are not a culprit. They are not a culprit category. They don't die. But you are forgetting that the majority of our learners, as I said in the statement here, are day scholars. If it was body, and we vaccinate teachers and the other adult workers in the school, we could open and they stay in the boarding school, knowing that the children, even if they get sick, they will somehow survive. But the problem is that the majority of the learners are day students. They study, go home. They are going to wipe out all their parents and their grandparents. So we are going to end up with the situation we had in the 1980s of children-headed homesteads. When AIDS finished all the parents, this time, because at least AIDS had one good thing. It was killing only the sexually active. It would kill the parents, but the grandparents would survive. So you would find a homestead, because the grandparents were not sexually active. They were retired. So you would find a home with the children and old people, old women. This time, there will be no old person. It will only be children in the home. So why do you take this risk? Why would anybody suggest that we take this risk? What are you looking for really? Are you serious? These adults are the constituents of Mafabi. You know, we have got our member of parliament. Mafabi is the chairperson of our league. The 165 and above. When we last checked, there were 3 million. But if you include the ones of 50 and above, then the number is much bigger. I don't know how many they are from 50, because the one of the Mafabi's constituency, there are 3 million, 65 and above. They are the ones who vote for Mafabi, and the other, our lady from the elderly, they are in parliament, 5 of them. They were voted for by the 65 and above. But if you add the 50 and above, it's a big number. It may come to 5 million or something like that. So the argument against opening of schools now is, now, yes, we are vaccinating the teachers, we are vaccinating the school workers, adults, but the parents at home are not yet vaccinated, and the grandparents. Are we going to kill all those people just because we cannot wait for 2 months or 3 months with the solution which is there now, solution of vaccine? Yeah. Why not vaccinate the 4.8 million, which includes all the people above 50, and the ones below 50 but who have got underlying sicknesses. So therefore, to date, out of the targeted 550,000 teachers, 269,000 have already received the first dose of vaccination, while 96,000 have received the second dose. This leaves a total of 280,000 not yet vaccinated at all. There's some the teaching staff by 30th of July, only 161,000 had been vaccinated. But now, 269,000 have been vaccinated, which is 49%. Some local governments have done very well. For example, the data from 81 local governments education officers on 17th of September indicated vaccinations of teaching staff in 51 local governments was above 60%. The highest performing local governments include Kariro, 100%. Kariro, they have vaccinated all their people. The teachers, Bunyangabu, 100%. Apache, 98%. Kotido, 98%. Ibanda, 98%. Pakwach, 93%. Namsindwa, 92%. Ruchiga, 92%. Kanungu, 92%. Kabare, 91%. Apache, municipality, 90.5%. Masaka, 89%. Butevo, 84%. 84.6%. Ntungamo, 84.7%. Chivale, 88.4%. Busia, 88.4%. Kazo, 83%. And Iganga, 82%. So, some of the districts have been serious, and this is on the way, one of the ways to work for the reopening of the schools safely. So as of now, the 4.8 million priority population to date have been vaccinated as follows. The teachers are 550,000. The ones who have already got 2 doses are 96,000. So we need to vaccinate all the 550,000 with the 2 doses. The ones of 50 years and above, they say they are 3.3 million. I'm surprised because the ones of Mafavi are 3 million. You better check these figures. Be careful with them. Because Mafavi's group is 3 million. So if you include the ones of 50, it should be more than that. The comorbidities are 500,000, the ones who have got other sicknesses. The health workers, 150,000. Security personnel, 250,000. So the more work needs to be done. But what is for sure is that by the end of December, we shall have gone very far with the two doses or one single dose of Johnson & Johnson. I now direct as follows. Post-secondary institutions of learning to open with effect. Post-secondary means universities, means technical schools, means teachers' colleges, post-secondary institutions of learning to open with effect from 1st November 2021 on condition that all teachers and non-teaching staff are vaccinated. The 330,000 students aged 18 years and above in post-secondary institutions should be vaccinated as soon as possible. So these ones, you will have both the teachers and the staff and the students all vaccinated. The rest of the learning institutions will open in January 2022 because by that time about 5 million, 6 million Ugandans would have been vaccinated, especially the 4.8 million who are the first phase group. I call upon all teachers and support staff to get vaccinated as soon as possible to enable safe reopening of schools. Regarding patient care and the challenges observed in the second wave, which were high patient numbers, inadequate oxygen supply, insufficient bed capacity, high cost of care and holding of dead bodies by the private health facilities, I direct the Minister of Health as follows. Fast track the installation of the pressure swing adoption oxygen plants at national one center and regional referral hospitals, 15 of them, and the cryogenic plants at 3 designated regions. The cryogenic is where they have frozen oxygen, liquid oxygen, cryogenic. That's what they mean by cryogenic. It's like tears, I think, crying. So this plan is there. Dr. Jen will explain to you some other time how far they have gone. Because we agreed on this, the money is available. They will brief you how far they have gone, so that we don't have this problem of oxygen again, in case it is needed. Prepare selected district hospitals in hard-to-reach areas and islands as treatment centers to cater for patients that have challenges accessing regional referral hospitals. Strengthen home-based care through refresher training of VHTs, village health teams, and equip them with the HHBC tools, home-based care tool kits. Work with the Ministry of Education and Sports to ensure that schools designate their sick bays with the basic infection, prevention and control materials for isolation of mildly sick children once schools open. Strengthening decentralized response. The implementation of the preventive health measures is majorly carried out by the local government. I therefore direct the Minister of Local Government to ensure that continuous functionality of the district and sub-county task forces is ensured. The Uganda health workers, as I said at the beginning, have done a commendable job since the start of the pandemic. I would like to again commend them for the spirit of hard work and patriotism. Therefore, we are really moving and we shall get there. I normally wonder how people mix up issues. When this pandemic descended on us, our strategy was to ensure that as few Ugandans as possible die. We didn't want many Ugandans to die. This is the main point. People talk about jobs, talk about economy, talk about business, talk about missing school time, but the overriding issue is dying. When you don't die, you can always catch up. Even if you miss a year in education or 2 years, we have mature entrance in education, even normal times. Somebody did not get time to go through the educational system when he was young or she was young, and when she's mature, he's mature, he will study. How will the dead person study? Either now or in the future. I cannot understand the logic really. In the United States, they lost 600,000 people. I don't know, I have not checked recently how far they have gone. But when I was still following, they had reached 600,000 people dead. Of course, the United States has got a bigger population than Uganda, but that population is about 8 times bigger than ours. So if you divide the 600,000 who died in the US by 8, you come with a figure of about 15,000. Somebody calculated for me. Bring my calculator. Now, I didn't want to lose that number of 15,000 or 20,000 or 600,000. Divided by 8, 75,000. If we were to reach the level of loss, bearing in mind that our population is 42 million or what? Because the US now are 320 million. 320 million divided by 42 million. So yeah, just like I said, they are 8 times bigger. So if we were to have the same level of loss, we would have lost 75,000 people. Now, I didn't want that. We didn't want that. We could not lose 75,000 people. These 3,000 whom we have lost, we are still crying. People who died, Chivejinja, Paul Etiang, Samba Mugerwa, Mans Tumboine, our bishop in Kabare, in Kanungu, in Rukunjiri, our bishop in Masaka, Kagwa, Kasem Banda, Hajat Watongara here. So many people, 3,000 of them. So this is what we wanted to stop so many deaths. We knew there were we were going to lose business, to lose jobs, to lose, but we had to. Dead people don't do business. They don't study. They don't. And yet, when you are alive, you can always catch up. I think some of the people have never lost things. We people of this area, we know all these problems. These people, this area which we call the Great Lakes. Tsetse flies came from Tanzania in 1918, and they killed many of the cows in western Uganda. And people for almost, from 1918, the first time we launched an anti-tsetse fly campaign was in 1958. So for almost 40 years, people in that area were desperate for a solution to the tsetse flies. But people survived. They went. That's how you go to Banyankwere, going to Lango, to Acholi, to Teso, to work for cows. The cows were lost. But as long as the people, in fact, Baganda have a proverb. They say, "Exata muima, techimara konte." That if a cattle keeper is not dead, even if the cows die, he will get other cows. This is the issue. It is not jobs, it is not business, it's not losing school time, it is life. Dead people don't talk. So really I get amazed when I hear people talking the way they are talking. Fortunately, they talk when I'm not there, because if I was there, I would really shame them. How can you talk like that? I have been here like a prisoner for 1.5 years now. I don't move. I am here. You have not heard me going here, going there, no? Because when I move with a big group of people, soldiers, what they will go and bring sickness here and cause more problems. So I stay here. Am I a fool? Is it because I can't move? No. The war now is to survive, to minimize. I want to end by talking a little bit about crime. Crime had worried people. And the criminals also miscalculate. I don't know why they miscalculate. Somehow they think that they can defeat NRM they tried rebellion, they were defeated. Rebellion, COIN, ADF, UPA, they tried, they failed. Now, somehow they think that you crime, you kill people. They started by killing Muslim sheikhs, then they killed Kajezi, then they killed Chugundu. Now recently they targeted Katumba, they killed his daughter, and now they have been killing people in Masaka. They think they are very clever. But they don't know, they seem not to know that the NRM will defeat them. Like we defeated the rebellion, we shall defeat crime. Why? Number one, we have got very strong security forces, armed forces. Very strong. It's a question of mobilization and working them up. Secondly, we have got the support of the people. People don't want crime. That's why they lynch the lynch criminals. If the police is not there to save them, the one lynch will lynch them. We've got the support of the people. Thirdly, I think we have now got 28 million telephones, which means each home, or almost each home has one mobile phone. Now that's a very big security infrastructure. Because like in the case of Masaka, the main problem was there was no awareness as to where you ring in case you are attacked. People were just ringing everywhere. There was a time when in Iksojo, about 2-3 years ago, when there was killings on the New Year's Day, they attacked the home of a school owner. The wife was there, but the husband was in Mbende. There was a disco nearby. It was a New Year's Day. There was a disco, so even if you made alarm, nobody would hear you, because there was a lot of noise by the Vidongo. So now the woman had to ring her husband in Mbende. Then the husband rang the RPC Masaka. Then RPC Masaka had to ring now. I think this was like Bukomansimbi, DPC Bukomansimbi. And by that time, somehow the local people had found out the criminals and the criminals had run away. So, initially the problem was lack of sensitization. Otherwise, this small phone is a very, very important security gadget. When you are attacking, and when they used it in Bukurura, that's how our people killed the leader of that gang of Masaka, somebody called Chidawalime, because the girl, after we had mobilized them, rang now the nearest security person, not to go to Mbende. No. Where do you ring? You ring to the sub-county, to the police at the sub-county, and that's what she did. She rang. Immediately they came. The thieves broke in the house as they were still trying to do things. The police had arrived, and that's how Chidawarime was killed. So this telephone network is a very big security tool. If it is more used, there is no way the security can survive. Then we have got now other security infrastructure like the cameras, the what. You have seen now how we have arrested all these criminals, the ones in Masaka, the suspects. We call them suspects because in the law you don't call them criminals. It is suspects. Don't put a case on me that I have discussed. I have prejudiced the case. No, these are suspects, but they have been arrested. The ones in the Masaka killings, many of them have been arrested. The ones who killed suspected to have killed the chairman of Ntoroko, they've been arrested. All of them, and even the ones who tried to kill Katumba, they have finally been arrested. The ones who are killing the other people, some were arrested, some were killed. Others are still unknown, but they are somewhere. We know who they are, and we shall get them. So therefore, I want to assure Ugandans that please do not panic about crime. This crime we are going to defeat it. Of course, there was some corruption in the police, but even the corrupt will be exposed. Exposed how? By the events. Something happened. What did you do? That's how we audit you. We audit you. Something this happened. What did you do? You are the one in charge. Out. We are not short of people to replace those who work. So therefore, You have seen what has happened. Suspects have been arrested. Some have been killed. The ones who are not yet arrested are known. So I want to assure Ugandans that nobody can disrupt us by crime. Now finally, when I was here, the Prime Minister whispered to me that there are so many motorcycles at the police stations are confiscated or arrested because of violating curfew and all that. I think as people of religion, sometimes it's good to forgive. I think these young people have already been punished because they have not been earning. When the pikipikis have been impounded, they have not been using them to make income. I therefore direct that now you release these pikipikis, but if you are a second offender, then we shall go for you. But for now, I direct that you release the pikipikis. Let's have an amnesty for these border people. With these few words, I thank you and I wish you good luck. The vaccines which are likely to expire at the end of September is 67,000 vaccines will expire if they are not used by end of September. And there are 67,000, 12,000 in Kampala, 8,000 are in Arua. And in Kampala, that's why they need them. I thank you and I wish you good luck.
Smart 24, driving business.
kwagenda mu kibiina okusoma osobola okusoma yonna gy'oli naye olw'embeera ya Uganda olwaleero yeyo ensonga ku lwaki covid esigadde etuza mabega ate nga abalala bagenda mu maaso. Kino nja kigeraageranya n'abasomi abatali mu kibuga, abasomi abali wabweru w'ekibuga abatalina masannyalaze.
Kimuli agamba nti gavumenti yeetaaga okwenyigira mu byenjigiriza okwongera okubunyisa amasannyalaze mu bitundu byonna n'okusaasaanya intaneti. Era agamba singa twali tweteeseteese ekimala tetwandituuse na wano.
Nti nno amasannyalaze newankubadde waliwo kye bakola era tulaba nti nno waliwo kye bakola. Balina okwongeramu amaanyi okulaba nti nno amasannyalaze gatuuka yonna gye galina okutuuka, abasomi basobole okufuna ebyetaagisa. Intaneti yeetaaga amasannyalaze. Tosobola kukozesa intaneti nga tolina masannyalaze. Waliwo ebintu ng'amasomero singa tusobola okugajjuza ne computers, internet yeetaaga computers, abasomi basobola okugakozesa okusoma mu January nti essomero zitandike. Naye singa twali twateeka enteekateeka mu ntandikwa bulungi nnyo, twandibadde tetulinda January, twandibadde tugenda mu maaso kubanga ensi endala zonna zigenda mu maaso, ensi endala zonna zisoma. Tuli mu kaseera ng'abaana bonna bakula, abawala balikula, naye ng'ate okusoma kukyagaanye kati tuli mu myaka 2.
Wetwogerera kati ebyenjigiriza by'eggwanga Uganda bikyali mu muggalo nga ekiddako teryakimanyi okuggyako okulindirira okwogera kw'omukulembeze w'eggwanga. Abaana emitwalo 15 be bakyakonkomalidde ewaka olw'omuggalo. Mukisa Edi, Smart 24 TV.
Kale ndoza ensonga z'ebyenjigiriza abassebo ne banyabo bwezityo bwezitambudde, naye of course tusuubira omukulembeze w'eggwanga His Excellence Yoweri Kaguta Museveni olunaku olwaleero okubanga ayogerako eri eggwanga, era ensonga ezo tujja kuba tuzeeta butereevu wano ku Smart 24 TV. Bannayuganda bangi betwogeddeko nabo kwogera kwa president balina ebintu bingi ebyogeddeko, naye bwe twogera ku nsonga ez'ebyenjigiriza of course bassebo ne banyabo tumanyi nti bw'otunuulira abaana bakonkomalidde ewaka gikunukiriza mitwalo nga 15 abo nno be batali mu masomero. Ate olwonna abakugu bavuddeyo ne bababula gavumenti okugamba okwewala ebizibu ebiyinza okuva mu mbeera efaananako bweti amasomero galina okuba nga gaggulwa. Tusuubira nti ebimu ku bintu ebitagenda kusukka kwogera kwa mukulembeze y'ensonga eza amasomero agaggalwa. Of course bwe twagenda mu lockdown ey'okubiri, ebimu ku bintu president byawa immediate closure. Of course yayogera ne wayitawo ennaku endala 3 abaana ne basobola okubanga buli omu adda mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Of course gy'abeera era ndowooza walaba emboozi eyo nga tugikuleetedde, abamu baali bakonkomalidde wano mu kibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala nga banoonya makubo gabazza ewaabwe. President yagenda okuggalawo amasomero of course ng'azudde nti ekirwadde kya corona kyali kyeyongedde, naye ate n'amasomero agamu gaali galina cases ezaali ziwererako ddala ng'amasomero agasinga tegoogera cases za coronavirus ezaali of course zisensedde mu masomero ag'enjawulo. Naye tusuubira nti ensonga eyo tujja kwongera okugirambulako maaso keeyo okusobola okulaba nga twebuuza kiki ekirina okuba nga kiddako nga emitwalo 15 egy'abaana bakonkomalidde ewaka, ate ki kye balina okuba nga bakola. Of course ku nsonga y'emu abakugu bavuddeyo ne bagamba nti gavumenti tennaba kuvaayo newa stand. Abamu wayogerako nabo bakugamba nti okuggulawo amasomero kuli mu bitundu ebya January, abalala nabo tebamanyi kiki ekiddako, ate nga amasomero agamu ng'aga international schools go gatandise okuba nga gakakkalabya emirimu gyago. Naye kiki ekiddako naffe kyekibuuzo kitwagala okuba nga tukubuuza enkya lunaku olwaleero okusobola otwegattako nga tukubaganya ebirowoozo ku nsonga efaananako bweti. Of course genda ku Smart 24 TV, that is Twitter and Facebook, and then ku YouTube ku nsonga emu tusobole okulaba nga ate tukwasaganya ensonga efaananako bwetyo. Bwe twogera ku nsonga ez'omutindo bassebo ne banyabo twogera ku bitongole nga ebya Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Tumanyi nti ekyo ekitongole kya gavumenti kirina obuvunaanyizibwa okukakasa nti buli kyamaguzi ekiyingira akatale kibeera kituukiridde ddala ku mutindo. Olunaku olw'eggulo ekibiina ekya Uganda Manufacturers Association ekyo nno kyekitwala bannamakolero abaddukanya emirimu egikwatagana bwe gityo kyasinzidde wano mu kibuga Kampala ne kibangula bannamakolero
okwongera okulaba nti ebintu byebakola biri ku mutindo. Olukungaana luno lwabadde wamu n'abakulu aba Danish awo ne wabaddewo omukago ogwattiddwa okusobola okulaba nti ebintu ebikolebwa bannamakolero bongera ddala okuba nga abangulwa ku bintu byebakola bisobola okulaba nga ate bituukira ddala ku mutindo. Omusasi waffe yabaddeyo era ensonga eno katugikuwe nga bwe yabadde.
Ng'enjogera y'ensangi zino bw'egamba nti okuyiga tekuggwaayo, kitongole eky'abannamakolero kikola buli ekisoboka okwongera okubangula bannamakolero ku ngeri gye bayinza okuddukanyamu bizinensi zaabwe wamu n'ebitundu mwe bakolera wadde nga bala batunuulira nsimbi zokka naye embeera mwe bakolera n'okuuma obutonde kikulu nnyo.
Ebirala ebiri mu Sustainable Development Goals bye bayinza otandika nabyo nga tebyetaaze ssente kati ng'okulabirira abakozi nti weewaawo ssente zibeeramu naye ate si nnyingi nnyo okulaba nti bw'aba nga abakozi balina gender balance nti okurecruiting okwo kyekintu ekiteetaagisa nnyo investment naye nga kyetaaga okuteekawo policy egamba nti waneeno twagala representation y'abakyala ebitundutundu oba 5-5 ti abasajja 5 abakazi 5.
Eri munnamakolero yenna addukanya business mu ggwanga lya Uganda. Lydia Tusime ayogerera ekitongole kya Uganda Manufacturers Association gamba nti ssente kikulu nnyo kuzitunuulira naye ate imala wabula n'embeera omuntu mwakolera kikulu nnyo. Tusime agamba nti ekintu ekikolebwa bwe kiba nga si kya mutindo kikosa obutonde ebitundu mwe tukolera. Mwesigwa Jason ono omukozi mu kitongole ekya Roofings agamba nti omutindo naye kikulu nnyo mu buli mbeera yonna.
Omuntu okubeera n'empisa mu ngeri gy'okolamu bizinesi yo waliwo ey'obusuubuzi naye waliwo naye neyaffe ey'amakolero okulaba nga ofulumya ekyuma nga kiri ku mutindo ogwa Uganda kiri ku mutindo ogwa East Africa naddala ffe tukolera nnyo ku mutindo oguli ku international standard kwegamba ogw'ensi yonna nga British standard oba Japanese standard ebyuma byaffe gye tukola.
Omulimu gwonna nga gunaakulaakulana kikulu nnyo okuuma omutindo wamu n'obutakosa ebitundu mwe tukolera. Kibiina kya WUMA kikyali nnyo mu kaweefube ow'okubangula bannamakolero ngeri gye bayinza okuddukanya mu bizinensi mu ggwanga erya Uganda.
Kale basebo ne banyabo ndooza mu kaweefube w'okulwanyisa abantu abakola ebintu ebitatuukidde ku mutindo akyagendera ddala maaso. Oyo Tusime Lydia, of course, the Public and Corporates Manager owa Uganda Manufacturers Association, ndooza ensonga ezo azilambuludde bulungi wamu ne mwami Mwesigwa akwasaganya ensonga za roofings. Tukkiriza nti ebintu ebituukidde ku mutindo by'ebintu ebirina okuba nga biri katale era nga mbategeezezza maaso kaawo ngenda kuba negattwako Sylvia Kirabo oyo ne Public and Corporates Affair owa Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Tugenda kwatunula ensonga z'omutindo. Of course emabegako eyo baavaayo ne babaako ensonga ze bakkaatiriza okusajja ku bannamakolero abatonotono aba Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, bannamakolero aba WUMA, njogere kindeke kiti n'abalala bangi. Ate era maaso kaawo nsuubira nti ne mwami Mukasa naye Ronald ajja kubanga naye aneegattako tusobole okulaba nga tunula ensonga ezitawukanako naawo. Naye bino byonna bikolebwa okusobola okulaba nga twongera okubangula bannamakolero abasobola okulaba nti business zitambula. Program Uganda tukole tukyagendera ddala maaso mwe abaka twegattako mukola ky'amaanyi. Nze Fred Makubu yatukyatunuulira ensonga enkulu ezigendera ddala maaso mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Of course tutandise n'emirimu egy'emikono gye tulowooza nti vocational training government zeyayogerako emabaka eyo okulaba nti egenda kuziteekamu amaanyi kubanga balowooza nti lyerimu ku kkubo. Nange nzikiriza nti erimu ku kkubo eriyinza okutuyamba okugoba obwavu mu ggwanga erya Uganda gy'emirimu egy'emikono. So mwami Mukalazi ye yasoose akkaatiriza nti mu butuufu omulimu gw'embaawo mulimu gukoledde ddala. Of course n'omukyala oyo gw'olabye nti mukyala mukwata mpola atambula mpola asobodde okuba nga akunnyonnyola olugendo lwe. Kyendowooza nti gwe naawe gy'oli eyo ogenda kulekerawo okulera engalo wabula ate obeereko kyeweekolera kisobole okulaba nga ate kikutambuza. Bwe tuyingira ensonga of course eza WUMA tumanyi nti bw'ogenda mu byafaayo emitwalo gikunukizamu 23 be bannayuganda abali under the Uganda Manufacturers Association. Ogwo nno kye tuyita association ekwasaganya bannamakolero abaagala okubaako kye beekoledde. olukuŋŋaana olwo lwabaddemu abakulu abawererako ddala era ebimu ku bintu ebyakkaatiddwa oba ebyateekeddwako essira kwe kakasa nti wadde sente tuzaagala naye ebintu bye tukola birina okuba nga birina omutindo ate nga tebikosa abantu abatwetolodde. Ebiseera ebisinga bannamakolero bangi bo batunuulira ssente ze bafuna naye ate ne batatunuulira kiki ekiva mu bintu byagenda okuba nga bakola. Tusuubira nti era abakulu abadde mu lukiiko olwo obubaka obwo bajja kwongera okubusaasanya busobole ddala okwongera ddala okulaba nga buyamba Bannayuganda mu nsonga ez'enjawulo. Ate bwe tuyingira ensonga z'amatikkira kanjogere ku Kyambogo University abo nno nabo lyerimu ku ttendekero mu Uganda waneeno erimanyiddwa okubangula bannakampala mu mirimu egy'emikono wabula ate ne mu kuyigiriza Abannayuganda. Of course wetwogera kati olunaku olw'eggulo batandise graduation egenda okumala ennaku 3 yatandise olunaku olw'eggulo ate egenda kutambulira ddala paka olunaku olwokuna zennaku nga 3. President w'eggwanga His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa yabadde omugenyi omukumu wamu ne Janet Kataha Museveni oyo nno ye First Lady ate ye Cabinet Minister akwasaganya ensonga za education and sports be babaddeyo of course wamu ne ba other state ministers Dr. John Chrysostom Muyingo wamu nga bongera okulaba nti abayizi emitwalo egikunukkiriza mu mwenda nga batikkira. Ekyenjawulo kye bategeezezza nti bokaboka abafunye first class be basobodde okuba nga bakkirizibwa okusobola okulaba nga babeera physical oba nga basobola abantu abafuna first class ba student be bokka basobodde okubanga bokka be bakkirizibwa wali eri mu Kyambogo ate grounds. Kakati ffe abalala abatasobodde kufuna first class fenno graduation yaffe yabadde ku Zoom. Ekyo kitegeeza ki? Naawe osobola okutwegattako ne tukubaganya ebirowoozo ku nsonga efaanako bwetyo. But of course twagala okwebaza mmwe abasobodde okubanga mumalako emisomo gyammwe of course mu mbeera esomooza eno eya COVID-19 naye njagala okubategeeza nti okusoma kuwedde but the other way of translating oba okukwata byosomye n'obiteeka mu nkola ekyo kintu kirala nnyo. So tusuubira nti ate obulamu bwe mugenda oba mwatandika edda bulamu obw'emikono bulamu obwa hands on bulamu obugenda okukakasa nti mu butuufu kye wasoma ku university okusobola okubeera nga ate okiteeka mu nkola. Nze Fred Makubuya ndi muzzukulu wa Lusimbi of course nange ndi muyizi naliko omuyizi ku ttendekero eryo eky'Kyambogo nsuubira ensonga ezo ate tusobodde okuba nga tuzitegeera. Abasinga muzeegaana mwegaana gye mwasomera naye nze nno bwentyo bwe nsobodde okuba nga mbategeeza. Naye program Uganda tukole basobole banyabo tubeerawo ne tunuulira ensonga enkulu ezigendera ddala maaso mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Of course twelabidde ne NSSF bill olunaku olw'eggulo wiiki ewedde omukulu akubiriza olukiiko olwa Parliament oyo nno ye Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament omukulu Jacob Oulanyah yavaayo n'agamba nti enteekateeka zonna ezitaasobola kuggwa mu Parliament ey'e10 eyali ekubirizibwa of course ebiseera ebyo yali the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament omukyala alitwala Rebecca Kadaga of course by that time yali deputy yali Jacob Oulanyah yavaayo n'agamba nti enteekateeka zonna ezitaasobola kuggwa mu Parliament eri eyaggwa ey'omulundi ogw'e10 zonna tugenda kuba tuziggalawo. Ekyo nno ababaka kwe basinze ne bagamba nti ebirala oyinza okubyerabira naye etteeka erikwata ku NSSF bill eryo bassebo ne banyabo tesobola kuba nga ate tulireka. Kati nno olunaku olw'eggulo nga bwe twabategeezezza nti bo ababaka bawakazi MP ababaka abakiikirira ffenna abali of course abakola muli abasomesa abasawo n'abantu ab'enjawulo baavuddeyo ne bagamba alina etteeka bassebo ne banyabo lirina okubanga ate liddamu okukubiziganyako ebirowoozo. Tumanyi nti ekintu kyonna okufuuka etteeka mu ggwanga erya Uganda nti Parliament esooka n'erikubaganyako ebirowoozo bw'emala okukola omulimu gwayo n'erisindika ewakulira executive oyo ne president w'eggwanga. President bw'aliraba nti lisaanidde aliteekako omukono bw'aliteekako omukono bassebo ne banyabo lifuuka tteeka. Era we twogerera kati of course Parliament president w'eggwanga His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni etteeka eryo yasobodde ate okulizaayo mu Parliament basobole okwekenneenya. Era yategeezezza Right Honourable Speaker nti okusinziira ku kuwabulwa kwenfunye okuva mu trading unions oba ebibiina ebigatta abasomesa abasawo n'abakulu ab'enjawulo bamusabye basobole okwongera okwekenneenya obwairo obw'enjawulo. President w'eggwanga n'akwata etteeka eryo n'agamba kalisookeridde mu Parliament ate lisobole okuba nga lyongera okwekennyemba olwo nno ate bwe linaaba nga limaze okuggyibwamu ebirumira olwo nate nja kubanga nditeekako omukono. Ensonga za NSSF ezo tujja zitunulamu mu maaso kaawo tusobole okulaba nga tuzikuleetedde nga ziyidde osobole okumanya nti bwayiro ki obulimu nti emabegako of course waliwo omuntu omu yagambye nti twogera ku retirement benefit n'agamba ofuna otya retirement benefit ng'ate ng'obadde tunaba ku retiringa. But of course tumanyi nti etteeka lino tutandika ku myaka 85 abaagala Abannayuganda. Of course retirement age ya Uganda eri ku 65 years gy'emyaka 65 abasinga gye bagala tugyongereyo. However baagala okutandika okwefunira kasente akasaamusaamu nga bali wakati wa myaka 45 n'endowooza ze zimu ku nnongosereza ze baagala Parliament esobole okulaba nga eyongera okutunulamu. Waliwo n'abagamba ssente teziriiyo naye oba gye ziri wa teziriiyo wetwogerera kati etteeka eryo lyakomyewo mu Parliament enkulu lisobole okwongera okulaba nga likubaganyizibwako ebirowoozo olwo nno lisobole okuba nga lifuuka etteeka erinayamba Abannayuganda. Bassebo ne banyabo ezo ezimu ku nsonga ezigenda ddala maaso of course n'okubajjukiza nti Uganda nayo yayongedde okuba nga efuna eddagala erikunukiriza mu $1.6 million naye ezo ensonga tugenda kuba nazo tuzirambulako maaso kaawo. Nze Fred Makubu ya program Uganda ekyagendera ddala maaso tuvaawo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Kale bassebo ne banya of course njagala okubaza mmwe abakatwegatako nze Fred Makubya ndi muzukulu wa Walusimbi and of course without not wasting any time of course tugenda kuba tulaba ate ebibanda by'ensimbi bitambudde okusinza ku Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank and of course the Midwest Forex Bureau.
And of course, of course, what we call the forex rates, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, katsoka tulabe some deep analysis take nsonga as a forex rates was tambude kuluda or a Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank, and then what we call the Midwest Forex Bureau. Of course, dollar eri ku 13.75 and of course 13.59 pounds, of course, ziri 14.72 and of course 14.9 kuluda olwokutunda, and of course euro bo bali ku 14.24 ate 14.19. The Kenyan shillings, of course, eri ku 30.85 and then 32.85 still kuluda olwokutunda, and then the Tanzanian shillings eri ku 0.45 and then 0.65 kuluda olutuyise olwa Tanzanian shillings, and of course lastly IRS eri ku 48 and then 0.35. That is Bank of Uganda. Katsoka tulabe ate ensonga is Opportunity Bank oyo solo gisanga mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Tulabe ensonga bwe zitambudde forex rates according to what we call the Opportunity Bank waneno mu kibuga ekikulu ekye Kampala n'ebitundu ebyenjawulo. Of course euro ziri 14.85 ate 14.2 kuludda olwokutunda, and of course pounds ziri kunusu 14.8 ne 14.96 basebo ne banyabo, ate of course boina dollars entonotono ziri kunusu 13.3 ate ne 13.55 zokka ezegwanga area Uganda. Of course we are speaking the language of dollars, and of course lastly ziri 13.5 and then 13.55. That is Opportunity Bank bwetambude encha of course eyolunaku olwaleero nga bwe twategeeza of course eno update ejja okuvira ddala Monday paka Friday, of course Monday paka Sunday naye it is an hourly update. Of course when you see some changes after a while togamba nti muzzukulu wa Lusimbi ate yabadde animba. Midwest Forex Bureau Australian ziri 12.4 ate 12.95 kuludda bwe tuyise olwokutunda. Tanzanian shillings of course 1.4 and then 1.7 kuludda olwokutunda. Kenyan shillings is 32 and then 35 kuludda olwokutunda. Euro of course ziri 14.12 basebo ne banyabo ate 14.3 kuludda lwetuyise olwokutunda. And then of course last but not least 14.83 kuludda olwa pounds and then 15.15 era still kuludda olwa pounds kuludda of course olwokutunda. And finally 13.15 ne 13.5 kati mwabandi agada okubanga mwekyusiza ku ssente okusobola okulaba nga obulamu butambula. Those ensenga za forex rates bezityo ate bwesobola okubanga zitambula enkya y'olunaku luneeno olwalo. But of course tugamba nti ffe tukoseza Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank and the Midwest Forex Bureau. But just in case now oliyeyo ine ekibanda ky'ensimbi bakiyita muzzukulu wa Lusimbi, of course feel free to contact us, either call some numbers olaba ku screen yawo or visit us physically. Of course tuli wano ku plot 5 Commercial Road Naguru, or you could visit our social media platform Smart24 TV, that is Twitter, and of course Facebook, and then UG tukole genda ku YouTube otekemu ensonga UG tukole otwe obaka bosobola okubanga atongera okubaganyirizo. Nawe eyankubiddeko kasimu nontegeeza nti mbutuufu ensonga ez'ebibanda by'ensimbi zitambule ndowooza wafunye okubanga odibwamu. That is it from the forex rate. Of course wetuva ku bibanda by'ensimbi tuba tuyingira straight away mu butale obw'enjawulo. Katale ak'Nakawa na Kasero Kitintale njogere ki endekeki. Of course katusooke tulabe ensonga ezo nga bwe zitambula ku ludda olwa emiwendo gy'ebintu mu butale obw'enjawulo. Kale ndoza ate ebintu of course nga bwe bitambula basebo ne banyabo tubirabira ddala era ndowooza bikulu nnyo. Katusooke tulabe ate Kalerebo batugamba ati 7,000 20,000 and then 10,000 20,000 ku ludda of course olwa Nakasero and Nakawa and Kalero, and then rice 25,000 paka 30,000 paka 3 still ku ludda olw'omuceere 2,000 to 3,000, and then ku ludda olwa posho that is Kalero and Nakawa, ladies and gentlemen, Irish potatoes 5,000 to 20,000 15 paka kumitwalo ebiri, and then omutwalo 13 paka kumitwalo ebiri ku ludda olwa Nakawa. Sweet potato 2,000 to 4,000, and then 2,500 up to 5,000 Ugandan shillings of course ku ludda olwa Nakawa. And then lastly cassava oba gwe tuyise muwogo is 1,000 to 3,000 of course kyekimune ku bitundu ebye Nakawa. Of course this is Kalerwe and Nakawa. Kasooke tulabe nti ku ensonga ezegundi kati bassebo ne banyabo mwe ate of course gano getwogerako abasinga tugula ku makubo abasinga ate of course tetuyingira butale of course oba oyagala ebintu ebiri ku mutindo gweyingira buyingiza obutale buno of course tulabye Nakasero n'ebitundu ebyenakawa and of course mwabali wakati masekati g'ekibuga eky'e Kampala kasooke tulabe ate Nakawa I beg your pardon kasooke tulabe ebitundu eby'e Nakasero wano masekati ag'ekibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala engeri ebintu gye bitambulamu osobola ate oleme kulaba nga odduka mu bitundu ebyenjawulo amatooke of course kitintala Nakasero 15,000 to 18,000 Ugandan shillings and of course still omutwalo gumu n'ekitundu paka ku mitwalo esatu Nakasero asogera walala wonna and of course omuceere 25,000 ku 10 ziba 3 paka 3 ku bitundu ebye Nakasero bassebo ne banyabo katugende of course posho is 2,000 up to 3,500 Ugandan shillings and of course 3,000 to 4,000 mu bitundu ebye Nakasero. Irish potatoes ladies and gentlemen ziri 13,000 paka emitwalo ebiri of course okusinza size yoyagala and of course 5,000 to 7,000 mu bitundu ebye Nakasero and of course wetuyise obumonde ziri 2,000 paka 4,000 ate 3,000 paka 5,000 kasoba ngoli wano masekati ag'ekibuga eky'e Kampala and then cassava is 1,000 to 2,000 of course 2,500 paka kunusu 3,000 ndoza ensonga za commodities bwezo bistambude of course quickly katulabe ate enkoko enyama enva zo zitambule zitya encha yonako lwali of course a quicker one nayo nemekubanga ate sigirekawo mwemwe abandi agada okubanga ate mulaba biki ebyokola ekyenyanja ziri nusu kanana paka ku 10,000 of course twogera kitintale ne Nakasero and still the same thing kanana ku mitwalo 3 of layer chicken of course bazibisa ku magi ngebanga lyazo zitambude 18,000 to 20,000 and then still 20,000 to 25,000 Ugandan shillings. Beef, of course, it will say 15,000 up to 18,000 nusu omutwalo gumu mukanana. Chicken loco is 25,000 to 30, I beg your pardon, to 30,000 and then 28,000 paka kunusu enkumi mtwale 3 mubibiri. Tewe tudo of course tomatoes, not forgetting abandi agado kubanga musika. The same price of course yedin chintale yedin bitundu ebye Nakasero nusu lukumi. Lastly the goat's meat of course abandi agade ntite mujja kulya ku nyamene yente of course nenkoko sobola kulya ku mbuzi mtwalo gumu kanana paka emitwalo 2. This is of course Tintale and Nakasero. Tewe tudda mu bitundu bine ebya chuka ya ntonotono ku nsonga ezikwata ku bbeeyi ebintu basebo ne banyabo of course this is a current update of course eva mu bitundu ebyenjawulo kati mwe abandagada okubanga mwenonyeza kasente munonya kiki ekyokugula okugenda waffe tubawadde update okusinzira ku butale bunene obubiri wammanga nekyo oyinza okukola of course nonya akatale akakwetolodde oba oli ku Entebbe Road of course tulina Kibuye tulina Zana tuli wano ku Saafi njogere kindeke ki oba oli mu kitundu ekyo mu Kisenyi yingira Kisenyi yingira Senti bali ku Dembe Nakasero nkogeddeko oba oli eno mu Kawempe waffe just in case oba oli mu Kawempe South waneno Kalerwe nkogeddeko Mpererwe oba oli mu Kawempe North of course the same thing applies oba oli ene waffe Nakawa waliwo akali wano ku kkubo waliwo Kitintale waliwo Bugolobi njogere kindeke ki oba ova mitundu ebyebweyogerere the same thing bweyogerere ate kireka obutale obwenjawulo oba oli mu bitundu ebyenaalya the same thing of course we just give you a sample tesobola kubumalayo ebyafaayo bya KCC bitulaga over tulina obutale nga emitwalo obutale nga 12 but of course tusobola okuleeterako obutonotono bwe tusobola okulaba nga tutuuka naawe bassebo ne bannyabo ndowooza ensonga ez'ebyobutale bwe zityo bwe zitambudde naye the quick one ate mwe abandyagadde okubanga mukooyo okukozesa entambula ya bulijjo of course tubawa ate n'ensonga z'ennyonyi bwe zitambula kasooke tulabe of course the update that comes in today Monday to Friday katulabe ekisaawe ky'ennyonyi bwe kigenda okubanga kitambula enkyawunakola both in terms of departure and then arrivals. kale bandooza basebo ne banyabo gwe eyakatoto gwegatako okola kyamaanyi nnyo muzzukulu wa Lusimbi kasooke tulabe ensonga z'ebyentambula ebyennyonyi bwe zibadde oba bwe ziri bwenjogerera kati ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. Of course the Entebbe International Airport update zino ze tuyise of course tuyise arrivals ku ssaawa ndo za 5 wano twavuddewo ennyonyi ya Kigali. Of course mwabaka twegattako kasooke tuyige of course bwe tuba twogera arrivals olulimi olw'ennyonyi wabeerawo ennyonyi eziba zituuka ne wabeerawo neziba zifuluma. Kati bwe twogera arrivals tubategeeza ennyonyi eziva mu kibuga ekiziva mu bitundu ebyenjawulo nga bwe tugenda okuba nga tulaba ate olwono zisobola okulaba nga ate zijja ku kisaawe wanene ekikulu eky'Entebbe. Of course tulina kyetuyise of course this is the time the hours no flights bye bitundu ennyonyi mwe ziva of course kyekika ky'ennyonyi and then the aircraft of course that is the number bwe twogera olulimi lwa taxi twogera number plate so n'ennyonyi nazo zibeera n'ebintu ebyenjawulo. Of course at exactly 11:30 ssaawa 5 n'eddakiika 3 of course ennyonyi eno yasobodde okubanga etuuka eva mu bitundu eby'ekigali of course wetwogera kati yo eri ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe of course ng'ekozesa kyetuyise the Rwanda Air. And of course ku ssaawa wanene of course tetunatuukawo ku ssaawa 7 n'eddakiika 15 bassebo ne bannyabo tusuubira ennyonyi okuva e Juba. Of course bwe twogera olulimi olwa Juba twogera olulimi olwa South Sudan nabo bagenda kubanga bakosa the Ugandan Airlines basobole okulaba nga boolekera ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. Of course njogera present tense because ennyonyi eno tennaba kubanga etuuka ejja kubanga etuuka ku ssaawa eziyitibwa 7 ku ssaawa 7 n'eddakiika 2 of course twogera olulimi olwa Kenya. Of course tujja kuba tuva mu bitundu ebya Nairobi nga tukosa what we call the Kenyan Airways yono gye tuyise eya E90. Of course that's the recognition number for that aircraft. And then ku ssaawa 7 n'eddakiika 4 still tusuubira abaganda baffe okuva mu bitundu ebya Dar es Salaam. Of course twogera Dar es Salaam twogera olulimi lwe tuyise olwa Tanzania. Of course bajja kuba bakozesa the Ugandan Airlines basobole okulaba nga batuuka ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. And of course at exactly 1:50 of course when we speak the language of Addis Ababa tuba twogera the Ethiopia as a country. So Ethiopia of course tujja kuba tukozesa the Ethiopian Airlines, one of course the strongest airline not just in Africa but also in the entire world. Ethiopian Airlines 788 of course it comes now tuba twogera olulimi olwa aircraft at exactly of course ku ssaawa 11:45 tujja kuba tweteekateeka okulaba nga tuddukanya business tudde waka bo baganda baffe okuva bitundu ebya Dubai. Of course using the Fly Dubai bajja kubanga nabo boolekera waneeno ekisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. Last but not least of course Lagos through the Qatar Airways nabo bajja kuba ku ssaawa 12:30 and finally ku ssaawa zijja kubeemu tujja kuba tulinda president ate abeeko byatugamba bo baganda bange bajja kuba bamulabira ku social media kubanga bajja kuba bava mu bitundu bye tuyise area Dubai. So ladies and gentlemen, that is it to do with the arrivals this morning. Kasooka tulabe ate departures zo zitambudde olwo ne twogera departure tusuubira bamakubi abagenda okubanga bava mu ggwanga erya Uganda basobole okubanga ate batambula. Kasooka tulabe ate olulimi bwe twogera olulimi olwa departure ladies and gentlemen tuba tusuubira ennyonyi ezigenda okubanga zifuluma ku ssaawa 4:05 bano no bo batuuse dda of course okuva mu bitundu ebya Kenya that is Nairobi of course using the Kenyan Airways that is E90 eyo already yatuuse dda. Of course ku ssaawa 6 ndoza tulina eddakiika nga 5 wenjogerera bala bakulu balina okubanga bwe babanga bali wala of course balina okubanga beetooloola of course planning to land that is if wabanga tewaliwo any sort of inconvenience. Of course bagenda kuba bakosa ennyonyi ya Ugandan Airways ku ssaawa 6 still zennyini tusuubira ennyonyi eya Kigali. Of course tusuubira almost 2 planes to be arriving at the same time. Asinga muyinza okumbuuza now how does that happen nti ennyonyi mbiri zigenda kuba zituuka. Of course the experts will tell you of course babeera ne different routes ez'enjawulo ate era n'abantu ndokola but of course ogenda kwesanga nti yes there are 2 different planes but of course ziba ziva mu bitundu ebyenjawulo eva mu bitundu ebya Tanzania of course ng'ekozesa Ugandan Airways ogenda kwesanga ate sorry we are dealing with departures ladies and gentlemen. So bano bagenda kuba basimbula okuva mu bitundu eby'Entebbe bagenda Dar es Salaam bano nagwe bagenda kuba basimbula bagenda mu bitundu eby'Ekigali ku ssaawa 6:10 of course Kinshasa Ugandan Airlines nayo ejja kubanga yekola omulimu of course that is CR9 and then ku ssaawa 8:3 Johannesburg wano tuba twogera South Africa of course as a country Ugandan Airlines bajja kubanga nabo ensonga ezo bazongera ddala ozikubaganya ku ssaawa sawa mwenda zennyini still ennyonyi ya Addis Ababa, of course eyo si nnyonyi, but of course eggwanga erya Ethiopia, ennyonyi tugenda kuba tugiyita tutya. The Ethiopian airline, that is 738, I beg your pardon. Of course bajja kuba boolekera eggwanga erya Addis Ababa. Last but not least, of course Juba bajja kuba nga nabo boolekera ebitundu ebya Juba. Of course ennyonyi ejja kuba Uganda Airlines, that will be CR9. Of course waliwo eyambuza n'angamba oba olina CR9 waneeno nga ogina ku ssaawa 9 ate lwedde babadde nayo ku ssaawa 8. Oh, this is CR9. Oh yes, CR9, still CR9. Of course tulina nnyonyi emu, tulina ennyonyi eziwerako as a country. So emu enaabe n'etambudde ku ssaawa 9 togisuubira kuba nti ekomyewo ate etikke bano. No, this will be another plane, of course, of the same number. And finally, of course, the Fly Emirates ku ssaawa zigenda kuba 10:25. Of course bajja kuba ejja kuva mu bitundu eby'Entebbe yonga eyolekera ebitundu ebya Dubai. So mwabadde gada okubanga mutambula, bw'oba for instance ogenda kutambula essaawa nga 9 ng'ogerako ssennyonyi ya Addis Ababa. Of course the Ethiopian Airlines olina okubanga of course ku ssaawa nga 6-7 olina okubanga otuuse ku kisaawe ky'Entebbe kusobola okubanga ate weteekateeka ensonga z'ebyentambula. Ladies and gentlemen, bwe zitambudde enkyalunaku olwegwe, ky'oyinza okuba is make sure you are prepared enough, make sure documents zo ziri ready, make sure byonna byonna weeteeseteese. Genda ku kisaawe ky'Entebbe ng'obudde bukyali osobole okweteekateeka oyite mu different systems ez'enjawulo. Of course I presume olina okuba nga osobodde okuba nga okoze test. Genda kuba neetoolamu katono. Of course bwe nkomawo tugenda kuba twogera ensonga ez'omutindo, and of course that will be with not any other person but the public and corporate manager oyo akwasaganya ekitongole ekya Uganda National Bureau of Standards.
Smart 24, driving business. 24 Driving Business.
Kale basaba ne banyabo mbaniriza nate nze Fred Makubya ndi muzukulu wa Walusimbi esira onakola tugenda kuliteka ku nsonga ez'omutindo tumanyi nti ekitongole ekya Uganda National Bureau of Standards ekyo nno gwe tuyita mu ssemateeka kiri under Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative kye kirina obuvunaanyizibwa n'amaanyi okulondoola nti ebintu muzukulu wa Walusimbi byakola bino okuba nga bituukidde ku mutindo. Abakulu abo, that is their mandate. Buli wolaba ekintu kyonna ekiri katale nga tekituukiridde otoddukira ku poliisi togenda naggulu olina kudduka bweyogerere obagambe nti gundi ne gundi ekintu kyakola tekituukidde ku mutindo. So Sylvia Kirabo ono ye Public and Corporate Manager yakwasaganya ensonga z'ekitongole ekya UNBS n'omuntu ow'ebweru gwe tugenda okuba nga tutunula emabegakaawo balina ennongoosereza ze baakola nga batugamba nti mu butuufu omuntu bw'abanga atandise okukola ebintu bye tumusaliddeko ssente okuva ku ssente bweziti paka ku ssente bweziti. Of course figures zitugenda okuba nga twogera, so twagala okwevaluatinga tutambudde tutya, but also ensonga za counterfeit twazikoonako emabegako eyo nendoza zizzeera ziddamu. Ebintu bya counterfeit bye bintu n'ogula paasi leero ne bagamba nti egenda malawo emyezi 6 naye n'ogitwala ogenda okwesanga neekuba nebanga ate ereka obulabe bw'Abannayuganda mu mbeera etali nnungi. Ensonga ezo tugenda okuba nga tutunulira nina ne bakwama banga abangambye nti UNBS yatusalirako naye ate ensonga za laboratory fees nazo zirabika nga ziri waggulu. Mukyala Sylvia Kirabo onono ya Public and Corporate Manager wa Uganda National Bureau of Standards nga bwe mukiwulira ekigambo Bureau of Standards tugenda okuba naye nga tumwegatako obanga naye atwegatako ku nkola eya Zoom sobola okulaba nga tutunuulira ensonga ezo. Of course nyongera okubategeeza nti tukyagendera ddala maaso ffe nga Smart 24 tukkiriza nti ebintu ebituukiddwa ku mutindo bye birina okubeera katale. Buli bwokola ekintu nga tekiri ku mutindo either omaliriza nga gwa kyeguzizza oba omaliriza weekwese. Buli bwokola ekintu n'oba nga weekwese because tekirina mutindo omaliriza business ogirimu naye nga tokola ki nga tofunamu. Era mmanyi nti baganda bange abawuziya bo omulimu ogwo bagukolera ddala okusobola okulaba nti nga bayamba bannamakolero abatonotono okusobola okulaba nga batuukiriza ensonga ezifaanako bwe zityo. Era nga mbategeeza nti counterfeit kintu kirabika ng'ekitonotono ekigazi ate bw'ogenda downtown okusinziira ku research gwe tulabye nti omuntu oba oyagala muguza paasi ya mitwalo 18 n'akugamba ezo nga nnyingi n'agamba kangende eri wansi balina gye banguza emitwalo 9 so ne weesanga nti paasi ey'emitwalo 18 ogenda gigula emale emyaka 2 ne waliwo n'ey'omwenda gy'ogenda okugula emale emyezi 3 oba 4. Ekibuuzo twebuuza nti lwaki eno yo ogigula n'emala ebbanga ttono ate eri n'emala ebbanga ddene. Obuzibu liriddawa nti eno eba yakicupuli oba teri yakicupuli. Of course all those are matters of counterfeit. Abasinga twagala ebintu bya layisi naye nga of course bya layisi mu bbeeyi naye bw'otandika okikosa nekifiira mu nnaku 2 era omaliriza nga ate otaddemu ssente endala. Olwo nno ne kiba nga kireka obulamu bwaffe ate mu mbeera etakwagala. Webirabyeko gwe atulaba olina ewaka olina paasi ogenda okudda ogisanga ekubye ogitadde wansi ogisanga ekiza buli kimu. So makyasi tutunuulira mutindo naye nebino ebintu bye twogerako nabyo bintu bya bulabe. Waliwo ensonga ng'ez'ebizigo. Of course UNBS bagamba nti ebizigo ebirina ekirungo ekya alkaline ekirungo ekirimu nga okiteeka ku skin ekikuleetera kansa n'ebintu ebiralala ebyo bazze babirambulwa on a daily basis naye kosa abasinga tukyabikozesa ebizigo ebibleachinga nosanga omukyala mu butuufu nga ayeruse n'obuza atona abadde ki ozibuliriddawa. Of course obo tebuva walala wonna olumu buyinza okuba ku bintu bye tuba tukozesa nga tebiri ku mutindo. Of course twogera n'ensonga ebizimbe bigwa mu biseera bino naye nga n'emitayimba obadde abasinga tulooza nti ebintu by'omutindo ate biri ku bintu bya bizigo. Bwe twogera ekintu ky'omutindo twogera ebintu nga n'akawunga n'akenjawulo. Yes, basawo ne banyabo negatiddwako Sylvia Kirabo, Public and Corporate Manager owa Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Kirabo nsanyuse nnyo okuwuliza era oli butereevu ku Smart 24 TV.
Nange nsanyuse nnyo okubeera wano bawuliza smart TV n'abagiraba mbayozaayoza okuba nga mwatuuse ku lunaku luno olwaleero mwebaleeko n'emirimu gye mukola.
Of discussion kipya ki kyoyagala omusuubuzi ategeere ekiri mu Uganda National Bureau of Standards kyemumuleetedde ekiriwo mu kaseera kano nga tetunaba kutuuka ku nsonga enkulu?
Mukulu Mwakuya era nga Uganda National Bureau of Standards we tuze tukola emirimu gyaffe okusingira ddala tulondoola okulaba nga ebyamaguzi ebiri ku katale byebyo ebisaanidde okubeera katale era nga bituukana n'omutindo. Kati ffe nga bulijjo gwe emirimu gyaffe eza buli lunaku ze tukola kwe kulaba nga tulondoola bannamakolero, tulawuna mu katale era ate okusingira ddala n'okutereeza n'okukubiriza bannayuganda okwettanira ebyamaguzi ebituukana n'omutindo.
Katugende ddala ku nsonga enkulu. Waliwo atwegasseeko nga tamanyi nti waliwo ennongoosereza ze mwakola ku nsonga ey'ebisale nti oli bw'aba ayagala okufuna akabonero aka QMark. Njagala osooka otuwe ekifaananyi ery'enkyukakyuka ze mwakola ndooza mu bbanga eritali lya wala n'omuntu oyo akatwegattako asobola okumanya we tuli essaawa zino.
Twasala ebisale abantu abasuubuzi bye balina okuba nga basasula okufuna akabonero kaffe ak'omutindo ke tuyita quality mark. Era ebisale ebyo byasalibwa okusingira ddala okuyamba bannamakolero abatandika obutandisi katugamba abatonotono okuba nga ddala basobola okwettanira okufuna akabonero k'omutindo era n'okufuna obuweereza okuva mu UNBS. Kaakati ng'era ebisale ebyasalibwako byebyo abaali basasula akakadde kati bali mu 5,000 n'abanene abaali basasula akakadde kamu 3,000 ne badda nga bali basasula $1,000,000 yokka. Kati wali edda nga bwe tuba tumaze okuwa akabonero naye ng'ate abakugu baffe baba beetaagisa okukomawo mu kkolero olyo okwongera okwekebejja by'okola ng'ate olina okuba osasulayo sente. Kati ze sente abakama ekitongole kya UNBS ze baatunulamu ne balaba n'embeera eno gye tuzze nga tutambuliramu eya COVID-19 ne bagamba nedda abantu baffe katubayambe tusobole okuba nga tukoleragana wamu naye era n'okusingira ddala nga tubasobozesa okwettanira okufuna akabonero aka UNBS akakakasa tino ebyamaguzi bye bakola byebyo ebituukana n'omutindo.
Of course waliwo ababadde balina concerns oba okwemulugunya nti ebbeeyi erabika nga eyasalibwa naye ate visitation fees n'eno buli we mukyala zo zirabika nga ezikyali waggulu. Simanyi ensonga eyo kyoyinza kugyogerako.
Kati ebbeeyi we tuba nga tugisala ekirala kye njagala abantu baffe bategeere nti UNBS webe kuwa akabonero ak'omutindo ekakuwa buli ku kyamaguzi ky'okola. Katugambe nti olina kampuni naye ng'olina ebyamaguzi ebisukka mu kimu by'okola olina okusasulira akabonero ako buli ku kyamaguzi ky'oba ofulumya. Mpozi okwemulugunya kwe tuzze tufuna kweka okuli abalina ebyamaguzi ebisukka mu kimu nga bo baali balowooza nti bwe banaaba basasudde $5,000 zigenda kuba nga zezo zokka ze beetaagisa okusasula okufuna akabonero. Naye nga tutegeeza nga ekitongole eky'omutindo bwe tuba twekebejja buli kyamaguzi nga bwe kiri tetubikwataganira wamu nti kati makubuya katugambe okola ebyamaguzi 6 kati onoolowooza nti byonna nze mbikola kati mumpe akabonero nkateeke ku byonna bye nnina. Nedda si bwetyo we tukola. Tutunula buli ku kyamaguzi ky'ofulumya era n'ekyokola kubanga n'omutindo gugobererwa ebiseera ebisinga guba gwa njawulo. Pozi kyekyo abasuubuzi baffe abasinga kye baali tebalabye nga bakisusiza amaaso naye nga ekyamazima ebisale byakka wansi era byebyo kakati abakugu byaffe byebyo byosasulira naye nga ate waliwo emirimu emirala gye tukola nga tegyetaagisa na kuba ng'osasulirwa katugeze ng'ofunyemu okusoomoozebwa omutindo togutegeera ebisaanyizo bya UNBS byekusaba tubitegeera tulina abakugu baffe abasobola okuyamba ne bakubangula n'obeera ng'osobola okudda ku mulamwa nga omutindo we gwagala kati okubangula okwo n'okutereeza n'okunnyonnyola byonna tubikola nga tobisasulidde kati nga UNBS waliwo by'olina osasulira naye era waliwo eby'omuwendo bingi bye tuba tusobola okuyamba ate nga oba tobisasulidde.
Awo otuuse n'ogamba nti bwe tuba nga tugaba akabonero aka QMAC tukagaba pa product olowooza ekyo si kye kituleetera mu mbeera okusanga nti Makubuya bwe mba nkola ebintu ebyenjawulo naye nga bizinesi yonna erinnya lya Makubuya olowooza si embeera mwe neesanga nti ngenda kuwandiisaako ebimu ebirala sigenda kubiwandiisa ne kiba nga kituleka mu mbeera esoomooza mwe ne muba nga omulimu gwammwe temujja gukola kubanga sirina ssente ze ngenda kubawa eza products ez'enjawulo.
Kakati Mwami Makubuya n'abatuuliriza bonna ensonga y'omutindo eba ekwata ku bulamu bwaffe ffenna kati gwe bw'oba ng'olina ekkolero naye ng'ofulumya ebyamaguzi ebisukka mu kimu kaŋŋambe okuba ofulumya omugaati okola ne juice katugambe era okola n'ebizigo jjukira ababikozesa abantu banjawulo era bwe mba mbikozesa bwe biba birina okuntuusaako obulabe kyawula nnyinza okufuna obulabe nnyinza okulya omugaati omulungi ogutuukana n'omutindo katugambe nga gwe wasasulira n'enywirako juice aba UNBS gwe batanaba kulondoola kukakasa nti ddala alina omutindo olaba nga te omugaati gugenda kunkola bubi na juice ayinza okunkola obubi kati ffe nga UNBS tugamba nti ensonga y'omutindo tetusobola gikuwa nti okitwalira awo oba nkigambe ntya nti tukuwa gwe wena byonna by'okola byonna ate tetubyekebezezza bulungi kyova olaba tusalawo ne tugamba tubuulire byonna by'okola tukuyambe obikole ng'ogoberera omutindo obikole nga bisobola okukozesebwa bannayuganda nga tebisobola batuusaako obulabe bwonna.
Temulinawo nkola mukyala Sylvia nzikiriza nzikatiriza ensonga tubangi abali mu kutulaba ate nga bannamakolero abatonotono abaagala okumanya ensonga zino bwe mbineesanga nga ndi mu mbeera nti nkola ebintu bingi naye nga sinnafuna ssente zonna pa product temulinawo enkola nti maybe nsobola okusasula mu bitundutundu ne ngamba nti kati nkola omugaati gwo ono naye wa mugaso sinnazifuna UNBS temulinawo nkola engamba nti muzzukulu wa Lusimbi osobola okusasulira mu bitundu paka bw'onaamalayo okusobola okunsobozesa okutuukiriza ebyo ddala eggwanga lye byetaaga.
Enkola tetugirinaawo kakati naye ate n'ekirala tetusobola kugamba nti ogira okola nga bw'okola nga tetunaaba kukwekebejja obuzibu bwe tulina nti oba obikola ate obiguzaani bajjukira woobikola obiteeka ku katale ate woobissa ku katale omuntu munnayuganda yenna agula ekyamaguzi ekyo n'akikozesa wekimutukizaako obulabe kwekwo okusoomoozebwa kwe tuzze tusanga ne complaints etuze tufuna nti UNBS mwesuddeyo gwa nagamba temutuyambye ebyamaguzi bingi ebinafu mu mutindo ku katale kati ate ffe gwe mulama gwaffe gwatuteeswawo ng'ekitongole atisobola gamba nti kale gwe genda mu katale mpola mpola wolifunira ensimbi olijja ne tukutereeza nedda ate n'ekintu kye ŋŋamba eky'ensimbi si kyekisinga nnyo okubeera eky'amaanyi si kyetutunulako nga UNBS kuba tuze tussaawo enkola katugambe nti mulina ekibiina tugambe mulina ekibiina saako oba cooperative naye nga mukola ekyamaguzi kye kimu musobola okujja ne mwogera ne UNBS ng'ekibiina so nga tuli muntu omu kati ne tujja ne tubabangulira wamu ne tubayitiramu emitendera gyonna gye mulina okugoberera nga mukola ekyamaguzi ekyo. Naye ng'okugamba nti tuyinza okugamba nti kale genda mu maaso naye nga tetugoberedde mu bya mutindo tekisoboka mukwano.
Nze muzzukulu wa Lusimbi nkimanyi nti ebizimbe byongedde okubanga e Kampala era abakugu batugamba nti ebintu ebisinga bye tukozesa ndoza giza okuba n'emitayimbwa olumu giba tegituukiridde ku mutindo. Abasinga obwongo bwaffe tubugalidde mu byakulya na byakunywa naye tumanyi nti n'omutindo guli ku bintu ebifaanana bweti. Simanyi oba mwina embeera erondoolwa ebintu ng'emitayimbwa n'ebirala kuba nabyo birina okuba nga bituukiridde nga birina omutindo mmwe gwe mwetaaga ne seminti.
Kituufu nnyo embeera y'emitayimbwa simenti kalonda yenna akozesebwa mu kuzimba nabo obuvunaanyizibwa bwaffe okulaba nga ebikozesebwa mu kuzimba bituukana n'omutindo era nga UNBS twafulumya omutindo ogwo era ne woba ng'ozze ku mutimbagano gwaffe ne weebuuza nti kaakati nzimba kalina yange Kisenyi naye wemba njagala sementi omulungi aba UNDS gwe bakasa baani benina okugulako tusobola okuwa olukalala olwo n'olulaba era woba oyagala mitayimbwa baani abasobola ozikuwa.
Kale, of course abatulaba tukyali ne mukyala Sylvia Kirabo oyo ne Public and Corporate Manager owa Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Tutunulira ensonga ez'omutindo ku bintu ebyenjawulo ebikolebwa mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Mukyala Sylvia obadde okyanyonyola ensonga eyo ebadde very fundamental. Mbadde kusaba yongera okugitanya ensonga z'ebintu ng'emitayimbwa ne seminti ebizimbe bigwa kubanga abasinga balowooza nti tegituukiridde ku mutindo.
Kakati muzzukulu wa Walusimbi njagala okutegeeza kati tugende n'ekino ekizimbe ekibadde kyakafuna obuzibu wano e Kisenyi nti woba otunuulidde abagagga bonna naye njagala nkikanyeko nnyo nti woba oli mugagga ng'ogenda kuzimba ky'olina okusooka okulaba nti abantu b'okozesa bajja ebyamaguzi mu basuubuzi oba mu makolero amatuufu. Tuzze nga tufuna reports omugagga gy'abeera n'ensimbi n'agenda mu hotel n'agamba kaakati inginiya gugenda okunkolera n'abala ssente zonna katugambe bukadde oba 5 n'abukwasa inginiya ne yesuulayo gw'annagamba n'atamanya inginiya alina okukozesa emitayimbwa katugambe milimita futi 4 oba ebiri thickness yazo ng'eri ku meters 12 naye ezo zazze n'akozesa katugambe ayuwa column ayuwa beam kwegamba n'olaba nti esente ozirina nayo ziwaddeyo tofuddeeyo okugoberera okulaba nga bye bakuguze era n'ebikozesebwa ku site eyiyo ggwe ebyo ebituukana n'omutindo. Kaakati njagala otwala obudde olabe ekizimbe ekyo ekyayiika bayinza otuwa bwino bagamba nti emitayimba ze twakozesa ku leveno zaali bwe ziti era twazijja mu kkolero gundi era ng'ekkolero eryo aba UNBS bamala okukakasa omutindo gwabyo. Okiraba oba siminti gwe tugenda okukozesa tumujja mu kampuni bweti era kampuni eno yakakasibwa aba UNBS ng'abantu tebanaba kuvaayo kunenya UNBS tusooke twekubemu twoki tulabe kyetukola kyekyo ekituufu kuba ffe nga UNBS tujja netukolera ddala nno netulaba ng'ebyamaguzi ebituufu ku katale kwebiri kati bwe tufuna nti oluusi ebyamaguzi ebituufu bwebiri naye abantu baffe tebabyetanidde tebafuddeeyo. Okiraba katugambe ogenze ku baana ab'ebiduuka aba hardware ogendayo n'obasaba n'ogamba njagala obusawo bwa sementi bwe buti, njagala n'emitayimbwa sayizi bweti ne bweti. Asobola okugamba nti nina omutayimbwa guno oba gwa roofing oba gwani, kuba bwenjogerera kati tulina ebitongole bingi bye twakakasa ebikola emitayimbwa, ebikola sementi, ebikola emisumaali, ebikola ebyo ebintu byonna bye bakozesa mu kuzimba. Naye kati oba ogenze ku hardware mubuulire ky'oyagala gwe mwennyini gwe agenda okuzimba, tuleme kutuma bantu, tuleme kubeesiga. Bw'ebiseera ebisinga abo be weesiga tebatukkiriza buvunaanyizibwa bwabwe. Ojja mutuma omugamba akuleetere sementi obusawo 5 ayagala okukola enjawulo, agenda agula sementi maybe obusawo 2 ayo acyankalanya awo ebintu akyuse. Kati ekizimbe we kinaayiika ng'ogamba aba UNBS tebafuddeeyo. Nedda, tufuddeyo. Ebitongole amakolero agakola ebintu ebikozesebwa mu kuzimba weegali. Ebiduuka hardware shops ezitunda ebyamaguzi bino weeziri. Woba ogenzeyo okugula mugambe akuwe risiiti nti wonooba ofunye obuzibu osobola okuddukira eno gye tuli mu UNBS n'otugamba nti kaakati nagenze ku hardware enansana, hardware abagiyita erinnya bwe riti, ku lunaku gundi nagendayo n'engula ekyamaguzi, banagula mutayimbwa, banagula baati, kanagula misumaali, nagula sementi, naye nagenze omusimulula ku sayiti yange nemusanga nga ddala tatuukana na mutindo. Era oba otutuukiridde bwotyo naffe tuba tusobola okutuuka awo wennyini ku ground ne tujja ne tugamba wa hardware twafunyeyo complaint eno ne twagala kulaba sementi wanyamukuwa n'atubuulira. Tugenda okulaba nga tumumanyi kuba tulina katugambe database, tulina bwino tumanyi nti waba sementi, tulina sementi webati aba akakasibwa. Era nakugambye nti oba oyagala okukakasa, oba osobola okutuuka ku mutimbagano, osobola okunoonya lisiti eyo n'ogifuna. Naye ne oba tosobodde, katugambe ng'olina essimu erya baliyita smartphone, osobola okujjako gye tuyita UNBS app. UNBS app eyo ekuyamba n'olaba njagala sementi bika bimeka UNBS bye yakakasa, njagala mabaati bika bimeka ebyamabaati era geji ki UNBS gye yakakasa gye nina okukozesa. Kati ekyo kiba kikuyamba nti kati ffe tuba tugaba akabonero, tugaba nga tugoberera omutindo. Kati katugambe ng'amabaati wabeerawo geji za njawulo era nga zirina okukozesebwa mu mirimu egy'enjawulo. Kati gwe onojja geji erina okubeera ng'ekuba oba bagikozesa kukuba sengenge n'ogiteeka ku nnyumba yo n'ofuna obuzibu era ogenda genye UNBS. Ekyamazima UNBS si bwe buzibu, UNBS ekoze omulimu gwayo, naye kati naffe ng'abasuubuzi ate tubadde tukolagana bulungi n'aba Manufacturers Association ne association egatta ba hardware dealers bonna mu Uganda nga tubategeeza obuzibu obuli mu kukozesa stocking ebyamaguzi okuva ku bantu abatalina kabonero ka UNBS. Naye nga batugamba nti owaaye ffe twagala ssente, ebintu tubeera nabyo naye abantu tebagala bigula. Kati abantu olusi bakukuta, ndowooza kye kigambo kye mba nenkozesa, bakukuta, okukuta n'ofuna ekintu ekikyamu. Te kati we kikutussaako obuzibu, kati labanga wano ekisenyi abantu baffe bafiirwa obulamu. Naye kati oba obuuziza mwennyini kizimbe omugagga ne inginiya we obabuuza mwali mukozesa material ki, tebakuwa bwino, okiraba. Kati ffe tulina obuvunaanyizibwa bwaffe nga UNBS, naye naawe agula, naawe atunda, olina obuvunaanyizibwa bwo era olina obukola era olina obugoberera bwe tunasobola okufunamu mu nsonga eno ey'omutindo. Naye we tunagirekera UNBS yokka, ekyamazima ffe tugenda kukola omulimu gwaffe bulungi nga bulijjo era nkukakasa nti tugukoze. Naye kati gwe ate gwe akozesa ebyamaguzi bino, ate gwe abisuubula, tofuddeeyo ku nsonga y'omutindo era gwoleesa obuzibu. obuzibu obusinga obuli katale buva eri abasuubula, buva eri abagula. Gwe nange bwe mbangula ekyamaguzi nfaayo ku nsonga y'omutindo. Waffe UNBS tukola.
Unfortunate akadde ndaba katuli, but a quick one. Oyagala tugamba nti buli kyakunywa ekiri katale kiri ku mutindo bino. Yes, for media houses tunoonya ssente naye ebyokunywa ebirangibwa bingi. Oyagala kungamba nti buli kyakunywa ekirangibwa ku mativi kyonna kiri ku mutindo. Ndowooza tumalirize n'ekyo ku lw'ensonga y'akadde.
Ku nsonga y'ebyo ebyokunywa ebirangibwa ku TVs ne ku radio birina okuba nga byakakasibwa UNBS. Era kyekyo ky'owulira abagamba kati ogenda ogule kino era kyakakasibwa aba UNBS. Kati bwe baba balanze bwe batyo, faayo genda olabe ddala we mba nkigula kyakakasibwa UNBS. Kuba kiba kyakakasibwa UNBS kibeera n'akabonero kafa ak'omutindo. Okasanzeeko ku ccupa okiraba. Muzzukulu wa Walusimbi okyaliyo? Nti ebyo byonna bye tukakasiza nga bitukana n'omutindo bibeera n'akabonero kafa ak'omutindo. Naye era woba ofunye obuzibu bwonna nkowoola bannayuganda mututuukirire nga UNBS bwe tulyo bayamba. Mutukubire ku ssimu etali yakusasulibwa, essimu eri noti 8 noti 133 essimu njiddamu noti 8 noti 133 oba musobola okujja ne mu bifo ebitali wano Kampala. Tulinayo abakugu baffe, tulinayo ofiisi eggulu, tulinayo ofiisi Mbarara, tulinayo ofiisi Mbale, Ejjinja, Elira. Osobola tutuukira ne wano ofiisi enkulu ebweyogerere ne tukuyamba. Naye ensonga y'omutindo nsonga nkulu nnyo, si buvunaanyizibwa bwa UNBS yokka, kuba tetukoze ogwaffe. Naye naawe nga munnayuganda, naawe munnayuganda agula, naawe munnayuganda oli mu bizinesi osuubula ebintu byokka ebikakasiddwa UNBS. Awo olyoka ojje singa oba ofunyeemu okwemulugunya kwonna otutuukirire tutereeze. Twewala ebintu by'omu bikuubo, twewala ebintu by'okujingirira, twewala ebintu by'okukolera mu kukutu. Kuba ffenna biba bitukola ki? Ffenna birina engeri gye bitukosa. Kiyinza obutakosa, kiyinza okukosa omwana wo, kiyinza okukosa kojjaawo, kiyinza okukosa omuntu omulala yenna. Katukwataganire wamu tutumbule embeera y'omutindo mu Uganda yaffe.
Sylvia Kirabo, asante sana, webali nnyo, webali eddala basaba ne banyabo. Oyo ye Sylvia Kirabo, the Public and Corporate Manager waneeno ku kitongole ekikulu of Standards. Obuvunaanyizibwa bwakyo ndooza mubuulidde kukuuma mutindo. Gwe ky'olina okukola kwe kusobola okulaba nga weewala ebintu ebitatuukiridde mutindo. Tugenda kuba tuwumulamu naye program Uganda tukole ekyagenda ddala mu maaso. Mwami Mukasa Ronald naye agenda kuba nga neegattako twongere okukwasaganya ensonga zino. Tuvaawo ssebo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart24, driving business.
Kale basire banyabo abakatwegatako mukola kyamaanyi nze Fred Makubuya ndi muzukulu wa Walusimbi. Of course tukyagenda ddala maaso mu program yiji tukole tunuulira ensonga ezikwatibwako okuviira ddala omuntu wa wansi oba wa bulijjo paka waggulu. Of course tubadde ne mukyala Kirabo the public and corporate manager okuva mu kitongole ekya Uganda National Bureau of Standards ekyono kyekimanyikiddwa okwasaganya ensonga ez'omutindo. Of course kiri under Ministry of Trade. Kale nga tuvudde of course tuongera ddala okubangula bannamakolero ku ngeri gye bayinza okuba nga ate baddukanya business. Ebimu ku bintu ebituyamba okuza institutions oba ne business ez'enjawulo ze tuyita systems. Olaba nze abaali bansomesa family therapy ku university bangamba nti n'amaka gabeera ne system. Waliwo system ey'abaana, system ey'abazadde ate ne system yonna general. So ne business zonna okubeera successful zirina okubeera ne systems ez'enjawulo. Nti wojja mu kitongole nga wane waffe ku Smart 24 TV waliwo administrator, waliwo akwasaganya ensonga za IT, waliwo akwasaganya eza transmission, waliwo akwasaganya eza sales, waliwo akwasaganya akulira, waliwo general manager, waliwo CEO. So those systems are very key in running a business. Business ziba zinatambula walina okubeerawo systems nti who reports to who, ani ayamba ani. So ebyo tebikola ku bigger institutions zizokka ziri ennene ze mumanyi zezitajja kwogera mannya, but even ne ku systems ne ku organization ezitandika obutandisi. Ebimu ku bintu ebita business kwe kubanga business ezisinga tezibeera na systems ez'enjawulo. Ronald Mukasa ono of course musajja mukugu ali in charge of innovation ku Enterprise Uganda. Agenda kubanga atwegattako asobola okutubulira of course the importance of systems mu any organization. Era systems ezibanga zirina ebizibu tuyinza kuzizimba zitya okulaba nga zongera okutuyamba ng'abasuubuzi ng'Abannayuganda okusobola okulaba nga of course tuzi-strengtheninga of course for the betterment of our business. Of course we all know that systems zino ezibanga ziteekeddwawo nga abakulu abazirimu bali kompi. Of course it's one thing okuteekawo system and it is another thing okuteekawo abantu ne basuutinga mu systems ez'enjawulo. Of course by all human beings batya kye bayita systems. But of course amakubo ge tuyitamu okustrengthening business or strengthening business institutions zonna ebimu ku bintu ebituyamba okukola ebyo ze system. Tuvula ebitongole ebisinga bisanga bina PR nti omugaso gwe yegwa kwasaganya abantu nga olaba mukyala Kirabo ye ali ku nsonga za Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Bolaba ebitongole nga uzia baani bonna bakasiita balina systems ez'enjawulo. Naffe wano Smart 24 TV of course tulina system tomala gaveeri nojja n'ogamba kanyingira. There are different systems omuntu zayitamu okusobola okulaba nga atuuka walina okubeera. Of course ezimu ku nsonga abasiba ne banyabazi tugenda okuba nga tutunira, but most importantly lwaki tutunula ebintu nga bino nti tusuubira nti toyingira buyingizi business n'okola business January paka December tofuna magoba tolina kyofuna muno. We give you this information so that gwe zikuyamba oziteeke mu nkola zisobole okulaba nga zikulaakulanya business yo okuviira ddala ku mutendera ogwa wansi paka ku mutendera ogw'oreggulo. Ffe mu Uganda tukole ye program bye tusobola okuba nga tutunulira nti yes government erina system ezaayo, but there must be in systems okusobola okulaba nga te zituyamba. Ronald Mukasa ndoza gwe tulinda abe nga twegattako ku nkola eya Zoom eno asobole okutubangula nti ye ebintu abiseemu has work through systems, azitegeera, azisomesa, azimanyi ziyinza kutuyamba zitya okusobola okulaba nga ate business zaffe tezigwa. Of course I know most people focus on other things, kola magoba na biki byonna, that's very important, but we also know nti zino system ate zeziyamba ffenna okutuuka ku bintu ebifaanako bityo. So twogera ku business tosobola kwogera kukola how to maximize profits oyogera otya n'abantu noba nga toyogera ku institutions. Of course systems zino olumu beera buntu butonotono. Some systems are visible and of course other systems are invisible. Ezimu tosobola kuziraba n'amaaso go naye nga in existence zibaawo. For instance osanga ekitongole nga kina CEO naye nga oyinza okuba physically tomulabangako, but you know there is a system. under which information mwina okubanga etambula before you go to the CEO oyina okubanga oyina wosose. So ne business ezisinga nga tonaba kulinnya ogende ku ddaala eryokubiri wali eddaala eri balisooka erisobola okubanga ate likuyamba n'osobola okulaba nga ate otambuza business ez'enjawulo ebyono bye tugenda okuba nga tutunuulira mu budde obutali bawala bakatwegatako mukola kyamaanyi, and you can be part and parcel of this discussion. Of course, join us on our social media platforms, that is Facebook and Twitter. Eyono is Smart24 TV, and then UG Tukole is Smart24 TV, that is YouTube. Twegateko now over the part and parcel of this business information. Of course, we tell you nti ffe kitubeeza wano okusobola okulaba nga si kuyamba gwe kabala naffe tweyamba okusobola okulaba nti tukuwa information eri updated eri relevant esobola okusuutinga embeera gye tuli eno ekyagejaja so zimu ku nsonga bassebo ne bannyabo zetugenda oba zetuli mu kuba nga tutunuulira mu programu yaffe eno eŋŋanzi ate etasosola era of course obudde bunaazibira tugenda kuba tunuulidde ensonga ezigenda okuba nga ziwerako. But what is the responsibility? Of course, but what we're discussing matters of national importance and development. Gwe nawe olina role eyo, olina obuvunaanyizibwa, olina amaanyi, olina obuvunaanyizibwa bukiki olina okukola okusobola okulaba nga oteeka ettoffaali kulaba nga tuzimba eggwanga lyattu lineeno erya Uganda. And that's why, of course, government yonna okusobola okulaba nga weeri eyimiriddewo mbategeeza ebeera ne system nti bw'otunuulira buli ministry erina system ezaayo nti this is the office of the PR, ono ali in charge of this, eno office ya manager obuvunaanyizibwa bwe buno, ono alina kiro obuvunaanyizibwa bwe buno. So okusobola okusurvivinga n'osobola okuddukanya business, of course ensonga is a system is very important. You can never find a ministry in this country, Uganda, nga terina system. Of course, systems zenjogerako abasinga mulooza ndi ku political systems, yes, ziyinza okuba zirina issues that can be a discussion for another day, but whether they are there or not, for us we know that for any business institution to grow walina okubeerawo ensonga eza systems nti oba mu lunyanyembe ekiyite nti wabeerawo kanjiyite emitendera omuntu gyayitamu okusobola okulaba ng'ate addukanya ebintu ebyenjawulo. Of course, when there are systems in an organization ebintu bisigala bitambula ate tewabeerawo kukuubagana, tewabeerawo obuzibu, tewabeerawo ate nsonga z'amaanyi ezisobola okuba nga zisuula ekitongole kyonna okusinziira ddala mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Kale Ronald Mukasa ndowooza enkola ya tekinologiya eno ekyatuwaddemu obuzibu, naye tujja kuba ndowooza in just a blink of an eye he will be joining us, of course, to make sense of the importance of systems in an organization, okusobola okulaba nga ate ensonga ez'okulaakulanya business zitambulira ddala maaso. Ronald Mukasa mmanyi nti essaawa yonna ate olinaffe. Yes Ronald, simanyi oba ompulira naye ndowooza ensonga ya tekinologiya eyo tugenda kuba nga nayo twongera okulaba nga tugitereeza. Myugi tukole ze zimu ku nsonga ezo zetutunuulira basabo ne banyabala zibabuusa amaaso ate ffe zetuteekerako ddala essira kubanga tulowooza nkulu nnyo era zikola kyamaanyi nnyo okulaakulanya si eggwanga lyattu Uganda lyokka wabula okulaakulanya ensi ne business international. Of course, wetwogera ku business manyi twogera ku ba small scale abatonotono bano bamwami Javira nti ab'enjawulo gundi. Okay, kale mwami Mukasa nsanyusa okulaba oli butereevu ku TV y'omusuubuzi eyo Smart24 TV.
Eyanzanyuse ssebo neyanzeege okumpa omukisa guno, simanyi oba ompulira bulungi. Ompulira ssebo?
Butereevu obuze kuba tulaba tutandike.
Neyanzeege ssebo. Njagala okwaniriza mwenna abatwegaseeko ku Smart TV nga twogera ku bizinesi zaffe. Njagala okubayozaayoza okubanga bizinesi muzisindise paka we mutuuse kati. Mbebaza okulemerako bizinesi zibadde enzibu mu kaseera kano. Naye ate twebaza Katonda nti ebintu ebimu bitandise okuddamu era tusaba nti ne we tuyita mu topic gye tugenda okwogerako olwaleero tusobole okwongera amaanyi mu bizinesi zaffe tusobole okweyongera okukula.
Systems mu lunyanyembe omuzungu azita systems oba tuziyita emitendera. Omugaso ki, what are the importance of systems in any business organization?
neyanzanyo olw'ekibuuzo ekyo ndowooza buli omu w'otandika bizinesi ebiseera ebisinga otandika wekka leka tugambe oba oyagala kutandika restauranti osobola okuba omanyi okufumba jjajjaawo yakusomesa okufumba obulungi kati n'otandika restauranti ogenda okulaba ng'abantu batandise okujja walina bakasitoma 5 bafuuse 10 bafuuse 2 bafuuse 5 olunaku ekitegeeza nti ogenda okwekwatakwata nga gwe yali afumba ate oyagala obeere weita emmere ogigabe ate ne ssente ozikuŋŋaanye ogenda okulaba nga olemererwa obeera bizinesi ekyali ntono osobola okuba nga buli kimu okikuuma mu mutwe gwo n'ogamba nti nno buli kimu ekirina okukolebwa nkimanyi naye ate bizinesi bwe yeeyongera okukula kifuuka kizibu eyo okufumba okwo kw'omanyi bwetaaga okuteeka okubanga waliwo omulala gw'osobola okukusomesa naye asobola okufumba nga gwe woofumba n'omugaaji egi n'emitendera gye tuyitiramu okuba tufumba emmere eno bw'omuwa gye wandiise resipi eyo oba sisitimu y'okufumba eyo ebeera emusobozesa naye okukola gwe ky'obadde okola ebiseera ebisinga tulaba nga bannabizinesi buli kimu asigala akikutte ogenda okulaba nga bakasitoma abamu tebasanyuse lwakuba bwe bakusangawo ebintu bitambula bulungi naye ate bwe batakusangawo tebitambula bulungi olunaku lwolwadde ebizinesi tetambula nolwekyo tuteekawo system zisobozese ffe nga abatandise bizinesi okubanga tusobola okweyongera okuyingira mu bifo bye tutaliimu nga waliwo boosomesa okuba abakolera ddala ekyo ky'obagamba bakola.
Gwe ategera ensonga za system olwo omuntu
mbadde sookoddemu ekibuuzo ekyo mukulu bakuya ndowooza mbadde sikifunye bulungi.
Mr. Mukasa Ronald weerale nnyo bintu ki omuntu bye yanditadde mu nkola ne bisobola okumuyamba okuzimba systems oba emitendera egisobola okumuyamba okukulaakulanya bizinesi neeva ku mutendera ogwa wansi ne gutuuka waggulu nga ogwa baganda baffe abakatuva ku maaso ba BMK.
Ndowooza omuntu walina okutandikira kwe kumanya bizinesi yo engeri gyetambula. Bw'obeera munna bizinesi waliwo ebintu by'okola mu bizinesi yo leka ngezese olina edduuka lya hardware ly'oddukanya waliwo engeri ebintu gye bitambula osobola okugamba nti n'emitayimbwa ngiteeka wano seminti muteeka wano era ensonga eno gyeva muteeka wano lwakuba enkuba weetonya wabeerawo obuzibu emisumaali bwe tuti bwe tukola tusobola okugamba nti nno mu bizinesi engeri gye ngitambuzizza ndabye ng'omuntu wajja okwewola jamuwolayo ebintu bya tebisusa kakadde byemuwola kitegeeza oteekawo system n'ogaa nno embeera nkuwoze sobola kuwola sente zisuka mu kakadde ekisinga obukulu nti kwe kubanga omanyi bino ebintu by'oyize mu bizinesi yo naye ate n'otandika n'obbiwandiika osobola obbisomesa abakozi bo bw'ofuna omuntu omupya mu dduuka yeetaaga amanye edduuka tuligulawo ssaawa mmeka era lwaki tuligulawo ku ssaawa ezo biki bye tulina okukola olunaku nga luwedde n'ogamba nti tulina okubalansinga ebitabo ne tubiteeka mu nnanka tulina okuggalawo olunaku we lubeera luwedde bw'obeera ova mu dduuka alaamu olina ogiteekako kubanga olumu tufuna abantu abatukola ki abajja mu dduuka ate baagala okubba ebintu byaffe ebyo byonna olina okutandika n'obiwandika nekitegeeza nti process eno ey'okuzimba systems process empanvu otandikira emu ku emu osobola okugamba nnyo leka ntandike n'okuzimba process oba systems mu bakozi bange n'ogamba nti nno omukozi bw'abeera ayingira mu bizinesi yange ayingira atya kojja wange wansindikira mutabani we nga muweerawo omulimu oba waliwo interview gye nnina omuyisaamu asobole okgiyitamu gogamba ekyo nkirabye mu bakozi bwe tuti bwe tubakola ki bwe bati bwe bayingira ye omukozi waakola ekintu kyentayagala oba kyentamusuubira mu ki kyenkola soluganiro sisitimu yaffe egamba nti nno omuwa warning letter obala omuwa warning letter wakikola emirundi ebiri bw'omugoba ku bulimu ate okola kino nkugoberawo olina amanya nti gyewandiise oba HR manyo yammwe gwetu wetambula bino byetukola ki byetutambulira nogaana ekyo kimu ku ebyo nogaana no bakasitoma bomba kwata ntya kasitoma wabeera azze olunaku olusooka kikyenkola olina okugamba nti no mu kitabo tuwandiika erinnya lya kasitoma oyo ne tuwandiika essimu ye ne tuwandiika gy'ava ne tuwandiika ne kyaguze customer noga nti no muguliddewo ekitabo eyo system noga nti no buli customer ajja waliwo ekitabo kye mugulirawo ndakuzo tulina computer so kuba akira ku system ya computer buli customer ajja gwe omulundi gwe gusoose nino mukola ki wabera customer akobawo bukomi wembera njagala ndabe kiki yatwala luli era kyatambula kitya ne system ye ino kubulira nze wobero ngambye nti no mpadde omulimu mu business yo nonga customer wajjanga akomyewo ekisooka obukulu olina okumanya nti erinnya lyo likola ki olimanya otya wamala okugamba nti omulaba ze nakunyonyola kikyagulawo omuteeka mu system nga mwaliyo mugamu naye luli twalaba watwala obusawo bwa sementi $200 ennyumba yo gyozimba egenda etya eyo system ebeere kusomesa engeri gy'osobola okutambulira mu mbeera
biteekawo naye tebabigoberera so bw'obeera nga magezi kigoyinza okuwa boosa atulaba nti olwedde yateekawo system ze engeri gye zitulina okuyitamu nga tuddukanya ebintu naye nga ye kennyininyini yasinga okuzimenya
kyoyogedde kikulu nnyo system woziteekawo obeera nga ataddewo amateeka obeera otaddewo constitution ya business bw'oteekawo constitution ya business olina okukola kyonna ekisoboka okuba nga togimenya kubanga woogimenya n'abakozi nabo bagenda kwetegereza ne bagamba nti no buli omu akikola osobola okugamba nti no ffe wano buli omu wabeera ayagala okujja ssente mu business alina okuwandiika requisition n'awandiika wansi nti ssente zino njagala $10,000 ngenda gikozesa transport zitutte ku lunaku luno era receipt yagikomyawo nga nkoze eki nga maze okukola omulimu guno requisition naye ate gwe tugenda okulaba nga gwe boss bw'ojja mu business ogampayo $10,000 awo accountant n'akubuuza nti muganda wange ozitwala ludda wagwe n'omugamba nze nagindi business eno kitegeeza nti nno constitution gy'otaddewo togikoze eki togigoberedde n'olwekyo ekimu ku bintu ebisinga obukulu kwe kuba gwe nannyini business gwe agitandiseewo amateeka ago gagoberere bw'ona agagoberera buli omu ajja kugoberera amateeka ago oli asobola okugamba n'asindika mutabani we nti mu business genda osabayo $20,000 naye accountant agamba nti nno omuntu wabeera ayagala okujja ssente mu business eno waliwo emitendera gye tukola ki gye tugoberera emitendera gino buli omu alina ogikola ki ogigoberera accountant yagamba paka ng'awandiise requisition nga ngirabyeko ssente sijjamu ate bwe n'ojja n'omuvuma bubi n'ogaa asaakutinzige mutabani wange asabe ssente eyo embeera yeteekawo obuzibu n'olwekyo amateeka womala ogateekawo bulungi ogalegano ge mateeka amalungi osobola okugamba nti nno amateeka gentaddewo buli kye tukola wano mu bizinesi yaffe buli lunaku oba buli wiiki tulina okusisinkana ne tulaba wa we tutuuse bwe babeera balina omulimu gwe baakulekedde gwe nga boosi nti waliwo bakasitoma 5 b'olina okulaba naye wokomawo mu meeting eno ey'abakozi nawe olina ogamba bakasitoma bange bannaye saabalabye ensonga zeeno naye bwe bakubuuza ne bakasitoma babalabye n'oyomba buyombi awo beera oleese obuzibu
ogenza nogenda ku system kitegeeza bakozi buli bwenteekawo system kitegeeza ngenda kuteekamu bakozi that becomes an expenditure for me mu organization yange mba ngenda kufulumya nnyo ssente bwe ngamba okuteekawo nti weetaaga HR weetaaga gundi ezo zonna mba ngenda kusaasaanya kati mba ngenda kuzijjawo ssente zifaanana bwe zityo
ndowooza ekisinga obukulu kwe kulaba engeri gy'oteekawo systems zino zisobole okuyamba okwongera okuyingiza ssente nnyingi osobola okuba ng'okoze bulungi ennansana nga mu mazima ennansana buli omu agamba ayagala kulya ku restaurant yo era etambula bulungi nnyo naye obeera oyagala okuggulawo restaurant endala ebweyogerere togenda kuba mu bifo bibiri mulundi ki bwegumu kitegeeza nti olina okugamba nebweyogerere omuntu bwegenda okuteekawo girabirira biki bye tuyize ennansana byensobola omusomesa naye asobola okubikola nekitegeeza nti omuwa kitabononga nno munnaye emmere bwe tubeera tugifumba erina okuba eyidde ku ssaawa 7 bwemala okujja ku ssaawa 7 tulina ogiteeka mu wooma we tuba tuyiteeka mu wooma bwe tuti we tukola waliwo restaurant ezimu ogenda okulaba nga ziri mu nsi yonna restaurant nga KFC bw'ogamba KFC bw'ogamba McDonald's bali mu nsi yonna naye buli gy'otuukamu ogenda okulaba nga waliwo engeri gye bafumba emmere yaabwe waliwo engeri gye bateekateeka ebintu bye bagenda okukuwa ng'efaanagana ogende China, ogende America, ogende South Africa, ogende England, ogenda okulaba ng'efaanagana. Era ekitwetawo nti w'oteekawo system ebeera okusobozesa okubeera mu bifo ebingi mulundi gwe gumu. Olumu system zeetaaga abantu oba human resource egenda oziddukanya. Olumu systems zeetaaga tekinologiya n'ogeteekawo tekinologiya ng'omuntu osobola okumanya bantu bameka abayingidde nga ate otudde wano ng'omanyi ekigenda mu maaso eggulu. N'olwekyo waliwo ebintu bingi ebyetaagisa naye kyewetaaga okumanya nti nno nkulu nnyo obeera tozikozesezza tojja kusobola kuba nga bizinesi yo ogyongera okukula okwongeza sente z'okola ki z'oyingiza.
Mr. Ronald Akadde ndaba kandi bubi njagala oyogereko eri bannamakolero abatulaba abatonotono n'abanene nga bali mu kkula ku ngeri gye tuyinza okulaba nga tu-strengthening oba twongera amaanyi mu kuzimba sisitimu ezibadde zinafuye okusobola okulaba nga ate bizinesi zaffe zongera okuba nga zikulaakulana.
Ndowooza bannamakolero ate bongera okwetaaga sisitimu zino kubanga olumu ebintu bye bakozesa bw'obeera sisitimu togikutte bulungi ogenda okwetegereza nga obuzibu buzze. Olumu okozesa ekyuma wakikuza obukadde 3 naye ate omwana watakikwata bulungi watakikwata mu mitendera gikirina okutambuliramu ogenda okulaba ng'ofiiridde obukadde 3 lwakuba oli ekyuma teyakiggyeko ng'avaawo oba ng'omuliro gukutte lwakuba oyogera ku bigambo nga health and safety olina okumanya nti no byayingira wano bwati bwalina okuba ng'akola ki atambula ebifo bino abagendamu be bano. N'olwekyo zeetaaga okubaawo osobola okutuuka ku factory y'omuntu nga abantu bayingidde naye oli tayambadde glove oba tayambadde nankoofiira. N'olwekyo olina okuba ne procedure n'okugamba buli ayingira factory alina okwambala enkoofiira. Lwaki obeera okiteekawo kubanga omanyi nti waliwo ebintu ebibuukabuuka mu factory olumu ogenda okulaba kikubye omuntu ku mutwe omuntu afiiridde mu factory eyo naye singa helmet yabaddeko teyandikoze eki. N'olwekyo etteeka lirina okubeerawo nga buli omu alimanyi nti oyingira factory olina okuba nga helmet ogikoze eki ogitaddeko. Lwaki? Lwakuba obuzibu buno bubeerawo okusobola okufuna obuzibu mu bizinesi yange. N'olwekyo bannamakolero beetaaga okukozesa betwandiise abakugu mu bintu bino. Olumu bizinesi ogitegeera bulungi naye nga weetaaga omukugu akugamba nti systems kiwo ogambye nti nobadde n'omukulu owa standards abadde wano ng'ayogera naffe. Embeera eyo ogamba nino standard ki ze tulina okutambuliramu bintu bitambula bitya wano wetukola ki bwe tuli. Ekyuma osobola okusanga nga wekitandika okukendeeza omuliro okufuna spare part waakyo ogenda kumala emyezi 3. N'olwekyo system erina okubulira nti ekyuma kino kibadde kifulumya ensawa 50 buli ssaawa naye kati kitandise okufulumya ensawa 30 buli ssaawa. Ekyuma wekikyuka ne kiva ku nsawa 5 ku 30 kitegeeza kuba essimu ekyalina obagaye bannaye mumpeereze spare part kubanga kirabika kitandise okukka. Bwe kigenda okufiira ddala nga spare part zituuse naye tugenda okulaba ng'ekyuma kifudde nga nawe weewuunya kitegeeza system yo teyakubulidde nti waliwo obuzibu buno. Ate weetaaga kubeera ogenda okulaba myezi 3 tubadde mu bizinesi nga bakompitita batwala ki batwala bakasitoma abo. N'olwekyo kyekikulu ekyo kuba system zino zikola mu bizinesi yo.
Ku Smart 24 TV oyina dakiika seconds nga 3 your final parting shots nga osibula abatulaba.
Neyanze ssebo neyanzege ndowooza njagala okwebaza Smart 24 okumpa omukisa guno okwogera ku mulamwa guno. Omulamwa guno mweyongera okwetegereza system buli kyoyize mu business weetaaga okugamba nti no wawe kiri omuntu nze wembeera siriiwo n'oli akikole n'ogamba nino nze bakasitoma bange buli we bajja nina okuyimuka nemba wakasimayiro. Ekyo kitegeeza system ya business yo yeeyo buli muntu alina okuyimuka n'aba wakasimayiro. Bwe bagamba nti no kasitoma wangulako ebintu nina omukuba essimu mu nnaku 2 nabo oba ebintu byakoze kye yabadde ayagala kitegeeza system yo olina ogizimba nebeera ng'ekola ekyo kyennyini. System zino we tunaazizimba bizinesi zijja kweyongera okukula tweyongere okuyingiza ssente mu bizinesi okuteekawo emirimu n'okukyusa eggwanga lyaffe.
Mukasa Ronald oyo nno musajja akola n'ekitongole ekya Enterprise Uganda ali in charge of innovation. Temumanyi of course yali yesimbyewo okubeera omumaka wa parliament okukiikirira neno Kampala Central Division mu kalulu akawedde, naye kati of course wetwaveeyo n'akoma mu nsonga ez'ebyobusuuzi. Tubadde ku nsonga, weebale nnyo mwami Mukasa, weebalire ddala. Kale basebo ne banyabo nze ndowooza eddoboozi lyange mwami Mukasa nkulu, buli bw'okola business n'oba nti gwe maama gwe taata gwakuba eŋŋoma ye gwazina ye gwafumba emmere ye gwagiteekamu amazzi ye gwagiteekamu omunnyo ye gwagitesitinga nti emmere tewoomye ye gwagamba omunnyo mungi, ogenda okwesanga nti ebbanga libeera ttono ate neebanga business. These things do not only apply in business, naye ne mu gavumenti basebo ne bannyabo Katonda babadde obuvunaanyizibwa okuba mutukulembera okuviira ddala ku parliament, okuviira ddala ku executive n'okuviira ddala ku judiciary. Muli mu bifo ebyo okusobola okulaba nga muweereza eggwanga. So the systems emuteekawo bwe muba nga temuzigondedde of course temulina gye mututwala. John C. Maxwell agamba everything lies and falls on leadership. Katuumule mu program Uganda tukole ekyagenda ddala maaso. Tukomawo of course tugenda kuyingira program ki ky'otunda tulabe bannamakolero basuubuzi ki batuleetedde ate olunaku olwaleero.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
kale basebo ne banyabo nate imbaniriza abakatwegatako tuli mu program Uganda tukole wetutukira wano tubera mu segment kichotunda otunda kichotunda nchogere ntya nkireke ntya naye mu program eno basebo ne banyabo of course tubawo mwagano okulanga business zamwe yonaje musinzira mu bitundu ebyenjawulo of course otubulira otunda ki okitundira wa kya sente meka yeno program yokka gye tulowooza nti egenda kuleta bannamakolera abatono abanene okusobola okulabanga but of course ne program zaffe endala nazo weeziri okuviira ddala ku makya mu mwami Sonko abeera wano ng'ayogera ye oluzungu lwabwe olunyanyembe abeera wano ng'ayogera yabeera mulimi wa luzungu ntera omwegendereza ne muleka ne mga kale gwe twala SMB okuviira ddala ku makya abeerawo ng'ababuulira ddala ebitundu enjawulo kale basebo ne banyabo tutandike nani oba tandike ne Haji oba tandike ne wa Gomez oba tandike ne wa Lijem oba tandike kati kubona tandike nani mumbulire kale osobola okutwegattako ne tusobola okubanga tutunda program eno kube namba esimu omukyalo yagenda kubagikwata ombulire woli ne wosangibwa omubulire product gyokola bwoba otunda soda mugaye ntunda soda of course alina akabonero ka Uganda National Bureau of Standards bwobanga otunda Gomez gwe oli mu nsonga za guni nti kati nze ntunda byabagole bano baganda banga batannabakola mbaga basobola okuba nga badduka bwoba otunda kino bwebakubira n'ogamba nze ntunda kino eno segment yokka basebo ne banyabo egenda okuba nga tutulese kyekimu ntandike nani kale kantandike ne Hajati mwe abatannabakola mikolo egy'embaga n'egyokwanjula banne mulinda kimwanguwe kubanga Hajati yalese ekiyitibwa Gomez ate ebiku bintu byemmanyi ku bakyala abayisiraamu ku nsonga eza business ezikwataganako ne bweziti mbutuufu business baba zitegera Hajati ono asangibwawa lwaki sisooka ne mubawa ne sitasobola kwonoona biki byakola kasooke mbawe Hajati ababulire byakola ate bwe tukoma ongera kuba obirabyeko sobola okulaba nga tubyongera okubitawuluza.
Amanya agange nze na Kenya Shadia nga nkolera wano ku Anchor Gomez's nga tusangibwa California Plaza F134 wano wetusangibwa tulina egomesi ez'ebika byonna all types are found here tulina egomesi ez'abagole ez'abamaama ez'abasenga ez'ababuuza bonna ne ba matrons senga oyagala ogenda ku omukolo gwa muwala oyagala onyume jangu wano ku Anchor Gomez's ojja zisangawo tujja kuwa gomesi onyume oshanane ba matron bwe mba mwagala Gomez's omugole tukupreparinga bulungi nnyo ne tukuwa Gomez's zo zonna z'olina okwambala ku lunaku olwo ne tukuwa n'eza ba matron n'eza ababuuza tuyina namba zaffe ez'essimu tuyina 0774 90 11 81 ne tubeera n'essimu yaffe endala ya Airtel 0704 278272 tusange wano ku Anchor African Designers wenna bw'oba olina omukolo gw'oyagala okugendako jangu maama tosubwa mukono esawa yonna tubeerawo tukola okuva ku Monday paka Sunday amasimu gaffe gabeerawo osobola okutukubira ne tukutuusaako gomesi gy'owulira gy'oyagala ne tugikutuusaako wooli ku California Plaza F134 that is Room Street okuva ku Namaganda Plaza California Plaza yeddako bw'ova eri ku Kamukamu Plaza Plaza California Plaza yeddako Gate to California Plaza first floor tubasanyukidde mwenna mujje tujja bambaza ebisale byaffe si byamaanyi nnyo tutuula ne tuteesa ne tukuwa buli kimu kyoyagala omugole tulina gomesi ez'obutimba tulina ez'amayinja ebitambaala byonna ebigenderako ku gomesi zaffe tuziyina bw'oba oyagala gomesi nga gwoyagala ogisookeramu tusobola ogikukolera n'ogisookeramu ne tugiwo n'osobola okunyuma n'oshanana mujje mwenna ku Anchor Gomez's.
No ye gwe tuyisani tumuyise Hajati abatannabakola wanga emikolo temuna mwagala Gomez mwetaaga ebintu ebikola bitagenda baswaza mumalize nga mulabikidde ku mawulire nti gundi yatutesema ya Gomez ya 12 Hajati ajja kuwa Gomez ajja kuwa ebintu ebiri ku mutindo mutufuna ebyo n'ayambala n'okakasiza ddala nti kyekyo oyambadde olimuko asangibwa of course wala yona akugambya ali California wabononya California gwe kasotuka ku State Square around Bank of Uganda Namaganda Plaza ne wotukawo n'obuuza omuntu yenna asobola okuba nga kutuusa ewa Hajati genda omwagire osobole okubanga ate asobole naye okulaba nga of course business zitambula. Kale kati atuka tuongere ku bakulu bo abongero tubangula mu nsonga eza teknologiya banano ba Algem bo bakugamba balina si bakugamba bula kyemanyi balina obumalirivu ku nsonga eyokuwa of course online studies bakola kyebayita abadesigninga websites kati abasinga websites nange nali bino ebitumbize bukulu imwe bya website nebo bakugamba bakusomesa website bakusomesa engeri enzo zidesigningamu bakola ebintu bingi katusooke tubirabe.
Hi, Going Digital, Algem Technologies is offering the finest services like websites and web app development. For example, all-in-one e-learning platforms with live classes, study materials, online assessment, and accounting for your school. E-commerce solutions for your business. We host websites and register domains, software and mobile app development, service level maintenance and repair of IT equipment, social media management and marketing, professional IT services and support. For more information, visit our website at algemtech.com or call on 0785 208 532 or 0703 360 183. Algem Technologies, innovation, creativity, and professionalism.
Of course balina obumalirivu okudesigninga kyetisa website mwagala online training of classes balina obumalirivu okukolera ebintu ebyo. Of course accountability as long as you need anything to do with of course websites online n'ebintu njogere kindekeki balina obumanyirivu n'amaanyi okusobola okulaba nga bakuyamba businesses. Of course namba z'essimu zirabye batukirire basobole okuyamba. Of course don't get stuck and oliawo ebintu tobitegeera agwe bakubire bukubizi kasimu bajja kusobola okuba nga bakuyamba. Program kikyotunda be namba y'essimu ziri awo ku screen yo osobola okulaba nga mutunuulira ensonga enkulu nga bwe zitambula si mu Kampala yokka si mu Vanjuba si Bugwanjuba wabula ensonga eya Uganda yonna. Fe ye segment gye tubawa tubagamba mulange muyiseewo programu zammwe ebintu bye mukola mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Of course muzukulu wa Lusimbi osoyinza okukola be namba y'essimu tujja kubanga tukutuukako tusobole okulaba nga tukwasaganya ebintu ebisinga bwebiro. Of course we give you a platform n'okusobola okulaba nti oyogerera business yo tetukwata bukwasi ne tulekea we pay katase visit try business westambula but most important also tukuwa platform okujja n'oyogerera business yo. Of course PR business language n'otubuulira nze nkola kino nkikolera wano nsangibwa wano. We can also come to you live wherever you are netukwata ebyuma byaffe. Of course wetegeeza ebyuma sitegeezagana aguma aganena ffe tukwata bukwasi machines ezeetagisa ne tujja ku dduuka lyo n'otubuulira nti nkola kino nanga kino nkolera wano ntunda kino era kya ssente bweziti. Ezo zimu ku nsonga zetutabuusa maaso basebo ne banyabo mu program kikyotunda. Of course yugi tukoleyo nga yo kubiriza abantu kola kuzimba business kulaakulana but we look at also both hands on skill ne business zetuyita ez'obwongo abasinga mwezita vocational training areas abasinga ffe tuzita business ez'obwongo ne bano baganda baffe bakatikira ab'ekyambogo. Of course you need some of these other things but program kikyotunda ze program ffe byetutunda specifically otunda ki okitundirawa ate ensonga ezo eziddukanyizaawa. Nze muzukulu wa Lusimbi ebyo nno bye bimbeezaawo okusobola okulaba nga mu butuufu nkuwa platform okusobola okulaba nga olanga. Of course some programs ziri mu hands on skill bwalobe mutulo bemulaba abatunda nti ntunda ngoye abakola ngoye wali omugana wange yali akola pavers as long as oyina ekintu kyokola but you could also of course osobola tutuukirira bwe tubanga of course tufe tusobola okutuukirira yonna gy'oli netusobola okuba nga tukuyamba n'oyisaawo business zo ate nawe oyinza okututuukirira of course physically you can come to plot 5 that is Commercial Road Naguru oba osobola okututuukirira ku social media platform that is Facebook and Twitter ate yono ye Facebook and Twitter handle Smart24 TV ne ku YouTube of course Uganda tukole osobola nako okubanga otwegatako tusobola okulaba nga tumulungula business fena. Of course we usually say buli wokola business nobanga tugitegeeza bana Uganda. That is why we took ekiseera nolabanga business tezitambula business abantu tebajja abantu tebakugulaako not because your products are bad but sometimes simply because ebintu obikwata obirina birungi naye ate osazeewo kubibika. So how do you expect Abannayuganda okuva gye bavudde okusobola okulaba nga bajja bagule ebintu byo? So the only thing you have to do is simply coming out n'osobola okusobola okulaba nga ate olanga business yo mu program ki kyotunda. And of course not only this segment basobola banyabo tukola ebintu bingi. You can come and sponsor, of course, look at forex rates kusiza ku Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank and Midwest Forex Bureau. Tuina segments nga of course news insights, tuina inspirational business statements, of course tuina topic of discussions, tulina business z'ebyobusuubuzi, tulina business z'ebyobulimi, tulina of course mateeka mu business, tulina ebintu bingi basebo ne banyabo byosobola okujja n'ogamba nti nze Fred esente zangenda kubanga nziteeka waneeno. Of course, like I usually say, we cover a number of things. Our coverage is of course 360 degrees. Tukutukako, we give you live update, we give you live information, tukuwa in-depth analysis of every tatutulia event ngabweri. Ebira biri mu kikyotunda. Nze ntira okubagamba ntunda bwongo bwange. Gwe kikyotunda buyinza okuba bwongo, buyinza okubanga otunda ngoye, otunda nsawo, otunda ngatto, otunda ebintu ebyenjawulo. Whichever kind of business you do, manyi nti bwe nawadde mu bitundu eby'omunda yesterday, nina abakulu abantegeezeza nti ayo segment tugirabira tugenda kubanga tujja okwongera okulaba nga naffe tulanga business. Of course, we are looking forward okulaba nga tubaaniriza naye namwe abatukubira amasimu. Yes, waliwo era omukulu we yankubidde mu bitundu eby'omunda okola kintu kyamaanyi nnyo. Chewando Central, the same thing does apply n'ebitundu ebyenjawulo. Basaba ne banyabo atenze nginza obutasukkako wano naye nga bwe mbategeeza nti program Uganda tukole yo ebe ekyatambulira ddala okuviira ddala ku budde obw'okumakya paka ku budde obw'olweggulo bwe tubeerawo nga twongera okulaba nga tutunuulira ensonga ez'enjawulo ffe ze tukwalako. Of course tubaawo ensonga ze tuleseeyo osobola otutuukira n'otugamba ensonga eno temwagirabye. Of course manyi tekisoboka, but of course mutuwa information nemutugamba nti muki kyotunda mulimu ekintu kino kyemuleseeyo ekikulu nnyo ddala, so mwetaaga okubanga temukireka. Ffe tujja kujja ensonga eyo tusobole okugiwa as long as it's business oriented. Of course I usually say ffe tutunuulira ebintu biringanga bisatu. Ekisooka tutunuulira business kyekisookera ddala, ekyokubiri tutunuulira business, ekyokusatu tutunuulira business. So as long as ebintu byonna biri ku business bwe tuba tuvudde ku mulamwa tutunuulira ekiyitibwa business and business. That's all we look up to. So just in case oyina anything, as long as it's business oriented, fenga TV y'omusuubuzi in Uganda feka abakutuusaako business every morning and evening. Of course forex rates, price of commodities n'ebintu ebyenjawulo. And of course tusuubira nti yes tuli mu kikyotunda, but of course we continue to remind, of course tumanyi COVID effect has an impact on whichever business it is. We expect the president okubanga ate ayogerako eggwanga erya Uganda olunaku olwaleero ku biki byagenda okwogerako gwe nange ndowooza tubimanyi. Of course we'll be making another speech regarding ate kyetuyise the fight against COVID-19 pandemic mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Naye ezo nsonga tujja kubanga of course tutunuulyako mu budde obutali bwawala. I still remind us that call that number which is right on your screen. Ate osobole okuba nga oyambibwa otunda ki, okitundirawa, kya sente mmeka, okikolera ki, okikola material ki. That is exactly what we look up for waneno mu kyetuyise program Uganda tukole. Mu program gyetuyise kiki kyotunda. Nze ngenda kubanga of course at the top of the hour Mr. Marcelino Makune ajja kubanga ajja sobola okulaba nga naye abongerayo mu ngeri gyetuyinza okwongera okubangulwamu, ngeri gisobola okubanga tukola business si mu kibuga Kampala kyokka wabula ne mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Of course at the top of the hour the trading dawn will be coming in okusobola okulaba nga ate ebongerayo ku ngeri gye tusobola okulaba nga ate twongera okubangula business. Nsigadde nze Fred Makubya, ndi muzzukulu wa Walusimbi.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Omukozi w'engatto ekinawatakambuya. Omulimu guno natandika 2014 okusoma engatto zino, naye nga sinatandika zisoma nali mu senior 5 nzija nfunamu obuzibu bw'obulwadde nenkomaawo nsalawo neŋŋamba ngenda kukola ki, njagala ekintu nga neekozesa, kintu kyaye nga nze neekozesa ate mbe nga nsobola okumbaako nekyengatta ku ggwanga lyange oba kuyigiriza abantu balala oba ki, ne ntuula ne mbalamu ne ndowooza kintu ki, nensalawo nengenda nenjoyininga okusoma okukola engatto nenzitandika 2014 paka kati, naye nga kutandika tebyali byangu nnyo. Njukira nkuzisoma wenfuluma bwenti nagende wa mama wange ne mugamba maze okusoma engatto tyoziize nti nziize, nakwata sente by then zaali emitwalo ndozanga 8, kumbe emitwalo 8 ezo gize nvudde ku ssomero nkyamuse ngenze mu tawuni nguze ebintu buli kimu ne mukati binsobola ogamba nti nebyali biteetaagisa essaawa eyo, nengula amaliba ag'ebbeeyi ngaago, jjukira nga wakafuluma oba tosobola kukola kintu nekivaayo bulungi. So nasanga challenge eyo, sente ne zijja zoonooneka zonna ne ziggwawo, noleeta engatto no material oguze wa bbeeyi engatto tevuddeyo bulungi, jjukira wakafuluma sente ne zikyankalana. Naye olw'okuba nti omulimu nali ngwagala, ne waliwo omukulu wange muganda wange yali muli peya, ninga ne mugamba nayingidde ekintu ky'engatto nzimanyi naye nakazitandika, mukate yampadde sente naye zaagize zafudde, material nagulawo bbeeyi, ate nga society gyendimu by then nali katooke nabweru side eyo. Kati naŋŋamba ogenda kukola otya, jangu tugira tutandika ekyokutunga. Niŋŋamba kiba kinkolera kuba still mba nsigadde mu system yangatto. Kakati ne tutandika okutunga, tutandika mpola mpola olwo nga sente ziweddewo ne maama sina ngeri gye mugambamu nti sente zaweddewo sizirabako. Kakati ne ntandika we nafunayo akasente ne mugamba kati kaŋŋende, ate nenkimanya nti we natandikira lulisi we nalina otandikira. Nazirayo nengula material omutonotono atandika, abantu baffe mu mbeera gye nalimu by then gye basobola okugira noma nti ojja kukola engatto ey'omutwalo biiki material ng'oyo, material ono bwati. Kati eno omuntu osobola okutandika okukola material n'engatto nakuwa omuntu mutwalo 8 6 n'otandikira bwotyo. Ate nze nali ntandikidde ku maliba gali ge twayigirako, so nengwamu ekigaawo, naye fact ndoza natandikira kabalaza wali wabweru awo we natandikira n'ekimeeza kyange ekyo, nenzija mpola nzimba mpola paka wendi saawa zino, kuba kati wano nayingiddewo ndoza ngenda bugenzi kuweza mwaka, bugenda bugenzi kuwera tegunnawera andi wano, kubanga olava wabweru wali nenzija ate ne waliwo yaliwo waneeno nange nemusaba mpeeko side eno, nenteekawo ekyalaani kyange kino. Naye ku kyekyalaani kino nabyo njukira sente zenasooka okukwatako ennyingi zenagulamu ekyalaani kino, zisente zenasooka okukwatako nze nga nze obuka bwange $1.5 million. Naye nga sente zino nazo nalijjukira maama yampa sente nga sinawe munnyonnyola nti oba ate empeeza kino omukadde ali omukyalo maama wange ali Lusaali eyo Mityana, nga sinawe ngamba nti ate nnyongera sente, ate nga yakwata sente embalo 8 nazimpa ne zinnyonoonekako. Nentoba nensonda busente mpola naye mu mbeera eyo tukirirako muzeeyi wange, nze ng'ekirooto kyange nkiina nkimanyi nkyagala, naye nga kati n'okutunga ebintu bino kino ekyalaani kye kibitunga by then natambulanga neŋŋenda ekireka eyo nga gye babitungira naye nga obala obudde omusana otambula neŋŋamba nina ofuba olaba nga nkola ki naye nfuna ekyange nenumba muzeeyi wange taata mulala nemubuuliramu nali ndowooza agenda kumpa ssente naŋŋamba nedda olina kukola mpolampola onoonye ssente oba okiraba naye nga ze nagenda nemubuuliramu nga ndowooza anampa ssente eyangomya bugumya naŋŋamba ojja kukola mpolampola ojja zifuna kati mba nkyali awo ate nzijja nnyingiramu ekirowoozo ky'okuwasa neŋŋamba okuwasa kuno nkyalina ebirooto kyalina ekirooto kyange sinaba kituukiriza njagala ngula ekyalaani njagala ngule ne mashini eri ewawula nga ndaba sente zikyali nnyingi neŋŋamba ekirooto kyange okigaziya wakiri kansooke nsigale ku kyamuzeeyi kye yaŋŋamba noonye akasente akakola ekyalaani kino manye nti wenaaba ndeese omukazi gwe gujja okubeera omulimu gwe manye nti awo nawo mba nkoze eki nga ziizaamu nenoonya ssente olwojjukira ninako ne baganda bange eno bo balabanga atuse owasa balabanga aluddewo bantekako pressure wasa nembagamba nkyalina ekintu kyange kyenkola ki kyembala kyenjagala katonda nansaasira nembusonda obusente nebuwera nenkigula ekyalaani kati awo nemanya nti kireka nja sigalira kutambula genda kuwawula kuno okuyisaako ku ngatto kuno neŋŋamba olaba nsobodde emu ekitundu kali kuba baŋŋamba buli mu 25,3 ne baŋŋamba era okufuna ekintu ekirungi olina okufuna ssente ezitegerekeka neŋŋamba nja kuzinoonya nenoonya 7,000 nengenda nenfuna akamashini kali akawawula kamota neŋŋamba otyo akati awo ntandika ŋŋamba nkoze ntya neŋŋamba kati nga sinaleeta mukyala agenda kundyako ssente z'akameeza buli lunaku kasooke nfuneyo omwana okwongera ku production nemuleeta omwana netukola mpolampola netukola tuli kabalaza wali netujja bwe tutyo tutambula mpolampola ofuna akasente n'oyongeramu noleeta amaliba ago kubaga amaliba ga bbeero nga togenda ogimaliza nga butuufu esaana kutunda 3.3 okuggwa bwentyo nengenda nga nkizimba mpolampola paka olwaleero nera nga nkyalina ekirooto ekyamaanyi njagala oba ofuna ewantu ewagazi okubeera n'abakozi abawerera ddala nze nga nze ndowooza kyantwalira emyezi gyalinga 4 kuba ebyaddala kye nali nkola nali nkyagala nnyo tekyantwalira bbanga ddene nze ng'ovudde ku bino kwa twasooka ntusoma yawo busiole emyezi oba gyalinga emeka kati wetwatandika ku practical nembeera serious nnyo tekyantwalira bbanga ddene nnyo nze ekintu nze mba nakisalawo era nkiwa obudde nteekayo omutima gwabwe gwonna era paka kati omuntu okola engato n'agyewuunya fakiti nnaku ezo emabega waliwo abasajja abazze bavudde China bakola badde era bali mu sisitimu ya ngatto naye mukuva China ne bavaayo ne matiriya akola engatto kati batuuse batambula muno ndowooza ebintu byabwe badde bikyali nakawaawo kati mukuyita wano ne balengerawo ne bajja ne bagamba kintu kyo nga kirungi leerere tukoze tutya okukwatagana tukole ffenna ne bagaa tekirina buzibu ne bagamba tugenda leetawaawo ku sampo okoleyo ne bajja ne mbakolera engatto ne bagamba nti olimba tebasoose kikkiriza ne bagamba nti nedda tekisoboka ngatto zino yako zijja China n'ozireeta wano olwekiraba kwegamba nga ye kyalaba eri nga tasuubira nti naffe wano mu Uganda waliwo abantu abasobola okukola ekintu ekifaananako bwe kiti era nekyaŋŋambye naŋŋamba naye omanyi lwaki tetugende China eyo nasooka nakyamukaawo tugende China tuleete mashini ogenda kukola engatto neŋŋamba omusajja ono abadde kinazindagaawo mashini ng'ebyaddala singa tuba tufunye mashini wano tusobola okukola engatto n'okusingako abasajja abo lako abo balina buli kimu balina mashini ez'enjawulo naye bambye omusajja yabadde mulungi nnyo fakiti badde bazze balinga abasajja nga 5 bali China eyo neera nsuubira tulina bitambudde bulungi tunaaba tukwatagana naye naye nga nzira nga wenzira kye batulaze infact batuyigirizanga okuluka bubidizi buno kati bubidizi buno nga bagamba nti babiri buli omu alukako kuba kati kano kaba kakugulu kuno kati wabayo noko okugulu kuno kati nga bagamba omu aluka esayidi eno omulala aluka esayidi eri naye nga mwino kijjayo nga kyonna kifaanagana ne babawo bennaku 2 nimugenda ne muluka ekintu ne bagamba mubuleete tugenda obuleeta ebyaddala nga akako tekafaanagana na byabalala kyokka nga mwina obiteeka ku ngatto nga byonna bikolaki bifaanagana kati atera nga nze mmaliriza nga ate nze nzizeemu okukola ate akalala akafaanana nga kano ga nze nakiwanga obudde nawaayo obudde bwange bungi nnyo n'omutima gwange kubeera nga njiga ekintu kino mukuyiga nno tezaali ssente nnyingi kuba nzijukira waliwo omukyala eyatuyambako awo yatuyambako twawangayo kasente katono baire ntwawo oba emitwalo gyali oba 3 naye nga atuyambako atugattirako katwali njuga twali mu muzikiti omwo nali kawempa ku 5 tuli mu masjidi agamba nti baba baagala okuyiga engatto abo bakola kuba twali wali ab'enviiri aba bano abaketalingi biki byali bingi aga sobola okusasulirako waafu naawe n'okola ki naawe n'oleetako ekitundu nenkozesa omukisa ogwo fact by then nalinga ngendako ate ku bukyawo sisita wange yali alina omuvubuka gwanfunidde tukolengako naye mu bukyawo kati mu kugenda okusala we nafunira omukisa ogwo ningamba yewe kibanga kyekyo ate nange nayagala ekintu ekyokukola nga neekozesa awo we nafunira omukisa nengenda nenkola ki nenjiga engatto ze matiriyo namusuubulanga era mukwano akeedi awo namusuubulanga era paka kati wemusuubula nekatwe nayo etumusuubula nyabo soba sinafuna busobozi bugenda Kenya nkyali sobola kungula mukubana abagajje Kenya ate ne baleeta wana Uganda munkwana awo ngagula sinafuna busobozi naye nga nsuubira we namaaso eyo naba nfunye obusobozi nange nja tuuka okugendayo kubanga ebbeeyi teba yemu ogenda n'ogajjira eri ate kati ffe wano ekyenjawulo nti osobola oba ogenzera osobola olondayo eddiba gwe lyolya lyoyagala naye ate woogenda mu tawuni wano ogula galiwo oluusi nga tikulite si nnungi naye nga infact ndoza sirinaawo naye nga nenayo keagaliyo emanju eyo malungi nnyo ngerayo bagamba kituufu naye ebyuma ebyo okulijjayo ne lifuuka ddiba bwe riti ekyo we wakyali obuzibu katwala ne webingi zino bazirukira Kenya ebyuma ebiruka webingi zino naye njukire mabegakaawo twafuna Kenya oba yalina buzibu kyoba bwali byakulonda ne bajja ne bafunamu obuvuyaawo naye twabonaabona nnyo ng'ebintu tebikyafuluma ababiina ya bbeeyi kugamba twabonaabona nnyo era ndowooza singa kiba kisoboka gavumenti oba netuyambako netuleetera ebimu kuba nalaba nga si bikyamaanyi nnyo just kyuma kiruka akantu kano kalaba kikaluka bulusi kiri wano Kenya kiri China naye era obuzibu bwemu bwe twasanga awo nti gaamu kuba naye ndaba ava Kenya baleetamu twafuna obuzibu nti baacupula nnyo gaamu nitufuna gaamu omubi okola engatto wano kasoma ajambalamu oluusi ebbanga siddene neetanagamba kikino naye ngaobuzibu buli kuki ku gaamu gwe baleeta nga yali omutindo si mulungi so singa naffe tuba tusobola okwekolera ebintu byaffe wano tusobola ofulumya engatto nga nungi materiyo mulungi ate nebbeeyi nga si nnene nga nfunya materiyo gwenjagala nze tikati sofa nze nsuubula mu bapima square feet babala eddiba nga lino ne balipima square feet eziriko n'ogula naye oba ofunye sente nga ziwera osobola okugenda n'ogula nga batunda mu kilos ate awo kiba kirungiko oba ne ssente n'ogula mu kilos oba togula mu bbeeyi emu naffe abagula square feet naye kati nze nkyali mu square feet era amaliba galimu ebika akati waliwo lino waliwo ne lino ga amaliba ga njawulo naye nga gabaayo 5 5 kakaaga bwe gatyo square feet kisinziira design z'okoze kuba kati design ng'eno giraba neeno kati zojja muno si zojja muno kisinziira mu size fashion kijojje kati enetwala material mungi okumpiyalinga neeno just kano ojjako kano kokka kati bala kya waggulu kino woosala kino wano woosala kino peye osobola okujjamu buno bupeya buna obwa buno ng'osaze buno so kati kisinziira nkola kintu kirungi kuba njukira nabufunako kasitoma omu yajja wano yali abeera kuno naye n'avaako n'agenda ewala yagenda sayidi wa naye nga walako kati nambuuza naye lwe lwaki engatto zino gw'ofunamu otya okola engatto eŋŋumu bwe ziti njambadde ebbanga ddene gw'ofunira wakati bbanga ddene sidda kugula ne mugamba engatto eno we naagikolanga nnungi nga ŋŋumu bw'ona ajambala omuntu ajja kukubuuza engatto yeeyo wagikola ki wagijjawa oba okitegeera era n'oli bw'anaaba oba alinayo omwana we wabanga mwami yaguze ajja agamba ngatto eno ŋŋumu kaŋŋende ngulireyo omukyala abaana bange bayonoona nnyo engatto kaŋŋende wali nkole ki ngule engatto tugenda eno malirizo kimunnyonnyola nga ŋŋamba kituufu nange ono ndeese muleete yali alina kasitoma gwaleese baava wala nno era alina kasitoma gwaleese naŋŋamba kituufu nange ono yambuuza engatto eno wagijjawa ne mugamba bulijjo mbadde nga mugamba tujja genda paka nga nnemeddeko ngamba njagala funanga eyo engatto eyo n'amuleeta ne mugamba kati kyekyo kyembadde nkunnyonnyola n'abantu abalala kubeera waliyo abakola engatto bangi nga bw'ogambye naye n'omaliriza olinga engatto ajambaddeyo akaseera katono n'agireeta n'agamba nkyusizaako obukoba oba okiraba nteeraako nga buno obubwo oba ginkyusize yonna oba nkolera ngaeyo kitegeera so kati kolite okola ekintu ekirungi obuzibu matiriyo nze mufunira ku bbeeyi nneneko so kuba kapita akyali mutono naye so singa mba nfunyewo kasente akawerako nensuula matiriyo mu bungiko nga inagamya amaliba gali abagula mu bungi bagula mu kiro naye ffe abagula akamu ogenda bakuwa mu square feet obuwiki naawe tomanya nti oba ogenda kukwata oba opimyemu olabe nti ziweze ekiri wali kyebaguza kyoleeta n'ekizibu ekirala era tulinawo era abo boogambye abo abakola ezo engatto nga tuli bangi abakola oli n'amala gakola akozese mu matiriyo obutategeerekeka kati kasoma nabo oluusi bajja ne batusumbuwamu gundi olinga atunda bweti nze nagula bbeeyi bweti nze nagula bbeeyi bwoti kakati oluusi abamu ne mulemagana n'agenda n'abugula n'akambalamu ne kafa mangu najja n'agamba nti kangezeeko ku zizo nemukolera kati ekyo nakyo tukisanga n'ekizibu ekirala ekyamasanyalaze sinaze nago bintu bino binywa amasanyalaze binywa nnyo era simanyi oba bayinza tuyamba batya kukendeeza ku unity naffe naye kigawuutira ddala kino era ndowooza kati ffe ndowooza abakola bino simanyi oba bayinza tukenderezaako bukendeereza naye nga nakyo ndaba kizibu nti binywa amasanyalaze bino ebirungi kusooka neyimirizaawo nze ng'omuntu kuba guno gwe mulimu gwange nyambako n'abantu abalala ninawo abakozi mbayambako ne bano gavumenti beereese n'okulabirira amaka gange nina omukyala n'omwana kati ninayo n'omwana nafunye omwana ndoza ali mu weeks 2 nsobola obalabirira bulungi ne bazadde bange kubeeraawo n'omuweerezaayo kasukaali n'omuweerezaayo ku mata ate nga ne maaso nsuubira ebirungi bingi nsuubira ekisooka tulina ebbula ly'emirimu wano. Nsuubira kubanga abantu abo gavumenti beegize nabo baba tebakola ki okubayambako okuva eri, kubanga n'ekirala njukira abaana abamu abo abaasoma, waliwo abasomera ku imutaaka awo, nasomera ku imutaaka, nasomera wa engatto naye nkoze ntya. Kati abo nabo wembanga nfunye ekintu nsuubira nabo bakola ki obayambako oba okubawa kuba ova eri nga tufunye byonna okiraba nga tufunye byonna weetaagamu omuntu oyo akwongeramuko. Nsuubira okubaako nange oba okugulayo kapoloti nange nzimbeko nzikoleko nange nga kampuni, nzingule ettaka ntekeko kampuni eyange nve mu kupangisa kuba kati renti wa buli kadde ono naye nsuubira inshallah with the time njagala okumuvaamu. Obutakoowa abatayagala kukola bagezeeko okubeera nga beegomba, kyendaba beegombe. Omuntu oleme kubeera awo ng'otambula butambuzi naye olaba omuntu nti oba alinako kyali oba aguzeeyo oba kamotoka oba aguze kapoloti oba ki, omwegombe omanye anti nzija. Kati okwegomba wekitandikira nwegomba naye newegomba mu ngeri ennungi nga ogaye nti biri wegomba mu ngeri nti oyagala naawe ofuneyo ekyo oba kiraba n'omanya nti mu kukifuna.
Amanya Mukalazi Augustine okuva mu Budget Technical Service. Ninda okuyigiriza nga bwe tukwata landa, bwe tugipangulula, bwe tugipanga, bwe tugikozesa, buli kimu kyonna buli kimu ekigikolako. Ye topic gye tugenda okukozesa olwaleero. Landa kyeki? Landa kye kyuma kye tukozesa mu kulanda embaawo, okuzigolola ozijjamu ebinnya, ozitereeza esobola okuzibajjamu bulungi. Kati leero tugenda kuyiga kiki ekikola na buli kimu kyonna na bwe kifaanana munda waakyo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Yeah, so today there's a number of charts, a number of charts that we have to look at today. We looked at those charts on the Telegram group this morning. It was quite a number of charts, there are quite many. And there are also some good events on the economic calendar today. Later on tonight at 9 p.m., events affecting the US dollar. Yeah, we have FOMC in there, then there is there's the interest rate decisions. Yeah, so let's take a look at the economic calendar. Down for today, we look at those events, then we look at some charts, we look at some crucial charts, and then we see how these charts actually keep on moving, maybe beyond tonight, beyond 9 p.m., because that's going to be a very pivotal point there. So if things go bad for the US dollar tonight, then some of these charts are going to be very nice to trade. And yeah, let's take a look at the events on the economic calendar, then we take a look at the charts. Yeah, so if you look at this, so in the calendar there are just 4 events left. All these events are going to be at 9 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. So the first event is the FOMC economic projections. This one is just a report. Then the interest rate decision, it's going to be also at 9 p.m. Then the monetary policy statement at also 9 p.m. Then the press conference for this FOMC, that will be at 9:30. So all these events are going to take place within 30 minutes, within 30 minutes of each other. And yeah, so these are all affecting the US dollar. So if these events are negative for the US dollar, we are going to have, if things go according to plan anyway, we're going to have some good results. Now, this is the Euro USD. Let me move this aside. So it's the Euro USD, and where the price is right now, where we have point A, there we have point B, and we have point C. Actually, we have point, maybe if we are to take in account these previous events, we have point A there. Let me slide this a little bit. So we have point A there, point B, point C, point D. So I'm marking out these areas because they are the low areas in this downward trend. And we currently have some kind of an upward movement starting to form. So this somehow looks like a reversal. We've been looking at the Ichimoku so much, and yeah, so basing on the Ichimoku, this area where we are right now, yeah. So about let me just give this another color, the Chiku span. It has always, let me give it yellow so that it's a bit clearer. It shouldn't disappear in there. Okay, so looking at the Chiku, looking at this cloud, this cloud is about 26 periods in front. Yeah, so this cloud here it's bullish. It has started giving a bullish signal, but okay, this is just looks like a reversal. It's not yet a reversal, but it looks like a reversal could happen. And what could make that a reality is tonight's events. If they go bad for the US dollar, then the euro will start climbing up, and we shall have confirmation for the reversal. Yeah, so we have we have these falling bottoms. This one is very typical of a downward trend, falling bottoms. And here we don't have the rising bottoms on the RSI. We don't really have that, but we have some maybe this last these last areas here, these last two areas here, we have this bottom down here and it rises above to this other bottom, and up here they are moving downwards, which gives it some kind of divergence. So that is that's what we have for the Euro USD. So it looks like it's going to reverse, yeah, but we don't have any confirmation for a reversal, so we can't we can't conclude that it's now reversing. There was another area here where it looked like it was going to reverse, though we didn't have the proper signal from the RSI, so it was a bit of a false signal. This one could also be false, it could be real, but you just have to wait for these events. They could kickstart the reversal, the beginning of the new trend for this Euro USD. So it's not a definite reversal, but this is something that just keeps you waiting, and it's something good. If the reversal actually happens, then we continue, we start buying. If it doesn't happen, then that will be bad. Yeah, now the GBP USD is in sort of a similar position, but not really, it's not really conclusive yet. Yeah, it's also down here. Today it was really on this support level here, but this cloud of the Ichimoku hasn't yet given the signal to buy. This one here is still below the price. So this one here is a bit, it could go bullish after tonight's events, or it could go bearish. There are so many other events that could make it go bullish, but where we are right now, there's been a lot of support down here, and price has just broken below there. So if I put these Fibonacci's here from this previous period to the topmost point, price has been, it has been so much below that 61.8 and now the 78.6. So price has been, it has been down there for quite some time. And it could be time for a reversal, or maybe price could actually move to this 100.0 level, which is the beginning of this previous trend. Yeah, but today's events could easily turn this as well. It can give it some power to start moving upwards. If the news is bad for the US dollar, if it's good for them, then this chart will definitely hit this 100.0 mark. Yeah, that is a very definite something that could easily happen. So if these events tonight are good for the US dollar, then we are going to have price moving down there below. If it's bad for them, then it's going to move upwards. So we looked at these charts here earlier on today on the Telegram group. If you're not part of that group, it is you just go to Telegram, you search for BVB Trade FX, or you can search for Trading Dawn, and then you'll get there, and there are so many charts that are being shared there. Yeah, so okay, so this is just a list of charts that we've been looking at today. Let me remove this this Ichimoku, the Ichimoku as well. I'm very sure it confuses many people. Yeah, so we have a clean chart there. So so these are the charts. Since we did this analysis very early in the morning, right now there must be some progress by now. Yeah, so another chart we are looking at was this Australian dollar versus the New Zealand dollar. This one is a chart of interest. Someone was buying last night, and things didn't go their way. But so what this one here, without drawing so many things, you don't need to make charts look very complicated. So we have two raising tops there, and then we have two falling tops there, which give us this kind of divergence. So the main thing here is could be selling, and today morning price was just at the top. It was just there, where that resistance is. That is where our price was, and it has so far fallen about about 20 pips. since we looked at it in the morning. So the prediction was, for price to continue moving downwards because of this, it is a general movement anyway, and there's been already a divergence here. So, that's the obvious thing to do there was to sell. So price is now moving upwards, but it could sell again. Yeah, so we just keep on watching that one and see the big move has happened, 20 pips in one day. That is quite a move. Okay, so the other charts that we're looking at, the US dollar versus the CHF, the USD CHF. So we have that there, and today, it was seriously okay. It is in a bearish move, and that was a prediction today for it to be bearish. Let me put some moving averages there so that we have some indicators to show us the price, the trend movement. Yeah, so I'm using 50 and 20. So let me make 20 into color red, make it a bit thick so that it's very visible, and the 50 as well, a little bit thicker. Okay, so so earlier on today morning, so this was very, very bearish, and today morning price was just above this moving average there, and the prediction was obviously to sell because it is bearish. So we're looking for a selling movement and probably a reversal. Maybe that was the other thing was if it was going to go bullish, then we're looking at this low point here to start giving us this becomes now point A, because the price has gone below, the RSI has gone below the 30 mark, so that gives us our point A. It is oversold, so we need to get other points below point A which are above this 30 mark. So from the time we looked at it earlier on in the morning, it has moved about 25 pips. So that was another good chart. The next chart was the Australian dollar versus the Swiss franc. It was also in some kind of a selling movement. So we looked at it. I think it was about this one I didn't put some Fibonacci. This one I'm looking at it in the 4-hour chart. And price was in the 4-hour chart. We're looking at this Fibonacci retracement levels, and it was just at that 38.2. And here it was supposed to sell. To keep on selling to this 61.8. So from the morning up to now, price has moved about 20 pips below. Expected to reach this 50.0, which will be 31 pips, and then probably this 61.8, which is about 63 pips. So far, price has moved 20 pips there. And that is quite. It's good to see this. It's good to see these results. So the other chart was the New Zealand dollar versus the US dollar. It was also in a bearish movement. The NZD USD. So all these charts are there on the Telegram group. They are posted today morning at 9 a.m. If you want to join the group, you just search for Trading Dawn on Telegram. Then you get there, or you can search for just search for BVB Trade FX, and then you will get there. So this one as well, do this Fibonacci to the top, and today price has been it has been here so much, just above the 50.0. So nothing eventful has really happened today for this chart here. It is still the same. There is nothing eventful there. Okay, so we move on to the next chart, which is the euro versus the Swiss franc. The euro CHF. This was another chart that was in a bearish move earlier on today morning. Also had these Fibonacci levels put there. Yeah, so today morning it was just moving towards this 38.2. Yeah, it was just above there, and right now it has touched the 61.8. Yeah, so the prediction was if price moves below the 50.0, then we can sell. There will be an obvious selling movement there. Yeah, so the movement to the 51.0 so far it's about 19 pips. Yeah, about 17 pips, give or take. Yeah, so that is the current move so far. And yeah, if price breaks below there and have another candlestick opening below the 50.0, we can comfortably continue selling to this 61.8. Okay, so another chart, the euro, the Australian dollar versus the US dollar. This one was bearish as well. Very, you can see it's in a bearish movement. Also looking at it in the 4-hour chart. And yeah, so earlier on today it was at the 61.8, and it is still there. It is still there. It's still there making its moves. 8 hours later, it is still there. Price is very stagnant. Yeah, so there maybe if price goes below this, below these areas, these low points, then we can probably sell to that 71.6. They're about to that 78. They are about 20 pips there. Yeah, that's okay. That was a prediction for that one. Yeah, another chart was the euro versus the Australian dollar. Yeah, now this one was quite. This one was we're looking for a reversal on this one. The euro versus the Australian dollar. Okay, there it is, and this one was in the 1-hour chart. So this one we're looking for a reversal. We're looking for a reversal. So basically for this chart, we have these climbing tops, and then on the RSI, all the tops are just moving below. From this first one here, so we have here the overbought position there, moving into moving below that 70 mark, and yeah, so this one here, it's just there. There is no much change since today morning. It has somehow moved upwards, but for this one you're looking for a reversal. If it happens, then well and good. You have to be patient. You have to get some kind of trend confirmation here, so that we start selling. It's not yet time to sell. So the other chart is the Swiss franc versus the Japanese yen, the CHF JPY. Now this one we were buying. I think this one here was the most predictable. This morning, if you go to the Telegram group, still if you want to join it, you can search for BVB Trade FX, or you can search for Trading Dawn, and then you can start seeing these charts. So this one here, this was the analysis. So we have these rising bottoms on the RSI, and we have the falling bottoms. And then we have these falling bottoms to this on the chart. And this one here, so in the morning, this is what we had. Let me draw this this trend line from the beginning of the trend. I think I drew it from this top here to the bottom. Okay, so we have price. Okay, have price somewhere there. So today morning price was just above this 23.6, and I started it. I had reversed. The CHF JPY has reversed, and the most obvious, the most predictable thing is to buy to the 38.2. So price was just here at this small. It was staggering. It was just staggering a little bit there. So this was the most predictable chart for today. So to the 38.2, they're about 32 pips to that 38.2, which was very, very obvious. And price has gone a little bit above. There are about 40 pips in total. so far. Yeah, so that one was the most obvious for today, and it has actually moved upwards. Okay, it's just obvious anyway. I can't really say much about it. Yeah, so now that it has gone above this previous resistance level, it has actually crossed it. Yeah, you could have more movement upward. Yeah, so yeah, that was a very good chart for today. Yeah, so the other chart was the Australian dollar versus the Canadian dollar. Yeah. It was also bearish, and we're expecting some. Expecting this to happen. This one I think was in the 4-hour chart. Yeah, so that is the exact thing on the. It's the exact thing on the Telegram group. Yeah, so price is still, it's still inside there. It hasn't really moved so much. I think the biggest movement it has made is about 7 pips. 75 MetaTrader points. Not so much, not much of a movement. But here we're looking at maybe it could reverse into an upward trend. Maybe, because when I draw these Fibonacci's here, price has already bounced off the 50.0 there, and we already have price in an oversold position, which is point A. For a reversal, and it has continued moving upwards, and these averages look like they're going to cross. So this one here is not very predictable, but we just have to wait. If price breaks below this level 50.0, then we can continue downwards to this 61.8. If it breaks above this 23.6, above there, we shall have these averages already crossing, and yeah, we could either have entered some kind of a sideways market, or we could have an upward trend forming there. Yeah, so I think, I think there was one more chart, which is the New Zealand dollar versus the Swiss franc and the NZD CHF. Let me look for it. Okay, there it is. So that's the chart, NZD CHF, and yeah, so this chart here now very long. This one is a 4-hour chart. So just looking at that, so today morning, yeah, it's not far from where it is right now. It was actually so close to this 23.6 being resisted there. So actually it was a 1 hour. It was a 1 hour time frame, which we are looking at. Yeah, so let me just squeeze that in there a little bit. Yeah, so earlier on today morning, it was just, it was just in price had moved up. It had crossed this 20 moving average, and it was just there near this 23.6. And it is obviously bearish as well. Yeah, it looks bearish. It is definitely bearish, and it has broken below all of these, all these support levels. It seriously broke those support levels, tested there today morning, and it's now bearish. So this one was also an obvious trade early in the morning, and yeah, so and this one here could be bearish for a long time because it has just crossed these levels here. So we expect some good movement downwards. Yeah, so from where it was earlier on today, it was around there. Yeah, it has so far moved. It has also moved about 20 pips today, which is quite which is quite good. I think that was the last. I think that was the last chart that we looked at. There were quite a number of charts. So I think I think that's the last chart for today. Yeah. So what's going to happen tonight? Are those events? Those FOMC minutes, the monetary policy statement, mostly they are reports and some speeches. Yeah, so those speeches, it's good to actually go onto the internet and look for those international channels, which are mostly financial, and then you watch these speeches from those governors of those banks, those people of the Federal Reserve. They are quite important, and what they speak about reflects in these charts. And it's very, very important. These days, the whole world is connected. You know, these days, you know, people who didn't believe that the whole world is connected, you know, the coronavirus has actually connected the whole world. You can see how China can connect with everywhere else, and things start happening the way they are happening right now. Yeah, so in the same way, you know, all your money is also connected everywhere. So those guys who are trading, that side who are making money, the money is not coming out of thin air. The money is actually coming from your pocket, whether you're trading or not. You're feeding the market with money, and you know, you're participating directly or indirectly. You know, it's like a system of taxation. You either pay taxes directly or you pay indirectly. Either way, you're going to pay those taxes, and that's how nations progress. Yeah, so these events are going to happen tonight. So those charts which are possibly going to reverse, Euro USD, most likely GBP USD has started doing some kind of bearish move, which is not nice. It's not nice for some people. It's really not nice. But yeah, it's bearish somehow. Should wait for tonight to get an actual movement that can give you know, some confirmation for an upward move. Yeah, and you know, if things don't go well tonight, you know, these events, as much as we can predict them technically, we can see where price is headed, but then fundamentally, what is happening in the US is going to determine where these technical moves go. Yeah, so most likely tomorrow morning I'll be doing more analysis on the Telegram group. After those events last night, I'll, you know, in the morning after the candlesticks are formed, yeah, I'll do more analysis and say, you know, for the charts we expected to go up, we didn't get a confirmation, so this is the new normal. It's now moving like this. There, you know, if you haven't yet hit your stop loss, you can just close it immediately, and then we follow the fundamental move, because everything entirely depends on fundamentals. You know, doesn't matter how many lines you draw on this chart. Say you might draw 1,000 lines, you might have 50 moving averages, averages from period 1, period 2, period 5. You might have so many periods there, and you wait for these periods to cross each other in some kind of magical form. But if the fundamentals dictate otherwise, then that's why they are called fundamentals. When the you know, fundamentals, once they move, once they shift, everything shifts with them. So that's what will happen tonight when these events come out. If they are good for the US dollar, that means charts like Euro USD, GBP USD, they are going down. That applies to gold as well. It's going down. But if they are bad for the US dollar, then you know we are going to smile. Many people are going to smile because we've already predicted an upward move, and it takes time for these moves, for these patterns to actually form. It takes some time. So when they are formed, and now you're just waiting for that final move to give you that confirmation, and then it doesn't happen, it feels really bad. You have to start waiting for another pattern, and that will take more time. But you know, that's where patience comes in. Forex teaches you to be very, very patient, and you know, until you learn how to be patient, you will continue learning how to be patient. There's no way out of it. Yeah, so if these events go the other way, then tomorrow morning shall be back on Telegram. If you haven't joined it, just search for Trading Dawn on Telegram and get your way there. Or search for BVB Trade FX and you will get your way there. There's a daily economic calendar there, and there is analysis also there, analysis from myself, from so many other people. Yeah, there's a whole community there. There are no restrictions. Anyone can say whatever they want. Yeah, you know, you can say whatever you want, and it's all welcome. Yeah, if you go wrong, some people are going to bring you back. They're going to put you back in line, and you know, just like that, we shall be civilized. We shall have some kind of civilized community there. And yeah, so far so good. So far everything is so good. People post very good analysis on point. The only thing to do is to now do counter analysis for that and see if someone has entirely predicted a trend reversal based on just one resistance. We might need some other indicators to give some strength to that analysis, so that you know, we give it some We add some meat to the bone, so that, so it doesn't just remain something that looks like it's guesswork. So when someone predicts a reversal, we do another set of analysis, and then we see what else is supporting this reversal in the long term, in the short term, and then we see how to support their analysis and give them more confidence. Give them more confidence that what you have analyzed is actually good, and we are backing you up, and thank you for showing us. We're also going to follow that and also make some money there. So today many charts have actually moved in that direction. Some, I think maybe the smallest was about 17 pips. 17 pips is, there are many pips. That's about 170 MetaTrader points. On a lot size of 0.1, that's about $17. On a lot size of 1.0, that's about $170. That is the minimum that these charts have moved today. The biggest was 40 pips. From 9 a.m. up to now, about 40 pips. That rise, I've forgotten what chart it was, but 40 pips, that's about $40 on 0.1 lot size, and about $400 on 1.0 lot size, $400, and then $40 on 0.1 lot size, which is quite good. So if you're not part of the Telegram group, again, you can just search for Trading Dawn and get there. You can search for BVB Trade FX and get there, and you'll have full access to everything that's happening there. So I've been working on a robot for small accounts. And it's not a walk in the park. It's quite difficult. There have been so many challenges in there, so many, because the small account, it has to trade on margin first of all, and I was looking at an account of $10. So $10 has a margin of 100 pips to get knocked out, a flat knockout. So 100 pips, everything that the robot does, it must work within maybe 90 pips, so that we don't go so near to the margin call. So 90 pips is the threshold, and working within there, you actually need some kind of a sniper entry robot that just gets in at the right time. So I'm trying to, so far worked with very few trades, but I'm trying to add meat to the bone to give it some more trades, so that a small account can grow into a big account in a short period of time, and then you can take that money out and you start trading it normally without doing this big risk. So that's what I'm working on. But this week on Telegram, I must present it, and I must present it maybe in the wee hours of the night. I must present it so that we have that, so that we see the possibilities there and we see what it can do. I think I'll be running it on a weekly time basis to see what it has done this previous week, then the other week, then also like that in intervals of one week, because the time frame is going to be I wanted it to be on a 1 minute time frame, but that time frame has proved to be a very big problem. But I'm still considering it. But most likely it's going to be a 5 minute time frame. If it is so big, 15-minute time frame, and at least if you have 4 trades in a day in a 5-minute chart, or 5 trades in a 5-minute chart in a week, those are about 20 trades, 25 trades, and if each trade is giving you $1, that's about $25 in 1 week from an account of $10. So just like that, you flipped your account. Just like that, you have some money that you can put onto another. You can put it onto another account, and then you trade it normally, with some good leverage. Now that you've been risking with 90 pips to your margin call, now you have about 180 pips, which is quite something. So just like that, you trading a small account, it's very possible. It's not abnormal to trade a small account. It's very normal, and it's there. You can't argue with what exists. So there are accounts that are very small, $5. I even seen people trading $1. Some people's accounts get hammered up to $1, and that person manages to trade it to 10, 15, like that. And then you continue like that. So it's very possible to do that, and we shouldn't close our minds to possibilities. There are so many possibilities that we can do here. It's a mathematical system, so there are so many things we can do that can work with very small accounts and even with big lots. So there are so many possibilities. We just have to be very, very accurate with what we are doing. So that robot, it's almost done. I just wanted to make it 100%, to work 100%, because I'm not putting a stop loss there. A stop loss just, sometimes it just spoils everything. Other times it works well, but other times it's a total disaster. So putting a stop loss there, it will stop. It will stop some things from happening. I will explain that very well when that robot is running. I will show you areas where it almost got hit, but it didn't get hit. And so it survives like that. And that's how many of us survive. We don't talk about it, but we celebrate in our hearts when your account almost gets hit, but you survive. People never talk about such events, but they actually happen. And since they already happened, they can happen in the future, and we should plan for them and see how to take advantage of such events. So this tomorrow morning after tonight's events, we shall do more analysis. If things go in our favor, then we shall analyze in that direction and see how far we can go and how much more profit we can make. If things go against what we have already analyzed, then we start looking for a new, we start walking the new road, and we see how to profit from that. So I think that's it for today. Let's wait for those events tonight. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Smart 24, driving business. 24 Driving Business.
You can never go wrong when you decide every time in the other situation when it comes to businesses, or you will never go wrong when you decided to say I start my day or I end my day with Smart 24 TV. My name is Jerome Paul Soka. Welcome aboard to Smart Means Business, and we're definitely here to see that your businesses are being driven in which regard. One, business stories, to making sure that you get the rightful information in regards to that. And of course, thank you for joining us as we continue to engage in different aspects of life from here and all the different angles. At Smart 24 TV is definitely your home of business stories. Welcome aboard, and I will definitely say I'm greatly and delighted to be having you on the show. And let's just start off with what has actually been making headlines. From the education part of it, Kyambogo University has already, so we are heading into one of the recaps of what has actually been making headlines for the past few hours. Let me say for the last 24 hours, if I may put it in that way. As Kyambogo University did kickstart off with graduation, and over 9,000 students have already been graduated in that particular regard. Graduation that started off on Wednesday and is set to be completed on Friday. Now the university, which is set to graduate more than 9,000 students in a 3-day ceremony that kick-started off on Wednesday, and at the main campus in Kampala, that is in Banda, in the areas of Banda. And the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Eli Katunguka, said out of 9,521 students slated for graduation, 5,074 are male and 4,447 are female. At least 251 students will graduate with first-class honors from the different programs that have actually been laid on board from Kyambogo University. So as a matter of fact, as the president was actually addressing the nation in regards to that particular incident, he did mention of the government and its endeavors to see that science students are increasing in the tertiary institutions and even other institutions of higher learning. Clearly, because we are in a competitive world which breeds for new technology, and would be more favorable if a number of science students are increasing, and science students who are also going to be viable in terms of tech studies as well. That is one of the key aspects over there. The ceremony that had the president, the First Lady, who is also doubling as the Minister of Education and Sports in the country, also attended this particular ceremony that was partially virtual, and as well as having some of the attendees on ground in Kyambogo as well. And only a few invited guests, master students, and those with first-class degrees attended the ceremony physically, while the rest followed the proceedings on the internet and television. According to Professor Katunguka, President Museveni, who graced the event, had actually accepted to grace the ceremony at the ground, basically. That's why he had to actually turn up. The graduation did come after a few days after High Court had dismissed a petition by aggrieved students to halt the ceremony because their names were missing on the graduation list. And that was about 200 students accused the university of omitting their names from the graduation booklet, despite having cancelled and despite having excelled in their different endeavors. And reason being the fact that they're in a situation where most of them were not being attending, but most of them were attending all via online classes. And most of them would come out, went to the court and said, you know what, we've not been included on the graduation list, and yet we paid a lot of money to see that we are onto that list. So I think surprisingly, they were not included again on this particular one. The university, however, indicated that once the results of the AGRIF students are verified by the Senate, their transcripts will be processed even when they have not attended the ceremony. The University Chief Security Officer, however, warned the aggrieved students against disrupting the function that is set to end on Friday. So clearly, you would see that according to the university, it did actually come up with a statement that these are aggrieved students. So if I told you a student from Kyambogo and you are watching the show right now, what you need to understand is, according to the university, the statements coming in from the university is, if at all the Senate verifies your results, even after the ceremony is done, you will be given your transcripts. They will process your the transcripts, because after all, the major factor when you're going to ask for a job, if at all they need someone who has a different qualification, they're not going to ask for pictures of graduation. They'll definitely ask for a transcript to see whether your documents are accredited by the government or accredited by the institution of higher learning where you claim you have studied from. And this is why you would see that transcript is more needed. So but however, the university still warned, that is the chief security officer still warned, that students should not, these aggrieved students should not turn up at the function to disrupt the events that are set to organize. And if you had to follow up, traffic police during the first ceremony that was on Wednesday cautioned people who have been using roads within Kyambogo, because the roads, a number of roads were closed up. Most of them were closed down just because of the reason being that the president was actually heading to Kyambogo University, and the and the first lady was also heading there. So it was a very important ceremony in that regard, which meant that some of the routes leading to Kyambogo and Banda had to be closed, and new routes were actually aligned on board for the taxi operators as well as private car owners who were using that. So you could definitely see, because that normally happens more so when the president is set to engage into an activity in a different region or in a different area, the traffic flow has to change for the purpose of security. And that is the same issue that happened during the graduation ceremony of Kyambogo. We shall definitely keep you updated in that particular aspect, with over 9,000 students set to graduate. Day 1 on Wednesday, day 2 is Thursday, and day Friday, that is day 3. That is when the conclusion, that is when the graduation ceremonies will, that is when the graduation will be completed, and definitely then we will know who are these 9,000. Are they willing to compete favorably for the job market that is available, or are they going to be entrepreneurs of their own? Are they starting up their own enterprises? Are they having skills that they've generated from the university to actually come up and set up their own, to see that maybe they generate employment opportunities for others instead of them looking for the jobs? Because now we are looking for platforms where people are no longer job seekers, but rather job creators for themselves. So clearly, that is why you would see, if at all we are following up on that situation, that is why you would see the government is still wanting people who have entrepreneurial skills to be targeted more so in the universities, and that will definitely be helpful to that. Still with the news recap, the government did seek information from MPs regarding the issue of Emyooga funds in their constituencies. This was during a committee at Parliament where MPs were asked to report on how Emyooga program worked in their regions, and to see whether the government should actually scrap it off or add more money to see that Ugandans benefit more so the small scale and medium-sized enterprises. The Emyooga program that was actually brought in during the campaign period by the President of Uganda to help out associations to develop their members, and the members of Parliament were actually tasked to report on how the Emyooga program worked in their regions, so that to know whether the government should add more money or the government should continue with the money or should actually scrap it off. And the regional reports were read in the 11th Parliament and found out that the Emyooga money that was put in Micro Support Center was delayed due to disbursement of money in most of the regions, which affected the program. Some MPs say that this program was brought in the period of campaigns and people didn't understand the purpose of this money. And clearly some of the MPs were actually urging the government to come out and clarify more of the money. Why? Because it came out in a period of campaigns, where they claimed that the current ruling government used it as a technique to get votes. That is not my opinion. That is an opinion coming in from the House of the opposition. That it actually came out in a way that they wanted the government, the ruling government, that is actually the current government, use it as a technique to see that they encourage Ugandans to vote for them. And that is why most of the Ugandans saw it as a campaigning strategy, not a strategy that was set to actually be of help to them. That is why most of them failed to understand the purpose of the seed capital of Emyooga. They were also concerned that this particular program was not planned well, and most of the people didn't understand the purpose of this money, and even the group that were given or that was supposed to receive the money did not get it because of the ghost circles that are available. And also the group that was supposed to supervise the program were not the right people. In which way? Most of them were actually using it as an opportunity to get money of the different associations to actually set up their own ghost circles, and then the money gets allocated to them instead of actually supervising the activities of saying that people benefit from the Emyooga fund. So a lot of crisis has actually been coming in from the Emyooga, right from the different associations that are actually coming out and saying 30 million Ugandan shillings is not enough for the different circles in a district or in a constituency. That is why you would see most of them came out to actually say that. However, some MPs were actually quick to note that the government should stop targeting individual empowerment and go for collective investment, and also give out one bank to actually take care of the Emyooga program so that the interest rates are low. First of all, even the bank charges of each bank are different, and if you're to look at the interest rates that come out, every bank will actually come about with their own interest rates. So that's why the MPs were like, you know what, the government should actually give out one major bank to see that when people are actually taking back this money or are refunding back this government money, the interest rates are actually low to favor them when they are paying it back in time. So with the Emyooga program, however, the Emyooga program was initially to help everyone who was under associations, because these funds were to pass through them. And the people were to create groups according to the same work they do so as to benefit. So if I told you to focus more and see how people were supposed to actually get these funds, and they were supposed to create groups according to the same work they do. For instance, if some of you are dealing in a salon business, you would actually come up with an association of, let me say, Kajansi Saloon Association. So all the saloons in Kajansi and the salon operators would actually come out with an association to actually go and apply for the 30 million Ugandan shillings to see that it actually benefits. If at all they are over 30, if at all they are like 30, then maybe each salon works out with 1 million to actually add into it as seed capital, to see that you add into the business that is going to be helpful to you as the salon. So clearly the Emyooga program was initially to help everyone who was under associations, because these funds were to pass through the associations, not through individual basis. So clearly the funds have still caused a number of issues in regards to who has to receive them, who is receiving, who is supervising, and who has received and who is having accountability for those who have received. Because clearly those are some of the issues that most of the members of parliament are calling out to the government, saying the allocation has not been right. The process through which people are actually getting the Emyooga funds is not being followed up. Reason being that most people are not getting the money, and those who are getting it are not the rightful people. Still, through the stories that have been making headlines for the last 24 hours, URA did record losses as smuggling in the West Nile continues to loom. The increasing cases of smuggling in the West Nile region are worrying the Uganda Revenue Authority, as the authority continues to lose billions to tax evasion. For decades, URA, a body charged with collecting taxes, what we call the tax collectors in Uganda, has actually had issues in running battles with smugglers across the West Nile region. Why the West Nile region? Why? Because most of these particular smugglers do get their goods from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which has limited control on the borders, and most of them smuggle them through angles that are not actually rightful borders, where the government has actually set up points to see that no one enters the country. So clearly this has actually caused a very big challenge for URA to get taxes in the West Nile region. Speaking, let me say, in the Arua district, where on Saturday last weekend during the baraza on electronic physical receipting and invoice solution IFRIS at the Heritage Courts in Arua district, the customs supervisor Mr. Alex Murungi said the main problem is to get the fuel smugglers off the streets, because fuel is highly flammable and is a great threat to the community. And actually one of the key worrying sectors is that fuel in West Nile regions, where most of the youth are actually engaging in, is a litre is 3,700, yet that with the petrol station is 4,200. So people actually choose to go for the smuggled fuel because it's cheaper. And we all understand the economy. You go where you're actually earning, or you're receiving at a cheaper price. If you're receiving something good at a cheaper price, you actually say, no, let me go and actually go for this, because it's actually going to be helpful to me as a person as well. And clearly that is why you will definitely see what is actually happening. IFRIS is actually an initiative under the Domestic Revenue Mobilization Program, whose aim is to address the tax administration challenges relating to business transactions and issuance of receipts. It enables businessmen and women file their returns electronically. According to a URA recovery report on smuggled goods earlier this year, the authority loses between 500 million Ugandan shillings up to 1 billion Ugandan shillings due to smuggling across the West Nile region. So you can clearly see that is quite a very huge amount for the revenue collectors. And what we do expect when it comes to making sure that different sectors in the economy are being facilitated, the more people evade the taxes, it becomes difficult for the money to actually be allocated in those regards. A section of the youth in the sub-region smuggle fuel, cooking oil, rice and cigarettes from the neighboring DR Congo, where there is limited control at the borders, or there is low control at the borders. Vehicle and motorcycle owners opt for fuel from the smugglers because it is at a lower price, like I did mention, 3,700 a litre, yet at fuel stations it's 4,200 per litre and above, depending on the fuel station that you're dealing with, because there are quite a number. Starbucks, Shell, Total, mention a few. And this has opened the market and attracted more youth to earn for survival, simply because you can actually tell the economy is not favorable for everyone. First and foremost, the job opportunities that are there are few. We have an education curriculum that sets us to be job seekers, which is either way okay if at all the jobs are available. But the other bigger challenge that is there is the jobs are not there already, and the employment opportunities are scarce. That is why you would see everyone is dealing with the business to clearly see that they tap into the available market to waiver that particular gap, to see that at least, you know what, let me also get something. So that is why the youth who are still energetic are the ones encouraged, who are actually pulling off with this particular incident of smuggling of products from cooking oil, cigarettes and fuel. In that regard, the Arua Business Community Chairperson Mr. Moses Obeta said URA should devise means of countering the smugglers in a rather friendly way to avoid confrontations and brutality. Mr. Obeta furthermore said there was a need of URA to sensitize the communities through barazas that they're actually carrying out with, especially those at the border, so they can understand the importance of paying tax. So URA set up this particular situation of carrying out with the baraza to see that they engage the communities on what the taxes are all about, which taxes they are paying, of what importance are these taxes. And during the e-conference, the e-budget conference, after the national budget for the financial year 2021-2022 was actually read, after being read, a week after, there was the national conference. That was a virtual conference that took place for a full week. And that one was for 3 days rather. And that one was actually based on revising and setting to actually put the budget into action. And one of the things that the URA actually came out with to actually state was that during this particular budget, the statements that the things that they are going to be working on are to see that they engage communities with what they call, they will actually be using they will actually be using buses to actually go and engage these communities in let me say barazas and what we call, let me say, URA fairs, to see that they engage everyone in the taxes, because most of the Ugandans are hiding away from taxes, are seeing taxes as a burden, and this is why some barazas is actually put in place. And according to Mr. Obeta, the Arua Business Community Chairperson, he says the government should, the Uganda Revenue Authority should continue with these with actually these initiatives to see that communities, more so those in the different areas, get to understand the importance of taxes, so that not to violate taxation and not to hide away from the availability of taxes and paying the taxes in affordable time, in due course or in due time. So that is why one of the reasons as to why the government was actually, that is why Mr. Moses Obeta was actually saying the URA should actually consider countering these smugglers. But while countering them, they should counter them in a friendly manner, not in a brutal way or in a confronting way that would cause that would actually cause kind of uncertainty for them to feel safe with the fact that they have actually been carrying out smuggling. Still with our news recap, and lastly, MTN Uganda partnered with Britam Uganda. MTN Uganda have partnered with Britam Uganda to help increase the penetration of insurance services in the country. The telecom giants say that with this partnership, customers will conveniently pay for insurance in the comfort of their offices and homes. Speaking at the launch that was held at Sheraton Hotel Kampala on Monday morning, Alan Mafabi, the Britam Uganda Chief Executive Officer, said that the partnership will help the company ride on MTN Uganda's popularity and network to sell insurance products to members of the public. According to Stephen Motana, the CEO for Mobile Money at MTN Uganda, the partnership reasons with the telecom companies goes to assure services to people wherever they are. And the partnership will see Britam customers use MTN Mobile Money and other company platforms to carry out insurance policies. But first, the insurance policy starts off with MTN to see that this is actually coming up to bear, actually coming out as a reality. First of all, this has actually been taking place in the last 12 months. When I was following up on the issue of third-party insurance, I was quick to understand that most of the petrol stations, if I'm to be precise, Shell stations that have been carrying out with Britam as insurers, were actually calling on their customers to pay via mobile money. In that someone with mobile money, if you're having your phone with you, you dial some codes with your phone. They direct you clearly on the codes that you're supposed to dial, and after dialing them, you get yourself a reference. They give you the amount, which is roughly around 70,000 to 74,000. It depends on the type of car or the type of vehicle that you have. It may be a passenger vehicle or a passenger service van or a personal vehicle, or maybe a personal. By the way, a service van is more expensive when you're paying, because it is actually doing more services than a personal vehicle. So clearly, if I told you, and this particular, when you're done with payment on your mobile phone, let's say with MTN Mobile Money, they will actually send you a reference. Now this reference is where you get, it's just like when you're in a bank and you're done paying and you receive a notification that shows you have deposited this amount of money on this particular account, or your account has been deposited with this particular amount. So this is why, this is more of that particular situation. So with the reference, it gives you clear guidelines to actually notice that when you're done paying on your mobile, you get the reference which is showing motor vehicle UBD 737K has actually paid third-party insurance worth 72,100 shillings. And you definitely get that reference. So by the time you're actually going through, they'll tell you for a period of 1 year. So when you're going through the traffic jam and maybe you're heading to work to catch maybe an early morning meeting, and then you have no way to actually go and first stop by to get a sticker, you can just show this to the traffic officer and you tell them, you know what, I already paid. You show them the reference so that they can actually accept you to move, and then you can pick your sticker later on in the evening. This is actually to ease work and for anyone out there who has actually been waiting for stickers, because sometimes it becomes even hectic when you go and wait for a sticker. And for some of the places where people are actually using the fax machines to print out these stickers, sometimes they would get faulty, which creates some good time for you to wait for the sticker. And this particular one, but this one actually helps you out. If at all you go to a place where they're printing the stickers and there are quite a number of customers, but when you still have your reference, you can still pull it off for quite some time. And then afterwards, you can go and pick your sticker when you feel the time is right. You just show out the reference, you pick it because it is mandatory for you, you've already paid it. And then you go to the Britam Insurance Center, you pick your sticker, put it on your car, life switches on, and you move on clearly. The new partnership will see Britam customers use MTN mobile money to access third-party insurance, but according to officials from both companies, with time, all insurance products will be able to be accessed and paid for using MTN platform. So the first step was to see that third-party insurance is actually on board as the first initiative with this particular partnership between MTN Uganda and Britam Uganda. And afterwards, it would see that other insurance covers will actually be added onto this particular partnership to see that life becomes easier with mobile banking, mobile money, as well as saying that everything turns mobile and everything turns e-commerce, and which would clearly help out in terms of facilitating and doing smooth or effective work in terms of the business entities and also in the social and economic aspect of that particular one. And this ends our news recap with SMB, and I'm Joram Paul Sonko. Let's head into a short break. When I return, I have news. I have the news hour to give you the latest in regards to the business stories. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
hour now, just to give you the details and the letters in regards to the busy stories here on SMB. First, the government has been cleared to borrow 530 billion loan for construction of secondary schools. According to the ministry, 116 schools will be constructed, out of which 84 schools will be in non-refugee hosting districts, while 32 new schools will be in the refugee hosting districts. At least 61 existing schools in the refugee hosting districts will also be expanded with this particular fund. More of this report.
The Parliamentary Committee on Education has approved a 529 billion shillings loan for the Ministry of Education to construct schools in several sub-counties. According to the ministry, 116 schools will be constructed, out of which 84 schools will be in non-refugee hosting districts, while 32 new schools in the refugee hosting districts. At least 61 existing schools in the refugee hosting districts will also be expanded. Of the total funding of 150 million, $90 million is a loan and a grant of $60 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank. The committee, chaired by Cuthbert Abigaba, the MP Kibale County, also cleared the Uganda People's Defence Forces Engineering Brigade to construct the schools, but with strict adherence to the law. As the committee considered its reports on Monday, members expressed mixed concerns over the clearance that was given to the Engineering Brigade by President Museveni. According to Busia Municipality MP Geoffrey Macho, the recommendation that the UPDF Engineering Brigade be allowed to construct the schools as long as they follow the law does not hold, saying that other contractors should be considered.
Out of the total funding of 150 million, $90 million is a loan and a grant of $60 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank. The committee that was chaired by Cuthbert Abigaba, the MP Kibale County, also cleared that the Uganda People's Defence Forces Engineering Brigade is set to construct the schools, but with strict adherence to the law. But I'm still asking personally, why would schools be getting into a situation of reconstructing, and yet we still are waiting for the schools to be reopened in the country? So either way, we'll still wait and see what the government has to say in regards to reopening of the schools, because most of the schools are still locked up or under the lockdown. As the committee considered its reports on Monday, members expressed mixed concerns over the clearance that was given to the Engineering Brigade by President Museveni in that regard, and the committee that includes members of parliament from different constituencies. And according to Busia Municipality MP Geoffrey Macho, the recommendation of the UPDF Engineering Brigade should be allowed to construct the schools as long as they follow the law does not hold, saying that the other contractors should be considered, not only those of the UPDF Engineering Brigade. A quick reminder that government had to actually engage the UPDF Engineering Brigade to actually take on most of the construction of the infrastructure, which include the roads as well as the school sectors and the health sectors like hospitals and health facilities in different areas of the country. That was a clearance that was given over by the Fountain of Honor, His Excellency the President of the country, giving out the idea that the Engineering Brigade will actually be getting these contracts of making sure they construct, rehabilitate roads, schools and health facilities and other affiliated issues regarding social amenities in the community. And according to the ministry, 116 schools will be constructed, out of which 84 schools will be in non-refugee hosting districts, while 32 new schools will be in the refugee hosting districts. The refugee hosting districts that actually comes to the refugees that come from different countries. Let me say the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia, South Sudan, Eritrea, and so on. At least 61 existing schools in refugee hosting districts will also be expanded to fit a number of students. That is according to the government that has actually been cleared to borrow 530 billion for loan to see that they continue with constructing of schools. Moving on, Uganda receives 1.6 million doses of Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine. This is the second assignment of COVID-19 vaccines that the Biden administration has so far sent to Uganda. The first, which arrived on September 6th, comprised of 647,080 doses of Moderna, bringing to the total donation from the United States to 2,321,350 COVID-19 vaccine doses. Let's have a look at this report.
Uganda has received a consignment of more than 1.6 million doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, thanks to a donation by the United States government. The Ugandan government had earlier announced that the Pfizer vaccine will be used to inoculate school-going children as one of the measures to prepare them for the reopening of schools. The educational institutions have been largely closed since last year, as the country battled the disease that spreads across the world like wildfire. This is the second consignment of COVID-19 vaccines that the Biden administration has sent to Uganda. The first, which arrived on September 6th, comprised of 647,080 doses of Moderna, bringing the total donation from the United States to 2,321,350 COVID-19 vaccine doses. Since the pandemic began, the United States has provided approximately $111 million, nearly 400 billion shillings to Uganda in direct assistance, specifically to respond to COVID-19. In support of Uganda's national vaccine rollout, the United States has provided technical and financial support in data management, risk communication, health worker training, strengthening the supply chain, and increasing cold storage capacity, enabling vaccine uptake across Uganda. The United States is donating vaccines to the world and is the leading financial donor to COVAX. The US government contributed $2 billion to Gavi in March, which supported procurement and delivery of COVID-19 vaccine through COVAX. In July, the US provided an additional $2 billion to Gavi that will help fill the gap in COVAX's vaccine supply.
Since the pandemic started, the US government has so far donated $111 million, roughly 400 billion shillings, to Uganda in direct assistance, specifically to respond to COVID-19 in support to the Uganda national vaccine rollout. The United States has provided technical and financial support in data management, risk communication, health worker training, strengthening the supply chain, and increasing cold storage capacity, enabling the vaccine uptake across Uganda, which is the second time now that Uganda is actually receiving the vaccines from the United States government. The first of which was the Moderna, which arrived on September 6th in Uganda, and now Uganda has actually received the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine that did arrive on the 20th of September 2021. So clearly you would see the United States government laying out their helping hand to the government of Uganda to clearly see that Uganda's government gets the vaccines to help them out in curbing the situation of COVID, to see that the number of population that they have is equivalent to the number of vaccinations that they have. And during the financial year budget conference that was at Kololo, where the Prime Minister did mention of the fact that by the end of October, they will be having vaccines that are capable of vaccinating over 4 million Ugandans. And we are definitely seeing the move that the government is still receiving. And these are actually coming in through the donations. We'll still await and see what the government has to say in regards to the money that it said would be actually going to get the vaccines. Because now all the vaccines we are getting are not being purchasable for by the money from the government, are actually being received by the donations. And later on in November, according to the Prime Minister, Uganda will again receive more vaccines that will be able to vaccinate over 11 million. From 4 million, would be pushing over to more 7 million Ugandans that will actually be fit to be vaccinated in terms of the COVID vaccines that will be coming up through the country. As Uganda is actually receiving more of these particular vaccines coming in from the COVAX program as an initiative to see that African countries can vaccinate their people and their population to go back to pre-pandemic levels, because clearly governments in Africa are still under successive lockdowns. Once the president comes out and says today we're having a lockdown of 32 days, 42 days, then after we head out of the lockdown as a way of preventive measures of curbing the virus. So clearly that is why these particular successive lockdowns are coming up. Moving on, still with the government, however, the government has ordered districts to vaccinate teachers by end of September, according to a circular addressed to all local governments and signed by the Director of General Health Services, Dr. Henry Mwembesa, dated September 17th. Vaccination of teachers and students in tertiary institutions aged 18 and above needs to be carried out with haste, since this will determine when learning institutions can be reopened. Let's have more of these details.
The Ministry of Health has issued an order giving local governments until the end of this month to vaccinate all teachers and students above the age of 18. According to a circular addressed to all local governments and signed by the Director General of Health Services, Dr. Henry Mwembesa, dated September 7th, vaccination of teachers and students in tertiary institutions aged 18 and above needs to be carried out with haste, since this will determine when learning institutions can be reopened. The circular comes following a high-level meeting attended by President Yoweri Museveni and officials from the National COVID-19 Task Force. During the meeting, education and health officials presented plans for the possible reopening of schools. Last month, the Health Ministry prioritized the vaccination of teachers by ring-fencing 300,000 Sinovac COVID-19 vaccines to carry out vaccination among this priority group that has been reporting low vaccination uptake since March this year. However, figures from the Health Ministry show that only 237,930 teachers and support staff, representing 43% of the targeted 550,000 people in this group, have received one dose of the vaccine. Only 88,825 teachers have been fully vaccinated. Following the low uptake of the vaccine, Mwembesa is now urging all COVID-19 district task forces to prioritize the vaccination of 18-year-olds and above. According to Mwembesa, the low uptake of the COVID-19 vaccine has been caused by a series of issues, which include long distances to designated vaccination sites. Records from the Health Ministry show that the uptake of the vaccines upcountry is still low, despite several efforts set up by the Health Ministry. According to data from the EpiVac information system, 106 districts had vaccinated less than 70% of their targeted audience.
Last month, the Health Ministry prioritized the vaccination of teachers by ring-fencing 300,000 Sinovac COVID-19 vaccines to carry out vaccinations among this priority group that has been reporting low vaccination uptake since March this year. As a way to see that the government is pushing for the as the teachers and the school proprietors are pushing the government to reopen schools for face-to-face interactions or face-to-face lessons with their students. In the same way, the government is urging them that the only possible way of seeing that schools are reopened, vaccination has to be key for all the teachers, and to the tertiary institutions, all students above 18 years, because obviously those in tertiary institutions of 18 years and above, should all be vaccinated. For the government to clearly give room that at least there would be SOPs that will be followed up, and the vaccination will actually come up in that particular one. However, figures from the Health Ministry show that only 237,930 teachers and support staff, representing 43% of the targeted 550 people in this group, have received one dose of the vaccine. Only 88,825 teachers have been fully vaccinated. Remember, these doses come in two phases. You get your first jab, then you get the second jab. And with these particular figures, only 43% of the teachers has got the first jab. Only the first jab. And out of the 43%, 88,825 teachers have actually got the two jabs. So which is roughly maybe 50% of the other 50 that have received. 50% of the 100 that have received the first jab have actually gone ahead to complete their dosages. That is why the government is still following up on the low uptake of the vaccine. As Mwembesa is now urging all COVID-19 district task forces to prioritize the vaccination of 18-year-olds and above. And to clearly see, because prioritizing the vaccination of 18 years old and above also comes with making sure you sensitize them to understand the value of vaccination, because you may prioritize it when the people that you're prioritizing are not willing to actually accept the vaccine. So it's clearly for the government to come up with sensitization and initiatives to see that they encourage Ugandans to take up the vaccines, to encourage the Ugandans to take it up by actually showing them the safety that comes with taking these particular jabs of COVID-19. And the records from the Health Ministry show that the uptake of vaccines upcountry is still low, despite several efforts set up by the Health Ministry. According to the data from the EPIVAC information system, 106 districts had vaccinated less than 70% of their targeted audience. And if we have to look at the education system, the education sector, week in, week out, the Ministry of Education is actually still setting up basis to see whether they will reopen schools. We shall still wait and see the confirmation coming in from the State Minister for Education and Sports. That is the Honorable Janet Kataha Museveni, who will come out and actually give us the clear guidelines on whether schools will be reopened, because as of now, teachers are being tasked and school proprietors are being tasked to see that all their students have been vaccinated, and also to see that the teachers are as well vaccinated for a clear reopening of schools, because this will actually give the government more vigor to reopen schools. Moving on, the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Right Honorable Nabanja Robina, has terminated 1.8 billion Kyengwegwa road contract due to delay. The Kyengwegwa district leaders disclosed to Nabanja that the contractor was supposed to complete the works in September, but the road has not been completed 6 months after the signing of the contract. More of this story. Prime Minister Robina Nabanja has terminated a 1.8 billion shilling contract for the construction of a 42-kilometer road in Kyengwegwa district over Shodi works. The road, which connects from Kakabara sub-county in Kyengwegwa district to Nabigola in Mubende, was constructed under the Development Response to Displacement Impact Project. The program under the Office of the Prime Minister is intended to support refugee hosting communities. During the tour of the Development Response to Displacement Impact Projects in Kyengwegwa district on Saturday, Kyengwegwa district leaders told Nabanja that the contractor, Pekasa Contractors, was supposed to complete the works in September, but the road has not been completed 6 months after signing of the contract. Nabanja also faulted the leaders for not supervising government projects which have given room to shoddy work. Nabanja furthermore said she will send a team of engineers from her office to take measurements of the road and also test the quality of maram used on the road. She added that if they do not meet the expected standards, the contractor and supervisor of the projects will be apprehended. The managing director of Pekasa, the owners of the contract, George Sande, declined to comment on the delays. The issue of shoddy works, he said, according to the bills of quantities, the carriageway of the road is supposed to be 4.5 meters, while the width is 7 meters, which the district officials are against. Hilary Onek, Minister for Relief, Disaster Preparedness and Refugees, said that his office has received reports of procurement irregularities committed by district officials implementing DRDIP projects. He said that the officials demand 10% of the money before they award the contracts. The managing director of Pekesa, the owners of this particular contract, was George Sunday, declined to comment on the delays of the work. And on the issue regarding the shoddy work, he said according to the bills of quantities, the carriage of the road is supposed to be 4.5 meters, while the width is 7 meters, which the district officials are against. So clearly, that is why the work is being considered shoddy. But the Prime Minister has not considered the fact that the district officials are against the quantity of carriage and what is supposed to be carried on in regards to making sure that this contract comes to pass. But clearly, this particular situation comes on board as the Prime Minister did caution of the people who actually did caution Ugandans on this particular term. She actually said this term is not going to be one for jokes. It's going to be a term of serious work, putting work on board, on ground. It's time for action. And clearly we're still seeing a number of contractors being expelled and their contracts being cancelled out by the Prime Minister. As well, you could definitely agree now why President Museveni came out and gave the UPDF engineering brigade to come up to actually sign up for some of these contracts, because he clearly knows they are going to execute the work, because the private contractors are always delaying the work, maybe because they want extra cash out of it. Everyone has their own opinion in regards to that. I wouldn't want to put more emphasis on that particular one. And now, lastly, in our local news, in our local business stories, we head to let's head to the religious aspect of it, the religious economic aspect. Priest Sechizivu has been suspended over sale of church land allegations, writing on behalf of the Namirembe Diocese. That is Bishop Wilberforce Chichol-Warira, the diocese, who is the diocese secretary, Reverend Canon Henry Segawa, announced the priest's suspension as the Anglican priest has been suspended for involvement in the illegal sale of St. Andrew's Church land in Chitezi in Gayaza, that is Wakiso district. So you could definitely see that once corruption steps into the church has to take action in that particular regard. That brings us to the end of our local news outlets in the news hour. Let's head to the international scene. We start from Kenya, as UAP Old Mutual Foundation is set to impact digital finance skills to 1 million Kenyan youth. The young people participating in the program will access peer-to-peer online training in key financial skills, including saving, investing. As this happened while speaking during the partnership signing ceremony, Apollon Joronge, the managing director of Faulu Microfinance, said that the initiative's main aim is to connect youth with the skills and support their need to start and scale their business and manage their financial lives. Let's take a look at this story.
UAP Old Mutual Foundation has launched a new financial literacy program designed to reach an estimated 1 million young people and expand economic and social opportunities for youth in Kenya. The foundation has done this following a partnership with Shujaz Inc. Corporation, the network of social ventures behind East Africa's biggest youth brand, Shujaz, to launch the initiative, which will connect young people with the skills and support they need to start businesses, work opportunities for their peers, and take control of their financial futures. Young people participating in the program will access peer-to-peer online training in key financial skills, including saving, investing, budgeting, and debt management, which are crucial for their financial success at the personal and entrepreneurship level. Speaking during the partnership signing ceremony, Apollon Joronge, the managing director of Faulu Microfinance Bank, said that the initiative's main aim is to connect youth with the skills and support they need to start and scale their businesses and manage their financial lives. Joronge also said that UAP Old Mutual Group was keen on promoting financial inclusion in Kenya, crucial to attaining the Global Sustainable Development Goals. Financial inclusion is a long-term process which involves empowering youth with financial skills as a critical step toward achieving financial inclusion, as the youth form the majority of the population.
The Joronge, who actually came, Apollon Joronge, the managing director of Faulu Microfinance Bank, did say that the UAP Old Mutual Group was keen on promoting financial inclusion in Kenya, crucial to attaining the Global Sustainable Development Goals. The financial inclusion is a long-term process, empowering youth with financial skills in a critical step, as it's actually a step toward achieving financial inclusion of the youth from the majority of the population, because definitely the youth are making out the highest majority of the population in the East African community and across Africa. Lastly, let's head to Tanzania, as Tanzania's national debt has increased by $3.9 billion in 1 year. And according to the Bank of Tanzania's monthly economic review, the debt stood at $33.7 billion at the end of July this year, having increased by $3.9 billion from July 2020. More of these details.
The national debt increased by $3.9 billion in 1 year as the government is implementing infrastructure projects and improving provision of social services. According to the Bank of Tanzania's monthly economic review, the debt stood at $33.7 billion at the end of July this year, having increased by $3.9 billion from July 2020. External debt comprising of the public and private sector amounted to $25.96 billion at the end of July 2021 and accounted for 77% of the national debt. The debt stock represented an increase of $436.8 million from the preceding month and $2.76 billion from July 2020. The profile of external debt by borrower category remained broadly unchanged, with debt owed by the central government accounting for 77.7%, the Bank of Tanzania stated. According to the Central Bank of Tanzania, transport and telecommunication activities accounted for more than a quarter of outstanding external debt associated with ongoing mega infrastructure projects, followed by social welfare and education, as well as energy and mining. On the other hand, the government domestic debt amounted to 17.8 trillion shillings at the end of July 2021, a decrease of 1.12 trillion from June 2021 and an increase of 2.7 trillion shillings from the corresponding period in 2020.
According to the Tanzanian Central Bank, transport and telecommunication activities accounted for more than a quarter of outstanding external debt associated with ongoing mega infrastructure projects, followed by social welfare and education, as well as energy and mining. That's a wrap-up of our news hour in this particular moment with SMB. I will go in for a short break. I return with the business tips. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Smart means business. I'm Joram Paul Sonko. Heading into the business tips. Katsoka tukakanimuko katini. Maletuna bana genda wala. Amasomero mu Uganda gamaze ndowooza ebbanga lya myezi egikunukiriza 18. Mu bbanga lino abasomesa abamu bavuddeyo ne bava mu kusomesa sebavuddeemu nti by profession but by career setting ne bavaayo ne batandika okugamba waaye kati omuntu eyali asomesa n'agenda akube buloka natandika okuvuga piki natandika okukola chapati sinyomye mulimu naye changing the line of business kikulaga nti omuntu ali comfortable nti at the end of the day omusomesa gw'onookeeza ku makya omugambe nti omanyi jangu tuddemu osomese wagenda baawo obuzibu ekisookera ddala wabanga oyinza oba abadde omuwa emitwalo nga 8 omwezi ajja kulabamu ekyo 8 ng'abadde asavingako emitwalo nga 10 okusinziira ku ntambula y'ebintu ate agenda olaba mu bizinesi gy'akola ng'asobola osavingako emitwalo nga 2 nga nebiri byonna abigasseeko ojja kwekanganga obuzibu obugenda obeerawo mu education system kwe kulaba nti maybe abagraduate nze bagendagendayo bwe tutandikidde ensonga lwaki ntandikidde mu education leero business tip zitututte mu education. One of the most challenging part of education is the fact that we as a country are still in the old setting, or our system of the curriculum is based on the 1900 agenda. Which is the 1900 agenda? Where we are still based with the face-to-face interactions to clearly see nti omwana wabagenda kusoma. Opportunities okazalina osoma kuba nti agenze wa musomesa. Olw'ensonga nti sente eziriwo, the poverty in the country cannot actually enable us. Okutunulira the nature of education in Uganda, it is actually still based on the traditional way of dispersing knowledge, because most of the students are still based in the rural areas, or most of them bali mu setting eyo nti kera kumacha, get your book, get your pen, put into your backpack, head to school. When you head to school, you're going to meet the teacher. If the teacher does not come, there is no school for you. If the teacher does not set an assignment, you're not going to do anything. When it's holiday time, go back home, get your phone, use it to communicate with friends, or use it for fun. It is not what the teachers impact in the students. It is the setting of the education in Uganda. And clearly, as we're heading into the tips of education, today we are tapping it in a two-way. If you are a school owner, these 2 years have taught us a number of things. First key aspect is to invest in the ICT. The reason as to why you would see private schools, more so those we call international schools that are actually following the Cambridge curriculum, have actually targeted the ICT sectors way back from primary. That is why most of the parents who have the money to actually facilitate their students with these schools bebatwalayo abaana nti kati omwana omuzadde waba talina ssente zisobola kusasula bukadde buna mu mwana wa pitu ng'oviddemu awo ng'oviiriddemu awo olabira ddala ogambe waayo bukadde obunoobo obwo bugula poloti by the way. Nange ku nnyingiza eyange ndabira ddala nga miliyoni 3 ziba nnyingi. Ogenda n'ogamba waayo mwana kamutwale wali still ajja soma nange nga nasomera ku mitwalo 4. So clearly you would see where the gap is. And now the most important aspect in life is for us to adapt to the new ways. Let's now head into let's head into some tips which school teachers or let's say school owners, by the way, because teziri wide ku teachers baba somesa abamu tebalina masomero, they are just employed. Let's head to the tips of what school owners and proprietors can definitely do to see that they continue with the education, with the fact that they will not have face-to-face interaction, and also to see that they will still get money, because Ghana Masomelaga continuing on online lectures and lessons are still getting money. Why? The teachers are teaching online, they are being paid. Parents are paying for these services, for this facilitation, because the school is using data, the school is using computer systems. But now, the government would have actually been carrying out with education in Uganda had all schools or all learning institutions adapted to the online. But the only challenge there is the fact that not all the schools can manage to invest money in there. Or let me say the majority can invest the money there. But the bigger question is not all the parents are willing to facilitate their students or their children with those with those particular services. Reason being, they come with a cost. Now let's head into that. As a school proprietor, one of the first tips is, if you're to facilitate yourself with online, studies is to make sure you have the rightful facilities. Which rightful facilities are we talking about? This comes with internet in school, unlimited. Computer, you need to have computers in plenty. If at all you have students, they may not be capable of facilitating all the students in the school, but at least when they are worth facilitating a number of students per class. Let me say if at all the average or a rough estimation of the average number of students in each class is around 150. From, let me say, Form 1 to Form 6. Or in primary, maybe from P1 to P7. The estimation is around 150. Adding the fact that maybe you've streamed the students into two, north and west, north and south, or east and west. So you should at least avail yourself with computers that are around 100. The average can be 100. 100 is okay. The other 50 can actually be catered for in a way that they can share the computer systems. I mean, the schools that have actually grown up through, schools that have actually gone to or have actually been through, the computer systems have not been enough, more so in the computer labs. But we've been able to access these facilities. How? If you find out that schools, let me say, if I am to draw reminiscences in my O level, you will find out that schools have been having 200, let me say 200 students, and the available computers are 80. Since there is streaming, you would see that each class has over, let me say, 90, the other has maybe 110, because in streaming they normally stream, some schools stream according to capability of students. You find out that the stream that has limited number of students is the one that actually has the class above students who are actually sharp in terms of the academic setting. So you will find out that these particular 80 computers would accommodate 200 students. How? The setting would be in shifts, 3 shifts. But the bigger challenge that we still found was the fact that it's the timing. The timetable would not be favorable. And also, the internet services were not favorable for the students to actually access these computers, which became a problem not only to, this actually became a problem not only to the students, but also to the teachers who are actually rendering out these services. So that is why for the school proprietors, the tip number 1 is to see that invest favorably in the ICT sector. The other issue, the other tip, make sure you avail yourself with internet services. Because if you're availing yourself with the internet, that is computers, with the first tip, internet services come with a cost, reason being the parents can actually pay for these costs. If at all you can add them onto school fees. Because if you look at universities and the tertiary institutions, they'll actually tell you we have functional fees. The functional fees are far different from the tuition. You may find out that tuition the net tuition may be 780,000 and functional fee totals up to around 500,000. So with a rough estimation, that would be around 1.3 or 1 point something, around there, if at all someone has to add on the total amount they're supposed to pay. And you find out that some institutions having students who are paying 500 tuition, 500 functional fee. Normally tuition has to be higher. It can actually be 600 tuition, 400 functional fee. So that is how schools are actually moving on with the this and the situation of seeing that the internet is actually accessed. It is worth costly, but with the prevailing situation that we are in, with threats of actually receiving a third wave of the virus, we may expect something coming up in the next few days. Maybe in the next few months, rather. I don't want to say next few days. You may find out that a school that has not actually prepared more favorably for the tough times ahead may find a very big challenge in adapting to the situation. Why? Because now all schools are seeing the situation that is availing, that if at all you don't have computer systems, if you don't have internet services, if your students are not used to learning online, then education is doomed for you. because now buildings are going to become more meaningless. That is why most of the schools are actually renting out their buildings. Once schools resume, they go back for their businesses. They actually remove the businesses that have actually been employing, because now these are big buildings that are staying stagnant as we await for what the government has to say in regards to opening up of the schools. And that is why most of the schools, if I wouldn't want to mention the big schools that are actually carrying out online studies in Uganda, but there are quite many, and most of them have been successful from last year. But the bigger challenge that has actually come on board is that even when schools are carrying on with online lectures and lessons, once the schools are reopened, it's a go again agenda. Which go again agenda? Muina okudda mbuto. Kuba waliwo abaana abali mu byalo essaawa zino nga bo tebamanyi kigenda mu maaso mu kikwatagana n'ebyokusoma. Abamu n'okuzaala baazaala, abalala baawasa. Abalenzi baawasa, abakazi baafumbirwa, abawala baafumbirwa n'okuzaala bazadde. Kati awo tunulira ensonga eyo, abaana abali eyo, ripooti emu yafuluma abaana abasukka mu 2 mu bitundu by'eggulu mu mambuka g'eggwanga bo baafuna dda embuto okuva January paka May. Ogwo emyezi giri 4 wakati awo embuto ziri awo, kibategeeza baazifuniramu eri lockdown. Ekibuuzo kiri nti no lockdown olowooza mbuto mmeka eziriwo? Omanyi eri eyasooka yalinga eyasooka waliwo n'omwana eyakazaala abaana 2 bukya lockdown yatandika. Eyasooka yazaalayo neno yazadde, so kikulaga nti mwere eyasooka eyagenda mwalimu challenges. Abantu ne bategeera nti okay, so kati eno lockdown bweti amasomero gayinza obutadda, oli n'asalawo bemu eddenzi ogwaddako mwaka guno gwennyini. Kiba kitegeeza omwana yadde yakawumulamu omwezi gumu, omusajja n'ajja n'ababula, ne tudda mu lugendo olw'okuza omwana omulala. Yakazaala recently 2 in a space of 2 years she has 2 children, mwana wa ssomero. So kati ogenda olaba nti eyembeera lwaki nti amasomero wegaddamu government tegenda goberera curriculum y'abaana ababadde bagenda online. Muba mulina okuddamu okusoma mu keeping up, then UNEB bwe basettinga UNEB mutule mwe n'ebibuuzo. Lwakuba the bigger challenge eriwera ekosa abaana abali mu byalo ne bana abali mu kibuga nga ba amasomero gaabwe tegali ku online studies. Eri nti bana abadde basoma online okudda mu ssomero ebanga revision, oba tugambe wano babadde nga bakola revision, bwe badda mu ssomero eba face to face interaction, which makes it easier for the brain to remember. Ne kati omwana abadde ewaka okumala emyezi 6, omuzze ku ssomero omugamba alina emyezi 2, then akola ebibuuzo bya UNEB, olabira ddala nga waliwo obuzibu awo, asooka n'akankana nalabira ddala nga ekisookera ddala kyezijjukira ennyo wetwali mu kusoma dda nga tukyali bato. December, January yalinga holiday ekyasinze obuwanvu okuva mu zino holiday za COVID ez'okuba nti abaana bamala emyezi 6 nga bali waka. Eri ye yali holiday yali esinga obuwanvu nga mumanya nti November bayakatandikako mumba mutuse makati ga November ne mukola end of year examination nga mudde ewaka. Ekitundu kya November ekisembayo, December yenna, January yenna muddamu okusoma mu February. Mu myezi egyo ebiri ng'omwana ali waka asooka n'akula, bwe yagenda kusomero edda nali mumpi nnyo nga oba wakava ewaka wakava kusomero ng'oyimpaye woddira kusomero ng'owanvuyemu, naye nga okusettlinga in school in February, that was actually first term, kyatwalira abaana ebbanga eriwera nga tusettlinga around the latter days of Feb. Kubajjukira Feb twali tugibala wiiki 3, ennaku 28 nga tubala wiiki zaffe 3 ng'omanya nti oyinza okujja February yatandiseko ennaku 2 n'osabula wiiki 3. Kati mwezi wiiki 3, wiiki 2 ezisooka, esookera ddala yali nga ya lugambo, era nga basomesa tebasomesa na nnyo, bajja ne baba ku exercise awo balabe oba mu keeping up. Ng'era eyo wiiki musooka ne mwekuba olugambo olwa December. First week yali ya December, kwenyumiza bye mwali ku Christmas mwagenda ku lusooka omwaka nga tugenda gaba December, Boxing Day, tondeka ekiwatule. Olaba ebintu bino byali byekaringa. So the first week was always Lugambo. Second week, Lugambo lwa January. Mama yaguze entebe, mama yangulidde daddies. Week eyokusatu nga mutandika settinga tuli mu P3, tuli mu P4, tuli mu P6. Third week kati muyingira March omutegeera nti muli mu ssomero. Kyova olaba nti kati abaana yabawummula emyezi 6 kiba kizibu nnyo otegeera nti omwana omwadde emyezi 2 atule ebibuuzo at the end of the day. Omwezi ogusooka agenda sooka olina osooka mu brainwashinga asooka ave mu bino abadde alaba nnyo TikTok ascrollinga ku masimu obudde abumalira kulaba SMB alaba Sonko kati business ideas ezimuyingidde mu mutwe. Sonko amugamba you need to start up a business, you need to have a side hustle somewhere. Byalina mu mutwe aina mu bwongo bwe amanyi kufollow aina social media platforms agoberera celeb ku Twitter. So he or she is becoming an influencer. Ogendo labira ddala ng'obwongo bwe the brain has been used to sharing memes and what have you. Ogendo kwekanga nga obwongo bwe wetaaga osoko brainwashing omuteke mu setting which would need more setting, which will actually need more time. That is why it becomes a challenge for schools who are not engaging in online studies to keep up with their students. Kubaka tomanya n'abasomesa, that bond between the teachers and the students is cut off. That is why with these tips, we're actually carrying out the teachers to actually, the school owners, to create a schedule. We're heading to our number third tip. Create a schedule to enable students access ICT. Why? Wakati tugenda okwekanga nti curriculum yinza obeta tefavoring nnyo ICT mu primary. Naye mu period nti primary yateekawo PE. Ojja kwekanga nti musobola oteekawo computer studies. On the grassroots, no yigiriza abaana the basics of computer. Because the generation we are in now, believe it or not, in the next 10 years, woba tomanyi kukozesa bitambulizo bya computer ogenze. When smartphones were still coming up, nga byakatandika nga bantu bagamba aba screen touch beeraga. Ngira some business owners baali tebagala nakozesa masimu ng'omuntu afiringa better n'akabiri tike. Ngabeera ne katooki ke ng'anyiga nga kanyiganyiga nga ye kamuweddembe naye bagenda olaba things are now revolving ng'omuntu waba oyagala omutuukako oba tolina WhatsApp business tewakyali kati what is actually happening now abantu ba developing a website atagirina business ng'atandika okwesala mu business ezimu nga balina website be balina sente kati ze bafuna bw'atagirina tozifuna. So we need to teach, we need to create a schedule on the timetables of the schools to see that ICT or computer studies and computer skills are adopted by these pupils from the grassroots. Then I think the last tip here is creating awareness to the parents. Because now most of the parents are already aware of the fact that COVID wali ekyo bwekiri kati mu COVID mu wevo yasoka waliwo doubting abantu bambagamba no it is politics and what have you. Now bona bakimanyi era bakimanyi nti government wekera kumacha ne bagamba COVID yeyongedde abaana tebagenda soma because this particular wave was actually did affect students more. We atandikira wave eno yasabula amasomero government kwe kulaba nti egasoke gaddeyo kivala government egamba students need to be vaccinated before schools reopen. But now what tunulina kusonga yo creating awareness abazadde nga obagamba one you tell them we are going to adopt to the way. I remember schools had holiday packet. Wachiba kisoboka. Bwomuba musomi tugambe first time ewedde. Like a holiday setting or holiday packet etandike beera online kati. Naddala mu high schools. Kuba kati ogenda okwekanga omwana wa senior 1 abasinga kati balina amasimu. Reason being abazadde baagala abaana bakipinge with the knowledge that is happening. N'abatalina nga otekawo awareness mu bazadde n'obagamba monitor the students. Oba oba toyagala omwana wa getting used to the phone esimu gimuwe mu period y'okusoma waba maze okusoma ng'omanyi timetable yegamba nti kumakya kuva ssaawa emu ku ssaawa 3 asome ng'ogimuwamu mu period ya ssaawa 2 ndowooza abeeko anyumyeko ne mikwano gye weziwera 5 gimugjeeko atandika okukola emirimu ewaka obwongo bu refreshing kuba n'okumala obudde ku social media omwana amala ku TikTok simanya Instagram nga bya searching nga si bya smart means business ta searching nga business stories bibi mukosa nga y'omwana, one in the mentality of this setting n'ebirala. And of course in that way we obviously have to bring these tips to life by bringing an expert who is in the sector to give you some ideas on how you can adopt to online studies. Let's first have Miss Chimuli, or Mrs. Dorothy Wengoye Chimuli, giving us more tips in regards to facilitating and running online classes in regards to the education system. Here you go. I'm going to be right back.
Institutions can embrace and practically exercise online studies by one, transforming the mode of delivery of services, which requires investment in that transformation. One, there are certain requirements that you need. You need internet access. You need the equipment even at institutional level. But as well, you need the sensitization of the delivery of this service, both to those that dispense the knowledge and the students that receive the knowledge. Secondly, we need to get out of because to get into that transformation process, we must be able to embrace it. We must have a mindset change. It starts with the mind. You find that our mind is our greatest enemy. But the moment you wake up and say, I am going to study and I must do it virtually, it means that you're opening up your mind to that change, to accept that change and to learn that change, appreciate it and put it in practice. Most of the students that are studying online did not know how to study online, but they accepted to learn, to be able to embrace it. So we must have a mindset change that appreciates that knowledge can be learned virtually. Institutions must deliberately make an effort to embrace and to invest in the physical structures that require the enabling of online studies. The government must embrace the structures and implement them aggressively. I think what I need to emphasize here is the issue of aggression. We must be aggressive in implementing some of those things if we must move forward. Thank you.
Mindset change is, I normally pick out a few of the things because anyway in tips you can pick out something that actually works for you. Mindset change. This actually goes to even all businesses in Uganda. When you know that the business is not actually working for you, your mindset has to change to see that you're going to become versatile in that way. So the mindset change starts with 1, the school owners, 2, students, 3, parents. 1, the school owners should actually accept the fact that now that this is what we are and this is the situation we are in. You have to invest. You have to put physical facilities that will actually enable online classes to take place. Secondly, the mindset change of the students. They need to understand that once you have your mobile phone, it doesn't mean it's used for communication or fun or entertainment. You need to use it for education purposes. It should be used in a way that is going to help you define your future and set out your goals as an individual. Lastly, students should actually also understand that also the parents should actually understand that we are in a situation where one person has to understand nti woba omwana tagenze kusomero mufunireyo ka smartphone kale tujjo gamba smartphone za bei nekati waliwo eza laisi waliwo ez'emitwalo 2 waliwo ez'emitwalo 15 waliwo ne second hand mitwalo 10 omanyi woba yagala smartphone okujjako ebyamasapenti nti omwana jagamba nze maama njagala iPhone 13 million 10 plus oyo omwana aba alina ekikyamu kuba olabira ddala nti essimu si yeesoma kyofunye ku ssimu kyekisoma nti omuntu ne waba n'essimu nga ya mitwalo 10 second hand webanga efuna information y'essomero nga referringa mu bitabo oba tolina kwemenya. So clearly change your mindset towards it and like Mrs. Dorothy did say, Miss Dorothy Chimoli did say, make sure that you are aggressive. The issue of aggression is key in this particular aspect. I head into a short break. I'm returning with the News Hour. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
To the News Hour, as we start off from the Ugandan Manufacturers Association has partnered with Dennis International to promote sustainable development goals and responsible business conduct. Speaking to Smart 24 TV, Lydia Tusime, The communication officer of Uganda Manufacturers Association says that this is aiming at extending knowledge to different manufacturers in Uganda for sustainable manufacturing processes. Pedison Mubere has more of this report.
Partnered with Danish Industries, and they're supporting us in this noble cause. And this is the first engagement with our members, part of them, due to COVID-19. And as the UMA, we're going to extend this far beyond just these few members that were here today to ensure that going forward, they look out for initiatives that will ensure business continuity, and this is in regard to the environment in which they work, to ensure that if they're going to introduce new products, how will they ensure that this won't affect the livelihood, for instance, from the fumes that come out of that, the pollution and all that. How are they going to mitigate it? The investments are really high, that's for sure, but the partnerships we've had with like the DI, they're actually willing to link our members to even other companies that have done the same in those other countries that can help us start somewhere and even invest together with them.
The Sustainable Development Goals are a global call to action to end poverty, protect the Earth's environment and climate, and ensure that people everywhere can enjoy peace and prosperity. These are the goals the UN is working on in Uganda. On top of that, the Uganda Manufacturers Association has partnered with Danish International to promote sustainable development goals and responsible business conduct. Speaking to Smart 24 TV, Lydia Tusimi, the communications officer at Uganda Manufacturers Association, this partnership is aiming at extending more knowledge to Uganda's manufacturers as well as sustainable manufacturing processes.
And this is aimed at extending knowledge to our different manufacturers on how they can implement these initiatives into their businesses. And the idea behind is to ensure that we have sustainable manufacturing going forward. That how will they ensure that their businesses will be able to continue to survive even after them, while looking at the environment and considering other elements that ensure business sustainability.
Uganda has a substantial trading potential and opportunities in her domestic, regional and international markets. However, most traders in Uganda, especially the indigenous small and medium-scale entrepreneurs, find it hard to sustain their business, for it is costly. However, Tusimi urged the business fraternity to first appreciate the benefits that comes in the long run.
Definitely, it does, and what we are pushing out as the UMA is for companies to first appreciate the benefits, the underlying benefits. The initial costs may be high, but if you looked at the long term, there'll be more benefits for business sustainability, because if you looked at where the world is heading right now, businesses need to be responsible enough for the communities and for the livelihoods in which they live in.
We are so much into business ethics, business sustainability, and trying to ensure that we have best practices. This is not only for us as a company to gain from, but it is to ensure that we are protecting the consumer. We are investing money for value, for the good of the country, but as well, if you want to operate with international bodies according to the best acceptable practices of the world, you know very well we have standards, we have ethics, so you need to invest into how best you can promote this. It is costly in the short run, but in the long run, it yields results. And it's better to do the right things right first.
Responsible business conduct is everything to SMEs, even if they see it wrongly as financial constraining. Access to market is linked to image. Unlike large enterprises, SMEs can't invest large sums in managing their brand. Their image is based on a day-to-day behavior, so behaving responsibly is the key to surviving and thriving your business.
With responsible business conduct and business ethics is we actually seen as a mindset. It means that you do what is expected of you, both as an employee, and you do the right thing. That means that you need to comply with national and international laws, specific requirements for your industry, and internal codes and policies.
Pedison Mumbere, Smart 24.
Uganda has substantial trading potential and opportunities in her domestic, regional, and international markets. However, most traders in Uganda, especially the indigenous and small, medium-scale entrepreneurs, find it quite hard to sustain their businesses, for it is costly. However, Tusime urged the business fraternity to first appreciate the benefits that come in the long run. This particular partnership, according to Tusime, Lydia, the communications officer of Uganda Manufacturers Associations, who are having their headquarters at UMA at Lugogo, says that this is aiming at extending knowledge to different manufacturers in Uganda for sustainable manufacturing processes. And the Sustainable Development Goals is a global call to action to end poverty, protect the earth, as well as ensuring that people everywhere can enjoy peace and prosperity. These are some of the goals of the UN that is actually working on board with Uganda to clearly see that this comes to pass. On top of that, the Uganda Manufacturers Associations did partner with Dennis International to promote sustainable development goals and responsible business conduct. And as you've definitely seen, Tumusime, the communications officer at Uganda, says the partnership is aiming at extending knowledge to the Ugandan manufacturers, more so with those from the small scale and medium-sized enterprises, to clearly see that they have more they're actually being targeted as attaching more skills to them, and actually also tapping to the available markets in the country. Moving on, the education sector in Uganda has created a worrying state for the future of students based in the villages who can access online studies. Dorothy Wengo Chimoli, the public relations officer from Uganda Technology and Management University, believes the nature of education in Uganda is still based on a traditional way of dispersing knowledge. More of this story.
The closure of schools has had far-reaching impacts on the socio-economic well-being of the country and has had underlying effects that have widened a gap between students from the richer families and those from the poor families. According to Dorothy Chimoli, the expert from the sector of higher education, the nature of education in Uganda is still based on the traditional way of dispersing knowledge because most of the students are still based in the rural areas, which has actually created a gap whereby those from the privileged families are actually getting online facilities at the expense of the poor ones.
And most of it is because the majority of our pupils, of our students, are still rural based. And to be able to transform the education sector today and to be able to embrace the current trends, there are certain aspects of the holistic national program that have to be transformed. Give an example. You find that most people in the central, or let me say in the urban centers, are studying online. Most schools in the urban centers, non-schools, we are talking of Green Hill, we are talking of Kaboja Junior School, primary, are studying online. But many pupils and students in the rural area cannot afford these facilities, majorly because the government has a role to play. We are talking about electricity. You get it? There is the Rural Electricity Transformation, Rural Electrification Agency that is in place. But to what extent have they gone deep down in the villages to make sure that these people access power? You get it? And even if they have gone, I'll give an example. I also come from a village. They put the pole, the power is there. But how many people can afford the cost of power from that pole to their households? Not many, because of the income levels of most of our citizens.
Poverty has greatly killed the transformation process in the education sector in Uganda, which has made it difficult for most of the pupils and students in the rural areas to continue with education because of issues of money to facilitate their online studies.
Killing the transformation process. Why? Because COVID has taught us that you don't have to be physically present to move forward, but you must embrace the digital world. You must embrace and engage the digital space. But you find that the majority of the pupils cannot embrace, have even probably not heard about it, and yet they must be involved in this transformation process. So as a country, to be able to redirect the direction, to be able to redirect the education sector, there is so much that's at play that must be addressed to make sure that all citizens are on board. And one of the things that shows that it is lacking, students are studying online in Kampala, isn't it? But when schools open, all that is put aside and say begin again. Instead of moving forward, they are taking us backwards. And why is that so? Because they do not want to leave the rural behind. We all sit for the same national exams. So what I think needs to be done is that we must be serious. For starters, seriousness and commitment to transform. And secondly, what does the world need? Like I had mentioned earlier, we must learn to specialize. And specialization doesn't start at university. We are wasting so many years living in the 1900 education. You get it? And yet the world is not static in the 1900 ways of doing things. So we must revisit what the world has in store for us today and prepare for that right from a very young age, such that by the time the generations are ushered into the future, they are adequately prepared and adequately knowledgeable to compete fairly with the rest of the global.
With the economic changes prevailing in the world, the education system in Uganda should quickly adopt to enriching the young ones into technology right from childhood, so as to keep up with the e-commerce competition, and this should be addressed by the government setting up platforms that will ease internet use in schools. The National COVID-19 Task Force is expected to reconvene this week to discuss the new dates for the reopening of schools after putting into consideration the proposals of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Sons of Pedison Mumbere, and for that particular report, the National COVID Task Force is set to actually reconvene in preparations to see that schools will be reopened in the country by clearing out and setting out the TIFU guidelines. Like we did mention in our business tips, one of the bigger pictures that we need to look up in the education sector is to see that the key players or the stakeholders in the education system in Uganda should actually utilize the e-commerce space, all the digital space that is available, to see that by the time schools are reopened or once schools are getting back to the lockdown, at least education continues safely and efficiently, because that is more of a help. That is actually going to be helpful to the students and also to their future. And this is actually, according to the state that is here, it is actually in a worrying situation for the future of these students. Why? Because most of them are worryingly seated at home. They just have no reference of when they're actually going to get back to school, and most of them still don't know whether their education can actually lead them to the future that they want. Can they actually compete with this particular world? Because if we were to mention about the rural-based students in the country, most of them have no idea of the fact, don't have ideas regarding the online classes and lectures that are taking place. So which means if at all they get by the time they will get adopted, actually they step into the adoption of the online classes, it will be too late for them to actually compete favorably with the available situation in regards to tapping into the digital spaces. So to the government, they should actually consider that, but as well as the school owners and the proprietors should actually consider creating space for students to tap into the e-commerce sector. Let's head to the next one, as Ramadan Gobi has encouraged Ugandans abroad to return and invest home. The permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has assured Ugandans in the diaspora that the government has no intention to taking over or taxing unclaimed balances in bank accounts or mobile money accounts. More of the details.
The permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ramadhan Ngowi, has assured Ugandans in the diaspora that the government has no intention of taking over or even taxing unclaimed balances in the bank accounts or mobile money accounts. Ngowi was addressing members of Ugandan North American Association about misleading media reports that the government plans to tax depositors, idle cash on dormant bank accounts under the National Payment System Act. He said that rumors that money is needed by the government to pay its debts are false, and that Uganda is among the few sub-Saharan African countries with a sustainable debt portfolio. According to Ngowi, the existing legal framework is meant to protect remittance of cash from abroad. Ngowi encouraged Ugandans in the diaspora to come and invest at home and take advantage of available opportunities. He explained that the legal framework which manages the financial system was designed to protect the money owners. The move has also prompted the Uganda Bankers Association to issue a statement describing the media report as misleading and works contrary to the efforts being made towards driving financial inclusion.
The move has prompted the Uganda Bankers Association, UBA, to issue a statement describing the media report as misleading and works of contrary to the efforts of being made towards driving financial inclusions. And according to the permanent secretary from the ministry, the permanent secretary to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, Ramadhan Ngowi, he did actually mention that Ugandans in the diaspora should actually come back and invest home, because this would actually help cut off the idea of foreign investors coming to invest, because this would see that we are actually getting more money from our fellow Ugandans who are actually working from abroad and getting their money, but they can actually still invest from the country. And according to him, he that the government has no intention of taking over or even taxing unclaimed balances in bank accounts or the mobile money accounts. For those in the diaspora that are streaming live in Smart 24 TV, so clearly I hope that message has reached home. We head to the international scene to see what is making headlines across borders. We start with Kenya now, as Kenya is seeking IMF aid to repay China loans. Kenya is actually considering using reserves from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to compensate for Chinese loans it repaid after the Treasury dropped an earlier request to defer the debt payments. More of this story.
Kenya had expected to extend a debt repayment moratorium from bilateral lenders, including China, which started in January 2021, by another 6 months to December 2021, taking it from making payments of nearly 50 billion Kenyan shillings to Beijing lenders. Chinese lenders, especially Exim Bank, were uncomfortable with Kenya's push for extension of the debt service suspension with rich nations, prompting delays in disbursements to projects funded by Chinese financiers. This forced Nairobi to drop its push for the debt repayment holiday extension by China for fear of straining relations with Kenya's biggest bilateral creditor. The International Monetary Fund is expected to play a role in shaping policy that would require the government to implement tough conditions across many sectors. The conditions are tied to the fund's multi-billion shilling loan facilities to Kenya, where money flows straight into the budget to top up the public purse. Kenya sought an extension of the debt relief from G20 countries to December, paying additional savings of 39 billion Kenyan shillings. Dr. Sirima says response to Kenya's request for G20 relief has been positive. While China is a G20 member and a signatory to the deal, a large proportion of its loans to Kenya has been made on a commercial basis by government agencies, quasi-public corporations, and by state-owned banks such as China Development Bank and Exim Bank of China. President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration has largely taken loans from China since 2014 to build roads, bridges, power plants, and the standard gauge railway. The terms of China's loan deals with developing countries are unusually secretive and require borrowers to prioritize repayment to Chinese state-owned banks ahead of other creditors. A cache of such contracts was revealed in an earlier report by Reuters.
Let me pick up from the last line. The terms of Chinese loan deals with developing countries are unusually secretive. and require borrowers to prioritize repayment to Chinese state-owned banks ahead of other creditors. A cache of such contracts was revealed in an earlier report. And you could definitely agree that most of the African countries, not only Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, Guinea, most of them, Angola, have actually been carrying out these particular deals with the Chinese companies. That has actually led to the construction and development of infrastructure, including the roads, hotels. If you can definitely agree, in Angola, China set up a very big, it's just like a urban estate for the Chinese in Angola, as well as some of the natives in Angola. And also in Kenya, these projects like the Standard Gauge Railway was built with the loans from the Chinese government. And also with Uganda's Entebbe Express Highway, the same issue. So you can clearly see what is, and the bigger question is, however, what is the future of Africa in regards to these particular loans that the population has actually having no idea of the deals the governments have signed between these particular initiatives with the Chinese government. So that is one of the bigger questions that we want to identify, because if it is happening in Kenya, who knows, it may happen in another country, and Uganda inclusive. Moving on, and still in Kenya, meanwhile, Nairobi County government will spend 13 million Kenyan shillings on a generator to light up City Hall and City Hall Annex during power outages. The plan, contained in the Nairobi County Annual Development Plan for the financial year ending June 30th, 2023, is set to be actualized in the current financial year. More of this story.
The allocation for the purchase of the generator is part of 128 million Kenyan shillings to be spent by the Anne Kananu-led administration in the financial year ending June 30th, 2022, on different projects, including giving City Hall a facelift through rehabilitation, refurbishment, and repainting. City Hall has suffered a series of power cuts by Kenya Power over electricity dates, with the first disconnection playing out in January 2015 when City Hall was plugged into darkness for 3 days after a year of court battles. Consequently, the electricity cuts have led to the interruption of services in the affected county installation as the two entities battle over the electricity bill some inherited from the deficient city council. In May this year, the Nairobi County government set aside 691 million shillings to clear the debt bid to bring to an end perennial power blackouts caused by the utility firm cutting off the electricity supply. According to the Nairobi County Debt Management Strategy paper for the financial year ending June 30th, 2022, City Hall owes the power distributor 691.58 million Kenyan shillings in electricity bills. Nairobi County Assembly Budget and Appropriation Committee Chairman Robert Mbatia said that the allocation is intended to bring to an end the back and forth between City Hall and Kenya Power over debts owed to each other. In June, Kenya Power struck again, cutting off electricity supply to City Hall and City Hall Annex after the county delayed releasing the money. City Hall has in the past been reluctant to clear the debt, claiming the utility provider owes them 856 million Kenyan shillings in way-leave charges that have not been paid for years.
Unlike some countries, the City Hall is actually also facing some issues. Now, the City Hall in Kenya has in the past been reluctant to clear the debt, claiming the utility provider owes them 856 million in way-leave charges that have not been paid for quite some time, which is a period of over 3 years. And if you would definitely see that the allocation for the purchase of the generator is part of the 128 million Kenyan shillings to be spent by the Anne Kananu-led administration in the financial year ending June 2022, 30th June 2022, which will clearly see that the City Hall in Nairobi gets themselves a new generator to actually help them out once there is power outages in the area. Lastly, in our international updates in regards to the business stories, the Uber Chief Executive Officer Dara Khosrowshahi aims for fully green food delivery business. Now, Uber wants to expand its zero emissions pledge to food delivery and make the business environmentally sustainable. More of this story.
The CEO said in an interview that food deliveries Uber makes in Europe are typically carried on scooters and bikes, so it prioritizes cars for its green ambitions. In a manifesto organized by European City Network Police and backed by Uber, e-sector operator Lime, air taxi company Lilian, and several others, they called for Europe to bring forward zero emissions targets for mobility to 2035. The European Union has previously said it aims to be carbon neutral by 2050. William Toads, Executive Director of Transport and Environment and Advocacy Group, said the manifesto reflects a good level of ambition, but added that he thought transportation inside major cities be emission-free by 2025 and that the regulators should impose rules mandating food delivery be emissions-free. There has also been issues for mobility companies pursuing greener businesses as Uber and Lyft incorporates 2030 deadline to transition entirely to electric vehicles in North America, and Europe has come with a tentative and incomplete approach that trailed broad adoption of electric vehicles in the US's passenger fleet. Some of the companies have adopted faster timelines to decarbonize parts of their businesses, such as Uber and Lime, which target 2030 to achieve the net zero emissions on part or all of their businesses. In 2020, Uber reported that its total emissions stood at more than 3 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, as Lime's disclosure excluded Scope 3 emissions, which are emissions that come from its value chain and are likely the biggest portion of its total.
And in that particular aspect regarding Uber actually coming up in 2020, it had actually reported that its total emissions stood at more than 3 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Lime's disclosures excluded Scope 3 emissions, which are emissions that actually come from its value chain and are likely the biggest portion of its total. That brings us to the end of our news hour. Coming up is the topical analysis in regards to the business stories. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
And with this particular moment in time, we head into our topical discussions where we normally pick out some of those key aspects in regards to what is making headlines across the country. As we have actually been telling you here on Smart Means Business, how can someone come up with the idea of tapping into the e-commerce sector or into the digital spaces, which includes websites, which includes a lot of running and facilitating online businesses in all the economies. And today we are going to be talking about the state of internet security in Uganda and how can businesses actually benefit from this, because it has actually affected a number of businesses, but how far can they benefit from this particular issue, and how can they generate, if we are to look at the websites, how can a business owner generate a website that is going to help you out, develop it, and how can you safeguard it, among the key issues that we are going to be talking about. If you're to join our conversation, get us on Twitter at Smart24TV, that is on Twitter, on Facebook at Smart24TV, on Instagram at Smart24TV as well. The website is www.smart24tv.com and YouTube at Smart24TV space live for more, if at all you want to stream with us. And also do not forget to hit the subscription button. I'm Jerome Posok on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And in studio to definitely digest this particular issue, I have Mr. Emmanuel Aliawo. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for welcoming me. Okay. I'm glad to be here with you. And I'm sure it's going to be a great discussion.
Yeah, and definitely I want us to first pick up from there. And what is a website in a broad view, from the basics?
All right. Your website, from the basics, is a collection of documents that are displayed on the internet. A website is a collection of documents, and these documents are called web pages. Okay. So these web pages display information about someone's business, about someone's portfolio, about someone's whatever it is that you want to display on the internet. So they're all collected together in one place, and that's what makes it a website. So a collection of web pages that are linked together
makes it a website. And let's head into the business perspective of it. How can someone actually start up with a website?
Well, now
because we want to see how can a business owner actually develop one.
Yes, a business owner, you have to approach a web developer, and then you come up with a plan. You have to have your business. Your business has to be in existence first of all, before you can actually think of having a website. So once your business is in place, you can approach a developer. And then you will tell the developer, I need a website to display information about my business. Now the website developer will come up with a structure where a welcome message will be displayed, the about you information, that is your vision, your mission, your goals and aims and objectives, and then where your products and services are going to be displayed, and then also where the contact information is going to be displayed. So once the website developer comes up with this structure, he will present it to the business owner. And then the business owner can go ahead and now tell the web developer, please go ahead and develop. Now the development process usually takes about from 2 weeks to a month to 3 months, even 6 months.
Why?
Yeah, it depends on the resources that are going to be implemented on the website. Okay. Depends on you as the business owner. What do you want to be done on the website? If you want transactions to happen on the website, what are you going to, how the developer is going to implement that? That is what determines how long it takes for the website to be developed.
Because I've actually thought it is more, I actually had in my mentality, I thought it is just like you're opening up a Facebook account or an Instagram account or maybe a Twitter handle.
No. That is quite different. For a Facebook account, that is a platform that is set for anybody to register and open up any account. But with a website, there's a lot of technical issues involved. So that's why you need a developer. So once now, like we mentioned at the beginning, that a website is a collection of web pages. So a developer is going to come up with all these web pages together, and after coming up with all the web pages and putting the information there, he's going to have to host it. Now, when it comes to hosting, it means you're going to get space on the internet, and then you'll store these web pages there, these web pages that have your information. And then after hosting them, you will do something called domain name registration. That is giving a name to that particular website. So the name can be yourbusinessname.com, smart24.com. So that is a domain name. So it is hosted, and then the domain name is registered. So once that is done, then now the link can be given to the business owner.
And it becomes yours?
Yes.
I want to understand, who is the developer? Are these technicians or someone who has actually studied about website developing?
Definitely, the latter. It is somebody who has experience in developing a website, and maybe he could have studied it or could have practiced it. So that is who a developer is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the issue of the developing, don't you think if someone actually comes and develops for you one, does he remain with the, because I think with the website you have passwords there.
Yes.
Does this person have control over your website?
Now, usually what happens is when the website, the business owner is the intellectual property owner.
Okay.
Yes, the website belongs to the business owner. The developer is just doing his work of implementing your idea and bringing it to life. So, but the website is yours. So once the developer is done developing the website, they will hand over everything to you. But if you want them to continue maintaining and managing it for you, if you don't have any technical expertise of managing your website, you will have to maybe get into a deal with the developer so that they can continue maintaining it for you, monitoring it for you, implementing security, so that the website can run as you want it to run. So once that is the process of development and it is launched, then it will have to go a bit further, whereby you will have to implement some kind of security on the website. Because when you launch a website, you cannot just put it out there and say this is a website, and you have to implement some kind of security. So usually the kind of security that is implemented is a security socket layer, which is called an SSL certificate. That is paid for annually. So once that's,
because that is what I wanted to understand. Is a developer paid?
Yes.
Do you pay him once, or you continue giving him some money in form of maybe monthly?
Now, the payment for the development, you pay it once. For his work, his job of developing your website.
That depends on the terms and conditions between the two of you.
Yes.
Okay.
And now, for continuous payment, if you get into an agreement with him to maintain your website, then you can pay him per month. But like I mentioned, hosting and domain registration, those ones you have to pay for them annually. Yes, the developer gets a hosting ground and a domain name registrar, because there are these companies out there that do those registration of domain. So there you'll have to be paying annually, as including the SSL certificate as well for your security of the website.
And I would want to understand, why would a businessman or anyone out there, a layman who's in Chikubo right now, need a website for his business?
Well, if you're a businessman out there, what you know that if you have a website, it increases your credibility. You know, it lets people know that you're serious. It creates a good first impression to your business, and it lets people know that this person who has a business is actually serious. So if I want to get anything or any kind of information from him, I can type this domain name, thebusinessname.com, then I can access the information. It creates a very good first impression. Then another thing is a website helps you in branding. You know, it clearly establishes who you are out there. Because if you're online, it's easy for people to come and get you. You can display your logo, they can see your colors, they can see what your business is all about. Then the other thing is a website helps generate leads. You know, you stand a high chance of generating customers who are coming in, who want to know about your business. Maybe they can go into a search engine like Google, then they search about your business name. Yeah, that brings me, of course, to the next point, which is organic traffic. That is driving traffic back to your website using something called search engine optimization. You know, that's where you train search engines like Google to learn that when a phrase which relates to certain services in your business are typed on Google, Google will have to display your website, the results of your website on top, so that somebody can click and then they can find out about your business. And then also a website saves time, you know, because visitors, where somebody would have to give a call to you, they can actually just visit your website and find the information they want, and then they're able to help themselves out, which is very good for your business. And then that's where you can provide updates and announcements. You know, you can also do digital marketing by connecting it to Facebook, social media, which can also drive traffic back to your website.
Do you think it is quite a problem for these business people to actually open them up these websites? Because I'm looking at a possibility of seeing that, is this the only way someone can tap into the digital space if you're a business owner?
I can say it's a legitimate way to tap into the digital space because you cannot only rely on going onto Facebook, or because Facebook is a general platform for everyone. But if you're serious and you're a serious businessman, you'll think of having a website which will help you to launch whatever it is that you want to get out to the people. Yes.
And if you're to look at, okay, now let me put it in this picture. This is a businessman. He's because of the situation that we are in, sometimes you're not going to be in town to work.
Yes.
You will have to be promoting, maybe if I told you in Chikubo, you're dealing with this. You're dealing with supplying. Let me say groceries.
Yes.
And how can this person actually achieve from which type of website can this person actually come up with?
When it comes to what you've described, that would be an e-commerce website, which can allow somebody to look at the goods that you're trying to sell. They can see the price at which you're selling them, and they can actually make an order. You know,
with the from the
website, and the order comes directly to you, and you know that so and so has made an order for this item, so I need to deliver it, and maybe you can even pay online. That's if you want. Yeah, so it is a payment online, or you can pay as you when somebody comes to you and then they give you the money.
That is where I want to now understand how safe is this. This is quite a big one because the bigger question has always been, people are still thinking, I don't want to engage into the internet because there are a lot of hackers, a lot of fraudsters there.
Yes.
How can someone's businesses be safe, and how can these websites actually be safe for these business owners?
Okay, as we speak at the moment, when you look at when you compare a website and all the systems that exist at the moment, usually you can't say entirely that every system on this planet is 100% safe, but it's the level of security that you implement that can make that website secure. So some of the ways you can secure your business website, like I mentioned before, that security socket layer, which is an SSL certificate. You have to implement it, and that protects your transactions, it protects your information, it protects any kind of access onto your website, you know. So it helps you to have some level of security to protect your transactions or everything that's going on. Another way to secure your website is, you remember I talked about hosting, where you you store all the information of the web pages. You have to host it with a secure server, you know. And when you go to a professional company like the one I have, they will advise you on the secure servers that are out there where you can host your website.
That is when you're developing?
Yes, that's when you're developing. So it's very important to get a developer who is experienced and who knows what he or she is doing. So, and then also another way of implementing security is you have to administer complex passwords to log into your website. You cannot just put something which is very simple, which is predictive, and somebody will
because you see the issue with passwords is quite funny. Why I've interacted with some of the businesses and people who are actually also opening up like this account. Someone opens for you maybe an Instagram account or a Twitter handle, but when they know how to actually log you out. So that means with that website, because I would only understand the safety. This is why most of the business owners are very scared. You see, the people in downtown in Chikubo, these businessmen have a lot of money. And the reason as to why they hate engaging with banks, because they know banks are going to steal off their money through the bank charges and what have you. So with these websites, it is the same issue. Because what they know is we're having a very tricky generation. And someone will come out to actually open for you a website, and at the end of the day, they follow up everything that you do. At the end, when you lose it, they regain everything out of your website. So how do you think this can actually be possible? How can they actually safeguard this? Because I'm looking at it in a way that businesses are scared. Leave alone the fact that the youth are willing because they're already engaging in this with the smartphone and the internet. But how can we encourage these people that these websites are safe for their business?
I think I will continue with what I was trying to say before.
It's okay.
Yeah, I was getting to the point where, like you just mentioned, that you have to implement something called a firewall. on your website. Now this one blocks out duplicate IP. It blocks out duplicate IP addresses. That is, let's say, somebody trying to access your website in a malicious way or forcefully.
What if they are cracked?
Yes.
The firewalls.
No, the firewalls are actually, if they are correctly implemented, it is nearly impossible to crack them. So it is one of the strongest ways to protect your website out there. It prevents, because usually they are, like for example, at our company, we had a client whose website was hacked. His website required somebody to create an account in order to use the platform. But somebody used a bot, an automatic program, which duplicates accounts, creates multiple accounts. So by the time
the implementer, or the other one's just hacking in?
Yes, the person was just hacking in. Okay. So by the time they came to us, the 40,000 accounts, duplicate accounts have been created.
With one same person?
Yes, by one same person. So, and we did some kind of investigation. We found there was no security, no SSL certificate. The passwords were very weak. It was not hosted on a secure server, and there was no firewall. So we had to implement a firewall and redo the website and then fully secure it. So one of the best ways to secure a website is implementing a firewall. And another way is to use a custom code. When I say custom code, these days it's very easy to create a website. They're using some things called content management system. That's where you find like WordPress, Drupal and stuff like that.
And we're quite having a number of people who claim they can actually open that up.
Yes. So these content management systems are somehow not very safe. So it's better to get somebody, an experienced programmer, who can sit down and write the code of your program from beginning, of your website from beginning to end, so that they know what goes where and how it happens. Because when you use a content management system, it's very easy for somebody to know how things work in that content management system. So they will be able to steal your information. You know? And then another thing is to update plugins. Plugins are small programs that perform specific tasks on your website. So these small programs have to be constantly updated. That is why you need the web developer to always maintain and monitor the web security of your website. So that is some of the best ways you can be sure that there is a level of security on your
you see, the only challenge is if someone is actually having a web developer to monitor. Can't I monitor it myself?
If you have the expertise, you can monitor it yourself. Or if you like, you can let the web developer to take you through some training on how you can monitor and maintain.
Because what I want to understand is most of the people want to cut off this extra person.
Yes.
You see, the idea of entrepreneurs is that they're always secretive in some way.
True.
Because if you have someone who is actually developing for you your website, then that means he or she knows what is going online regarding your business. So you will want to cut him off in any possible way.
Yes. Now it's not really very recommended to cut off, especially if you do not have the expertise. That is, for example, us. What we do is once we have developed for your website, we give you 3 months free where you can consult us, where we can teach you on how to maintain the security. We even do it for you for free. We can train. If you have a trusted person, you can let them bring them to us, and we can train them on how they can secure your website. Or even we can train you yourself, the manager of your business,
to know how to
handle everything. Yes.
Business is quite hard sometimes. You know, when we tell people here on TV that you have to adopt to e-commerce, stepping into digital spaces, it comes with a lot, mainly. And what does it actually mean? First of all, when we say website developing, it means you need to get a developer who's going to help you out. We already have some who are already having expertise with that. But I want to understand, imagine someone is having some expertise with web developing.
Yes.
Do they still need someone to actually help them monitor?
If you trust yourself and you believe you can deliver according to the way you want it, and you can secure it, and you may not need any other kind of extra help, then it's fine. You can go ahead and manage your.
Because you see, even with our social media platforms, you may open it yourself, and someone hacks it.
True.
Hacks in it, and even if it's you who has been monitoring every morning, you log in, you log out.
Yeah, that's because the person will not have taken the measures of security. So sometimes you can log in, like on a social media platform, you can log into a certain computer, and then you leave without logging out.
Then somebody
comes and finds it. And sometimes these browsers save your password. So if somebody has access to that browser, they can check where they can find those passwords, and that can
then it becomes their own password.
It will become theirs.
Because that is one of the most scary part. We are looking at the internet security state of businesses in Uganda as a way of seeing that with the coming few years we want to enable business owners, and we're encouraging business owners to tap into the available digital spaces to utilize e-commerce. Reason being, we are now in times where people are actually cutting off employees. People are actually cutting off employees, and in this particular way, these employees are also carrying out with setting up their own businesses. But meaning, you need to actually be versatile in a way that once you're not going to avail yourself at work, or let me say you don't have a place of work, you can still sit at the comfort of your home and try to break out and make something, actually to try to make up something. But when making up something, let me say opening up a platform for your marketing with the online platforms, the legitimate way, like Mr. Aliao Emmanuel has actually said, is to see that you develop a website.
Definitely.
By the way, one thing I did ask was, how do you implement the firewall? Because you were saying you set up this firewall. First take me through that exercise before we actually break off.
Well, implementing the firewall, there are certain tools out there on the internet which have already developed procedures on how these firewalls can be implemented.
Okay.
So you have to get into a credible source. Let's say, like I talked to the registrars. Most of these registrars know how to, they have those ready-made firewalls that you can actually implement. Now, it just takes an experienced programmer to know how to embed it on the code, and also to know how to apply it on the hosting grounds. That is where you host it, because most times this firewall has to be implemented around the hosting grounds. So you have to log into that hosting ground. It's called a control panel, a cPanel. So once you've logged in, there's a program where there's a plugin that has been implemented on that control panel, where you can click and then you can now pour in this firewall implementation, and there you can successfully make it work for your website.
All right. Yeah. And definitely, if you're just joining us onto the show, right about now we are discussing the incident, we're discussing the state of internet security in regards to the business aspect of it. We're looking into that because the idea of internet is now becoming a reality. Something that started way back as a joke and most people are not interested in it. We have just realized that as the nation is actually moving in step to step with innovations and different technology developments that are coming up, every business has to pick up with the space of that. We're heading into a short break, but when we do return, we're speaking more of how can you fight online fraud in your business if at all you've developed the website, so if at all you're marketing online and you're carrying out your business ventures with the online platforms, and how best can financial institutions adopt these particular platforms of websites and avoid agent fraud in that particular regard. We continue with more in regards to internet security. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
How is the state of internet security in Uganda? How worried are you in terms of seeing that you use digital platforms to promote your businesses? And how much of the interest do you have in regards to that? It's more of that we are discussing on the show at this particular moment. I'm still with Emmanuel here in studio, and we are going to continue to digest this particular topic. But now let's first head into how can one fight online fraud in business, because this is where most of the people are mainly interested in. We are looking at a situation where every other day someone is hacking into the other's accounts and someone is losing out, not only with the money but also the numbers that follow up on your different angles in terms of online. So how can someone actually fight this?
Well, now it has to happen on both sides, from the customer's side and also the business owner's side. You as a business owner, you have to make sure your website is secure, as we've talked about before. You have to make sure that there are those security measures that we've talked of. You have to make sure they have been implemented on your website, because without that, it's very easy for somebody to steal information from your website, to hack into your website and maybe divert even where the money that you're trying to collect from the website goes. So it has to happen on both ends, on the business side and also on the customer side. Now, on the customer side, you have to also be very vigilant. Usually, there are updated web browsers these days that tell you when a website is secure or not. So, because once you log onto a web browser, then you type a domain name of a certain business, it will tell you this website is not secure. You can continue at your own risk, and there are easy ways to know. So you have to be educated. You have to educate yourself about how secure websites look like. Usually there is a padlock on the name of the website, like at the URL, at the web address bar. Usually on the left side there's a padlock, or it even shows in green, whereby when you click there it shows you that this website is secure. So that's one of the ways a customer can know that the website is secure. To avoid fraud. And then another thing is there are random links. The random links, these days the random links that are shared on WhatsApp, social media, and they are called clickbaits. They trick you into clicking it. So that
someone tells you go maybe and subscribe to my YouTube channel.
Yes. Or it tells you we're giving scholarships.
We're giving out free iPhones.
Yes, free iPhones.
I've actually received a number of them also.
Yes. Now, people should desist from such links. When you receive a link on your WhatsApp, don't just tap on it to find out. You can delete it. The safest thing to do is just delete it. Or if you trust the person who has sent it to you, ask from them, what is this link all about?
Okay.
Then if you're sure, then you can click. Because sometimes you click on those links, they will steal all the credit card information on your phone. They will steal all the data that you have on your phone, all your passwords, and then somebody will have a good time
to actually go through it.
Go through everything that you have. So they will go through your bank accounts, they will go through your transactions that are online, they will buy things using your business card, your ATM cards, and you will find that your money is going, and so you have to take a lot of care on both on the customer side and also the business side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to understand now for the customer. I've not really understood about the customer issue here.
Yes.
How does the customer come into this particular one? Because one would say, now the website is not mine. I'm just a customer. I'm just clicking in to make my order. Maybe I'm going to the website to see what is available.
Yes. Now that's what I'm talking about. You cannot just jump onto any website and say I want to buy something on this website. Because you do not know whether it is secure. Because there are some people who actually just set up websites to lie to you.
That I'm actually carrying out a business.
Yes. Now like let's say a ShopRite exited Uganda, right? So some fraud can think of creating a ShopRite website and tells you that, let's say, we are giving out the goods that were left behind. So if you want, we are selling it to you at very cheap prices.
Before we leave the country?
Yeah, before we leave the country. So somebody it will entice you to click on it, and then they will steal all your information.
Because you're seeing there is very cheaper prices coming up. There is actually a sad fight when we are looking into a situation of how anyone out there in Uganda can actually fight fraud in their businesses. And if you're following up on the incidents, like he did mention of the links that are coming up, I for one would actually testify to be a victim of this particular incident. Someone actually forwards a link and tells you, try out this is going to happen, you're going to win goodies, your maybe a supermarket or a bigger franchise is celebrating a 10-year anniversary. And someone will actually tell you, you know what? After clicking into this, you're going to win iPhones, you have 500 million Ugandan shillings to win. At the end of the day, after clicking in, your accounts are hacked in and then you lose the account. I think that is how the customer is now affected.
Yes.
Because now you've lost your account, the website is also disorganized. Now, as we quickly leave that issue of fraud, if someone is actually fighting this fraud, which major key aspect should they have to have? Should they actually put on the back of their mind that now, if I'm opening up my website and in case something bad happens, what should I do? If at all someone has already hacked into your website, or actually something happens to your website, what is the first thing you need to do?
Now, the first thing you have to do if you own a website and your website has been hacked, what you have to do is to look for a security firm, an IT security firm.
Do we have those in Uganda?
Yes, of course. And of course, most of them do coordinate with these external security firms from out that help them implement their activities. So the first thing you have to do is to report that case to maybe a security firm. Just like I did mention to you earlier on, somebody's website was hacked. 40,000 accounts were created and they had to come to us to help deal with that. So what you have to do once your website has been hacked, contact an IT firm that does cyber security, so that they can be able to implement their expertise on it, and then they will take care of whatever might have happened after some serious thorough investigation to find out what has actually been caused. Because these investigations can actually reveal if the hacker is not smart enough to hide what they have been doing. It can reveal where this has been done from, the computer that was used, the IP address that was used to hack into your website. So you can begin to trace back. Then now it's now the security firm to report it to the authorities, because of course there are laws that govern these online security. So it's now the security firm to now take it to the authorities, and then they will be able to track and deal with that kind of insecurity.
Now, how best can financial institutions actually avoid agent fraud in their sector mainly?
Okay. Now, for financial institutions, first of all, we know that agent fraud is very common, and this is because agents are like somehow external to the main financial institution. Yes. So hackers usually take that advantage of that being external. So they look at the communication gap between the agents and the financial institutions, and that's where they take their advantage from. So first things first, financial institutions have to educate their agents. They have to educate their agents about these suspicious fraudsters. Sometimes you receive fraudsters who are very friendly. Sometimes you receive suspicious callers. Now, there are these callers who know how to hide their phone numbers. Somebody can give a call to an agent pretending to be a customer, and then they will trick the agent into making a transaction that is not good, and then the agent will in the end find out that they have been already stolen from. And then so because it's very easy for these people to actually obtain the PIN codes of these agents, because these agents are given PIN codes to do their transactions. So because of that communication gap, the fraudsters will take advantage of that gap, and then they will steal the PIN codes, they will steal the IDs. They know how to manipulate the IDs. So financial institutions have to know they have to educate these agents on how these fraudsters will usually appear or how they come, so that when you're transacting as an agent, you are fully alert that when I see this, it will sound suspicious. And then the other thing is, for example, like this the financial institutions have to have something called predictive analytics. I remember recently there was a hack between MTN and these financial institutions where a lot of billions were lost. So usually
mobile money.
Yes. Now the good thing is why this had to come out. MTN has very good predictive analytics. Predictive analytics is a way that is a kind of program that is put in your financial institution to monitor the patterns in which transactions are occurring. Let's say it has been said that a certain number of transactions can only occur in a certain period of time. So if it goes beyond this period of time, please raise an alert that something is wrong. So the predictive analytics have to be also very fast so that they can inform the financial institutions that something is going on. It's so unfortunate that with MTN, this took quite a while when a lot of things had already happened because these hackers were very smart. They had to distribute things all over the country so that it cannot be discovered all in one place. So by the time MTN discovered this was happening, it was already kind of quite late. But the good thing is that they had that in place, and that is how they were able to discover that. Another thing is phone printing. That is whatever transactions are done on phone. The device is supposed to keep a fingerprint of that phone. Let's say the MAC address of that phone, maybe the location where it called from. Basically, record details about whatever is happening with the transaction that's going on. Then there should also be something to do with biometrics. That is where you compare callers' voices to know the legitimacy of who is calling and who is not calling, and or who is not right. Because there is people, like I mentioned, they know how to pretend to be customers, yet they're actually fraudsters. So these are some of the implementations that financial institutions can put in place to make sure that they are secure.
And let's look at how also can people actually ensure safety. How can these particular banks or financial institutions and other entities secure safety of customers as they transact with financial institutions, more so in regards to use of online platforms?
Well, the financial institutions have the responsibility to educate the customers or people who are transacting with them. They have to educate them to protect their credit card information and not just release it out there in the public, because they should not leave it saved on a browser. These days there are transactions that are done online, and when you've entered your credit card information, the browser will prompt you to save, whether you want to save it so that you can next time just come and do the transaction without having to fill it in again. So it's usually not very secure unless you trust your computer or you're the only one that uses that computer. You don't have to have it saved on that computer. And then also another thing is these days there are antiviruses which help monitor internet security. And so financial institutions have to advise their clients on customers on how they can implement such security. They are supposed to be advised to use strong passwords, like I mentioned before. The financial institutions have to ensure strong firewalls and strong SSL certificates, and also advise their clients to avoid non-SSL certificates, non-secure websites. For example, somebody can create a small domain like called stanbicbank.com or stanbicbanksomething.com, which resembles the real domain of Stanbic Bank. So if somebody is not very aware, they will just say, oh, this is Stanbic Bank, okay, let me make a transaction. So you'll enter there your information.
And that is where I want to ask. You see, when you're setting up a domain, maybe someone would say smart24.com.
Yes.
And the other sets up smart24.com.
Yes.
Doesn't it have an issue in regards to when you're actually registering
now
the websites?
Domain names are unique. They're all unique.
So it has to be different.
Yes, it cannot be duplicated. If smart24.com is registered, it will be only and only smart24.
So if at all someone comes up with smart24, what should they add to make it unique from that?
Maybe they can say smart24uganda.com. That would work. Smart24business.com, that would work. And so whenever you're setting up these domains, there's usually a search. You have to first search for if the domain name is available. If it's available, then they will give it to you. But if it's not available, they'll tell you that this is already taken. And then that's where you will now have to look for something else to put if you want to maybe resemble that domain you want to register.
Quite hard, and it becomes quite weird. But let me ask, if you have to look at the financial institutions in Uganda, do most of them have these websites? No.
Yes, they do.
And are they operating with the same pace with the agent banking, or for them they are more to just give out the available services?
No. These financial institutions actually have websites that you do actually transact. You can transfer money from your account to another account. You can transfer money from you can get voucher tickets to your phone, so that you can go with your phone and withdraw the money from an ATM or mobile money. Okay. So they do exist, and but the thing is, out of all the institutions that we have, like we have financial institutions, we have government institutions, we have health institutions. Financial institutions are known to have the highest level of security implemented on their platforms.
Why? Is it because they're being commissioned? Maybe because they're being commissioned by the Bank of Uganda. Let's also talk about these other sectors in the financial, or in terms of Western Union. Let's say Western Union, there is MoneyGram. These particular issues in regards to how can actually people fight fraud with that. Because remember, this involves the transfer of some huge amounts of money from different continents.
True.
And how can someone actually maintain that without money being allocated to a different account? And because now we're talking about the money that is floating onto the digital spaces now, the mobile money, how does that happen?
Well, what one has to do is first monitor the process through which that money, through which you transfer money from one location to another, or from one person to another. When you look at Western Union, they have a very secure process through which they do. It's actually very simple, but very secure, which involves a lot of identification, which has to be sent to the person who has to receive the money. You know, so you have to look at the procedure in which that money transfers from one place to another. It has to be very carefully and very securely done, so that it can be, so that the money can reach the intended person that it's supposed to reach. Yes.
So for them, they follow up on the issue. Right now, breaking it down before we actually say, before we actually wrap up with the show.
Yeah, sure.
And where do you think is the business? Where do you think the business of the country is heading to? Because with the idea of digital marketing, e-commerce, and what have you, where do you think it is going? Is it more helpful to us as a nation to see that our economy moves to that angle?
Yes, actually this is very easy, because at the moment we're in the middle of a pandemic, and this pandemic at the moment is dictating how the world is operating. You know, you realize that a greater percentage compared to before the pandemic has moved online. That is in terms of online transactions, businesses, in terms of education. You see more institutions have moved online. So I think it's the right path that we should take to go digital, you know. And the only thing that we have to look at is the security of these digital transactions that we're going to be moving into. Because the pandemic has already set the pace. So people now have to adopt. Whichever business is out there and maybe is currently not online, it might be doomed to suffer. So we have to take that direction and shift either fully or partially. There are businesses that have actually shifted fully online and they are
already operating.
Yes. So that is the right path that we are taking at the moment.
To see that we are all moving there.
Yes.
Because now the issue here that we're actually discussing about is, what is the state of the internet security? Greatly, because one of the biggest worries that Ugandans have, or business owners in Uganda actually having, is starting up a business and setting up this website, which is okay in terms of marketing, and it will be helpful to you. But let's first even look at, before we even go far, let's first look at the sales turnover that come with this, because you did mention of the fact that there is an annual fee that someone has to pay for the website. But is it really profitable?
Yes, it is. There's a great return of investment when you actually do invest in online business, compared to what you invest in developing or putting up your business. It's quite low compared to what you have in return, as long as it's implemented very well. One of the best ways to get the best return of investment is having to use a social media platform to drive back traffic onto your website. You know, social media knows everybody, you know. It knows you, it knows where you stay, it knows your interests, it knows your location, it knows the things that you love to do, it knows your age. So one way of doing that is when you work with your developer, let them link your website to your social media platform or your social media page, so that there's something called boosting on social media, whereby you pay some amount of money, since these platforms already know who is who and where is and what they like. They will give you the opportunity to choose which kind of audience you want to target. Let's say you have a business that targets book readers. Facebook already knows how many people love reading books, so it will tell you which people do you want to target. I want to target people who read books. Where do they stay? They stay in Uganda. Where exactly in Uganda? In Kampala. I want to target all the people in Uganda, in Kampala, that read books. So you'll get that platform, and then you'll pay a small amount of money. So Facebook knows that these people frequently use their platform. So as they're using it, they will be able to display your advert or your post, which somebody will be able to click, because they put it in a very enticing way that you're able to tap on it, and then it can take you back to the website. There's another thing is called search engine optimization. That is training search engines like Google to know phrases that operate on your business, so that when somebody types it, they will display that, this website has what you're looking for, so click here, then they'll be able to access you. So that's how you get very good returns.
And then lastly, if I'm to ask, are websites paying taxes or revenue to the government? Or does even the government know that websites are operating in the country?
Well, if you have a registered business, of course the government is aware that this business is registered and has to pay taxes. So whether you're using a website,
I'm looking at a business that is just starting up, and they are just waking up with the websites. Because now I know what I do understand about the policymakers in the country right now is they will always tap into the available sources of seeing that there is money there.
Yes.
When they realize that that a number of Ugandans use internet, the issue was add tax on the internet. 12% levy on the internet was already put there. So that is why I had to bring this up. So are websites operating in a way that you also have to pay something to the government?
Not exactly, but the government of course has made a brilliant move to put taxes on the internet, since it's not very easy to tax businesses or websites that are operating out there. So it's actually much better for them to tax the use of the internet, so they're able to have a share on whatever is going on online.
All right. Emmanuel, your last remarks, your last assessment before we definitely get done with the show.
Well, this has been a very great discussion. Thanks to you, and thanks for hosting me on the show. So regarding all that we've discussed, moving forward from the situation that we're in at the moment, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and it's very important that you shift your business online. You make sure you're running part of your business or the full part of your business online, and you make sure you implement security. And then for people who are consuming these goods online, you have to be very alert, very vigilant on the links you click on the internet. You have to maintain your security, because security starts with you first. Yeah, and then lastly, of course, this all that we've mentioned here, they can be implemented under my company, that is Algem Technologies. We are very innovative, we are very creative, and we are very professional. So you can find us on the internet. You can go to Google, look for Algem Technologies. You'll be able to find all the services that you'll need, and we shall implement it for you. Thank you.
And Mr. Emmanuel Aliao here. Is it Aliao?
Aliao, yes.
Aliao, because, okay. Yeah. So the pronunciation is a tick for me as well. And of course, for everyone who has actually been joining us, we've been discussing and digesting the fact of internet security in Uganda, and how you can actually fight fraud on the internet, and how you can actually use it effectively to facilitate your business, to run your business effectively in that particular aspect. And for those that have been joining us, it's thank you. We are still continuing, however, with Smart Means Business. Let's head into a short break. When I return, I have latest in sports business. Keep it SMB.
Smart24, driving business. Smart24, driving business.
Smart24 TV, driving business. And how about if we drive sports business? And that is the segment of the hour where we definitely head into what is making headlines in regards to the sports business in Uganda and also in the international scene in that particular regard. And of course, starting up from the local scene, let's check out and see what is making headlines as the Uganda Premier League transfer window did come to a closure on Wednesday. The bigger question was which team got which player went to which team, and which coach definitely was assigned to a new team, as we definitely saw Sports Club Villas Jogo coming up with a Greek coach. We have Mr. Oliveira in the helm of Venoms at the Vipers, and of course those and more. But first, let's start from the Wakiso Giants in Wakiso district, who have unveiled former KCCA winger Moses Aliro. Now, Moses Aliro has joined Wakiso Giants after his time at KCCA was ended a couple of weeks by mutual consent. The midfielder, who can also play as a right back, becomes the Purple Shark, his third signing in the transfer window that closes on Tuesday night. And according to Aliro Okaba from KCCFC, who is actually Moses Aliro Okaba, who signed from KCCFC, with a statement coming in from Wakiso Giants, it said, "We are delighted to announce the signing of Moses Aliro Okaba from KCCA FC." As Wakiso Giants did state in a statement on their social media platforms, as well as a club statement in regards to their new signing. He as a player was actually excited about the move and wants to win with his new club, and that is why KCC had to actually let him off on a mutual consent for him to actually join Wakiso Giants. He actually came out and told the club website, "It's a new chapter in my career and I want to help the club win. It's a new challenge, but I hope my little experience from playing at KCCA will be key," he came up and told the club website. Douglas Bamwena stated that Aliro brings experience and energy to the side. Aliro, who brings energy and some experience to an already well-oiled position, and he can actually help the team get better to serve their purpose of competing favorably ahead of the 2021-2022 Uganda Premier League season. Besides Aliro, the club has so far added Frank Senyondo from Express FC and striker Sharif Chimboa from Busoga United to their squad ahead of the 2021-2022 season. That is Sharif Chimboa from Busoga United has actually been added to the squad, and also Frank Senyondo from Express FC. So as the Uganda Premier League is set to actually go for center stage, remember we have the Stanbic Uganda Cup taking place on Wednesday and Thursday, and clearly that is on Wednesday 3:30 p.m. Vipers will be taking on Sports Club Villa, and later on as well as Express FC will be going head to head on Thursday as well. So clearly, as we are waiting for the fixtures of the 2021-2022 Uganda Premier League season in October, that is actually slated to start off in October. These teams are actually adding more depth to their clubs. So if at all your club hasn't added any depth in whatsoever, you should definitely be asking the club chairperson or even the supporters club chairperson, that is your supporters best chairperson, to tell you what is happening with the club. Why are there no investments yet in terms of making sure we compete favorably? It's going to be an interesting Premier League season, definitely, because of the signings coming in from there. Mohamed Shaban going back to the Caterpillars in Ondu Paraka. And what do we expect? We will definitely be giving you all those details here on Sports Business in regards to the business. And let's move on. Percy winger Kasoki inks short contract at Chetume Football Club. The Percy winger in Vincent Kasoki was one of the players cleared in the transfer matching system, and before that is Vincent, and is actually cleared in the transfer matching system before the 11:59 p.m. deadline on Tuesday, 21st September 2021. The first winger Vincent has signed a long-year employment contract at Chetume Football Club. He was one of the players cleared in the transfer matching system before the 11:59 p.m. deadline on Tuesday, 21st September. Last season, Vincent was featuring at Hoima Best Chitara Football Club, an entity that was relegated to the FUFA Big League. Now he's actually back to Chetume. He's actually heading to Chetume Football Club. No, I actually had a spell in Chetume, not Chetume Football Club. Meanwhile, I also had a spell in Chetume, in the area of Chetume. Yes, I have my auntie who is like actually my auntie who stays in Chetume, and actually a very. He has actually played a very big foundation in my life. So clearly, Chetume is like home as well to me as a person. So if Chetume is winning, just like when Vipers is winning, I'm either way good to go. And also, if at all the revenue collectors are winning, we are good to go. So basically, I'm still looking for which team should I support in the Uganda Premier League, because I'm basically saying all these teams are good to go. Back then, I had my step in Vipers, but of now I'm still lagging. Should I go KCCA? Should I go Uganda Revenue Authority? Some blood thick in Chetume. So clearly all those will be upcoming in regards to what is happening in the Ugandan sports contingent. He has actually been Vincent has actually been part of the team that was elevated. That still elevated Chitala from the second division to the StarTimes Uganda Premier League via the promotional playoffs. He openly expressed his excitement upon signing for Chetume Football Club in what he dubbed as a new challenge ahead. These are some of his statements. I am happy to be a player at Chetume Football Club. I want to work so hard to help the club get promoted to the Super Division. Leaving Hoima for Mukono is a new challenge ahead that I will work hard to fulfill, Kasoki did say in a statement. Kasoki is blessed with blistering pace, strength, a decent fast touch, just like Dimitar Berbatov, and dribbling abilities and excellent cross execution. Chetume also has a couple of new signings as Robert Nyanzi, right back position from Chadondo Eagles. Left back, they have Dan Birikwarida, who has returned to the parent club from Arua Hill, and several other new players on board. Kickoff date for the FUFA Big League remains undisclosed at a large. So Dan Billy Quadra was actually also had his stint at St. Mary's Secondary School before he went on to be promoted to Viper Sports Club in Chitende there. He's actually also a winner with Vipers in terms of the Uganda Premier League. Now, meanwhile, let's head to the Vipers at the Venoms to Chitende. Vipers edge Police FC to set final debt, which will see the winners walk away with 50 million Ugandan shillings in a 10 million increase from the last edition. Now, what are we talking about? The matches will be played on a home and away basis with the exception of the final, as the runner-up will actually take home 20 million shillings. Semi-finals, we are talking of none other than the Stanbic Uganda Cup. For registering and kicking a ball alone, teams will be entitled to 1.5 million Ugandan shillings, and this if they cannot progress beyond the first attempt. Now let us first look down at the prize money breakdown in the Stanbic Uganda Cup. Prize money breakdown, the winner will actually walk away with 50 million Ugandan shillings. The runner-up, or the one who has lost at the final, will walk away with 20 million Ugandan shillings. Semi-finalists, each walking away with 12 million, so that means Police, who are relegated, walked away with 12 million. And you could definitely see that Vipers are up to the task under their new coach. Quarterfinalists will actually walked away with 6 million Ugandan shillings. The round of 16, 3 million. Round of 32, 1.5 million for each team that actually makes it out there. Vipers await either Express FC or Bull FC in the 2021 Uganda Cup final. And Cesar Lobi Mazoki scored twice in the 20th and 52nd minute to inspire Vipers to the final of the 2021 Stanbic Cup at Njeru Fufa Technical Center. And the Congolese forward Cesar Lobi Mazoki, who actually scored a brace, not the brace, to clearly see that Vipers go on to win the 50 million Ugandan shillings as they await for either Bull FC or Express FC to tackle it out in the final. But clearly you would see, if you are a fan of Express FC, you would have to admit with me that the administration of Express FC has changed a lot at the club. Express FC won the Sekafa Kagame Cup. They are the current league champions. They, however, it's quite unfortunate, but they did make it maybe in the CAF Champions League. But now they can actually even go on top of, they can actually head to the final of the Stanbic Uganda Cup. You can see the competition. The team is not resting. They have a lot. They have actually added on to the depth of that. I may actually reconsider whether to join Express FC as a fan, not as a supporter, not a player in that particular regard. Now, each of Mazoki's goals was scored in each half, executed in varying fashion and style. The first half, the first of his goal was a sublime finish past a limping goalkeeper, Tom Ikara, in the 20th minute. And this means that in the first, it was actually Rusty Police in the first semi-final of the Stanbic Uganda Cup at the Fufa Technical Center in Njeru on Tuesday, the 21st of September 2021. Now, Vipers are already waiting, and then Mr. Oliveira is actually seeing his touch. I think now, the CEO of Vipers, Dr. Lawrence Mulindwa, is actually saying, I'm talking about the proprietor of Vipers, is actually saying that there's a very big opportunity for his team to actually make bigger statements in the Uganda Premier League. They have already won. So the gentleman won in his first competitive match with Vipers. What do you expect in the coming Premier League season? So if at all you are going to verse Vipers and you're going to be entertained by the Venoms, it is something that you should get worried about, because, hey, tell you what, they're not here to joke. They're just starting up with the new team, beautiful football, playing on the ground, and you never know what is happening and what will definitely happen. Because Mazoki came up with the breast to actually inspire Vipers into the final. Express FC will actually entertain Bull FC to see who will be tackling it out with Vipers to that particular final, to see who walks away with 50 million Ugandan shillings. Remember, the winner of the Stanbic Cup, the Stanbic Uganda Cup, walks away with 50 million Ugandan shillings, and the runners-up, who has lost out to the final, will definitely walk away with 20 million Ugandan shillings. And of course, even if Police FC bowed out of the tournament, they still walked away with 12 million Ugandan shillings. That is a good one to put into the bag as well for the club, and to add more into the club depth as well. But now, since the market is closed, but we will wait and see. Will Vipers walk away with 50 million, or will either Express FC or Bull actually walk away with that particular money? We'll still wait and see, as Bull FC will be entertaining Police FC at the same venue at the Fufa Technical Center in Njeru. Let's take off to the international scene, to the Premier League, as James Rodriguez is in the spotlight now. The Everton midfielder travels to Qatar before potential move. Now, Everton midfielder James Rodriguez has travelled to Qatar for talks with the club before a potential move for the Middle East, to the Middle East. over there. The 30-year-old Colombian international status at Goodison has looked uncertain after manager Rafael Benitez replaced Carlo Ancelotti in the summer. The former Real Madrid player who joined Everton for a nominal fee a year ago has yet to play for Benitez this season, missing several games because of a coronavirus-related issue. His last game for the club came in a 1-0 defeat by Sheffield United on May 16th, with Rodrigo's wages reported to be around £200,000 a week. A move to another club would be significant financial saving for Everton in regarding to the situations that most of the teams in Premier League are actually facing. And Benitez has talked about his frustration about not being able to sign more players because the financial fair play rules had killed the club. Prior to the win over Burnley on 11 September, Benitez said of Rodrigo's future, it's always up to the player. In the end, he has the final decision. Some markets are open, and then we had some problem with the financial fair play rules, so we need to consider any option and see what happens. Rodriguez who also played for Porto, FC Monaco before. He had a loan deal that he spent at loan at Bayern Munich. Made 26 appearances in all competitions for Everton last season, scoring 6 goals and registering 9 assists. And me as an Arsenal fan, sometimes I wonder why we wouldn't consider a man like James Rodriguez to come into the team to add something. And if you could actually see that, if you could actually see the incidents of James Rodriguez, if we had to flow back in October, if before actually we stepped into, that was last season, that is the 2020-2021 season, when Everton were actually competing favorably in terms of that. He was an informed player. He has had loan spells with Bayern Munich, winning the Bundesliga and also the DFB Pokal Cup, which is the German cup in the German league. And also he has actually been a winner with Real Madrid, winning the UEFA Champions League, winning the La Liga title, and actually winning the Copa del Rey with Real Madrid. He has actually had some success under Zinedine Zidane as well. So you could definitely see he's a player with vast experience. He actually featured for Monaco as well. So James Rodriguez is actually bringing a lot would actually bring a lot of experience to Everton. But however, surprisingly, something really happened, and he could not make it under Rafael Benitez. And according to Rafael Benitez, after the match with Burnley, he actually came out and stated that the issue here is some markets are still open. So which clearly shows that there is still room for James Rodriguez to actually leave the club. There is a possibility for Everton to sell him off. And he actually came out and said the future always depends on the player. It is always the player who comes out and says, you know what, I'm done with the club, I want to leave. So clearly you would definitely understand that the communication between the player, the club and the coach has totally failed, which shows that this potential move to Qatar could become a reality for the Colombian maestro, who actually finished 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil as the person who actually completed the 2014 FIFA World Cup Brazil as the top scorer, and also completed with the goal of the tournament in that particular competition in Brazil, which saw Colombia stop at the quarterfinals of that one, where they lost to the host Brazil in a 2-0 deficit, which saw David Luiz score a magnificent free kick in that particular encounter over there in Brazil. That was just a flashback. Moving on with our last in regards to sports business at this particular hour, football is on a precipice financially and has expressed concern over the financial structure within the game. This comes after Gary Lineker, a former English legend, has actually brought out his concern for smaller clubs. Now, clubs at all levels of football suffered considerable losses on both broadcast and match day revenue when the COVID-19 pandemic first hit way back in March 2020, with large parts of the 2020-2021 season played behind closed doors. A Deloitte Football Money League survey in January 2021 discovered that the coronavirus pandemic will have cost Europe's 20 richest clubs more than £1.7 billion by the end of last season. Gary Lineker actually came out and said football is on a precipice, but then it always seems it has actually been and still stay alive, with the fact that there's a way it is actually coming back to see that clubs actually generate some revenue. Look at Barcelona and how they've got themselves into such a poor financial position. If it can happen to them, despite the amount of money they receive, how can it be easy for a small club? We've seen clubs go to the wall, and clubs like Barcelona have actually even lost out players because these big players were actually being paid a lot of money. They were on huge wages, which meant that Barcelona, according to the financial crisis, they couldn't manage it. And to actually facilitate a number of players to register players like Depay, Luc de Jong, most of the senior players had to actually agree for a pay cut to see that the other players are registered for La Liga. Despite the financial struggles during the pandemic, Premier League clubs have actually spent a total of £1.1 billion in the summer transfer window, with a number of big money moves involving the wealthiest sides. Deloitte football finance expert Tim Bridge said recently on the Sports Desk podcast that COVID-19 had accelerated football's power shift towards the big spenders. And if you look at Lineker, who played for Leicester, Everton, Barcelona and Spurs between 1979 and 1992, said that football had to find a way of filtering money down to lower league clubs, because every club has actually been affected, and so between the bigger and the smaller clubs as well. The thing about football is it's so important to local communities. You hope that people find a way of keeping clubs in existence, but I think football has to find a way of filtering some of the money down. Derby County has actually filed notice to appoint administrators last week. If you look at the crisis that is happening at Derby County, where even Wayne Rooney, who is the head coach of Derby, actually came out on television and said he did not actually understand what is happening in the club. Not until he switched on a TV channel in England, in Sky Sports, to see what is actually making headlines in the club, only to understand that the club is facing financial problems. He also had no idea about that particular one. And last week, amid their continued financial problems, Derby County filed a notice to appoint administrators. The championship club now face a 12-point deduction from the English Football League, that is the EFL, with the future of the club and their staff uncertain. You like to think that if football can survive this, then it can survive anything, but only time will tell. That is what Lineker actually came out and said. If football can actually survive the COVID-19 scrap in terms of the money and what it has lost in the last few months in regards to the COVID-19 situations. According to Lineker, his worry is not for the Giants, because he thinks they will always find a way, but for the smaller clubs and the smaller towns, it's always going to be very difficult to cope up with that. And I would definitely agree. You would say that even with our clubs in Uganda are already finding it a challenge. First of all, sponsorship is very rare in the Ugandan Premier League. Why? Because we have few sponsors on board, and with the situation where people are actually encouraging the Uganda Premier League, the Uganda Premier League was actually encouraging Ugandans, the key shareholders in the Uganda Premier League and the organizers were actually encouraging Ugandans to continue visiting the specific stadiums of their clubs to see that they support their clubs in terms of the ticket sales and see that they boost Ugandan football. But then COVID came in and it limited congregational gathering. So they've actually also been struggling to finance their clubs. The same is applying to the European clubs, because according to Lineker, the bigger clubs have the way of surviving because they have the bigger sponsors, they have the bigger marketing teams, they always have the bigger support fan base, and their tickets are always expensive. And when you look at the smaller teams, their sponsorship deals are always limited and to certain things, because most of them are not competing favorably anyway, and their fan base is limited as well. So he's actually saying he's worrying for them, because if the bigger teams like FC Barcelona are having these cases, how about the smaller teams? How will they fare? We've actually seen Derby County coming into that, which has actually also led for the future, which has actually created uncertainties for the future of even the head coach in Wayne Rooney, who didn't actually have an idea of what is happening at the club. But with that, we shall definitely be giving you more updates in regards to the sports business here on Smart 24 TV in that particular regard. But just a quick one. Follow me up on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Joram Paul Sonko. That is on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The hashtag is JP Live if you're tweeting, just to give us your feedback in regards to the business stories that run here on the show. And also, if you want to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, it is Smart24TV, respectively. Smart24TV, Facebook, Smart24TV, Twitter, Smart24TV on Instagram. www.smart24tv.com is the official website. Smart24TV Space Live on YouTube. Stream. Hit the subscription button, give us those views, feedback, share the links, and definitely give us your comments and in regards to the business stories, and we can definitely get to give you more in regards to what is happening and what is making headlines in the business, not only in sports but also in the other sectors, from the foreign perspective across borders down to the local scene to the commodity prices. And of course, we are sports, and we are sports business here on Smart24 TV. And just a quick one, we at Smart24 are the best them in business television. Let's head into a short break. I return with more in regards to the business hour. Let's take a break.
Smart24, driving business. Smart24, driving business. Into the news hour now to just give you the latest in regards to the business stories. Starting off, the government has cleared to borrow 530 billion loan for construction
of secondary schools. According to the ministry, 116 schools will be constructed, out of which 84 schools will be in non-refugee hosting districts, while 32 new schools in the refugee hosting districts. At least 61 existing schools in refugee hosting districts will also be expanded. More of this report.
The Parliamentary Committee on Education has approved a 529 billion shillings loan for the Ministry of Education to construct schools in several sub-counties. According to the ministry, 116 schools will be constructed, out of which 84 schools will be in non-refugee hosting districts, while 32 new schools in the refugee hosting districts. At least 61 existing schools in the refugee hosting districts will also be expanded. Of the total funding of 150 million, $90 million is a loan and a grant of $60 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank. The committee, chaired by Cuthbert Abigaba, the MP Chibale County, also cleared the Uganda People's Defence Forces Engineering Brigade to construct the schools, but with strict adherence to the law. As the committee considered its reports on Monday, members expressed mixed concerns over the clearance that was given to the Engineering Brigade by President Museveni. According to Busia Municipality MP Geoffrey Macho, the recommendation that the UPDF Engineering Brigade be allowed to construct the schools as long as they follow the law does not hold, saying that other contractors should be considered.
And apparently, according to that particular, the Parliament Committee on Education did approve 529 billion Uganda shillings loan for the Ministry of Education to construct schools in several sub-counties. And according to the Ministry of Education, this particular money is to help construct 116 schools in the different regions in Uganda, out of which 84 schools will be in non-refugee hosting communities, while 32 new schools will be in the refugee communities, as others over 61 schools will actually be expanded that are actually covering for the refugees in the country. And of course, we do wait, as the government is actually also set to give us real dates on when schools are going to be reopened. We are definitely going to be giving you more in regards to that particular story. Moving on, Uganda has received 1.6 million doses of Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine. This is the second consignment of COVID-19 vaccines that the Biden administration has sent to Uganda. The first, which arrived on September 6th, comprised 647,080 doses of Moderna, bringing to the total donation for the United States worthy of 2,321,350 COVID-19 vaccine doses. More of this report.
Uganda has received a consignment of more than 1.6 million doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, thanks to a donation by the United States government. The Ugandan government had earlier announced that the Pfizer vaccine will be used to inoculate school-going children as one of the measures to prepare them for the reopening of schools. The educational institutions have been largely closed since last year, as the country battled the disease that spreads across the world like wildfire. This is the second consignment of COVID-19 vaccines that the Biden administration has sent to Uganda. The first, which arrived on September 6th, comprised of 647,080 doses of Moderna, bringing the total donation from the United States to 2,321,350 COVID-19 vaccine doses. Since the pandemic began, the United States has provided approximately $111 million, nearly 400 billion shillings to Uganda in direct assistance, specifically to respond to COVID-19. In support of Uganda's national vaccine rollout, the United States has provided technical and financial support in data management, risk communication, health worker training, strengthening the supply chain, and increasing cold storage capacity, enabling vaccine uptake across Uganda. The United States is donating vaccines to the world and is the leading financial donor to COVAX. The US government contributed $2 billion to Gavi in March, which supported procurement and delivery of COVID-19 vaccine through COVAX. In July, the US provided an additional $2 billion to Gavi that will help fill the gap in COVAX's vaccine supply.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister Robin Adabanja did say in November, Uganda will be actually, by October, Uganda will have 4 million, will actually have vaccines that will be able to vaccinate over 4 million Ugandans. And by November, this very year, over 11 million Ugandans will be able to be vaccinated with the donations that are coming on. The bigger question here is, are we receiving the donations? The bigger question here is, the money that was put aside to actually get these vaccines, is it going to be put into other sectors or we are still waiting to say that it was used for the donations? I'll leave that to that. The Minister of Health has issued an order giving local governments until the end of this month to vaccinate all teachers and students above the age of 18, and that is according to the situation that comes up if we are to follow up on that particular one. And the United States is actually donating vaccines to the world and is actually leading in is the leading financial donor to the COVAX initiative. The US government contributed $2 billion to Gavi in March, which supported procurement and delivery of COVID-19 vaccines through COVAX. And in July, the US provided an additional $2 billion to Gavi that will help fill the gap in COVAX's vaccine supply chain. Since the pandemic began, just a quick one, the United States has provided approximately $111 million, nearly 400 billion shillings to Uganda in direct assistance specifically to respond to COVID-19. In support of Uganda's national vaccine rollout, the United States has actually provided technical and financial support in data management, risk communication, health worker training, strengthening the supply chain, and increasing cold storage capacity, enabling the vaccine uptake across Uganda. And of course, in the financial year, in the review of the financial year 2021-2022, we shall definitely come here and give you a review of how this money was allocated. Was it mishandled? Still, stick around with Smart 24. We shall definitely be giving you all this in regards to that. Still with the government of Uganda, however, the government has ordered districts to vaccinate teachers by the end of September, according to a circular addressed to the local governments and signed by the Director General of Health Services, Dr. Henry Mwembesa, dated September 17th. Vaccination of the teachers and students in the tertiary institutions 18 and above needs to be carried out with haste, since this will determine when learning institutions can be reopened as more proprietors are calling on the government to reopen schools. More of this story.
The Ministry of Health has issued an order giving local governments until the end of this month to vaccinate all teachers and students above the age of 18. According to a circular addressed to all local governments and signed by the Director General of Health Services, Dr. Henry Mwembesa, dated September 7th, vaccination of teachers and students in tertiary institutions aged 18 and above needs to be carried out with haste, since this will determine when learning institutions can be reopened. The circular comes following a high-level meeting attended by President Yoweri Museveni and officials from the National COVID-19 Task Force. During the meeting, education and health officials presented plans for the possible reopening of schools. Last month, the Health Ministry prioritized the vaccination of teachers by ring-fencing 300,000 Sinovac COVID-19 vaccines to carry out vaccination among this priority group that has been reporting low vaccination uptake since March this year. However, figures from the Health Ministry show that only 237,930 teachers and support staff, representing 43% of the targeted 550,000 people in this group, have received one dose of the vaccine. Only 88,825 teachers have been fully vaccinated. Following the low uptake of the vaccine, Mwembesa is now urging all COVID-19 district task forces to prioritize the vaccination of 18-year-olds and above. According to Mwembesa, the low uptake of the COVID-19 vaccine has been caused by a series of issues, which include long distances to designated vaccination sites. Records from the Health Ministry show that the uptake of the vaccines upcountry is still low, despite several efforts set up by the Health Ministry. According to data from the EpiVac information system, 106 districts had vaccinated less than 70% of their targeted audience.
And as government is actually ordering districts to vaccinate teachers by the end of September, and so as to enable schools to be reopened, one of the things you need to actually understand in this particular situation is, following the situation that comes up with these key stakeholders in the education system in Uganda, or the education sector, actually calling on the government to see that education the schools are reopened for face-to-face interactions, because some schools are actually carrying on with the online lessons either way. But the government is actually saying, for us to reopen, the deal is students, more so in the tertiary institutions above 18 years and above 18 years, should actually get vaccinated with the 2 jabs. The teachers should as well get 2 jabs. But according to research, 43% of the teachers that are actually registered for registration for vaccination have got vaccinated. And out of the 43%, only a sum of around, if it's 100% in the terms of those who have got vaccinated, 50 have finished the vaccination, the other 50 haven't completed. So, and according to a circular address to all local governments and signed by the Director General of Health Services, Dr. Henry Mwembesa, dated September 17th, vaccination of teachers and students in tertiary and tertiary institutions and the teachers should actually take immediate effect in order for schools to be reopened. The circular actually comes following a high-level meeting attended by President Yoweri Museveni and officials from the National COVID-19 Task Force in regards to education and health officials presenting plans for the possible reopening of schools. And what we do know that records from the Health Ministry show that the uptake of vaccines upcountry is still low despite several efforts set up by the Health Ministry to see that that actually everyone gets vaccinated. Moving on, Prime Minister Robin Nabanja has terminated a 1.8 billion shillings Chengegwa road contract due to delays. The Chengegwa district leaders disclosed to Nabanja that the contractor was supposed to complete the works in September, but the road has not been completed 6 months after the signing of the contract. More of this story.
Prime Minister Robin Nabanja has terminated a 1.8 billion shilling contract for the construction of a 42-kilometer road in Chengegwa district over shoddy works. The road, which connects from Kakabara sub-county in Chengegwa district to Nabigola in Mubende, was constructed under the Development Response to Displacement Impact Project. The program under the Office of the Prime Minister is intended to support refugee hosting communities. During the tour of the Development Response to Displacement Impact Projects in Chengegwa District on Saturday, Chengegwa District leaders told Nabanja that the contractor, Pekasa Contractors, was supposed to complete the works in September, but the road has not been completed 6 months after signing of the contract. Nabanja also faulted the leaders for not supervising government projects which have given room to shoddy work. Nabanja furthermore said she will send a team of engineers from her office to take measurements of the road and also test the quality of maram used on the road. She added that if they do not meet the expected standards, the contractor and supervisor of the projects will be apprehended. The managing director of Pekasa, the owners of the contract, George Sande, declined to comment on the delays. The issue of shoddy works, he said according to the bills of quantities, the carriageway of the road is supposed to be 4.5 meters, while the width is 7 meters, which the district officials are against. Hilary Onek, Minister for Relief, Disaster Preparedness and Refugees, said that his office has received reports of procurement irregularities committed by district officials implementing DRDIP projects. He said that the officials demand 10% of the money before they award the contracts.
The managing director of Pekesa, the owners of the contract, actually came out, who's Ewan George Sande, declined to comment on the delays and on the issue of shoddy works. He actually said, according to the bills of quantities, the carriage of the road is supposed to be 4.5 meters, while the width is 7 meters, which the district officials are greatly against. That is why he's the Prime Minister is calling it shoddy work. But for him, he's saying the regional leaders are not actually helpful in that particular regard. Moving on, the Uganda Manufacturers Association has partnered with Dennis International to promote sustainable development goals and responsible business conduct. Speaking to Smart 24 TV, Lydia Tusime, the communications officer of the Uganda Manufacturers Association, says that this is aiming at extending knowledge to different manufacturers in Uganda for sustainable manufacturing processes. Pedison Mombere reports.
Partnered with Danish Industries, and they're supporting us in this noble cause. And this is the first engagement with our members, part of them, due to COVID-19. And as the UMA, we're going to extend this far beyond just these few members that were here today to ensure that going forward, they look out for initiatives that will ensure business continuity, and this is in regard to the environment in which they work, to ensure that if they're going to introduce new products, how will they ensure that this won't affect the livelihood, for instance, from the fumes that come out of that, the pollution and all that. How are they going to mitigate it? The investments are really high, that's for sure, but the partnerships we've had with like the DI, they're actually willing to link our members to even other companies that have done the same in those other countries that can help us start somewhere and even invest together with them.
The Sustainable Development Goals are a global call to action to end poverty, protect the Earth's environment and climate, and ensure that people everywhere can enjoy peace and prosperity. These are the goals the UN is working on in Uganda. On top of that, the Uganda Manufacturers Association has partnered with Danish International to promote sustainable development goals and responsible business conduct. Speaking to Smart 24 TV, Lydia Tusimi, the communications officer at Uganda Manufacturers Association, this partnership is aiming at extending more knowledge to Uganda's manufacturers as well as sustainable manufacturing processes.
And this is aimed at extending knowledge to our different manufacturers on how they can implement these initiatives into their businesses. And the idea behind is to ensure that we have sustainable manufacturing going forward. That how will they ensure that their businesses will be able to continue to survive even after them, while looking at the environment and considering other elements that ensure business sustainability.
Uganda has a substantial trading potential and opportunities in her domestic, regional and international markets. However, most traders in Uganda, especially the indigenous small and medium-scale entrepreneurs, find it hard to sustain their business for it is costly. However, Tusimi urged the business fraternity to first appreciate the benefits that comes in the long run.
Definitely, it does. And what we are pushing out as the UMA is for companies to first appreciate the benefits, the underlying benefits. The initial costs may be high, but if you looked at the long term, there'll be more benefits for business sustainability, because if you looked at where the world is heading right now, businesses need to be responsible enough for the communities and for the livelihoods in which they live in.
We are so much into business ethics, business sustainability, and trying to ensure that we have best practices. This is not only for us as a company to gain from, but it is to ensure that we are protecting the consumer, we are investing money for value, for the good of the country, but as well, if you want to operate with international bodies according to the best acceptable practices of the world, you know very well we have standards, we have ethics, so you need to invest into how best you can promote this. It is costly in the short run, but in the long run, it yields results. And it's better to do the right things right first.
Responsible business conduct is everything to SMEs, even if they see it wrongly as financial constraining. Access to market is linked to image. Unlike large enterprises, SMEs can't invest large sums in managing their brand. Their image is based on a day-to-day behavior, so behaving responsibly is the key to surviving and thriving business.
With responsible business conduct and business ethics, is we actually seen as a mindset. It means that you do what is expected of you, both as an employee, and you do the right thing. That means that you need to comply with national and international laws, specific requirements for your industry, and internal codes and policies.
Pedison Mumbere, Smart 24.
Uganda has substantial trading potentials and opportunities in her domestic, regional and international markets. However, most traders in Uganda, especially the indigenous small and medium-scale sized enterprises and entrepreneurs, find it quite hard to sustain their businesses, for it is quite costly. It may be easier to start up, but quite costly to maintain. And that is why this particular initiative, according to the Uganda Manufacturers Association, coming up to partner with Danish International to see that they can actually help out the SMEs to tap into the available opportunities as well from the local markets and tap into the international markets as well. Moving on The education sector in Uganda has created a worrying state for the future of students based in the villages who can't access online studies. Dorothy Wengwe Chimuli, the public relations officer from Uganda Technology and Management University, believes that the nature of education in Uganda is still based on the traditional way of dispersing knowledge. Here's more of that report.
The closure of schools has had far-reaching impacts on the socio-economic well-being of the country and has had underlying effects that have widened a gap between students from the richer families and those from the poor families. According to Dorothy Chimuli, the expert from the sector of higher education, the nature of education in Uganda is still based on the traditional way of dispersing knowledge because most of the students are still based in the rural areas, which has actually created a gap whereby those from the privileged families are actually getting online facilities at the expense of the poor ones.
And most of it is because the majority of our pupils, of our students are still rural based. And to be able to transform the education sector today and to be able to embrace the current trends, there are certain aspects of the holistic national program that have to be transformed. Give an example. You find that most people in the central, or let me say in the urban centers, are studying online. Most schools in the urban centers, non-schools, we are talking of Green Hill, we are talking of Kaboja Junior School, primary, are studying online. But many pupils and students in the rural area cannot afford these facilities, majorly because the government has a role to play. We are talking about electricity. You get it? There is the Rural Electricity Transformation, Rural Electrification Agency that is in place. But to what extent have they gone deep down in the villages to make sure that these people access power? You get it? And even if they have gone, I'll give an example. I also come from a village. They put the pole, the power is there. But how many people can afford the cost of power from that pole to their households? Not many, because of the income levels of most of our citizens.
Poverty has greatly killed the transformation process in the education sector in Uganda, which has made it difficult for most of the pupils and students in the rural areas to continue with education because of issues of money to facilitate their online studies.
Killing the transformation process. Why? Because COVID has taught us that you don't have to be physically present to move forward, but you must embrace the digital world. You must embrace and engage the digital space. But you find that the majority of the pupils cannot embrace, have even probably not heard about it. And yet they must be involved in this transformation process. So as a country, to be able to redirect the direction, to be able to redirect the education sector, there is so much that's at play that must be addressed to make sure that all citizens are on board. And one of the things that shows that it is lacking, students are studying online in Kampala, isn't it? But when schools open, all that is put aside and say begin again. Instead of moving forward, they are taking us backwards. And why is that so? Because they do not want to leave the rural behind. We all sit for the same national exams. So what I think needs to be done is that we must be serious. For starters, seriousness and commitment to transform. And secondly, what does the world need? Like I had mentioned earlier, we must learn to specialize. And specialization doesn't start at university. We are wasting so many years living in the 1900 education. You get it? And yet the world is not static in the 1900 ways of doing things. So we must revisit what the world has in store for us today and prepare for that right from a very young age, such that by the time the generations are ushered into the future, they are adequately prepared and adequately knowledgeable to compete fairly with the rest of the global.
With the economic changes prevailing in the world, the education system in Uganda should quickly adapt to enriching the young ones into technology right from childhood so as to keep up with the e-commerce competition, and this should be addressed by the government setting up platforms that will ease internet use in schools. The National COVID-19 Task Force is expected to reconvene this week to discuss the new dates for the reopening of schools after putting into consideration the proposals of his.
And of course, as we still await and see whether the government will actually avail new forms of will actually reform the education system in a way to see that students can report back to school. Lastly, Ramadan Gobi has encouraged Ugandans abroad to return and invest home. The permanent secretary at the ministry, the permanent secretary to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development has assured Ugandans in the diaspora that government has no intention of taking over or taxing unclaimed balances in bank accounts or mobile money accounts. More of this story.
The permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ramadan Ngowi, has assured Ugandans in the diaspora that the government has no intention of taking over or even taxing unclaimed balances in the bank accounts or mobile money accounts. Ngowi was addressing members of Ugandan North American Association about misleading media reports that the government plans to tax depositors, idle cash on dormant bank accounts under the National Payment System Act. He said that rumors that money is needed by the government to pay its debts are false, and that Uganda is among the few sub-Saharan African countries with a sustainable debt portfolio. According to Ngowi, the existing legal framework is meant to protect remittance of cash from abroad. Ngowi encouraged Ugandans in the diaspora to come and invest at home and take advantage of available opportunities. He explained that the legal framework which manages the financial system was designed to protect the money owners. The move has also prompted the Uganda Bankers Association to issue a statement describing the media report as misleading and works contrary to the efforts being made towards driving financial inclusion.
All right, now to the Ugandans in the diaspora, according to Ramadan Gobi, you should return home, by the way. Bring the investments home. We no longer want to have a lot of investors coming in from the foreign countries to invest in here. It would be better if we also have our own Ugandans who are best abroad investing in Uganda, giving employment opportunities to the Ugandans and well, improving on the standards of the economy in that particular one, because the development is for the both of us. That brings us to the end of our news hour. Later on, I'm coming back to give you more in regards to, I have an interview coming up in regards to financial technology and what is its impact on Uganda's economy as of now. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Telecom giants Airtel Uganda Telecom giants MTN Uganda had actually come up with a move with Britam Uganda that could actually help them out, manage and facilitate third-party insurance. And here's the thing: with some of the feedback I've actually been getting from some of the operators and some of the third-party owners. And I would definitely want to actually tap into that. I want to follow up on this particular issue. How is it going to be viable? First of all, let me take you back before this partnership comes up. In 2020, let me say 2019, let's say 5 years back, the only way someone could actually get insurance for third party was when you go to an insurer's office. When you go to an insurer's office, here's the thing. You remove off the sticker from your car. Then after removing the sticker from your car, what happens after is for you. What happens after is actually for you to go and renew it by rewriting another. And they actually have some type printers where they have to renew and things like that. And after some time, you end up noticing that, oh, if I pull off this is how my insurance is going to be. Ngero omuntu abane motoka amanya nti olugendo lwa insurance luzibu kuba ekisookera ddala abantu kyabatwaliranga ebbanga okutegeera nti ne insurance gyali ng'omuntu poliisi emala mugwako nti kakati ssebo Sonko okimanyi nti omusolo gwo gwa third party gwaweddeko ng'awo ovuga speed nnyo ng'ogenda ku petrol station omanye amasundiro g'amafuta ebiseera ebisinga ge gaba ne insurance covers zino ng'omuntu agenda petrol station ng'ajjako sticker ng'awaayo nga bamuprintingirawo speed chap wala muprintingira nga bamwakalala nga ateeka ku motoka kati MTN yagenza okitunulamu nga bino ebintu it becomes difficult for people. In what way? When people actually how does it become difficult? It becomes difficult in a way nti abantu baba balowooza nti okusasula omusolo kiba kizibu olw'ensonga nti oyinza obba oyagala olina meeting gy'olina okukwata nekitakusobozesa olw'obudde n'ogamba oba nkolewo oba kati nkole ki n'osalawo okole ki n'osalawo obiveeko ebya meeting kubanga owaayo oba tolina stiika naye kati MTN yagenza kirowoozaamu nti okubridginga gap eno omuntu asobola okukozesa essimu ye n'akuba asobola okukozesa essimu ye n'ateekamu koodi actually n'ateekamu koodi n'afuna reference number. It is more helpful to a person. Kikuyamba gwe okulaba nti ofuuka nobeera nti kale at least newoba otambula mu town traffic jam, the traffic police nakuyimiza nagamba why insurance cover yo yagwako kyekiriwo how far have you gone ng'omulaga essimu ng'omulaga nti this is my reference, I have actually paid. So within time omuntu ono amanya nti okay, it seems this is going to happen to me and that means I'm going to be able to actually carry on with this particular situation. So wegendereza nnyo ogenda olaba nti okay, insurance cover eyamba mungeli kinti if you work hand in hand with the MTN coming up with the insurance companies, more so with Britain now, to say that customers can access these services online with paying, it becomes easier. We're looking into the financial. We're actually looking into the financial aspect. We're actually looking into the financial aspect of it. And someone would actually ask, so how far have we gone with this? First of all, what about in munanyini business SARS in Uganda? What about we not together? Website, online, e-commerce. Britain yagenzo olaba nti ndowooza engeri yokka gyesobola okutappinga into this platform is by talking to MTN Uganda about a platform. They have the bigger customers, the bigger coverage of customers everywhere you go. so that it's going to become easier. So for you, if I told you you've been having challenges with paying Britam and paying your third-party insurance, MTN Uganda has got you covered. You can definitely use that particular platform to go out there. You can seek for information from MTN platforms, as it can actually help you out to see how you're going to be covering up with your third party. And of course, still following up on that particular issue, schools in Uganda. Schools in Uganda are asking for the government to actually help them out, to reopen. How are they going to help them? Because one of the biggest questions and the biggest issue in Uganda is how are schools going to be reopened, and how is the safe reopening of schools going to take place? And that is why you would see that the nature of education in Uganda is still alarming, with the fact that most of the Ugandans out there are asking amasomero abaana tebakyasoma, abaana bayinza obba basoma naye ekibuuzo kiri nti tufunamu kiffe ng'abaana Uganda. Tuyinza obba tuli awo twemalira obudde nga tulowooza nti government egenda tuggulawo ne kigaana, and after some time it becomes a very big challenge. So clearly, if you're to follow up on that particular one, you would understand that as the school proprietors are calling on the government to actually open up, the government is also looking at the possible ways of seeing that the safe reopening comes with teachers being vaccinated. And if teachers are being vaccinated, it will actually mean the vaccination taking a place. In what way? One, buli mwana ali wakati w'emyaka 18 n'okwambuka ali vaccinated. Abasomesa bonna bali vaccinated. So clearly kiyamba okulaba nga ensonga zino zikwasibwako. So bw'otunuulira era n'embeera Uganda gyeyitamu, tugezaako kulaba nti abasomesa they can actually tap into the opportunities that are available. All the school owners, nti wabaawo opportunity eriwo kugeza nga olina oli nnyini ssomero, oba oguddewo essomero kakasa nti okozesa platforms za internet. Get the resources necessary. The physical setting is very key to see that people adapt to online classes. Beera ne computer nga mweziri mu ssomero, reinvest in that, because at one time education is now becoming online. So are you going to quit out of the business, the education system, just because toyina facilities ezo tesigenda kuyamba? So clearly bino ebintu biyamba abantu bangi, biyamba eggwanga, ne if we are to look at the state of the nation currently, bitu bingi nnyo byetuyiga n'ebiti byetwongerako okulaba nga at least something happens in one way or the other. Still looking at into that particular one, the Uganda Manufacturers Association actually, among the stories that we've been having, did partner with Dennis International to promote sustainable development goals and responsible business conduct. One, the sustainable development goals are being a global call to action and to end poverty, protect the Earth's environment and climate, as well as ensuring that the people everywhere can enjoy peace and prosperity. These are clearly the goals of the UN in creating possibilities for countries like Uganda as well to have a conducive environment for any business owner. But first of all, this particular partnership with the Dennis Foundation, as well as this particular partnership with the Dennis International comes to actually boost medium and small scale enterprises to see that they benefit from the local markets in Uganda. And that's why the Uganda Manufacturers Association is actually helping out with, first of all, the manufacturers in Uganda to actually tap into the available markets in Europe and at the international level. So again, there is a new jalabanga, businesses are driven by Smart 24 and also being driven by the opportunities that are there. And of course, keeping up with the pace that is prevailing in Uganda, make sure you avail yourself with key information, and the only way you can avail the information is visiting our website at www.smart24tv.com to get what are the latest news in regards to the business stories. And of course later on we shall definitely be giving you more in regards to the business stories and also expert analysis and interviews of what we do expect in that particular regard. Now here's the issue. Mu business waliwo bingi nnyo bye tusuubira okulaba, era mmwe bye tusuubira okulaba mubaamu ensonga nga innovations, ne tubaamu entrepreneurship development, era weegendereze nnyo gy'alaba nti buli business owner mu nsi muno agezaako yiiye engeri gy'asurvivingamu kati kiri gy'oli nga tugezaako sambya program for all those that started with us from way back where we did start off until every day pick up something from even the show here that you're going to add into it. So the guests that we normally have here with the interviews that we normally air is to help someone out there to actually adopt the situations. We have a number of platforms for you that you can definitely use to reach up to the markets worldwide, from Uganda down to East Africa. And of course, with that taking place, it is either way helpful to you. Just a quick reminder, Kyambogo University is actually still taking stage with in regards to the graduation. It actually had a number of issues in regards to that graduation, but the graduation has stepped into day 2, and day 3 will actually commence on Friday. Day 4 will actually take place on Friday. 4 days of graduation. Over 9,000 students will be graduated in a virtual ceremony, which will only have master's students on the ground in Kyambogo, that is in Banda. And of course, to all those students, statements coming in from the university saying, to all those students who have actually have claims of, which is a total of 200 students who are having claims of not graduating, will actually, the Senate is looking into your education documents and your results to see that at least they align your transcripts. You may not be available at the graduation, but your transcripts may be laid on board. So clearly be patient in that aspect, and patience is definitely going to be key in that particular regard. I'm Joram Paul Sonko. Facebook, Joram Paul Sonko. Twitter, Joram Paul Sonko. Instagram, Joram Paul Sonko. And if at all if you're going to follow me up on the other platforms, that is, if you want to continue with me on the conversations on Twitter in regards to what we are hearing here, the hashtag is JP Live. The smiles are courtesy of Amoriat, who is behind in the control room here, and of course updating you in regards to what is making waves across the country. Now the issue here is we are driving businesses together, and clearly if we are to actually take a look at let's first cross borders on some of the stories that have actually been making headlines in on the international scene as we head to Kenya. One of those stories that did catch my attention was Kenya seeking international monetary fund aid to repay China, to repay the China loans. Kenya is considering using these reserves from the International Monetary Fund to compensate for the Chinese loans, as it repaid for these particular Chinese loans. It repaid after the Treasury dropped an earlier request to defer debt payments. Let's first have a look at this story, and we're going to be right back as Kenya seeks information from the IMF to repay China loans. Take a look. Now Kenya, as we're actually looking for that particular, Kenya had expected to extend a debt repayment moratorium from the bilateral lenders, including China, which started in January 2021, by another 6 months to December 2021, saving it from making payments of nearly 50 billion Kenyan shillings to Beijing lenders. And this is actually a cushion to the available African countries who are carrying out deals with China. One of the key things that I know is that the terms of China's loan debts, of loan deals with developing countries, are unusually secretive and require borrowers to prioritize repayment to Chinese state-owned banks ahead of other creditors. And according to reports that are coming up, you could see while China is a G20 member and a signatory to the deal, a large proportion of its loans to Kenya has actually been made on a commercial basis by government agencies. Let us first take a look at this story. I'll be right back.
Kenya had expected to extend a debt repayment moratorium from bilateral lenders, including China, which started in January 2021, by another 6 months to December 2021, saving it from making payments of nearly 50 billion Kenyan shillings to Beijing lenders. Chinese lenders, especially Exim Bank, were uncomfortable with Kenya's push for extension of the debt service suspension with rich nations, prompting delays in disbursements to projects funded by Chinese financiers. This forced Nairobi to drop its push for the debt repayment holiday extension by China for fear of straining relations with Kenya's biggest bilateral creditor. The International Monetary Fund is expected to play a role in shaping policy that would require the government to implement tough conditions across many sectors. The conditions are tied to the fund's multi-billion shilling loan facilities to Kenya, where money flows straight into the budget to top up the public purse. Kenya sought an extension of the debt relief from G20 countries to December, paying additional savings of 39 billion Kenyan shillings. Dr. Sirima says response to Kenya's request for G20 relief has been positive. While China is a G20 member and a signatory to the deal, a large proportion of its loans to Kenya has been made on a commercial basis by government agencies, quasi-public corporations, and by state-owned banks such as China Development Bank and Exim Bank of China. President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration has largely taken loans from China since 2014 to build roads, bridges, power plants, and the standard gauge railway. The terms of China's loan deals with developing countries are unusually secretive and require borrowers to prioritize repayment to Chinese state-owned banks ahead of other creditors. A cache of such contracts was revealed in an earlier report by Road.
The standard gauge railway is one of the most developed railway lines across Africa, with the fact that it's reaching different ports from the port of Mombasa down to Eldoret to Naivasha and Nairobi, the capital of Kenya. And such initiatives have been championed by the Chinese government to see that they carry on with developments in African countries. Leaving that particular incident in Kenya, even the in Uganda's just concluded Entebbe Express highway that is actually taking center stage, which is the 1000 bypass.